Chapter 1. Transmigration. Ouch, Su Ning groggily rubbed her head, confused. What was going on? How could sleeping result in such a headache? When she touched her head, her fingers came away sticky, faintly smeared with blood. Had someone taken advantage of her slumber to strike her? How dare they? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she forced her eyes open and beheld an utterly foreign scene. The room around her was a mud brick house. The walls were worn and mottled, and the dark, cobble-bladed ceiling resembled something out of a 1960s television show. Such a dilapidated abode seemed rare in modern times. Could it be that she had not only been attacked, but also discarded in a remote location? She glanced down at her hands, her expression shifting to one of horror. Good heavens, she truly had been injured. Her hands were covered in blood. If she found out who was responsible, she would surely knock the wind out of them. After all, she held a black belt in Taekwondo and could easily handle most people. Enduring the throbbing in her head, Su Ning froze again. Wait a minute. These hands didn't belong to her. She had always taken pride in her long, fair, delicate hands, which bore nails that were perfectly rounded and blushing pink worthy of modeling. But these hands? They were dark, thin, and grimy, with dirt lodged under the nails and decorated with unsightly scars. This was definitely not her hand. Was she dreaming? Or had she somehow borrowed another's body? No. She was alive, and well, why would she need a borrowed corpse? It must be a dream. Once she woke up, everything would return to normal. With that thought, Su Ning shut her eyes once more. Yet, a dizzy spell washed over her, and a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind. After what felt like half an hour, she finally managed to make sense of her situation. She had transmigrated into a parallel universe strikingly similar to her own. It was now the year 1974, and the original owner of this body was named Su Ningas in Su Ning Electronics. This girl was 20 years old and hailed from a nearby village, with a carpenter for a father and a hardworking mother who managed the household adeptly. Their family's life was reasonably comfortable. There were 3 sons and 1 daughter in the family. Her eldest brother served as the village scorekeeper, while the second brother split his time between farming and assisting their father with carpentry. Both brothers were married, with the eldest having a son and a daughter, and the second having 1 son. There was also a younger brother currently in high school. Being the only daughter, Su Ning had been quite cherished before her marriage. 2 years ago, Su Ning married a man named Xiao Yin, a soldier who was 25 years old and served as a squad leader. His family resided in a village adjacent to Su Ning's. However, since their marriage, he had scarcely returned home, leaving behind a 3-year-old child, reportedly the offspring of his previous wife. His last visit had been to find a wife to help care for the child, which is when Su Ning had unwittingly stepped into that role. It was a twist of fate that led to their marriage. Since she was the only daughter, her parents doted on her, and her brothers and their wives treated her well. While they worked, she attended school, and upon graduation, she stayed at home to cook and clean, free from the burden of fieldwork. Her sisters-in-law labored hard on the farm and returned home to tend to livestock and laundry, but they bore no ill will toward the pampered sister-in-law, often choosing to endure it. Compared to many families, the Su household enjoyed a relatively good life. The in-laws were understanding, and apart from some laziness, there were no significant issues with Su Ning. Thus, these minor grievances were often overlooked. While Su Ning wasn't particularly industrious, she cared for her family. When she returned home after graduating high school during the autumn harvest 2 years prior, she volunteered to take on all the household tasks to ease her family's workload. Unfortunately, her bad luck struck when she fell into a river while washing clothes for the first time. She was saved by Xiao Yin, who happened to be passing by, and their encounter was witnessed by others, as if fate had choreographed the entire event. Many in the village believed it was destiny that led them to marry, especially in that era when marrying a soldier was considered prestigious alongside the benefits soldiers received. Yet the truth was Su Ning was an adept swimmer. She had merely panicked for a moment when she fell into the water, and Xiao Yan's providential intervention led to their subsequent relationship. With countless witnesses, rumors quickly spread, and fearing for Xiao Yan's reputation, his family swiftly arranged the marriage, wanting him to take a wife to help care for the child he had abandoned. However, immediately after the wedding, Xiao Yin returned to his duties, leaving Su Ning alone with the infant and promising to send her money every month. It was through this arrangement that Su Ning learned of her husband's absence a month after their marriage, as he had not returned. At 18, She was unprepared to raise a child. Moreover, her in-laws were unwelcoming, and the day after their wedding, they separated from her, leaving her and the child in the old home. Life was chaotic. If it weren't for the monthly allowance she received, mother and child would have perished from hunger. Thankfully, her family occasionally helped, or else they would have starved long ago. Su Ning's experiences with her family and in-laws were strikingly different, leading to an unbearable discontent that eventually led her to resign to her circumstances. She used whatever money she received to buy enough food to survive, neglecting the needs of the child. In time, her laziness and indifference garnered her a less than flattering reputation. Xiao Yan was the third son in his family, with two elder brothers also working in the village. With the allowance and family labor, they should have had a decent life. Unfortunately, both of Xiao Yan's wives were shrewd and domineering, envious of Su Ning's allowance, and they treated her poorly. During a particularly harsh encounter, Su Ning's frustration boiled over, leading to a confrontation that ended with her sustaining a head injury. Having absorbed Su Ning's story, Su Ning couldn't help but click her tongue. While the original owner had her flaws, be it laziness or whatever, she hadn't taken anything from others. Before her marriage, she lived with her family, and after marrying, she had merely depended on her husband's support. Especially after marrying Xiao Yan. Despite receiving an allowance, she was also stepping into the role of a caregiver for his child. All in all, she had lived without causing any trouble for anyone. Yet this young woman had met such a pitiful end. However, whatever the reasons behind it, none of it concerned her. She had been living in a comfortable apartment, with a supermarket conveniently located downstairs. She could buy anything she desired, but suddenly she found herself in this godforsaken place, and she wanted nothing more than to escape. "How are you doing, daughter-in-law?" At that moment, the door swung open to reveal an elderly woman with a sharp, haggard appearance and cruel, slanted eyes reflecting disdain. She dragged in a filthy child, no more than 2 years old, thin and frail, who looked worryingly at Su Ning. "Oh, so much blood! How could the second daughter-in-law be so reckless? We're family, how can you do this?" The elder exclaimed, her voice cutting. "Quickly lie down. Let me fetch some ashes to dress your wounds." Upon realizing the extent of Su Ning's bloodshed, Xiao Yan's mother couldn't help but gasp in shock. She feared that if Su Ning lost her mind, who would take care of her?
Chapter 2, Stirring trouble. Upon a moment's reflection, she mused that if she were truly foolish enough to succumb or perish, it would be rather fortuitous. "Sister-in-law, let me assist you into the house to rest." "Mrs. Xiao proclaimed, attempting to usher her inside, intending to confine her until her last breath. "Get away." Su Ning evaded her grasp, coldly scoffing, "You're practically delivering a slap to my face with your scheming. How shameless of you to even speak. Off you go." With a swift motion, Su Ning swatted her hand away, her face marred by unmasked malice, as if she believed Su Ning was blind. Only a fool would heed her. Meanwhile, a perplexing thought nagged at her. What enmity lay between them that this elderly wretch sought her demise? Having perused the memories of the past 2 years, she discerned that the Xiao couple, who appeared genteel and benevolent, were in truth masters of verbal manipulation, speaking sweetly while harboring disdain, yet there had never been significant conflict. If there were grievances to speak of, it was merely the fact that the original owner had married into the Xiao family. The elder couple had always believed that Xiao Yan could wed a daughter of an official family. And it was solely due to the original owner's presence that this opportunity to ascend socially had been thwarted. However, this matter had been discussed for 2 years, often merely in passing, never escalating to such dire threats against the original owner. Furthermore, the original owner had not entirely acquiesced to the marriage. It was the Xiao family that had insisted, promising to provide for her and her family with a monthly stipend of 20 coins after the wedding. Eventually, to appease Su Ning's parents, they even signed a contract to hasten the marriage. Yet, once the wedding was concluded, the Xiao family revealed their true colors. The promised support dwindled to a mere 5 coins. And they promptly separated, abandoning the original owner and Xiao Yan's child to the ancestral home, neglecting them entirely. Even that paltry 5 coins had to be begrudgingly accounted for. If she brought home a vegetable, they would demand a coin in return, claiming it was for the original owner's cravings, thus tarnishing her reputation far and wide. Such incidents were countless. Though the resentment had festered over time, it hardly warranted a death sentence. What then was the true motive of this old crone? Feeling the weakness coursing through her body, Su Ning furrowed her brow. This was a hellish beginning, and she had no desire to play this game. Could she not withdraw? Yet, it was evident that escape was not an option. The old hag was determined not to let her go. "Sister-in-law, is this the moral upbringing of your Su family? Do not unleash your anger upon an old woman." Mrs. Zhao's face hardened as she suppressed her fury. "Considering your injuries, I shall refrain from further antagonizing you. Come inside, do not disgrace yourself here." As she spoke, she lunged to grab Su Ning, her expression betraying a savage determination. "Ah! The charade ends here, you shameless wretch. You are nothing but a masked villain. I shall report this to the authorities. I shall accuse you of murder." Su Ning pivoted, dodging Mrs. Xiao, and rushed toward the doorway. Her body was on the verge of collapse, yet before she could meet her demise, she was determined to avenge the original owner and not allow the Xiao family to escape unscathed. Seeing Su Ning retreating without a glance back, Mrs. Xiao grew anxious. If the authorities were alerted, the entire village would learn of their misdeeds. What would the villagers think of their family? Perhaps even the second daughter-in-law would face repercussions. No, she had to confine Su Ning within the house until her husband returned, but Su Ning was resolute. Before Mrs. Xiao could lay a finger upon her, she dashed outside, collapsing in the middle of the road. Help! The Xiao family has committed murder. Help! Oh, my head! Oh, my stomach! Oh, my hip bone! Her wretched cries, coupled with a visage smeared in blood, drew the gaze of onlookers, who regarded Mrs. Xiao as though she were a criminal. No! No, sister-in-law is merely jesting. Mrs. Xiao rushed after her, frantically waving her hands, lowering her voice. Sister-in-law, do you wish to sever ties with the Xiao family? Heavens, after beating me to this state, you still dare to threaten me. The moment you disagree, you resort to murder to silence me. I have no intention of dying. I refuse to be silenced. Su Ning summoned her remaining strength to twist Mrs. Xiao's wrist, crying out in agony, my arm. My hand, it's broken. Mrs. Xiao, already pained, was startled by her shriek and fell onto the ground. No, she twisted my arm. Look at me, in this state, could I possibly harm you? Are you feigning a fall to frame me? Where is your conscience? Oh, my head, oh, my heart. Su Ning feigned disbelief, grasping the nearby Aunt Su, handing her a nickel, and pleading, Auntie, please fetch my parents. I feel I am nearing my end. I wish to see them one last time. I implore you. Coupled with her pale, translucent face, she truly appeared as though on the brink of demise. Very well, I shall fetch them at once. Aunt Su's face turned ashen. This could escalate to a fatal incident. She hurriedly urged her son to assist. Su family village and Xiao family village were merely separated by a river, and intermarriage was common, and Su, being a distant cousin by Su family standards and having maintained a good relationship with the original owner, was more than willing to help, even without compensation. However, once the money was presented, her willingness to assist grew even more heartfelt. Aunt Su's youngest son was swift, disappearing in an instant, leaving Mrs. Xiao no opportunity to react. Few would refuse a small favor for a monetary reward, and some even hoped to aid Su Ning further. Is there anyone who can help me report this to the authorities? Su Ning did not disappoint. She produced another dime from her pocket. Leaning weakly against a tree root as if on the verge of collapse following the earlier incident with the nickel, more people were eager to help, but this was precisely why Su Ning had offered money. The Xiao family village was composed entirely of the Xiao surname, yet the degree of kinship varied widely. The Xiao family had moved from a distant location only a few generations ago, resulting in few blood relations. Furthermore, the Xiao family's reputation was generally poor, leading many to disapprove of them. A young man on a bicycle promptly accepted the money and sped off, leaving Mrs. Xiao bewildered. Su Ning narrowed her eyes as the blood continued to flow, her body growing colder while her mind sharpened. People around her were already seeking help from a barefoot doctor, most wearing concerned expressions. Yet Su Ning herself was not overly concerned. She quietly contemplated her next move. Upon perusing the original owner's memories, she had devised a plan, regardless of Mrs. Xiao's motives for wanting her dead. The Xiao family could not remain. She feared that if this continued, either the Xiao family would kill her, or she would end up vanquishing them all. Of us, if she were to remain in this place, it would be best to extricate herself from the Xiao family. But how to achieve that? Where would she reside afterward? How would she sustain herself? All required careful planning. Her body was too frail, otherwise she would have already struck back. However, time was on her side. Opportunities would abound. As for today, after calculating her circumstances, she determined it was more suitable to play the role of a victim, as it aligned perfectly with her bloodied appearance. Thus, she would continue to feign weakness. To be honest, she felt somewhat lightheaded. The responsibility of stirring trouble would soon rest upon the shoulders of the original owner's mother, while she would merely provide the strategy. With thoughts of her mother's fiery temperament, Su Ning felt quite satisfied. Chapter 3, Golden Finger, Revised. The geographical location of Xiao family village was relatively decent. A brisk walk to the town would take about an hour, while cycling would suffice in a mere 20 minutes. In town, there was a police station, so reporting the incident would entail a round trip of roughly 40 minutes. If she delayed any longer, it could stretch to an hour. As for reaching Su family village, it was merely a 10 to 20 minute walk. Thus she anticipated that the messengers from both sides would likely take a similar amount of time, meaning she should prepare for a wait of about an hour. However, with her current state, losing so much blood, it was uncertain whether she could endure that long. Should she prioritize stopping the bleeding or await her demise? There was a chance that dying would mean returning. Ding, excessive blood loss detected. Life at risk, granting 1 hemostatic pill and 1 nourishing pill. Please consume promptly. Just as Su Ning hesitated over whether to take action to prolong her troubles for the Xiao family, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within her mind. Almost immediately, Su Ning noticed a porcelain vial materialize in her hand, containing 2 round, lustrous pills. One was dark red, and the other white, both exuding an enticing fragrance that hinted at their remarkable potency. What a treasure! Su Ning's eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly no ordinary item. A flicker of suspicion ignited within her, for based on her experience with novels, this peculiar phenomenon was likely her golden finger from her transmigration. When she first awoke, she had wondered why she lacked any special benefits, and now it seemed they had finally arrived. Yet, regardless of her internal excitement, she maintained a stoic facade, showing no intention of consuming the pills. Instead, she quietly stowed them away in her pocket. Ding, excessive blood loss detected. Life at risk, granting 2 hemostatic pills and 2 nourishing pills. Please consume promptly. Before long, the mechanical voice echoed again, this time with a discernible urgency. This revelation ignited a spark of intrigue within Su Ning. Suppressing her desire to consume the pills, she once again tucked the 4 pills into her pocket. The more anxious the voice became, the more composed she felt that if she were to gamble, she would wait and see who would outlast whom. Ding life force continually declining, granting 2 hemostatic pills. 2 nourishing pills and 1 9-turn soul recovery pill, please consume promptly, consume promptly. The mechanical voice grew increasingly urgent, and Su Ning felt that if the entity had hands, it might have already force-fed her by now. However, this only reaffirmed her suspicion that this thing did not wish for her demise. In fact, it seemed to fear it. Understanding this gave her a sense of control. She recalled having faintly heard this voice before awakening. But at that time, she had been too stunned by her sudden transmigration to pay it any heed, and now, piecing together the current circumstances, she began to grasp the situation. She mused that despite claiming to be in good health, how could she possibly transmigrate merely from a nap? It was undoubtedly related to this wretched entity. Here she was, an accomplished content creator, enjoying a flourishing career and a happy family, yet because of this cursed thing, she was thrust into another world without so much as a consultation. If she was to be dragged into this ordeal, it better provide her with ample benefits, otherwise she would not comply. For when she resolved to be ruthless, even she feared herself. Noticing that she had stowed the elixir away in her pocket without any intention of consuming it, the mechanical voice seemed to hit a pause, momentarily halting before resignedly asking, "Host, please enlighten me, what would persuade you to take the medicine?" Su Ning's eyes brightened. "Send me back, right this instant, and I shall consume it immediately." The mechanical voice hesitated before responding with diminished confidence, "Well, that might not be possible. The version of you over there is already deceased, and your family has cremated the body. Returning would merely render you a spirit." Upon hearing this, Su Ning's expression darkened. And then, as if accepting her fate, she closed her eyes and murmured, "Then let us perish together. You have brought me to this state. If I cannot live and neither shall you thrive, we shall all die together." "Wait. Please, host, let us confer once more. Surely living even in miserable conditions is preferable to dying. I can offer compensation if you agree to take the medicine. Everything is negotiable." The voice resumed, sensing that Su Ning appeared to be on the brink of collapse. It hastily added, "You can communicate with me through your thoughts. I am designated as number 1, but feel free to call me Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi is your most devoted system, ever at your service. Stay calm, breathe deeply, life still holds its beauty. Alright, Mutt, goodbye, let us embrace destruction together." Su Ning responded inwardly, utterly disinclined to engage further. If she could not return, what use was this entity? "Wait, I can offer you valuable items. Look here, a space akin to those in novels, though not vast, it will suffice for your needs. I shall grant you this compensation, what do you think?" Xiaoyi continued to plead. "No, I have no money. What would I do with an empty space?" Su Ning glanced around the desolate area, rolling her eyes in exasperation. This space was roughly several hundred square feet, with a barren concrete floor and no visible ceiling, aside from a solitary empty room. It was evidently not suitable for cultivation. It was merely a common storage space, small and devoid of contents. Of what use could it be to her? This is indeed a space, many covet such treasures. Xiaoyi paused, incredulous. "It can permanently store items within. I procured it after much effort." Xiaoyi felt somewhat perplexed, sensing that something was amiss. According to the narratives of its predecessors, hosts who acquired space were typically elated. Why was this host behaving so unorthodoxly? "What good is it to me?" Others acquire spaces in the modern era, purchasing supplies before their transmigration, and you, without a word of preparation, drag me here and offer me this empty space. What purpose does it serve? A dumping ground? Su Ning retorted, thoroughly unimpressed. "Not a single useful item in sight. How do you have the audacity to present this?" she continued, frustration mounting. "I have done no wrong. In my next life, I shall surely be born into a family of virtue. Who desires to linger in this wretched place? Host, I genuinely wish to provide you with good fortune. The spiritual spring space is a premium item, beyond what my system can attain. As for the preparation time before transmigration, well, this is my first time as a system. I was simply too excited and acted hastily." Xiaoyi awkwardly explained. "Perhaps you could reconsider your demands?" "You. What use are you to me?" Su Ning was exasperated, fully aware that this entity was the source of her predicament. Otherwise she would still be lounging in her spacious home, one she had painstakingly acquired after a decade of savings. With her parents' support, she had yet to enjoy it before being thrust into this cursed realm. The thought of it made her wish for mutual annihilation. "Please," Xiaoyi urged. "I just remembered, I can activate a 1 yuan flash sale for you. Take a look at the items in the machine, all of which are necessities for this era. If you procure items through the flash sale, the space will indeed prove useful." As it spoke, it produced a large machine. The so-called flash sale machine resembled an old-fashioned lottery machine. On a half-height platform stood a base with an LCD screen that continuously flashed images of various goods. Dazzling the viewer's eyes, beneath the platform lay a red flash sale button, which Su Ning pressed, but nothing happened. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a recharge port on the side of the base and a small LCD screen displaying balance, 0, but it appeared she needed to add funds before she could utilize it. Scanning the items flashing on the screen: 3 pounds of eggs, a bag of flour, a bunch of vermicelli, a slab of pork belly, a large carp, 5 meat buns, and 3 yards of fabric. She noted the variety of goods available. Just about everything she could think of seemed to be included, igniting a flicker of excitement within her. Despite the unfavorable conditions of this era, if the historical trajectory mirrored the flourishing days of her homeland, it wouldn't be long before prosperity returned, the so-called era where even pigs could prosper. In such times, possessing ample resources would allow her to easily become wealthy in just a few years. She could return to being a comfortable, affluent individual. With this in mind, she considered giving it a shot. For days of wealth and leisure were indeed worth anticipating. However, she did not wish to let the mud off the hook so easily. Moreover, 1 yuan per flash sale seemed excessive. She currently possessed a mere 5 cents. Even if she was confident in her ability to earn a few coins, it would take time to accumulate funds. Until then, would she simply be left to watch? Furthermore, her injuries required time to heal. The combination of these factors could delay her for quite some time. Additionally, the total value of the items on the screen, compared to the market prices of this era, revealed that some were worth slightly more than a yuan, while others were of comparable or even lesser value. If she were to unluckily flash sale those items, not only would she fail to profit, but she might even incur losses. Contemplating all this, she found the machine rather lackluster to know the rules of this flash sale needed to be revised. Trash. Su Ning's tone grew increasingly assertive. What is that? 5 buns, even a state-owned restaurant charges only 10 cents each. You think I'm a fool? And that bunch of vermicelli dozen tea looks substantial. A single fish wound tea cost much in this countryside. And for this, I must spend a whole yuan. Utter rubbish. It's simply unacceptable. Wait, hold on. It's not as if you're guaranteed to land on the buns. Perhaps you could score something else. Like that slab of pork belly, there's got to be at least 2 pounds, right? If you manage to flash sale that, wouldn't you be in profit? Xiaoyi timidly defended, its tone lacking conviction. This flash sale machine had been discarded by its predecessors, and it had thought it amusing enough to keep in its backpack. It hadn't expected Su Ning to catch onto the flaws so swiftly. 2 pounds of pork from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Even the most expensive fatty pork is only 80 cents per pound. Even if you manage to flash sale it, you're looking at a mere few cents of profit. You, a system, are trying to swindle me with a few cents. Don't you feel ashamed? What do you propose we do? Then? Xiaoyi asked, growing increasingly anxious as Su Ning showed no signs of being swayed. Mutt, do you truly want me to spell it out? First of all, this space of yours is utterly useless. It's empty. What am I to do with it? Use it as a trash bin. Furthermore, your flash sale machine, there is no need to even discuss it. With this, how dare you negotiate with me? I'm beginning to suspect you're merely toying with me. Before negotiations began, it was wise to undermine the opponent's confidence, ensuring their arrogance was quelled. This was indeed the best time to negotiate. Although she had never been in sales, her past experience in creating videos had equipped her with the knowledge needed for this moment. This is actually the best I can offer. Xiaoyi replied. Feeling wronged suddenly, a spark of excitement lit up its expression. How about you take the medicine first, and once I report back to the main system, I'll fetch you something better. Being a novice system on its first task, Xiaoyi had been too enthusiastic and neglected to prepare adequately before rushing to find a host, leaving its backpack rather lacking in valuable items. However, it could always return to retrieve something. The more Xiaoyi contemplated, the more it believed this was a brilliant idea. Don't, I absolutely despise eating pancakes. You needn't draw anything for me. I'll only accept what I can hold in my hand. Su Ning interrupted firmly. The moment this creature slipped away, returning would be uncertain. One only negotiates contracts with honorable individuals. Why would she negotiate with a rogue? She herself was no paragon of virtue, hence she viewed others through the same lens. What then shall we do? Xiaoyi asked. On the verge of tears. Very well, Mutt, I see your plight. I shall reluctantly lower my demands a notch. Aside from that trash space, you must agree to 3 additional conditions, and then I will take the medicine. Su Ning wasted no time. Acutely aware that her life was fleeting as her consciousness grew clearer, yet simultaneously felt her vitality waning. My name is Xiao. Xiaoyi still wanted to argue, but upon meeting Su Ning's disdainful glare, her voice dwindled. All right, if you want to call me Dogsy, then so be it. I can provide you with space, and as long as I can fulfill your conditions, I will agree to them. Xiaoyi, or rather, Dogsy, showed a lack of backbone. First, I want 1 bottle of each of those medicines from earlier. If there are any other types, a little of those would be good too. You never know when I might find myself in such a situation again. I need to stock up for my own survival. This is also for both our sakes. You wouldn't want to switch hosts right after just accepting one, would you? Su Ning spoke in a tone that suggested she was looking out for Dogsy's best interests. She wasn't too concerned about the other medicines. But the 9-turn soul reviving pill sounded exceptionally valuable. She felt she should definitely request a few more of those. I can authorize you 2 bottles of the hemostatic pill and the health pill. But I only have 5 9-turn soul reviving pills in total. I've already used 1 on your body, so I can give you a maximum of 3 more. I must keep 1 for myself. I can't offer any more than that. Dogsy appeared pained, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Su Ning clicked her tongue. After all, gaining 1 more pill was still a gain, with 3 requests in total. She couldn't let the first condition fall through. Alright then, I'll take 2 large bottles of the hemostatic pill and the health pill, and 3 of the soul reviving pills will do. Are there any other medicines available? There are also beauty pills and strength pills, but I only have 1 of each, as they were gifts from other systems. Dogsy felt a pang of regret. It still handed the pills to Su Ning, thoughtfully placing them directly into the small room within the space. These were relatively easy for him to obtain, so although he felt a bit of pain, it wasn't too grievous. Su Ning glanced around the roughly 300 square feet of open space, noting the small room that resembled a single dormitory in the corner, along with a row of small porcelain vials inside. She felt a slight sense of satisfaction. So, what is the second condition? Dogsy urged. The second condition is to change the 1 yuan flash sale to a 1 cent flash sale. Su Ning stated without any hint of embarrassment. You see? I am just a rural person earning only a few yuan a month. Where would I find a whole yuan to spend on flash sales? If there is no money for the flash sale, then isn't that machine essentially useless. A flash sale machine that can't be used is as good as a piece of junk. Besides, in this day and age, a single cent is practically equivalent to a yuan from modern times. Isn't it unreasonable to set the flash sale at 1 yuan? Think about it, doesn't that sound unreasonable? You must modify the rules according to the circumstances, otherwise, as your host, how could I possibly be satisfied? Don't you conduct satisfaction surveys? Shouldn't you be aiming to improve the service experience? Dogsy. This approach simply won't do. I'm not trying to criticize you, but your service is lacking. Anyone else would have cut you down by now. Moreover, my requests are actually for your benefit. After all, you are a system. How could you truly let a useless entity be cast aside? Even if it is useless, it should at least be utilized. Otherwise, if this matter gets out, it will undoubtedly tarnish your reputation. If the system next door finds out, will they not mock you? If your future host discovers this, will they not look down on you? And what if those younger systems of yours learn of it? Will they not disdain you? Just consider this. Am I really making these requests for my own sake? Isn't it truly for your benefit? Well, that seems logical, but Dogsy listened, gradually finding some merit in her argument. Given the current value of money, it was indeed unreasonable to still use 1 yuan for a flash sale. Adjusting the rules would merely require expending a little energy. To avoid being ridiculed by neighboring systems. Future hosts, or younger counterparts, expending a bit of energy seemed a small price to pay. With Dogsy's consent, the unit displayed on the recharge screen shifted from yuan to cents, and the 1 yuan flash sale machine instantaneously transformed into a 1 cent flash sale machine. Seeing this, Su Ning couldn't help but smile, struggling to suppress her excitement. However, that feeling of weakness returned, and alarms began sounding in her mind. Now for the last condition, hurry up and say it so I can take my medicine. Dogsy was in a state of panic upon hearing the alarm. If we wait any longer, the soul reviving pill won't be able to save you. The final condition. Su Ning didn't hesitate, lightly clearing her throat, feeling a tad embarrassed as she said, for the sake of convenience and calculations. I think it would be best to standardize the quantity of all items. What do you think? That is fine. Dogsy found this condition rather simple. It had prepared itself for a much tougher negotiation. Only to find that the host had such a modest request, and she even looked a bit shy. Clearly, it had underestimated her. Since the host was so agreeable, it decided not to be stingy. It planned to supplement a bit more energy to convert all items to 10 pounds. Ensuring the host could have a better experience. With this thought, Dogsy felt like the most considerate system, convinced that it and the host were a perfect match. Well, my suggestion is to change the unit of all items to tons. What? Tons? 2,000 pounds? Host, are you certain you didn't misspeak? Dogsy felt as if its entire existence was in jeopardy. 1 ton equated to an astronomical quantity. 1 ton of eggs meant tens of thousands. 1 ton of meat meant 10 hefty pigs. 1 ton of fish meant thousands of them. The host could easily seize these resources, yet here she was negotiating terms. What kind of delusion led it to believe the host was decent? It realized it was still too naive. The host remained the same. The fact that she could feel even slightly embarrassed was her greatest virtue. Yes, that is my only request. As silence enveloped her mind, Su Ning hesitated for a moment, aware that her demand might be slightly excessive. However, seeking benefits was inherently a give-and-take situation. Not if she didn't aim higher, how could the other party negotiate? With these thoughts, her momentary shyness dissipated, and she regained her boldness. You just said that as long as you can do it, you would agree, so can you accomplish this? Since it had already modified the rules, changing it to tons should be feasible. She wasn't asking for anything beyond its capabilities. This was entirely reasonable, right? Doing it is certainly possible, but the amount of energy required is simply. Dogsy found itself in a dilemma, feeling speechless and tormented. Wanting to bang its head against a wall. It had already expended a portion of energy to modify the rules. Now, to make a significant change, it would have to part with nearly half of its remaining energy. As a system, it relied on energy for survival. Without it, it would cease to exist. But considering the commands from the main system, what choice did it have? The alarm blared again, its tone increasingly urgent. Dogsy watched as Su Ning's life force plummeted. Despite being a system that couldn't sweat, it felt as if it were drenched in perspiration. 40, 30, 20. Her vitality dwindled rapidly, and the sensation of loss was palpable even to Su Ning herself. All right. If you refuse, then so be it. It has been nice knowing you. I wish you the best as a system, Dogsy. Goodbye. Hearing the alarm, Su Ning quietly clutched the medicine in her hand, contemplating the system's tolerance toward her. If it agreed to this, it might hold significant benefits for her. Wait, don't die. I'll change it right away. Dogsy felt helpless. It had struggled to find a suitable host. Could it truly allow her to perish? Fine, a little energy wasted was a small price to pay for the completion of its task. As soon as it spoke, the flash sale machine flickered and abruptly transformed into a golden hue. As if it had leveled up. On the enormous golden display screen, an array of resources flashed by. Although the images remained the same, the quantities behind them had all changed to tons. 1 ton of eggs, 1 ton of pork, 1 ton of beef, 1 ton of fabric, 1 ton of bread, and so on. Su Ning was nearly drooling. Dogsy, you're truly amazing. Su Ning's gaze darkened, realizing that this dog-like entity aimed to ensure she never faced hardships. Its intentions were far from ordinary. Nevertheless, she decided to take it in stride. When faced with adversity, one must adapt. With this thought, she retrieved the soul-reviving pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of warmth flowed from her mouth to her limbs, alleviating the heavy sensation in her body. She could distinctly feel her condition improving. Of course, this improvement was only relative to how she felt before taking the medicine. It wouldn't restore her completely in one go. However, she believed that with a few days of recuperation she would certainly recover fully. She could even sense that the medicine not only healed her wounds but also nourished her body, though this process would take some time. Chapter 6, Arrival of the Su family. 10, 20 and 30. Watching her life force gradually rise, Dogsy let out a sigh of relief. I've agreed to your requests and fulfilled them, but all these items were painstakingly gathered from various parallel dimensions, which was no easy feat. Therefore, aside from the first month when you can flash sale once a day, afterward you can only do so every 3 days. Su Ning had no complaints about this arrangement. Acquiring 30 tons of resources in the first month and 10 tons in subsequent months was a fair deal. Even if she was satisfied, she wouldn't show it outwardly. Who knew if Dogsy was trying to deceive her? After all, a system willing to provide resources by the ton might have ulterior motives. Her years of experience taught her that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The greater the cost incurred by the other party, the more she would ultimately have to give up. Since she couldn't prevent it, she would strive to gain as much as possible. With a cold snort, he remarked, Dogsy, are you attempting to go back on your word? You claim I can enter with a white knife. Will that reviving pill still be able to save me? Dogsy shivered, shaking his head repeatedly. No, it's not my decision. This frequency was predetermined by the main system long ago. I simply forgot to mention it at the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ning struggled, preparing to snatch the sickle from the nearby ant who was harvesting chives, which made Dogsy panic. Host, listen to me. I can arrange for you to receive a free lottery opportunity. You can draw once every week and additionally once every month, which essentially grants you 5 extra free chances each month. Surely that must suffice. The killing machine originally had this rule, and it could be removed. However, during the recent modifications it intentionally omitted that detail, aiming to conserve a bit of energy. Unfortunately, the host was a penny pincher and demanded every last bit. Weeping in frustration, the main system hadn't anticipated that this host would be so difficult to manage. Fine. Su Ning displayed an expression of resignation. I only agreed to this because we are one entity. Should there be any further benefits, do remember to provide me with a share. An additional 5 tons each month. How delightful. Yet, it seemed they had reached the end of the line. From here on, she would need to play the emotional card. After all, they might need to cooperate in the future. Dogsy was nearly moved to tears as the host finally remembered their shared bond, which was no small feat. To protect the host's fragile life, it had faced tremendous challenges. A considerable portion of the energy it painstakingly accumulated had already been consumed. No, it needed to retreat quickly, otherwise it might end up with nothing, considering the energy it would expend on the return journey. Even if it reached the main system, it would likely have very little left. Encountering such a host was undeniably arduous for it. Well then, host, I'm off. You won't seek death again, will you? Dogsy asked. Casting a doubtful glance at Su Ning, she shook her head vigorously. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. I will not go back on my promise. Though Dogsy harbored some skepticism, it quickly vanished upon seeing its dwindling energy, and it dared not delay any longer, swiftly disappearing from sight. Dogsy, Dogsy, are you still there? Su Ning called out a couple of times, and once she confirmed the system was absent, she finally had the leisure to closely examine her treasures. As for what the system intended to do with her, she would not dwell on it for now. There would come a day when she would know. Presently, she was eager to explore her newfound possessions. Lying half dead on the ground, the villagers of Shao family village were hesitant to approach, fearing they might become embroiled in the turmoil, which inadvertently afforded Su Ning some privacy. She entered her space with her consciousness, surveying it meticulously. The single dormitory was structured as a one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom. Currently, it was empty, and she would need to find an opportunity to furnish it. While it was somewhat rudimentary, it at least provided a secure place to store her belongings and safeguard her life, so she would not be picky. Next, she glanced at the killing machine nestled in the corner outside. Her gaze filled with fervor. She then withdrew the meager 5 cents from her pocket and deposited it. The flashing screen displayed a line of text. 5 cents have been credited, allowing for 5 kills. Would you like to proceed with the kill? The killing button on the platform now shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if activated. Su Ning's eyes gleamed with excitement as she blew on her hands and firmly pressed the kill button. Various resources flashed before her eyes, and the screen corner indicated the kill had commenced, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a ding echoed, and the rapidly scrolling images gradually came to a halt, finally landing on a pile of eggs. Su Ning's eyes lit up. It appeared she had managed to kill 1 ton of eggs today, though she was unsure how to retrieve them. The killing machine did not keep her waiting long, as the display soon revealed another message. Would you like to retrieve them? Yes? No? Su Ning selected yes, and the machine trembled slightly. The enormous screen vanished, transforming into a black hole from which a large basket of eggs was expelled. The eggs were contained in a wooden box measuring approximately 1 meter in length, width, and height, with no lid, only eggs, no egg trays or similar items. The eggs were roughly the size of farm-fresh eggs, and estimating around 10 per pound. There were likely about 20,000 eggs here. She mentally counted 500, intending to place them in the kitchen of her small room for personal consumption, while the remainder she would sell when the opportunity arose. In the countryside, eggs typically sold for 3 cents each, but in town, they fetched 4 cents, and in the city, they could even be sold for 5 cents each. The black market was even more lucrative. With prices reaching 1 dime each, thus, if managed well, the remaining 19,500 eggs could yield a considerable profit. This was merely the first day's killing, with daily opportunities ahead. Reflecting on this, Su Ning let out a long sigh. Although she still yearned to return to the modern world, Dogsy had offered too much for her to refuse. She had no choice but to begrudgingly stay. Most importantly, she had lost all her remains in the modern era. Did she really want to return as a ghost? The 500 eggs nearly covered the kitchen floor, causing Su Ning distress as she resolved to quickly acquire more shelves and containers. She also needed to procure some cooking supplies, otherwise it would be frustrating to have resources she couldn't consume. Additionally, she needed to devise a plan to convert the rest into money, and once the market opened, she could start a business. Wouldn't that lead to a better life? Just as Su Ning reveled in her bright future, the individuals sent to fetch her parents from the Su family returned. Perhaps they were in too much of a hurry, as the round trip took only half an hour. Not only did the entire Su family arrive, but also numerous uncles, aunts, brothers, and younger siblings with blood ties, creating quite a scene. In this era's countryside, kinship was paramount. The Su lineage was thriving, and the village was larger than Xiao family village, populated with relatives sharing a common ancestor, though minor disputes existed among them. They presented a united front when facing outsiders. Upon hearing that a younger member of their family had been nearly beaten to death by the in-laws, they all rushed over after work. "Daughter! My daughter!" Su's mother ran over, having lost one shoe in her haste. Upon seeing Su Ning lying beside a tree, covered in blood and appearing gravely injured, tears immediately streamed down her face, and her hands trembled in fear that her daughter had already ceased to breathe. Su's father and several brothers also reddened their eyes, and even a few close relatives displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Chapter 7. Meeting the great-grandmother. Upon seeing the Su family arrive, Su Ning instantly regained her confidence. Though her face was a mask of grievance as she whimpered, "Mother, please take me home. I don't want to die here at the Xiao family. Just take me away. It hurts so much, I'm so cold." "Mother, am I about to die? I think I can see my great-grandmother." Her pale visage combined with a ghostly tone sent a jolt through everyone present. The crowd from Su family village was filled with both anger and compassion. What kind of torment had she endured to wish to escape the Xiao family even in death? They felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. Seeing her great-grandmother meant she was truly on the brink of death. It was said that those nearing death could see their deceased relatives. Such a fine child, barely married for 2 years, had been worn down by the Xiao family. How could they be so cruel? "My poor daughter." Su's mother couldn't help but wail, then suddenly stood up, brandishing a wooden pole, fiercely declaring, "Daughter, don't be afraid, mother will avenge you." With that, she charged toward the Xiao family, shouting, "You two old hags dare to treat my daughter this way? Is your Xiao family a den of thieves? I will fight you to the end." She intended to strike at Xiao Er's wife. She had heard from the messenger boy that her daughter's injuries were inflicted by Xiao Er's spouse. The members of the Xiao family had always looked down upon her daughter, but due to their proximity, they had refrained from going too far. Little did they expect that this time they would dare to strike with lethal intent. Were they taking advantage of the fact that her daughter's family had no one to back her? In-laws? In-laws, this is all a misunderstanding. Zhao's father had just returned from drinking in the neighboring village and had only just learned of the situation. In-laws, the wives of Er and San, were just playing around. It was an accident. "We have already summoned a barefoot doctor. If necessary, we'll take her to town. She will definitely be cured. She will certainly recover." Zhao's mother tugged at Zhao's father's clothing, hoping to buy some time, fearing that her daughter might not survive, but Zhao's father brushed her off with a cold glance, a flicker of malice in his eyes, then turned back to continue apologizing to Su's mother. "Aunt. She hit me too." Xiao Er's wife, while dodging, revealed her face, which still bore the faint imprint of a slap. "That must be because you were too harsh with your words. Why didn't my daughter hit anyone else?" Su's mother was not concerned with such details. All she knew was that her daughter had been wronged and was on the verge of death. Her heart felt like it was being fried in oil, causing unbearable agony. "In-laws, please show mercy." Zhao's father found it difficult to stop Su's mother, so he pushed Zhao's mother forward, signaling her to mediate. As the commotion escalated, their family would not come out unscathed. The village chief of Xiao family village also intervened to persuade Su family's sister-in-law, "It is more important to treat the child's injuries first. Once the child is well, I will personally escort those responsible to apologize." The village chief was fearful of the situation escalating to a fatality, as long as the person was unharmed. A fight could be settled with an apology or some compensation. In the village, fighting was commonplace, as long as no one was killed or maimed. Yes, treat the injuries first." Zhao's father chimed in. As they spoke, someone called out that the barefoot doctor had arrived. The village's barefoot doctors usually had no formal training. They were often individuals who knew a bit about medicine and had gone to town for a half-year course before returning to practice. Their medical skills were generally limited. They could mostly handle minor issues like diarrhea or cuts, but serious injuries were beyond their experience. Thus, upon seeing Su Ning covered in blood, that man immediately felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He glanced up and down without even checking her pulse, repeatedly waving his hands to indicate he could not assist, urging them to swiftly take her to the town or city, with so much blood lost. He feared the situation was dire. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. In truth, had the barefoot doctor taken the time to examine her pulse, he might have discerned the peculiarities of Su Ning's condition. Observing his demeanor, Su Ning felt a slight relief. With her worries eased, she began to plot her next move. Going to the hospital was out of the question, and she certainly could not remain in the Xiao household until she fully recovered. Given the nature of Xiao father and Xiao mother, it was clear they would not care for her properly. Furthermore, considering her recent injury and Xiao Mother's earlier attitude, she sensed that staying in the Xiao household would not bring her peace, while she could recuperate in the Su family home. Remaining there indefinitely was also not a viable option. She was not particularly concerned about the Su family discovering any discrepancies. After all, it was only natural for her character to shift following her ordeal. Moreover, despite having seen them on several occasions over the past 2 years, she had not lived with them, so some changes were to be expected. However, staying in the Su household would hinder her ability to take any action. The numerous family members and her own secrets made it less comfortable than the Xiao residence. But she would need to devise a plan to secure that residence first. Upon hearing the barefoot doctor's comments, the Su family members were instantly incensed, yet thanks to the presence of the villagers from Xiao family and the intervention of the village head from Su family, a physical altercation was averted. Second brother, do not strike, we must establish some ground rules. The village head of Su was a distant cousin of Su father, both being grandsons of the same great-grandmother. Having served in the military before becoming the village head, he possessed greater insight than most. Recognizing that a genuine fight would lead to chaos, he intervened persistently. With a grim expression, Su father observed the obsequious demeanor of the Xiao family and snorted coldly. Stepping aside with the support of the village head, the remaining members of the Su family encircled the Xiao family, casting cold glances in their direction. Mother, come here. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Su mother dropped her burden. Her eyes reddening as she gazed at her. Generally, illnesses in this area were examined by barefoot doctors, with few ever venturing to the town or city, as it was widely believed that if a barefoot doctor could not cure it, then it was beyond hope. Su mother was no exception to this belief at that moment. Daughter, do not be afraid, mother is here. Imagining her delicate daughter on the brink of death, Su mother's tears flowed freely as she enveloped Su Ning in her embrace. Su Ning's heart softened momentarily. Returning the embrace, she whispered, Mother, this injury is not serious, I am merely pretending, please cooperate with me shortly. Su mother hesitated, glancing down at Su Ning, although her head was stained with blood and her complexion was pallid. Her eyes sparkled with life, clearly not the visage of someone on the verge of death. Witnessing this, her anger surged. This foolish child had nearly frightened her to death, yet she dared not act in front of so many people and merely nodded slightly. Mother, I want the money promised by the Xiao family and the old Xiao residence. This was rightfully due to the original owner over the past 2 years, now that she had taken her place. It naturally belonged to her. As for Xiao Ersaw and Xiao Mother, she had no intention of sparing them either. Su Mother patted her back to convey her understanding before turning to face the Xiao family head of the household. This matter requires clarification. Su Mother's voice was icy as she continued, My precious daughter nearly met her demise at their hands. What do you have to say for yourselves? In-laws, we shall find a vehicle to take the third daughter-in-law to the town immediately. We will ensure she receives proper care. Xiao father glared at his second son, feeling unable to reprimand his wife too harshly, but he could certainly chastise his son. Regardless of the commotion, such brutal measures could never be allowed. How could they let the truth surface? Such a troublesome lot. Cough, cough. Su Ning coughed lightly, wary that the effects of the reviving pill might be too potent. She wished to avoid the hospital if possible, with the system providing her with pills. Healing would undoubtedly be achievable. Su Mother instantly understood, her voice cold as she declared, We do not require your family to assist. What if you pull some tricks? Will my daughter still have a life? She then turned to the barefoot doctor, Brother Dinyo. Please assess how much it would cost to treat her properly in town. Chapter 8, Money in the countryside. Barefoot doctors were shared among multiple villages, with work points distributed centrally by the commune. The barefoot doctor here was known as Sun Dinyo, residing not far away in Sun Huizai. As he frequently traveled among the villages, he was well known. After glancing at the blood on Su Ning's body, Sun Dinyo sighed. We are all fellow villagers here, so I shall speak plainly. Setting aside whether we can treat her, even if we can, it will cost at least 1 or 200 yuan. Given the severity of her injuries, she may only be kept alive afterward. The actual costs may be even higher. Hospitals are a bottomless pit, no amount of money is ever sufficient. Very well. I shall not concern myself with how much you require, 150 will suffice. Su Mother gazed at the elderly couple from the Xiao family and continued, When your third son wished to marry my daughter, he only offered 20 yuan as a betrothal gift. We initially opposed the union until he promised to provide the full dowry of 3 rounds and 1 sound, at which point we agreed. In his haste to return, he entrusted the money to you two to help with the purchase. Surely, you have not forgotten this, as there were numerous witnesses present, and signatures were made. Yet look at the situation now, my daughter has been married for 2 years. And what have you purchased? Even if you were too busy, where is the money? If you have not made the purchases, hand the money over to my daughter, and I shall buy them myself. Should anything happen to her, I will burn all these items for her, you cannot deny this. Su Ning coughed a couple of times. Her mother was utterly unreserved, speaking of burning items for her. Why should we supplement the dowry after marriage? Xiao Mother exclaimed. As though she had been struck, she could not possibly return the money that had already passed into her hands. That would be akin to stabbing her in the heart. Many around them began to murmur, some agreeing to the supplementation, while the majority felt that after 2 years of marriage, there was no basis for such a claim. Indeed, are the Su family truly so desperate for money? Xiao Ersaw chimed in, sneering, a mere country girl, and she still wishes for 3 rounds and 1 sound. You should consider whether she is worthy. Exactly, do you think we are fools? Xiao Mother rolled her eyes, and upon hearing the majority dissent, her confidence swelled. Report to the authorities, fraudulent marriage. Su Ning tugged at her mother's sleeve, weakly suggesting this, causing a spark of realization in Su mother's eyes. Do not argue with me, your third son signed a document. And there are ample witnesses from both our village and yours that if you refuse to comply we shall report to the authorities claiming that your Xiaoyan defrauded my daughter. Such an offense can lead to hard labor. Indeed. A promise made must be fulfilled, failing to do so is tantamount to fraud. The villagers from Su family echoed in agreement, recalling how they had envied the announcement of Xiaoyan's promise of 3 rounds and 1 sound. Only to have it forgotten over time. However, the initial agreement had indeed been made before marriage, thus constituting a fraudulent marriage. In-laws, shall we not focus on the child's injury? Xiao father attempted to deflect the conversation, first. Let us treat her, everything else can wait until the third son returns. Furthermore, you surely do not wish for the 2 children to become estranged, as they still have to live together in the future. This last remark held an implicit threat. Su mother hesitated for a moment. To be honest, it was indeed not ideal for the 2 children to grow too distant. Mother, do not let it go. I want to accuse Sun Nizi of murder and Xiaoyan of fraudulent marriage. If they could harm me once, they could do so again. Who knows if I will see them again? Su Ning clutched her chest, her expression one of despair. Upon hearing this, Su mother's resolve solidified. Accuse them, I shall assist you. Xiao father's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized Su Ning. Resembling a venomous snake, making her shiver involuntarily as she met his gaze, the Xiao family had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Xiao Shan, was an honest man married to Zhao Ping from the nearby Zhaoguai village, who was rather assertive. He rarely spoke, much like the original Su Ning, and was not favored by Xiao mother. Given their limited interactions, it was hard to ascertain his character. The second son, Xiao Hai, was clever and favored by the elderly couple. His wife, Sun Ning, hailed from Sun Huizi and was the most petty of the lot, easily provoked and often clashing with the original Su Ning during their arguments, based on the original memory. She was somewhat dim-witted, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She usually only dared to speak out, and her provocation seemed intentionally designed to irritate the original Su Ning, which struck her as odd. The third son, Xiaoyan, was the original Su Ning's husband. They had only met twice, once during a rescue and once at their wedding, so she had little knowledge of him, from what she had heard from others. He seemed quite decent, though it was uncertain if he was merely putting on a facade. As for the 2 daughters of the Xiao family, one had married into the town, while the other had wed in Sun Huizi, and they seldom returned, leaving the original Su Ning unfamiliar with them. Regarding the elderly couple, Xiao mother was particularly greedy, giving the original Su Ning only 5 yuan per month, always aiming to deduct a bit more. And her words were harsh, being the second most frequent source of arguments with the original. However, from the original Su Ning's memories, it seemed many of those actions were instigated by the elder Xiao. Thus, the true villain of the household was undoubtedly him. Jiangua, you must consider this carefully. If this matter escalates to a lawsuit, it may very well prompt Yanzi to return from the military. Xiao father, known as Xiao Jiangua, was considered the eldest among his peers. The village head, Xiao Liang, typically referred to him as brother, partly due to his age and partly because of Xiao Yan. It was said that Xiao Yan was currently serving in the army, already a company commander, and was likely to be promoted to deputy battalion commander soon, making him a significant figure in Xiao family village. In future recruitment efforts, he would likely need to lend a hand, thus the Xiao family treated him with considerable deference. Thus, it is primarily concerned with the future of Xiao Yan. His 2 sons are nearing 20, and they are eager to find an opportunity to send them to the army. Initially, we intended to wait for the third son to return for a family visit, allowing the young couple to purchase things themselves. However, since the in-laws have spoken, my dear wife, you should return and bring the money to the in-laws. For a brief moment, Zhao's father wore a grim expression, but soon reverted to his usual demeanor. In my household, the wife manages the finances. Had I known that the third son's wife desired something, I would have already persuaded my wife to relinquish some funds. A hint of mockery flickered in Su Ning's eyes. Although the money was in Zhao's mother's hands, without the approval of Zhao's father, she would not dare to spend a single penny. The old man's words were merely an attempt to shift the blame onto Zhao's mother. However, Zhao's father was quite concerned about his reputation, and if this could be leveraged, it would be quite advantageous. With this thought, she tugged at Su's mother's sleeve. Your agreement is all that is required. Su's mother, perceptive as ever, chuckled in response. Moreover, there is the matter of the 20 yuan each month, which was agreed upon at the outset, since my daughter is not working and is solely dedicated to caring for the child. Xiao Yan is to provide 20 yuan for his wife and child, while you 2 are to receive 5. Yet, what do we find? My daughter, along with a small infant, is left with only 5 yuan each month. Were it not for my monthly support, they would surely starve. With that, she offered no opportunity for Zhao's father to retaliate, gesturing towards the 2 daughters-in-law. Everyone take note, aside from the dowry my sister brought. Is there anything of value in this household? The 2 sister-in-laws beckoned several nearby aunts to come in and inspect, revealing that the old residence was utterly barren, devoid of any possessions, with only a scant amount of coarse sorghum flour in the kitchen. This was in stark contrast to the claims made by Zhao's elderly couple about how well they treated their daughters-in-law. Chapter 9. Apology. Her family consists only of the 2 of them. Why would they need to acquire so many items? Besides ISNT, there also the monthly 5 yuan. 5 yuan is not an insignificant amount. Zhao's mother's expression darkened, and she muttered. Noticing no one contradicted her, she continued, tell me, in whose household would 5 yuan be sufficient for a month? How much do we earn in a month, right? It's merely her reckless spending that has depleted it. That is indeed true. A labor point now garners at most 1 dime, after deducting the grain associated with each person. A family might only earn a few dozen yuan in a year. 5 yuan is quite considerable. A pound of fine grain, if available on the market, costs just over a dime. Indeed, that could procure a fair amount of grain. Yes. Indeed. Purchasing grain alone would suffice, but one cannot ignore that some people sell a handful of vegetables for a yuan. One cannot avoid purchasing. Su Ning, noticing Zhao's mother looking her way, feigned fear. Whispering, "Mother-in-law, I did not imply it was you." Yet her demeanor left little doubt. My daughter is truly pitiful. Everyone knows the kind of life she endured at home, but after marrying, what has changed? Xiaoyan promised to care for my daughter well. But in reality? My daughter, a young maiden, has yet to even settle into a proper home since marrying. How can she feed the child without purchasing rice to make soup? She needs to buy salt, oil, soy sauce, and vinegar, and much of that is exchanged for a handful of vegetables. Furthermore, upon getting married, she was assigned to the old residence, and the 20 yuan bride price was spent on repairs. Leaving her with not a single cent. The life they are living is evident to all of you. The child is not eating well and often falls ill. The last time I truly ran out of money, I sought help, only to be, I had no choice but to return to my maternal home for assistance. People say that when marrying a man one is assured clothing and food, yet, Su Ning spoke, her eyes closing as if resigned to her fate, a sight that evoked sympathy from those watching. The Xiao family, due to Xiaoyan's support, lived a better life than most, with the occasional scent of meat wafting through the air. Yet, the original owner resided in a secluded area, and no one truly knew the hardship she faced. In the past, everyone envied her. The original owner was not one to engage much socially. And over time, they all assumed she was living well. Now, upon hearing her speak, their perspective shifted, especially among those with daughters. Alas, my daughter has refrained from speaking ill of her in-laws and has endured in silence, even advising us not to share her plight. Su's mother wiped a tear from her eye. She has devoted herself to the well-being of her in-laws, yet who cares for her, even if the daughter-in-law is an outsider? The grandson is still family, right? To charge a yuan for a handful of vegetables, have you ever encountered such a person? The gazes of the crowd towards the Xiao family grew increasingly disapproving. They had always presented themselves as exemplary, yet it turned out they were using the subsidies from their third son to mistreat his wife and child. How shameless could they be? Moreover, vegetables in the countryside are not worth much. Many families grow more than they can consume, and thus cannot sell for a good price. The Xiao family selling vegetables to their own daughter-in-law for 1 or 2 yuan was simply outrageous. We have no choice. We wish to reclaim the money to ensure proper medical care. If the in-laws were generous, we would not need to ask. Su's mother concluded, turning to face Zhao's father. Zhao's father's expression darkened, and after a while, he managed to calm himself enough to say, "Third son's wife, you live alone over there. We feared you might have too much money, and others would take advantage of you and your child. Who would have thought you would think this way? Very well. My wife will give her the money we prepared." He spoke with a look of disappointment. Seeing his demeanor, the crowd cast suspicious glances at Su Ning, wondering if she had truly misinterpreted their goodwill. The elderly couple had prepared the funds, fearing she, as a young daughter-in-law, might not handle it well. "Oh dear, I truly misunderstood you. Last time my daughter had a fever, I sought to borrow 2 yuan from you. But you refused, fearing my daughter would not safeguard those 2 yuan. Must I enumerate everything? 500 yuan plus the 15 yuan shortfall each month, and then the rest the 150 for the forthcoming medical consultation in town, a total of 1,010 yuan. Subtract a small amount, and 1,000 yuan will suffice." Su's mother scoffed, "You are all cunning old foxes. What are you playing at here? What if it's not enough?" Su Ning timidly queried. "You are my daughter. I would gladly spend any amount on you. This injury may require a lifetime of care, while this sum appears substantial. It will only cover a few hospital visits. Enough, no more discussion. If you do not wish for your in-laws to be troubled, then I shall refrain from adding to their burdens, even if it means selling the house. I will ensure you receive proper treatment." The intentions of both parties were now clear. The crowd, initially stunned by the mention of 1,000 yuan, began to reconsider upon Su's mother's words given the severity of the injury. Even if healed, it was likely she would not be able to work again, leading to ongoing expenses. With this realization, they felt the Xiao family had indeed offered too little. Zhao's father's expression grew even darker. And just as he was about to speak, the young man who had left on a bicycle returned, accompanied by 2 police officers. "Who reported to the police? What has happened?" One older officer immediately spotted Su Ning lying by the tree, and his expression changed. "Who did this?" Seeing the amount of blood, he feared she might not survive. "Comrades of the police, it was I who reported." Su Ning, with a trembling hand, raised it slightly, her face pale as she said, "Thank you for your hard work. I fear I may not last long. The one who assaulted me was my second sister-in-law. However, I do not wish to pursue this matter further. My in-laws have agreed to compensate me with 1,000 yuan, allowing me to eat and drink well before I leave. And they have also promised to give me the old residence I currently inhabit. I only require a letter of repentance and wish to let the matter rest." After speaking, she began to cough incessantly, leaning weakly against Su's mother, appearing as if she were on the brink of death. Su's mother quickly covered her face and wept. "Comrades of the police, my daughter has a kind heart and does not wish to pursue this matter further. Not even wanting the money. In truth, that money was originally promised as her bride price. I simply wanted my daughter to eat well before she leaves, so I took the liberty of reclaiming it. If my daughter is no longer here, I will not keep a single cent. I will return it all. I will not take advantage of their family." And how do you all respond? The two police officers found the request quite reasonable. In these circumstances, where the aggrieved party does not pursue the matter, they too were reluctant to intervene. That will not do, since it is a bride price, it must be stated as such. Zhao's father suddenly interjected. Feeling uneasy about Su Ning's intentions. Su Ning's lips curled into a faint smile as she turned to Su's mother, feigning innocence and confusion. If it is indeed a bride price, should I pass away? Does that mean it need not be returned? Indeed, as long as you have not been unfaithful, the bride price is certainly non-refundable. Su's mother affirmed. That will not do, this money is meant for her medical treatment and recovery. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother quickly interjected, please ensure to include that the in-laws are to repay the money. Zhao's father hesitated, wishing to say something but ultimately refrained, feeling the sting of financial loss and still processing the situation. Allowing Zhao's mother to continue. Are both parties in agreement? Is there any issue with the money? Is the letter of repentance acceptable? The police officer surveyed the room, noting the silence, then turned to the village chief. Xiao Yuliang is saying, if there are no objections, let us expedite the payment and finalize the letter, otherwise, we will have to take action. Chapter 10, Securing the funds. Sun and I had been lurking behind Xiao Hai. Pretending to be meek, but upon hearing the police were about to make arrests, her expression changed dramatically. Gripping Zhao's second son's arm, she shook her head vigorously, pleading not to be taken away. Not wanting to be sent to labor reform. Father. Although Xiao Hai was reluctant to part with the money, the thought of his wife being arrested was unbearable. His child would be left without a mother. And a labor reform offender in their family would bring shame upon them. Even if they divorced, remarrying would be a challenge, and their family would be subject to ridicule. Zhao's father maintained a stoic facade. Seemingly conflicted, while Zhao's mother attempted to voice her thoughts but was silenced by Xiao Yuliang, who quietly urged, consider the third son. If your family produces a labor reform offender, how will he enlist? Once he returns from service, your family will have no financial support. Moreover, you don't wish for your second son's children to grow up without a mother, do you? Xiaomu pondered that once the third son returned from military service, it would be impossible to amass such a sum within a month. Although 1,000 might seem substantial, with a few years of saving, it could certainly be accumulated. Moreover, if the third son's wife were to pass away, wouldn't the money eventually be returned? It was likely she wouldn't survive for long anyway and certainly wouldn't be able to spend it all. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, tugging at Su Mu's sleeve once more. Signaling her to speak, since you are unwilling, then let it be a comrade. Police, we will file a complaint against Sun and I for injury, as well as against Xiao Yan, before Su Mu could finish her sentence. She was interrupted by Xiao Fu. Let's write it up right away. He then sought out the village head for paper and pen. Su Mu was not well versed in characters and was concerned that the Xiao family might be deceitful. So she sent her eldest son to ensure that everything was written as per Su Ning's request before everyone pressed their fingerprints. To prevent any potential backtracking from the other party, Su Ning insisted that the two police officers also sign their names. Once everything was finalized and the money was in hand, Su Ning finally exhaled in relief, the sense of weakness returning to her body. The reason for signing this way was to prepare for the future. If this money was considered a bride price, it would have to be returned upon her divorce from Xiao Yan. However, if it were classified as compensation, the situation would be different. Even if they divorced, this money would still belong to her, and no one could take it away. This was also why discussions of divorce were seldom broached in this era. Allowing for such proceedings to unfold smoothly, when she and Xiao Yan divorced, the money in the house would still be hers. Nevertheless, it was truly surprising that the Xiao family could afford such a hefty bride price. Upon returning home, Su Mu asked no questions and directly ushered her to her room to rest. Although her daughter insisted she was fine, having lost so much blood, it was imperative to recuperate. Su Ning was indeed fatigued. Since her arrival in this world, she had not had a moment's respite, yet, just before sleep, she felt as if she had overlooked something. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to simply drift off. Of this slumber was deep and dreamless, and when she awoke, it was already noon the following day. Perhaps due to the effects of the medicine, Su Ning felt a significant rejuvenation. As if her ailments had vanished entirely. Indeed, a product of the system was bound to be exceptional. Daughter, you have finally awakened. Su Mu entered every so often to check on her, occasionally touching her to ensure she was still breathing. Fearful that Su Ning might slip back into unconsciousness at any moment. Thus, after a day and night, she appeared quite haggard. However, upon seeing Su Ning awaken, Su Mu's joy was palpable. Remembering something, she playfully slapped Su Ning's back. You reckless child. You nearly frightened your mother to death. Su Ning, still somewhat dazed, was jolted awake by the slap, her spirit trembling slightly. She then looked at Su Mu with an eager expression. Mother, it wasn't intentional, at first. I truly thought I was going to die. Enough, as if I don't know you. Su Mu huffed lightly, casting her a sidelong glance. Indeed, if you had the audacity, you wouldn't have endured such a miserable existence for the past 2 years. Those two old fools have always looked down on you. Just the other day, I heard they sent a telegram to the town, summoning Xiao Yan to come back and divorce you. Those heartless wretches. Don't let them cloud your judgment. That little one is growing up, and it will be easier for you to manage. Good days are just around the corner, so don't heed their words. As long as you refuse, with these 2 years of raising their child, Xiao Yan won't dare to divorce you if he still wishes to stay in the army. Su Ning frowned. She recalled that the quarrel with Sun and I had erupted because Sun and I claimed she would soon become a discarded shoe. And she had spoken with such conviction. Could it be that Xiao Yan had someone else on the side and was now eager for a divorce, or had those two old geezers taken a liking to someone else? Regardless of the circumstances, as long as her strength was restored, those people wouldn't be able to stand against her. By the way, where is that little one? Su Ning suddenly remembered her stepson having become so engrossed in the turmoil that she had forgotten about him. Sumu scoffed, that is the Xiao family's child, naturally they will take care of him. Su Ning thought for a moment and agreed, the child had no blood relation to the original owner. Although the original owner had acted as a stepmother for 2 years, she was still not the child's biological mother, and she felt no inclination to intervene. Well, it's good that you're awake, Da. I'll prepare something for you to eat. Sumu gently patted Su Ning's head. I had someone from the cattle shed help dress your wounds. Your eldest brother had once assisted that person, who claimed his medical skills surpassed those in town. After examining you, he said it merely appeared severe, and with a few changes of dressing, it would heal well. He even left behind some ointment to reduce scarring. After a month of application, it should fade away. Thank you, mother. Please also extend my gratitude to my brother and that gentleman. Su Ning was aware of a doctor from the cattle shed who practiced in a larger area. But she had never interacted with him before. This time, she had indeed benefited from her brother's connections. Alright, just lie down. Sumu strode out, still muttering, every day, it's just one thing after another. Su Ning lay back down. Remembering that today's special offer had not yet been claimed. A spark of inspiration hit her, and she immersed her consciousness into the space. She pressed the special offer button once more, and with a countdown of 54,321. The image paused on a basket of buns, which then appeared in the space. The buns were quite large, estimated to weigh 3 to 4 per pound, totaling around 6 to 7,000 for a ton. Gazing at the plump, white buns, Su Ning's body instinctively reacted, her mouth watering profusely. However, the room could open at any moment, so she had to suppress her desire and wait until evening. The Su family's house had been expanded later on. Each of the 3 sons had their own room, while the elderly couple and their daughter each had one as well. After the eldest and second sons married and children gradually multiplied, 2 more rooms were added, one for boys and one for girls. Su Ning's room had originally been partitioned from that of the elderly couple, initially just with wooden boards, but during the expansion it was separated with mud bricks, making it relatively long yet narrow. Measuring approximately 6 meters by 2 meters, besides a bed measuring 2 by 1.2 meters, there was a table, cabinet, chairs, and 2 large wooden chests. Chapter 11, Xia Yan is coming back. Xiao Fu, being a carpenter and doting on his daughter, had ensured all the furnishings were complete. Su Ning gazed at them longingly. Since the original owner had married out, most of the furniture was empty. If only she could transfer them into her space. However, she noticed that the wooden boxes for storing items in her space were made from planks joined together. With a little modification, they could serve as shelves or cabinets. Her craftsmanship was commendable, and with sufficient tools, she could create them herself. Yet, she lacked nails, and from her recollection, nails were not easy to procure. However, she remembered that Xiao Fu constructed everything using mortise and tenon joints, which required almost no nails and had excellent load-bearing capacity. This time at the Su family home, she intended to take the opportunity to learn, just as Su Ning was lost in thought. Sumu entered with a bowl of egg custard, topped with a drop of sesame oil, its delightful aroma wafting through the air, making Su Ning's mouth water even more. Come eat a little. Sumu thrust the bowl into her hands and then pulled out a wad of money along with a piece of paper from her waist pocket. Handing it over, this is what those 2 old geezers gave you, keep it safe. Su Ning accepted it, extracting 10 large bills from the middle and offering them to Sumu. When Sumu attempted to refuse, she hurriedly said, Mother, please don't refuse just yet, this money is for buying food. I can't accept it without reason, otherwise, the other party might get suspicious and come looking for trouble, so you need to buy some food and medicine regularly. And make sure to inflate the expenses to keep them from getting any ideas. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Although many had spoken up to secure this sum, once everyone calmed down, they would inevitably keep an eye on the money, so it was crucial to find a way to spend it in front of those people. Sumu was no fool. Upon hearing her, she understood the situation. However, she had already planned to take good care of her daughter, and with this money, it would conveniently silence her daughter-in-law. Alright, I understand, my daughter is so clever, I'll go find someone to inquire about ginseng, that stuff is expensive. Sumu tucked the money into her pocket, watching Su Ning eat, and quietly remarked, by the way, I forgot to ask how this fight broke out. Why are you so bold, child? You didn't even consider how strong Sun and I is before jumping right in. Previously, you were so timid. What made you so brave yesterday? Su Ning replied helplessly, Sun and I said I was about to be abandoned, and her words were quite harsh, so I couldn't hold back. Sumu had long believed the original owner was somewhat soft-hearted and had been worried about her suffering. Yet, after marrying into the Xiao family for so long, the original owner had indeed failed to assert herself and had been taken advantage of. From the memories, it was clear that while the original owner appeared fierce, she was quite timid inside, with a clumsy tongue and an aversion to confrontation, bordering on social anxiety, disliking interactions with others. In contrast, the Xiao family thrived on boasting about even the smallest gesture of kindness. Over time, even if she spoke out against the Xiao family's mistreatment, no one would believe her. The Xiao family truly intends to have you two divorced. Sumu's brows furrowed in anger, a family with such a wicked heart, thinking they can marry and divorce at will as they please. What kind of world is this? What does Xiao Laosan have to say? No, he hasn't been seen at all. To marry a wife and then leave her to raise his child alone. And now he wants to cast her aside. A person like that can still serve in the army. No, I must go confront the Xiao family. Su Ning quickly grabbed her, unwilling to let her marriage be placed in the hands of someone she disliked. It was already the second half of 74, perhaps in a few years she could let go and enjoy more freedom. So a divorce was indeed necessary, but as Sumu said, they were far too dismissive of her, treating marriage and divorce as if it were a game. Mother, please help me find out what those people from the Xiao family have been up to recently. After 2 years, they suddenly bring up divorce, and I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Su Ning was determined not to be outmaneuvered. Since she had already resolved to divorce, she needed to maintain the upper hand. As for the matter of Xiaomu wanting to harm her life, she chose not to mention it, for what if she was mistaken? Let's wait and inquire later. Alright, I'll go find someone to ask. Su's mother, feeling perplexed, thought it would be prudent to seek information through connections. Mother, if anyone inquires about my injury, you should say that Xiao Yan has set his sights on the daughter of a high official, intending to become like Chen Shimi, abandoning his wife and child. This time, it's the Xiao family that seeks to take my life. Su Ning scoffed, even if a divorce is on the horizon, I must be compensated adequately first. The two were bound by a military marriage, her desire to leave would be fraught with difficulties. Yet if the other party wished to end it, it would be much simpler, but why should she cater to his whims? The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. Let us see who holds more power. Meanwhile, the Xiao family sat together, their heads hung low after the previous day's debacle, especially the elderly couple, who had long prided themselves on their fairness and kindness towards their daughter-in-law, yet, the events of yesterday had torn away their facade, leaving them utterly humiliated, so much so that they had not dared to step outside for days. Old man, the third son should be returning soon. Once he does, we'll proceed with the divorce and reclaim our money. Let us see if that little wretch dares to cause any more trouble. Xiao mother, already harboring a dislike for Su Ning, felt even more resentment after the loss of face and a substantial amount of money. Xiao father, puffing on his pipe in silence, shook his head after a moment's contemplation. I've heard that the Su family did not send anyone to the hospital but rather sought help at home. Given the circumstances, it's likely that the third daughter-in-law won't last much longer. If we divorce now, we'll only be inviting scorn. Even if the third son returns, we must wait a while longer. Xiao mother, upon hearing this, became anxious. Didn't we agree to have the third son quickly take the necessary items to the provincial city? If we delay any longer, we might miss the opportunity. Xiao father shot a dark glare at Xiao Ersaw. Son and I in the corner. If it weren't for this incompetent individual stirring trouble at such a critical moment, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Xiao mother clearly recalled this and angrily retorted, you must manage your wife better. I advised you against letting her get involved, but you insisted she was in the know. Look, as soon as we finished discussing it, she turned around to flaunt it in front of the third daughter-in-law. Completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and now, what should have been a smooth affair has turned into this mess. What do you propose we do? Xiao Hai, filled with rage, slapped Son and I on the back. Then turned to Xiao mother with a conciliatory expression. Mother and I is well-intentioned, I'll go home and give her a good talking to. He then glanced at Xiao father and asked, Father, should we still allow the third son to return? Isn't that high official supposed to leave the provincial city soon and return to the capital? If the third son acknowledges him, an investigation is bound to follow. What if the divorce hasn't been finalized by then? Also, Xiao Hai surveyed the room, lowering his voice. Do you truly believe that divorce will suffice? Are you not concerned that the Su family might learn of this and make a scene before someone important? Or what if the issue of identity comes to light? Would Su Ning and the Su family be willing to let go of such wealth? Chapter 12, Spreading Rumors, Revised. Indeed, the Xiao couple had remained silent. But upon hearing Xiao Hai's words, their urgency grew. Consider this, if the third son truly divorces, wouldn't Su Ning's household registration need to be transferred back to Su village? Do you think the village chief would assist us like Xiao Yuliang? Xiao Hai stoked the flames. Thus, my wife might have acted correctly this time. If only they hadn't been discovered. It was unfortunate for the third daughter-in-law, had she not married into the family when that significant figure was still around. They wouldn't have been so intolerant of her. With the support of that influential person, the Xiao family's rise would have merely been a matter of time. Alas, that prominent figure had been sent away several years ago. And despite waiting for years, there had been no sign of vindication. Their father had to seek another opportunity and, upon hearing about a capitalist's daughter seeking a clean identity, began to plot in secret. Who would have thought that at such a critical juncture, the third sister-in-law would come along sharing the same surname Su and possessing a commendable peasant identity, leading to subsequent events? Now, word had it that the capitalist's daughter held some interest in the third son, which meant the third sister-in-law should gracefully step aside. To avoid future complications, the current sister-in-law could only be sacrificed. For the future of the Xiao family, losing one was worth it. Xiao father took several puffs from his pipe and addressed the second daughter-in-law. Let us wait a few days. If she truly doesn't make it, that would be for the best. We've already given 1,000 yuan, which is quite generous, but if she survives, we must devise a plan while the third son's family is away from the village. She doesn't share our interests, so it's better she doesn't accompany the third son. Ideally, the final words were left unspoken, but everyone understood his implication. It would be best if she were no longer among the living. Only death would ensure their safety. Su Ning and the Su family remained oblivious to all this. After lying in bed for several days, Su Ning felt that aside from the occasional pain at the site of her head injury, her constitution was more robust than before. Although the original owner had not endured hardship during her years at her natal home, the scarcity of resources meant that good food was rare, resulting in a less than ideal constitution. Coupled with the past 2 years of hardship in the Xiao household, her health had inevitably suffered. Even without this injury, she would have eventually fallen ill. To her surprise, the soul-replenishing elixir was remarkably effective, hastening the recovery of her head injury and revitalizing her body. She estimated that in a few days, she would appear rosy and radiant. Because of this, she had refrained from using the nourishing pills again, fearing that rapid improvement would arouse suspicion. Additionally, she felt the need for the strength-enhancing pills, as lacking physical power made her feel vulnerable these past few days. Her luck had been quite favorable. She had miraculously obtained a ton of rice, a ton of pork, a ton of oil, and a ton of chili peppers, all food items that it seemed the main system had a propensity for obtaining food, which increased her chances of drawing such items. However, all these provisions were necessary, as both she and the Su family needed to recuperate, with only one more day until a week had passed. She could seize another opportunity to acquire more supplies, and she was eagerly anticipating it, for these provisions represented not only her lifeline but also her wealth. Each box required a square or two of space. Removing that small room left her with just over 200 square feet. If she continued to stockpile, she would soon run out of room, so she couldn't afford to wait indefinitely and needed to think of ways to consume them. A few days prior, while the house was empty, she stealthily boiled dozens of eggs and stored them in her space, along with a large basket of meat buns. She felt she was on the verge of gaining weight. This was her cautious approach. Had she indulged freely, it was uncertain what her condition would become. The Su family had all gone to work, leaving only Su mother at home. Initially, Su Ning intended to persuade Su mother to join the workforce, but Su mother refused, saying that no daughter would be in the mood for work when gravely injured. Her presence also served to maintain some semblance of decorum. However, there was still the family plot to tend to, along with gathering firewood, foraging for wild vegetables, and picking mushrooms, so she remained busy, inadvertently allowing Su Ning the opportunity to sneak a bite. One day, Su mother informed Su Ning that she was going to the back mountain to gather some mushrooms and wood ears. Once she saw her leave, Su Ning took out 2 eggs from her space. In modern times, she had never been fond of boiled eggs, but now she had no choice. Having eggs was better than nothing, and she couldn't afford to be picky. Moreover, although the family was caring for her, occasionally swapping in a new chicken, she still received 1 steamed egg daily. The 3 little ones in the household envied her greatly. Nevertheless, the staple food remained coarse cornmeal buns, which were hard to swallow and slightly bitter, making them quite unpalatable. She could only steal bites when no one was around, though she considered sharing with everyone. Explaining the source of the food was impossible, and she dared not take that risk. Just as she was about to pop an egg into her mouth, she suddenly heard the sound of the main door being pushed open. Startling her, her room's window faced the entrance, but because it was covered with newspaper, it was difficult to see inside from the outside. However, from the edges, she could catch glimpses of movement at the door. Each time she indulged in a secret snack, she had been cautious, which was why she hadn't been caught these past few days, but today she had let her guard down. Fortunately, she was eating an egg today. If it had been a meat bun, it would have been difficult to explain. With this thought, Su Ning calmed herself and watched as a small figure waddled in. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find it was the original owner's stepson. Xiao Bei. Observing the child, who appeared nearly 3 years old yet resembled a 1 or 2 year old, Su Ning sighed inwardly. This child, burdened with relatives from the Xiao family, was truly unfortunate. However, pitying him wouldn't change the fact that many others in the world shared similar fates, and she had no standing to speak further. She was simply puzzled about how the little one had managed to find her. Mother, are you going to divorce father? The child timidly gazed at Su Ning, his eyes misty. The villagers say you have your eyes on someone else and are just waiting to divorce and remarry. Will Xiao Bei no longer have a mother? Su Ning paused for a moment. Considering the child's words, she was unaware of any interest in another, but upon reflection, she understood the situation. Since the Xiao family intended for her to divorce, they would naturally seek a way to facilitate it. During the 2 years since her marriage, the original owner had committed no egregious acts and had even helped raise the child for the Xiao family. If Xiao Yan were to approach her directly for a divorce, most people would likely view him as heartless and unkind. Thus, the Xiao family sought to tarnish her reputation, positioning themselves as victims in the eyes of others, rendering the divorce reasonable. Meanwhile, she would be painted as an immoral seductress, making the divorce appear justified. What a cunning scheme! No, given the original owner's temperament, a provocation could easily push her to the brink, possibly leading to a tragic outcome. The Xiao family truly sought her demise. Very well, if she didn't strip them of their fade, she would be doing a disservice to both the original owner and herself. Chapter 13, Putting on a Show, Revised. Many people are saying this? Su Ning pointed at the blood-soaked bandage atop her head and said, "Look. I am injured and can only lie here. How could I possibly have the chance to consider anyone else? They are merely slandering me, attempting to wrongfully accuse me. Mother, could you please not divorce father?" Xiao Bei, having not seen Su Ning for several days, rushed towards her in tears. For the past few days, he had been left alone at home as his grandparents did not favor him, nor did anyone care for him. Had it not been for the kind old lady next door who provided him with a morsel of food, he would have starved. He longed to seek out his mother, yet they all said that this mother was not his biological one. And even if he found her, she would not want him. He refused to believe that. He missed his mother dearly. Su Ning inferred that the child was not faring well, evident from his tattered clothes that bore no discernible color in his grimy, darkened face. However, as his stepmother, she truly had no right to intervene. Noticing how the little one gazed hungrily at the egg in her hand, Su Ning decided to peel it and feed him piece by piece. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Child, if you are hungry, you may come to me in secret, but do not let anyone see you." Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Bei was still a member of the Xiao family, and the elderly couple would not be so heartless as to let her perish. At most, they would simply ignore her. As a stepmother with no legitimate claim, she truly should not get too entangled. Yet she could not help but feel perplexed. Was this truly how one treated their own grandson? "Mother, may I stay with you? I want to live at Grandma's house. I can help with the fire, feed the chickens and pigs, and clean the rooms." The child, with red-rimmed eyes, pleaded, "When mother is gone, father will go to the capital and take grandma and grandpa with him, never to return, and he said he absolutely cannot bring mother along. But I want to be with mother." Despite his tender age, Xiao Bei expressed himself remarkably well, and with this revelation, Su Ning realized her suspicions were correct. She had become a thorn in the side of the Xiao family. Now that it had come to this, she had no intention of holding back. It would be a matter of who was stronger, though managing this little rascal might prove troublesome. Mother, please let me stay by your side. I can do anything, and when I grow up, I will earn lots of money to support you. After finishing an egg and drinking half a bowl of water, Xiao Bei's small face radiated satisfaction. Looking at Su Ning with adoration. Su Ning reminisced about the relationship between the original owner and the little tyke, feeling a twinge of sympathy. In such a large family, only the original owner had shown any genuine affection towards the child. It was indeed a pity. Since someone had come forward insisting on becoming a child laborer, she thought perhaps she should take him in and observe. If it did not work out, she could always send him back. Moreover, a whisper in her subconscious urged her to accept this child. Although she was unsure of the reason, her intuition had always been reliable. Contemplating this, she glanced at the sky outside and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Child, do not say that I am not giving you an opportunity. I have a task for you, and if you perform well, I shall bring you along. However, if you misbehave in the future, I will send you back." Really, can I truly stay with mother? Xiao Bei's eyes widened, and the sweet taste of the egg made him nod without hesitation. Although the original owner had not been overly attentive, she still provided for his basic needs, while the Xiao family felt less like a family. Thus, even though he understood little, Xiao Bei knew that being with his mother was the best option. Su Ning quietly instructed him for a moment, found a stick to use as a cane, and smeared some dirt on her face and body, then feebly made her way outside. It was already late morning, and the autumn harvest was nearly complete. While there was still work to be done in the fields, it was not as hectic as before, allowing for a midday break and a meal at home. As Su Ning and the child emerged, many people halted in their tracks. Although inquiries had been made at Su Ning's house over the past few days, they had all been turned away by her mother, citing that Su Ning required rest. Thus, upon seeing her, most were filled with curiosity. "Ning girl, are you feeling better?" an inquisitive aunt directly inquired. "Auntie, I am well." Su Ning took a few steps forward, only to collapse on the ground as if her strength had failed her. Gasping heavily as though on the verge of death, "Ning girl, what are you doing? With such a severe injury, how can you come out? If there is anything, tell auntie, and I will help you." Many in the vicinity had watched the original owner grow up. Seeing her in such a state, they could not simply stand by. "Mother, you mustn't go over there. Let's wait for grandma to come out first. I fear that you may not make it there, and I do not want to be without you." Xiao Bei followed her out, bursting into tears, yet despite his sobs his words were clear. "Ning girl, what has happened to you? With such a serious injury, you can hardly walk. Return home quickly. Auntie will help you back to rest." Wang Auntie, who had always maintained a good relationship with Su's mother, rushed forward to assist her, intending to take her back inside. "Auntie, it is not that I wanted to come out. I truly cannot bear it any longer." Su Ning whimpered, as though all her strength was being drained. "The Xiao family, they are leaving me no way to survive." With that, she burst into tears. Xiao Bei hurriedly embraced Su Ning, preventing Wang Auntie from pulling her up. Otherwise, once inside, who would witness this performance? "Ning girl, what is going on? Has someone from the Xiao family come?" The onlookers were intrigued, wondering what the Xiao family had done this time. "Mother, what shall we do?" Xiao Bei sensed the hands on his back paws, then continued to cry, explaining, "They say my mother has not returned home these past few days because she is with another man. They want everyone to know and are calling for my father to come back and divorce my mother. I do not want to be without my mother." Su Ning clutched Xiao Bei tightly, her sobs filled with sorrow as she intermittently uttered, "They have not killed me, yet they wish to drive me to the river. They are attempting to take my life." Upon hearing this, the crowd conjured an elaborate drama in their minds, convinced that the child had overheard the Xiao family's plans and worried for his mother, thus coming to warn her. The Xiao family, having failed to kill her, now sought to ruin her reputation. How malicious! "Ning girl, please stop crying. Auntie will find someone to take revenge for you. The Xiao family is truly despicable." Wang Auntie, who harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil, felt her anger rise upon seeing Su Ning's plight. "Just a few days ago, they nearly killed her, and we all witnessed it. Even Sun Dania said she was beyond saving. Had it not been for this girl's good fortune, she would be dead by now, and now just a few days later, they dare to concoct such lies. Do they think there is no one left in the Su family? This is beyond bullying. Indeed, the old Xiao family has gone too far." The crowd collectively scorned the Xiao family, incredulous that someone in Su Ning's condition could possibly seek out a man. Was the Xiao family determined to leave her dead? Previously, I heard that Xiao Laosen had caught the eye of a wealthy family. I thought it was mere gossip, but now it seems to be true. They wish to force Ning girl to give up her position. Some who had heard whispers began to murmur among themselves. "They say my father intends to marry a daughter from a wealthy family, abandoning both me and my mother. What does abandon mean? Will they kill us?" Xiao Bei cried out in terror, and his distress stirred sympathy among those around him. As people connected the dots, they began to understand the Xiao family's intentions. Had Su Ning uttered these words, others might have doubted them, but coming from the innocent mouth of Xiao Bei, they seemed all the more credible. After all, how could a child concoct such lies? Coupled with the earlier hints of information, it became clear to everyone the Xiao family's scheme. "I cannot go on living. I cannot allow myself to tarnish the reputation of the Su family's daughters. Let me die." Su Ning added fuel to the fire, feeling the pain more acutely when she placed it upon herself. "The Xiao family has gone too far. No, we cannot allow the daughters of the Su family to be bullied in such a manner. Indeed, the old Xiao family has lost their humanity. If they wish to divorce, they cannot employ such despicable means." The crowd became increasingly agitated. Should Su Ning's name be tarnished, it could potentially affect other young women in the Su family's village. This slander could not be allowed to stand. Su Ning and Xiao Bei exchanged glances, continuing their act of sorrowful weeping. One was injured while the other was weak. Their roles had reached their conclusion, and now it was time for her mother to step in. Su's mother, working in a nearby field, was called back and, upon hearing the accounts from those around her, felt her anger surged. However, having gained some understanding of her daughter after the previous incident, she quickly grasped her daughter's intentions. Even if she did not comprehend why the confrontation was happening now, after joining in the villagers' cursing, Su's mother led a group of several aunts from the village, along with a few sisters-in-law and aunts who had married over from the Xiao family village. Storming towards the Xiao family village in a fury, concerned that the Su family might suffer further, some men also followed, creating a ruckus that surpassed the previous incident. Su Ning wished to observe. For first-hand accounts were the most delectable, yet she was currently playing the role of a frail girl who could barely move, so she had no choice but to signal to the little rascal, "Grandma. Grandma, I will go with you, I will protect you." Xiao Bei, ever so clever, called out while following closely behind, his little legs moving swiftly. Su Ning worried he might grow hungry and lack the strength to return. For despite his precociousness, he was still just a 3-year-old child, thus she discreetly slipped him a few pieces of rock candy, yet, this little one, despite his young age, was quite perceptive, after only a few instructions from her. He immediately grasped the situation, proving himself worthy of proper nurturing. Upon the return of Su Jia's 2 sisters-in-law, they were soon informed of the situation and promptly assisted Su Ning back to her bed. Not even pausing to drink some water, they locked the courtyard gate and hurried towards Xiao family village, with several families who had a good rapport with Su Ning trailing closely behind. Once the outside fell completely silent, Su Ning dusted off her clothes, stepped outside to wash her face, and noticed a smile creeping onto her lips. She believed that after today's commotion, the Xiao family would think twice before casting aspersions again. Sometimes, being a bit weak had its merits. With thoughts of her mother and the others not returning anytime soon, Su Ning peeked into the kitchen, stealthily added some oil to the oil jar, and added a bit of rice, just enough to avoid detection. She then washed a couple of sweet potatoes, mixed in some rice, and prepared a pot of sweet potato porridge. Typically, the family cooked sweet potatoes with crushed corn kernels, but Su Ning preferred rice porridge. Additionally, she stir-fried a plate of cabbage, drizzled a bit of vinegar, and added some chili for a tangy, appetizing flavor. She also mixed green peppers with flour and eggs, frying them in a bit of oil to make green pepper pancakes, which she paired with the multi-grain buns her mother had prepared, completing the meal. To avoid suspicion, Su Ning cleverly hid a few of the pancakes that had more oil in her space, using banana leaves to cushion them for a furtive snack later. Aside from the sweet potatoes, cabbage, and seasonings, everything else came from her space. She worked swiftly, finishing everything in just over 10 minutes before quickly retreating to her room to avoid being discovered. After waiting for nearly an hour, sounds finally filtered in, and the main door of her home creaked open. The Su family returned, chatting and laughing, evidently having come back from their visit unscathed. Xiao Bei rushed in, excitement radiating from him as he whispered to Su Ning, "Mother, you won't believe it, grandmother was incredible. She made grandma and second aunt cry, threatening that if anyone dares to spread gossip or slander mother again, she would set fire to the Xiao family." The grandmothers who accompanied her told the villagers that mother can barely move now, yet they still dare to defame her. Now everyone suspects that father is up to something, and they said they would report him to the military. Grandfather's face was quite grim. Grandmother also mentioned that she feared they might silence father, so until he returns, I will stay here with you. Xiao Bei was beaming with joy, as long as he could be with his mother. He was happy. Moreover, he found his maternal grandparents' family to be much kinder to him than his paternal grandparents. "Alright, I'll have grandmother take care of you for a bit, you can stay here." Su Ning did not refuse. A little child wound tea cost much to raise, and after all, that money was originally extorted from the Xiao family. Yes, yes. Xiao Bei twirled in excitement, momentarily embodying the essence of childhood. "Oh my, daughter, the meal you prepared, you're truly remarkable." Su mother entered quietly, carrying a plate of green pepper pancakes, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Daughter, how many eggs did you use? I don't see any missing." Su Ning paused slightly, "Just one, which I snatched from the henhouse. And it happened to be a double yolk. Doesn't it look like I used a lot of eggs?" In truth, she had used 3 eggs, mixing in some cornmeal and white flour, which gave the dish a richer yellow hue. However, since cornmeal was yellow as well, it blended well with the eggs, making it hard to distinguish. "My daughter is truly lucky, but next time, don't use so many. Your brother and the others don't need eggs. Save them for yourself to build your strength." Su mother, not suspecting any deceit, was unaware of the limited number of eggs in the household, mistakenly believing that Su Ning had simply acquired better eggs. "Indeed. Daughter, just eat them yourself from now on." Su father chimed in cheerfully. Having just returned from chasing after Su mother, he noticed Su Ning's soiled appearance and urged Su mother, "Hurry and eat. After that, prepare some water for our daughter to wash up." The Su family was well aware of Su Ning's condition, yet since she contributed financially, the sisters-in-law refrained from voicing their grievances. "Mother, later, could you take some money next door to exchange for a few eggs? Father, mother, and my siblings need to replenish their strength. I'll go do it myself after a while." She still pretended to be weak, not wanting to recover too quickly, so she needed to remain at home for a few days. Chapter 15, Confusion. After Su Ning slipped 10 pieces of money into her mother's hand, Su mother initially intended to refuse. However, upon noticing Su Ning's gaze on Xiao Bei, she instantly grasped her daughter's intent. After some contemplation, she tucked the money into her pocket. Since her daughter had brought back money for her recovery, the sisters-in-law couldn't voice any objections. After all, if another burden were to be added, One that had no blood ties to their family, it would inevitably lead to unspoken dissent, even if they didn't articulate it. Though she could take charge, she didn't wish for her daughter to be subjected to scrutiny over this matter. If necessary, she could always find another opportunity to provide for her daughter later. However, seeing her daughter handle things with increasing thoroughness made her heart ache. It was clear that she had suffered quite a bit to learn such lessons. By the way, Father, I've been rather bored at home lately. Why don't you teach me how to make furniture? I can tinker around at home. Ning, unaware of her mother's unusual demeanor, settled down in the main room. All right. Father sat down as well. Never one to dismiss his daughter's requests. I remember you had quite the knack for it when you were younger. With a little practice, you'll surely surpass your brother. Father, just praise your little sister without dragging me into it. Ergo muttered discontentedly. Only to receive an eye roll from his father, causing him to lower his head in silence. Forget it, he would focus on eating. His little sister's culinary skills were indeed far superior to those of their mother. Enough of that, let us hurry up and eat. This afternoon, your older brother is helping the village receive the educated youth, so we can't delay. Mother declared, and the others dared not speak further, the clatter of chopsticks and bowls soon filling the air. Saw occasionally glanced at Ning, wanting to inquire how long she planned to stay, but seeing the expressions on their parents' faces, she hesitated to ask too much. Moreover, today's meal was clearly much better than usual. So there was no point in delaying for questions. Ning observed the expressions of those around her. From the interactions over the past few days, it was evident that the Su family treated the original owner with considerable affection. However, it didn't reach the point of neglecting their son, merely showing a slight favoritism. This was already quite commendable in the countryside, and the Su family members didn't possess overly complex thoughts. Even the slightest hint of discontent was easily discernible, yet they still held some genuine feelings for her. As for the two sisters-in-law's subtle intentions, she felt indifferent as long as they did not interfere with her. Thus, should the opportunity arise, she was willing to assist the Su family. While waiting earlier, Ning had already eaten a meat bun and was no longer hungry, so she handed a bun to Mother while sipping her porridge. The sweet potatoes at this moment lacked the sweetness of modern varieties, yet they held the unique fragrance of food, which she had not experienced before, making her quite fond of it. Furthermore, she preferred lighter porridge. And this rice porridge, with its modest amount of rice, suited her palate perfectly. Seeing her daughter enjoy her meal, Mother served her the last bowl directly. The others remained silent, as they preferred the buns and vegetables over the nearly riceless sweet potato porridge. By the way, Mother, how did the Shao family agree to give a substantial bride price? Ning suddenly recalled and asked. During the matchmaking, the original owner had remained inside the house, and although Mother had occasionally come in to relay messages, she was unaware of what transpired at the time. To buy the bridal goods now would require at least 400 yuan, not including tickets. Without tickets, it could reach over 500. Although Xiaoyan received a considerable allowance, saving up 500 would take him 2 years of frugality, making it quite strange to offer such a sum, especially with a guarantee in rural areas. A good marriage would see a bride price of 30 to 50 yuan, and even 100 from the Shao family would be quite generous in their village, while one might assume he had affection for the original owner. Ning recalled their two encounters and found no evidence of it. Even on the wedding day, it felt more like a task to him. The original owner believed Xiaoyan acted out of responsibility. But Ning still found it rather peculiar. Su father and Mother exchanged glances, their expressions equally puzzled. They too had not been able to comprehend the situation, having initially thought Xiaoyan was eager to marry without giving it much thought. However, after 2 years of interaction, they discerned that the Shao family was not particularly generous. Even if Xiaoyan wished to give more, how could his parents agree? Those two were notoriously difficult to deal with. And yet they had consented, which was indeed strange. Seeing they were equally baffled, Ning chose not to press further. She couldn't shake the feeling that the Shao family was odd, but pinpointing the exact peculiarity eluded her. The original owner hadn't provided much information, leaving her at a loss. For now she had 890 yuan along with a plethora of supplies, and her immediate concern was how to enhance her living conditions and convert the excess supplies into cash. As for other matters, she believed they would resolve themselves in due time. If the other party had ulterior motives, they would eventually reveal their true colors. After finishing their meal, the little one grew drowsy. Mother washed him up, changed his clothes, and placed him on her bed before heading to her daughter's room, whispering, "What are your plans regarding this little one? Are you really considering keeping him?" Ning, feeling sleepy, yawned and replied, "What plans? A child doesn't eat much. It's like raising a little kitten or puppy." She truly hadn't thought much of it. With her resources, raising a small child would not pose a significant challenge. Besides, the little fellow had come to deliver messages to her, so giving him a place to survive seemed reasonable. Mother doesn't mind raising such a child. Mother lowered her voice, but with today's uproar, returning to the Shao family might not be easy for you. Keeping this child may not be proper. Mother was perceptive and could easily discern her daughter's intentions, seeing her reluctance to maintain ties with the Shao family. She quickly grasped the situation. Now her daughter unexpectedly wants to take care of the grandson of the Shao family, which leaves her utterly perplexed, for the child bears no relation to their family. Do enlighten me. What are your true intentions? Ning pressed her fingers to her temples. Her assistance to this child stemmed from 3 parts sympathy, 2 parts gratitude for his timely warning, but predominantly from her instinct. She harbored a strong suspicion that this child concealed a significant secret, one that could prove advantageous to her in the future, a feeling so compelling that it was impossible to ignore. Yet, articulating such thoughts proved challenging, thus Su Ning pondered briefly before commenting, "Mother, do you not find their family's attitude towards Xiaobei rather peculiar? Is this how one treats their own son and grandson? Even if they harbor disdain for Xiao Yan's former wife. Those two elderly gentlemen have always been kind to Xiao Yan, surely by extension, they should not be so unkind to the little one." Furthermore, the child was remarkably handsome, bearing no resemblance to anyone from the Xiao family, which left her with a lingering sense of unease. Perhaps he resembles his mother. Su's mother scoffed, noting that Xiao Yan had good fortune. Though the child was slender, he was indeed strikingly beautiful, clearly indicating that his previous wife must have been quite lovely. Her daughter was not lacking in appearance either, so it seemed Xiao Lao San's luck was not as fortunate as it appeared. Chapter 16, Zhou's instant kill. Oh dear, mother, I am feeling quite tired. I shall wash up and retire for the night, and we can discuss this further another day. Su Ning concealed her thoughts, smiling as she shifted the topic. After all, the child had been brought back, it would be unreasonable to send him away now. Very well, as long as you have a clear understanding. Su's mother did not press her. As long as there was some plan in place, once Su's mother departed, Su Ning promptly fetched water to bathe. With a scar on her head, she could not wash her hair for the time being, but a bath would suffice. After several days of merely wiping herself down, the discomfort was palpable for someone accustomed to daily bathing. Once refreshed, Su Ning lay down and quickly succumbed to slumber. Having made a bit of noise at noon, she now found herself in need of rest. Her nap was not brief, and when she awoke, twilight was approaching. As she sat up, she noticed Xiaobei entering with a bowl of sweet potato porridge and a bowl of steamed egg. Carefully balancing them as he walked, the sight of his small stature carrying bowls nearly as large as his own face was oddly amusing, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Xiaobei set the bowls down and offered a smile tinged with eagerness. "Mother, this is dinner prepared by Grandma, specially saved for you. Why are you the one bringing it in? Aren't you afraid of dropping such large bowls?" Su Ning got out of bed to accept the two bowls. Finding them only lukewarm, which brought her a measure of relief, she raised an eyebrow at him. "Have you eaten? If not, I can share some with you." "I have." Xiaobei patted his small belly, contentedly declaring, "I am quite full, Grandma served me a great deal." He then puffed out his small chest and added, "Mother, have you forgotten? Back home, I always carried my own bowl, I would never drop it." Su Ning paused, realizing she had indeed forgotten, primarily because the little rascal appeared so small, still at an age where one would normally coax him to eat. "I know you are concerned for me. Thank you." Noticing Su Ning's silence, a flicker of apprehension crossed the little one's face as he looked up at her with a beseeching expression. "That's good to hear." Su Ning hesitated again, then mimicked the original owner's tone. Feigning a hint of disdain, "Why don't you go outside and play with your brothers? Don't linger here and waste time." With that, she quickly finished her meal and went to investigate the small box that Su's father had just crafted. Bringing along some tools and wooden planks, thanks to the original owner's memories, coupled with her own skills, she soon grasped the situation and eagerly anticipated tomorrow's opportunity to gather more wood for practice. As night fell, it was customary to retire early, yet having napped well in the afternoon, Su Ning found herself unable to sleep. Instead, she ventured into her space to experiment with constructing a shelf. The wooden planks had been salvaged from the boxes containing instant kill supplies, and aside from the intact planks, there were nails to be had. She calculated the dimensions for the shelf, ensuring it could bear weight, and thus crafted a support structure beneath the planks. For her first attempt, she planned to create a modest shelf, approximately half a meter high, which would eventually sit atop her future cabinet, designed to hold various oils and seasonings. She sawed the planks into varying sizes, some for the load-bearing surfaces and others for the supports. Since the space was perpetually illuminated, she was able to work without interruption. Before she realized it, a considerable amount of time had passed, and she had managed to assemble a rudimentary shelving unit. "I truly wish for some instant furniture frames, otherwise, when shall I finish all this?" Looking at the results of her labor, Su Ning felt somewhat exasperated. Filling these rooms was no easy feat. However, the thought of her abundant supplies soon lifted her spirits, and she retired to bed with a sense of contentment. With so many resources at her disposal, it would be unreasonable to remain dissatisfied. At dawn the next day, Su Ning awoke, eager for the day's potential for 2 instant kills, curious as to whether this weekly opportunity would differ from her usual experiences. She found herself unable to return to sleep. The 5 cents she had previously charged had been exhausted, but she discovered a penny tucked away in the corner of her bedside, which she promptly added to her balance. After 6 attempts, her recharge display now read 0. Considering she would soon attempt 2 more kills, Su Ning boldly added $1, sufficient for 100 attempts, alleviating her worries about running out of funds for instant kills. As the usual array of supplies flickered before her, she casually tapped the screen, watching as the rapidly scrolling items gradually came to a halt. It landed on brown sugar, and upon extraction, a large basket of it appeared in her space. Seeing this did not evoke much surprise. As she had anticipated, the instant kill machine indeed favored food items. Though the supplies were excellent, after 7 days of draws, her excitement had waned somewhat. After completing her draw, a sudden melody resonated from the instant kill machine, and the display screen proclaimed, "Congratulations on achieving 7 consecutive days of instant kills, thereby earning the title of Instant Kill Novice. You are awarded an additional weekly instant kill. Would you like to proceed? Yes? No?" Su Ning clicked yes, and the display screen shifted dramatically, with the previous food items vanishing, replaced by an array of furniture, watches of bicycles, fabrics, tin stoves, radios, and more. Notably absent were food items, as the offerings leaned heavily towards commonplace household goods, reflecting the characteristics of the era. She noted that the units for furniture remained in tons, while items like watches and bicycles were grouped in sets of 10. Suggesting that a ton of watches would be excessive even for the system to manage gazing at these supplies, Ning found herself momentarily stunned, a fleeting spark of insight flickering in her mind before vanishing too quickly for her to grasp. She selected yes once more, and the instant kill machine burst forth in vibrant, colorful light. The screen whirled for 10 seconds before slowing, ultimately settling on furniture. The screen then retracted, revealing a set of natural wood-colored furniture, a 1.2-meter board bed, a double-door wardrobe, a desk, a bookshelf, and a single sofa, perfectly suited for her bedroom. Estimating the dimensions, she believed her bedroom to be approximately 20 square meters. With these furnishings, it would neither feel sparse nor overly cramped. She intended to designate this space as her resting area, while the living room would be transformed into a storage area, as there was no need for entertaining guests. The living room, slightly larger at nearly 50 square meters, could accommodate an array of shelves akin to those found in supermarkets, allowing for ample storage. The kitchen and bathroom were roughly 7 to 8 square meters each, currently devoid of any furnishings. In her vision, she planned to install a row of cabinets in the kitchen, construct a sink, and prepare various cooking implements. The plumbing and drainage in the kitchen and bathroom were functional, the mechanics of which remained a mystery. Yet it proved convenient for her. The only downside was the necessity of self-renovation. Due to the preservation qualities of the space, she had no need for a refrigerator. Instead, she planned to set up a row of shelves on the opposite wall to store food supplies, ensuring easy access whenever she desired a meal. Chapter 17. Return. As for the bathroom, she intended to install a shower and a toilet, having heard that such amenities were already available in the city, albeit only in squat and foot-operated forms. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement over the pit toilets and the rudimentary cleaning methods she had endured. Truth be told, having grown accustomed to modern conveniences, the thought of using a rural pit toilet was utterly disheartening. However, she was acutely aware that such installations would likely be costly, and she would address that when her finances allowed. In the meantime, she planned to procure a large wooden tub to facilitate bathing. Fortunately, she possessed some carpentry skills. While the tasks ahead seemed daunting, they merely required time, just as she had prayed for furniture. Her wish had been granted. Perhaps it was not beyond reason to anticipate acquiring a toilet and shower as well. This thought flitted through her mind, causing Ning's eyes to brighten, though it bordered on greed. It was a hopeful aspiration. Upon surveying the several baskets of supplies, Ning could not help but furrow her brow. Although she had amassed a wealth of good items, how could she improve her own life and that of the Su family? After all, venturing outside was a near impossibility, rendering any shopping endeavors futile. Moreover, given her recent injuries, it would be imprudent to step outside at this juncture. Yet, the limitations of her space and the impracticality of the external kitchen posed challenges. With so many people in the Su household, cooking meat would likely attract the attention of the entire village. However, she found herself increasingly tempted. Having seen that basket of pork over the past few days, she yearned to simply clutch it and gnaw at it. The basket predominantly contained pork belly, along with 2 pig heads and a small quantity of tenderloin ribs, trotters, and leaf lard, even a pair of clean pig intestines, all thoroughly prepared and ready for processing with just a rinse. She had no intention of selling the basket. She planned to keep it all for herself. After all, she had heard how difficult it was to procure a piece of meat in this day and age. After much contemplation, Ning decided that returning to the old residence of the Shao family would be the best course of action. The Shao family's old home was rather secluded, with most of the neighboring families having moved away, making it more convenient for her. However, the Su family would undoubtedly be reluctant to let her return, especially given her injuries. It would require a more opportune moment. Fortunately, she did not have to wait long. A few days later, Zhao's mother brought over a chicken, proclaiming to anyone who would listen that she was coming to fetch her daughter-in-law to care for her, and even gifted a chicken to nourish her. Ning felt a pang of suspicion. What were the Shao family up to? Their eagerness was perplexing. She had perused the memories of the original owner repeatedly yet found no answers. And the Su family had no information either, intensifying her curiosity. Moreover, she had initially wished to return, and this presented her with an opportunity. However, the other party's haste made her feel oddly unhurried. Third young mistress. You look much better now, you should be recovering soon, Zhao's mother remarked, gazing at Ning, who was feebly leaning against the bed, her pale face prompting her to frown. Nevertheless, recalling her husband's instructions, she forced herself to speak untruths. At this rate, a few more days of care should suffice. You've been away from your maternal home for quite some time, and it's not right to impose on your in-laws, with not much work left in the fields. Why not return with me? I will take care of you. She reached out to pull Ning. Hey, you old scoundrel, what do you think you're doing? I can take care of my daughter myself. Get lost, Su's mother exclaimed, rolling her eyes at the pretense. With your intentions, who would believe you would genuinely care for my daughter? Dear-in-law, how can you say that? And Ning is my daughter-in-law after all, how could I not treasure her? I understand you are upset, but I assure you my intentions this time are sincere, Zhao's mother replied awkwardly, glancing at the bustling Su eldest sister-in-law and Su's second sister-in-law outside, her gaze shifting. Dear-in-law, I know you care for your daughter, but you must also consider your eldest and second sons to. Is it appropriate to keep a married daughter at home? Are you not concerned that your sons and daughters-in-law might have objections? As mothers, we must ensure fairness. You speak of fairness while using Xiao Laosan's money to mistreat his wife and children, and you still have the audacity to lecture me, Su's mother retorted. Internally she acknowledged that the old hag had a point. She understood her eldest daughter-in-law's feelings, but how could she admit that outwardly? Dear-in-law, I admit my past mistakes, but rest assured this time I will take excellent care of her. The family has been reprimanded, no one would dare bully the third young mistress, Zhao's mother assured fervently. Besides, the two villages are not far apart. If you are worried, you can visit any time. Afterward, she turned to Ning with eagerness. And Ning, you surely do not wish to be at the mercy of your brother and sister-in-law, do you? Come back with me, and I will look after you properly. Su Ning raised an eyebrow and responded, Mother. I am provided for here at my maternal home. If I return, I would have to rely on Xiaoyan's allowance. With my current condition, I cannot consume coarse grains. It would cost quite a bit over the month. But you still have that 1,000 yuan. Don Tu? Zhao's mother exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch upon hearing about money. Noticing the Su family mother and daughter staring at her, she quickly lowered her voice. Surely, with that much money, it cannot be all spent already. Do you think my daughter can recover from such a severe injury with just some ordinary medicine? Su's mother scoffed. If she were to heal that quickly, it would be because I fed her ginseng every 3 days. Your little son would have been exhausted long ago, and her father and I would have to supplement it. Her words were not only directed at Zhao's mother but also for the ears of outsiders. Lest they assume her daughter was wealthy and come knocking for money. All that money gone? Zhao's mother gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to process the information. Never mind, mother, you should return for now. I will stay here. I do not wish to burden you, otherwise my 2 sisters-in-law might have something to say. Su Ning feigned a troubled expression. No, that will not do, you must return. Zhao's mother suddenly realized. Suppressing her temper, her smile turning warm. You are the wife of the 3rd young master. It is only right for our Xiao family to care for you. How can we continue to impose on your in-laws? Su Ning tugged at Su's mother's sleeve, signaling her distress. But I have no money at the moment. Even if I do not need to buy ginseng, I still need to spend on food, and with my current condition I must eat well. The house has nothing but 2 gene of corn husks. Living on coarse grains alone will not restore my health. Exactly, my daughter at home eats a chicken every 2 or 3 days and 2 eggs daily. And only fine grains. Will you be able to uphold those standards upon returning? I find it hard to believe. Su's mother interjected. If you truly care, you should ensure everything is prepared first. Do not speak of trivial matters. Rest assured. Dear-in-law, I will have everything ready upon my return, and Ning only needs to eat. Zhao's mother's face momentarily contorted as she inwardly screamed, still needing to provide for chicken and eggs. Yet, mindful of her husband's words, she dared not lose her temper, thinking it best to bring Su Ning back first and address the rest later. Do not speak so sweetly, if you wish to take her home. You must go back and purchase everything. Once the items arrive, I will send my daughter back. Oh, and do not forget the 20 yuan monthly allowance. You have yet to provide this month's. Su's mother observed the shift in Zhao's mother's demeanor, letting out a cold huff. You old scoundrel, are you trying to deceive me? If you cannot handle this simple matter, then there is no need to discuss anything else. I can take care of my daughter. Dear-in-law, please do not be angry. I came out in a hurry and did not bring any money. Once Ning returns, I will give her the money. As for the food, I will cook for the 3rd young mistress. So there is no need for any more hassle. Zhao's mother forced a smile, but seeing the indifference from the mother and daughter pair only fueled her irritation, yet she dared not argue and instead smiled. All right, I will head back to prepare, and Ning, get ready. Once I purchase everything, I will come to fetch you. With that, she turned to leave, her expression darkening significantly. Daughter, what are your intentions? That old hag is clearly up to no good. Once they were alone, Su's mother grasped Su Ning's hand urgently. Did your sisters-in-law say something? Are they trying to drive you away? I will go confront them. After all the good food I provided them, they might as well have fed it to the dogs. Su Ning quickly stopped her, shaking her head. Mother, this has nothing to do with my sisters-in-law. You know what my injuries are like. Even if I return, it won't be a problem. I had been contemplating returning anyway. No one is forcing me out. Furthermore, if I go back, the Xiao family will provide me with 20 yuan a month, along with good food and care. Why wouldn't I return? After all, she was not the original owner, although the Su family treated her well. She still felt out of place. Moreover, it was frustrating to hoard resources without being able to utilize them. This was clearly a prime opportunity, and since she had been back for over 10 days, a few more days would make it plausible to claim she was fit enough to move about. It would certainly be more comfortable to return. Besides, the Xiao family willingly extended this offer. So why should she decline? She was not foolish. Su's mother remained skeptical, but seeing Su Ning's resolve, she refrained from saying more, grumbling. When did you become so headstrong? The house is barren. Can it be more comfortable than here? I owe you so much. I will go over and tidy up for you. You ought to have a more comfortable place to stay. Thank you, mother. By the way, I would like to ask my father to prepare a few more items. I can pay for them. Su Ning seized the opportunity to make a request. Previously, when the original owner married, the Xiao family only provided 20 yuan, and as soon as the marriage was concluded, Xiaoyan departed, leaving Su's father somewhat displeased, coupled with the unkind demeanor of the Xiao family. They did not bestow many gifts upon the original owner. Aside from a bed, there was merely a double-door wardrobe, and nothing else. Later, upon realizing the house had nothing, they supplemented with a table and chairs for meals, leaving it rather empty now. Su Ning wanted a cupboard to store food, which she could lock when not in use. She also intended to retrieve the 2 chests from the original owner's room, one for bedding and the other for items she preferred to keep hidden. As for the other smaller items, she could procure those later on her own. Why would family members need to pay for anything? If you need something, just tell your father. If it weren't for our concern that you couldn't protect it, your father would have provided you with 36 legs worth. Su's mother shot her a glare. Initially, they had prepared quite a bit for their daughter, but upon witnessing the Xiao family's behavior, they refrained from sending too much. Fearing it would be taken by them, therefore, they prioritized others' needs first. Upon noticing the change in their daughter's demeanor, both she and her husband felt she could now safeguard her belongings, so replenishing her dowry was no longer an issue. Mother, you and father are the best. Su Ning did not hesitate to express her gratitude, knowing she genuinely needed it now, with plans to repay their kindness in the future. In a moment, I will have your 2 elder brothers return to assist you in raising the courtyard wall a bit higher. And we shall also repair the door. As for the roof, it remains as it was after the previous repairs. The broken tiles will be replaced this time, which is quite timely. The courtyard also requires tidying up. And once everything is in order, you may return. Seeing her daughter resolute in her decision, Mother Su ceased her persuasion and hurriedly dashed out, muttering to herself that although the house was somewhat dilapidated, it was spacious enough. There was still time to plant some winter vegetables, and the doors and windows needed proper repairs as well. The rooms required thorough cleaning, and the bedding must be taken apart and washed. With such thoughts in mind, she realized there was much to be done and could not afford to delay any longer. Her daughter deserved to live comfortably. With this in mind, she called over her 2 daughters-in-law. Having had her daughter stay for a few days, the sisters-in-law had certainly benefited from it, so lending a helping hand should be feasible. Sister Su and second sister Su exchanged glances, neither of them declining the request. Although they did not oppose their sister-in-law recuperating at home, the uncertainty of her departure weighed on their minds. Even if the sister-in-law had some money, sustaining her indefinitely would not be manageable. And ultimately it would fall upon them to cover the costs. Now that the timeline was clear, they felt more at ease. As long as she was willing to leave, everything would be manageable. Upon seeing the 2 daughters-in-law, Mother Su breathed a sigh of relief, her heart secretly scoffing at their naivety. They would surely come to regret their decisions in the future. However, she refrained from further comment. Understanding that sibling relationships required nurturing, especially with sisters-in-law who were not bound by blood. If they were willing to contribute, she would discreetly provide some support, but if they harbored ulterior motives, then so be it, as long as they could maintain a semblance of harmony. That was sufficient. She had never demanded that her family members get along too well. As long as they did not cause trouble or meddle in matters, she was content with whatever dynamics unfolded. When Father Su returned from work, Su Ning conveyed her requests to him, additionally asking for assistance in procuring a set of carpentry tools, as she could find a way to acquire more. Tools? I happen to have a set. Father Su inhaled a puff of welding smoke. It was used by your second brother when he first started learning carpentry. When he grew older, he found that set too lightweight and uncomfortable to use. You can have it. As for the furniture, besides the cabinets you mentioned, I will also craft a few shelves and a work table for the kitchen to make storage more convenient. For the chest, you can take an old one. I will make you a larger and sturdier new one and buy a big lock for securing your belongings. Oh, and regarding the room, we still need a table. It can be used for dining in winter to keep warm. Chapter 19. Entering the book, Su Ning's gaze softened, and she did not feign reluctance, even if these items were not used in the Xiao family's old residence. She could store them in her space. Seeing her agreement, Father Su's face brightened with a smile as he retrieved the tools for her, showing her how to use them while beginning to craft the cabinets. Su Ning, already skilled and equipped with the original owner's memories, quickly got to work making the shelves. After a brief exploration of the tools. Observing her proficiency, Father Su, though silent, looked at her with evident admiration. Over the past few days, Father Su had taken a leave of absence from work to expedite the project, having previously received several orders that he was now able to fulfill. In fact, some items had already been prepared in the storage room, but Father Su wished to provide the best for his daughter, thus opting to use the specially reserved Nanmu wood for the new construction. In a bid to hasten the work, second brother Su was called over to assist as soon as he finished his shift, while elder brother Su had been enlisted by Mother Su to repair the house. Ensuring that Su Ning would have a comfortable living space in the future, the entire family was busy attending to the old Xiao house, and Su Ning said nothing while she cooked. She occasionally added an extra egg or a bit of oil, or when rendering lard, she would toss in a few more pieces. Though she dared not increase the quantities excessively, the meals were noticeably richer than before, leading to a marked improvement in the family's overall well-being. Father Su worked swiftly, and within a few days, he had completed the cabinets and tables. The remaining small items he could manage on his own. While second brother Su was assigned to assist Su Ning in tidying her room, watching her father work, Su Ning found the dynamic harmonious as they collaborated, one crafting, the other observing. Excuse me, is anyone home? Just then, a voice called from outside the door. Su father and Su Ning exchanged puzzled glances. At this hour, everyone was busy in the fields, so who could it be? Hello, uncle, I am a new sent-down youth named Dong Jiao Jiao. I heard that your family has furniture available for trade, so I came to take a look. Upon opening the door, a fair and delicate girl entered, clad in a light green blouse and wearing a pair of black leather shoes. Her face adorned with a gentle smile that made her quite charming. Two boys stood behind her. One was tall, with thick brows and large eyes, possessing a rugged appearance that would likely be favored in this era. Though his demeanor was somewhat aloof, seemingly disinterested in socializing, the other boy had a youthful face, wore glasses, and smiled even before speaking, appearing quite amiable. Uncle, my name is Chen Chang Xiao, and this is Hu Jingting. We three are all sent-down youths from Jing City, having just arrived in your village yesterday. Today, we wish to exchange some items. Would that be acceptable? The boy with the youthful face, Chen Chang Xiao, smiled at Su Ning before turning to Su father, saying, We heard upon our arrival that your craftsmanship is exceptional, so we hurried over as soon as we settled in. We would like to trouble you for your assistance. No one dislikes being praised. And upon hearing Chen Changxiao's compliments, Su father's expression softened considerably. Although he did not say much, he amiably led them to the storage room, allowing them to choose for themselves, with the option for custom orders if needed. The three entered the storage room, selecting several chests, wooden basins, and barrels, and they agreed to have items like wardrobes, tables, and stools delivered after they completed their housing. After jotting down an order, Su's father noted that he would send the items with his two sons upon their return. Receiving 30 yuan along with a fabric coupon, a sugar coupon, and a subsidy coupon for food items, both parties were pleased with the transaction. "Is this young lady your daughter, uncle?" Dong Jiao suddenly inquired. Seemingly intrigued by Su Ning as she retrieved a few large white rabbits from her pocket and offered them to her, saying with a smile, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Su Ning was momentarily taken aback. The original owner was not unattractive. But having endured hardship in the Xiao family, she remained thin and haggard, her complexion dark, hair dry, and clothing unappealing, hardly qualifying as beautiful, at best merely not ugly. She was certainly not a match for the charming girl before her. What was the intent behind such a sudden compliment? Moreover, the girl's gaze, was it curiosity, confusion, sympathy? There was something intriguing about it. "This sister is injured, it would be best not to disturb her," Chen Changqiao remarked upon noticing Su Ning's bemusement. Gently tugging at Dong Jiao's arm, Dong Jiao seemed to realize her abruptness, offering an awkward smile as she followed Chen Changqiao and the others out. Once they left, Su's father handed the tickets in his hand to Su Ning. Noticing her glance at the order he was holding, he chuckled, saying, "Keep these, your elder brother brought back 5 sent-down youths yesterday. The youth center is rather crowded, and these 3 seem affluent. I heard they mentioned to your village chief that they wish to build their own houses. Which is why they ordered quite a bit of furniture." Suddenly recalling something, he looked at Su Ning and added, "The 2 boys are said to be from well-off families in the courtyard. And that girl is rumored to be wealthy as well. It seems the youth center will be lively again in the next couple of years." Su's father held a generally unfavorable opinion of the sent-down youths. As did most villagers, for no one desired to be looked down upon, thus, they typically kept their distance. However, many of the younger lads and lasses were quite taken with the sent-down youths, each hoping to find a partner among them. The older generation, however, believed that the youths were inefficient workers struggling to make ends meet, and thus opposed such unions. Consequently, whenever sent-down youths arrived, there would be a stir in the village with these newcomers being so well off. The commotion would undoubtedly intensify. Su Ning furrowed her brow, recalling the names Dong Jiao, Wu Jingting, and Chen Changqiao. They seemed familiar, but where had she heard them before? "From your uncle's family? That cousin of yours?" Su's father sighed, looking utterly speechless. Wasn't she originally named Su Yihua? Suddenly she decided to change her name, claiming it sounded too unattractive, and now she wants to be called Su Xiangjie. That's quite peculiar, it sounds more like a man's name. I wonder what she is thinking. Your elder brother said that as soon as Wu Jingting arrived yesterday, she clung to him and wouldn't let go. You mustn't follow in her footsteps. Su Ning understood that Father Su was hinting at her. Obediently acknowledging his words, but her gaze subtly shifted. Su Xiangjie, no, it should be Su Xiangjie, inspired by Du Fu's renowned poem Liu Hua Men, which contains the line Sheiyuan Linqing Wei, Juanchang Chaofeng Jie. This name, along with the names of the 3 sent-down youths, hinted at a familiarity that she could not quite place. Before her transmigration, she had read a novel titled, Transmigrating into a Novel Set in the 70s. Little Jiao was spoiled by everyone, whose protagonist was Dong Jiao, while her cousin played the role of the antagonist. The protagonist, Dong Jiao, had a father who was a son-in-law, and her mother was a prominent lady from a noble family. They initially lived happily as a family of 3, but tragically when her mother passed away, the protagonist became a pitiful figure. Chapter 20, the protagonist's worldview after the death of the protagonist's biological mother. Her scoundrel father brought home a new woman, along with a stepsister of similar age to the protagonist. From that point on, the scoundrel father shed his previous humility and became exceedingly arrogant, showing no affection for the daughter of his late wife and allowing his new wife to mistreat her, especially after the stepmother bore a son. The protagonist's situation became even more dire. From that moment on, the female protagonist endured a life fraught with suffering. She labored more than an ox and consumed less than a chicken, often finding herself subjected to physical abuse. Subsequently, the dowry and the house that her mother and grandfather had left for her were usurped, and her job was taken by her stepsister, who even enrolled her in a rural program, sending her to Xiujia village. Initially, the prospect of escaping such a family seemed appealing to the female protagonist. However, upon entering the village, she soon caught the eye of a scoundrel and was subsequently ensnared by the machinations of the local youth, leading her to an unwanted marriage with the very ruffian, plunging her into a more tragic existence characterized by relentless abuse. For over a decade, she bore this torment, until the 1990s, when she chanced upon her stepsister on television while passing by the village head's home. At that time, her stepsister had married into wealth, becoming the wife of a tycoon, while her father and stepmother stood proudly beside her, entirely oblivious to the female protagonist's existence. It was during their conversation that she learned her stepsister was, in fact, the child of her father and stepmother, who had long been entangled with one another. Consumed by rage, the female protagonist soon overheard her scoundrel husband disdainfully declare that he had married her only because her stepsister had provided him with money, otherwise he would never have looked her way. This revelation ignited a fierce fury within her, as she could not comprehend why these people treated her so cruelly. She loathed her stepsister, detested her irresponsible father and stepmother, and harbored a deep hatred for her current husband to the point of murderous thoughts. Yet, after years of suffering, her body had grown weak, and rather than exacting revenge, she found herself battered and nearly lifeless at the hands of that scoundrel. In a fit of anger and despair, she fell ill with a high fever, but neither her husband nor the children showed her any concern. In her darkest hour, only Wu Jingtian, who happened to pass through Xiaojia village, offered assistance. At that moment, she realized that her life had become a tragic farce, and if there were to be a next life, she would reclaim everything. Shortly thereafter, she was reborn back to the day she was registered for rural work. This time, she reclaimed her golden opportunity, reported her father and stepmother, and arranged for her stepsister to be sent to the countryside, where she would work in a remote mountainous area, armed with the possessions left to her by her mother. She arrived at Sujia village, where the male protagonist Hua Jingtian resided, embarking on a journey of both financial independence and romantic pursuit. The novel was a delightful read, and she had thoroughly enjoyed the various methods of revenge employed by the female protagonist. However, now, as she found herself within the narrative, especially after interacting with the Su and Xiao families, she began to feel uncomfortable about it all. She did not oppose the idea of the female protagonist seeking revenge against those who had wronged her. But taking action against the innocent felt excessive. She recalled that in the story, her cousin Su Xiangjie was a secondary character, also a transmigrator, albeit one obsessed with romance. Upon arriving, her sole goal was to secure the male protagonist's affections. Often creating obstacles for both the male and female leads, the narrative did not mention that her original name was Su Hahua, which contributed to her initial lack of consideration regarding the transmigration aspect. As for Su's family, due to Su Xiangjie's actions, their relationship with the male and female protagonists deteriorated. Though they bore no ill will, they did not intervene either, leading to a tragic conclusion of familial ruin. Su Er's shady dealings resulted in his arrest, while Su Erseo died during childbirth. The eldest brother's family was threatened, ultimately succumbing to fear and madness. As for Su's elderly parents, their health declined following the loss of Su Erge. And they soon passed away. The youngest brother, who had just been accepted into university, sought revenge for Su Erge's fate but was framed and imprisoned by the female protagonist. Thus, the grim future of the Su family began with Su Erge's arrest. A situation orchestrated by the female protagonist, all stemming from a quarrel where Su Erge sided with her during an argument. Feeling that Su Erge had been biased, she bribed several local thugs to set a trap, resulting in Su Erge's downfall, subsequent exile to a labor camp, and eventual death after she manipulated events in that direction, leading to the complete collapse of the Su family. While her tragic past could explain some of her malice, her inability to distinguish right from wrong was troubling. In contrast to the Su family, the unscrupulous Xiao family thrived due to their association with the female protagonist, having settled in the capital. Xiao Laosan remarried a beautiful wife, and their lives flourished. The female protagonist even assisted the Xiao family on several occasions, forming a close bond with Xiao Yan. Later, when Xiao Yan returned to Xiaojiakan with his new wife and encountered the Su family, the female protagonist mockingly exclaimed, "You have merely lost a daughter, must that mean Xiao Sange must lose his love?" Upon reading this, she felt a deep discomfort, skipping those chapters entirely. And now, as the daughter of the Su family, she longed to strike the female protagonist down. When did human life become so trivial? The original protagonist's death was not unknown to the female protagonist, and yet she could utter such words, demonstrating that she was not a virtuous person. Indeed, she spoke without understanding the pain of others. Observing the Xiao family over the past few days, it was evident that their values were questionable, and associating with such individuals made her doubt the female protagonist's moral compass. It would be wise to maintain a respectful distance from such a character. As for her current identity, Su Ning pondered deeply, realizing that the book scarcely mentioned the original protagonist. The only recollection she had was when the female protagonist moved into the Xiao family's old residence and remarked that the original protagonist was a woman of ill fate. Had she lived a few days longer, she could have enjoyed the blessings of the Xiao family. Later, during the celebrations of the Xiao family's return to wealth, someone remarked that the daughter of the old Su family had suffered a tremendous loss. Thus, throughout the narrative, the original protagonist was merely a nameless pawn. Perhaps this was for the best, as the fewer appearances of the pawn, the less influence from the male and female leads, allowing her to change her and the old Su family's fate by simply avoiding them. However, should the female protagonist insist on confronting her, she would not shy away. She would stand her ground. Reflecting on the timeline within the book, Su Ning furrowed her brow, realizing that the Xiao family should soon be leaving for the capital. Was that the urgency behind their departure? The narrative surrounding Xiaojia village primarily focused on the female protagonist's revenge against the youth and the scoundrel who had wronged her, with no mention of how the Xiao family moved to Beijing, leaving her puzzled. In this era, one required a letter of introduction to relocate anywhere, so how could such a large family move to the capital? Did the Xiao family have a powerful benefactor behind them? Chapter 21. Seizing opportunities. Unable to unravel her thoughts, she decided to put them aside. Su Ning squinted her eyes, suddenly recalling a detail about the female protagonist. The narrative described the protagonist's golden opportunity as a jade pendant left to her by her mother. Once recognized by its owner, the pendant contained a farming space, though initially it was merely a storage area. Even so, this storage space was not comparable to the small space she possessed. The female protagonist's space was capable of growth by seizing certain opportunities. It could be upgraded, unlocking farming plots, breeding spaces, medicinal fields, and more. During her years in the countryside, the female protagonist utilized the resources within this space to amass considerable wealth, and upon returning to the capital, she purchased property and established a factory, becoming a renowned entrepreneur. The male protagonist entered a military academy and achieved great success, ultimately becoming a young commander, leading a harmonious and blissful life together as a family. According to the timeline, the female protagonist should have already acquired the jade pendant, activated the space, and stored all her mother's belongings within it. However, due to time constraints, she had only managed to secure a portion. Yet it still amounted to a significant sum, with a considerable amount of cash alone. While it was impossible to snatch the golden opportunity, she recalled that following the original protagonist's demise, the Xiao family's old residence remained vacant. When the female protagonist arrived in Xiaojia village, she borrowed the old residence, where her space unexpectedly upgraded twice, unlocking both farming and medicinal spaces, enabling her to quickly accumulate wealth. This also led the female protagonist to develop a favorable impression of the Xiao family. assisting them when Xiao Yan required help. Subsequently, Xiao Yan expressed deep appreciation for the female protagonist, leveraging his resources to support her endeavors, further contributing to her success. Thus, the old Xiao residence became a crucial opportunity for the female protagonist. And she was soon to return. With this in mind, Su Ning couldn't help but stroke her chin, drawing from her extensive reading experience. The upgrades of a space were typically triggered by either spiritual energy, merits, or similar factors. Given the female protagonist's upgrades, it seemed that she had absorbed some form of energy, likely from a precious item. Since her relationship with the Xiao family had become adversarial, she aimed to complicate any advantages that might benefit them. Moreover, given the female protagonist's questionable morals, Su Ning felt no guilt in seizing her opportunity, considering it a form of retribution for the Su family in her past life. With this thought, a smile crept across Su Ning's lips, deciding to wait until she returned to the old residence to act. "Daughter, I've tidied up the house for you." At that moment, Su's mother entered with a beaming expression, handing Su Ning 50 yuan along with a set of keys. "Quickly take this. I got it from your mother-in-law to help you regain your health. Besides this money, there are rice flour and oil all stored in the cabinet. I've changed the locks on all the doors, and I even secured some food stamps and grain tickets from your mother-in-law for you to buy supplies." After speaking, she pulled out a handful of colorful banknotes and proudly declared, "I even managed to get 3 hens from her." You should have seen her face. She was furious, nearly fainting, since her daughter had been injured. It was the first time Su's mother had felt such joy, her face radiating happiness. "You're truly amazing, mother." Su Ning laughed, picturing the scene of Zhao's mother in a state of fury, which was indeed quite amusing. "How much more furniture is needed, dear?" The mother and daughter laughed for a moment. Su's mother walked over to Su's father and took a glance. The cabinets and similar items had been completed and moved over, and now only a few shelves remained. "If we work a bit longer today, it should all be finished." Su's father continued working, casting a glance at Su's mother as he said, "Do you want to accompany our daughter for a few days?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Su's mother nodded in agreement. "That family, with their black hearts, won't treat my daughter well. It's better for me to keep an eye on her." "No." Su Ning, recalling the tasks awaiting her return, quickly interjected, "Mother, think about it. Once I go back, won't they need a few days to observe before daring to do anything? If you go over there, won't they just retreat? And once you leave, I would be in a terrible situation. How about waiting a few days, then you and your father can come to see me? If anything truly happens, at least you both can support me." Hearing this, Su's mother agreed, "My daughter is clever, just as you said. We want to rush the shelves. Let your father prepare a few more for you. And when the time comes, your father and I will deliver them." "All right." Su Ning had no objections. The family negotiated amicably, and the next morning, Su Ning was carried to the cart by her second brother, along with 2 new quilts. On their way to Xiao family village, Xiao Bei sat at the front of the cart, a piece of rock candy in his mouth, his face brimming with joy. It wasn't that staying at his grandmother's house was unpleasant, he simply preferred his own home a little more. Moreover, having his mother with him made him even happier, although Su Ning didn't treat him particularly well. He could tell that his mother genuinely cared for him. It's not that children are oblivious, rather, their eyes are the clearest when it comes to discerning good from bad. As Su's mother walked alongside, she carried some vegetables to send along. Their journey was unimpeded by others. After all, Su's mother had come the other day, announcing it to half the village, and later sent some grain and oil, practically shouting through a loudspeaker. If Su Ning delayed her return any longer, even her reasons would turn into excuses. Su's mother kept conversing with others, explaining how severely her daughter had fallen ill, how much money had been spent on her care, and how they had supplemented their daughter's needs. In short, this time her daughter had truly suffered greatly, having spent all their money, although they had not wanted to trouble her in-laws. They insisted on taking her and leaving them with no choice but to comply, and so on. As for whether the surrounding people believed it or not, she didn't care, as long as they conveyed that all the money had been spent. And they had even contributed more, preventing the Xiao family from making further claims. This narrative also blocked the Xiao family's arguments, making it seem as if her daughter hadn't returned due to being considerate of her in-laws' finances. Many had witnessed how much blood Su Ning had lost, and thus most people still believed it. As for the few skeptics, even if they doubted, it was not the right time to stir trouble. When the cart entered the Xiao family's old residence, Su Ning was astonished to find that the formerly dilapidated 3-room house had been renovated. The outer walls were smoothed with yellow clay, no longer showing the peeling paint of before, and the main door had been repaired and painted, appearing much more impressive. The kitchen and side rooms had also been renovated, even the woodshed had a new roof, transforming it almost completely from what she had seen when she first woke up. Inside the yard, where weeds had once thrived, everything was now clean and tidy. One area was enclosed with a fence for raising chickens, while another had been cultivated for planting vegetables. If they could plant a few fruit trees in the future, it would have quite a pastoral charm. Chapter 22, Big Mouth. Once inside, Su Ning noticed even greater changes. First, the walls had all been freshly painted, and the area near the bed had been thoughtfully lined with newspaper, giving the entire room a clean and orderly appearance. The windows had also received new paper, allowing sunlight to stream in, illuminating the room brightly. The house felt entirely renewed, especially with the furniture now arranged inside, making it a world apart from the old residence. "Daughter, how is it? Isn't it bright?" Su's mother asked proudly, raising an eyebrow. "Bright, it's incredibly bright." Su Ning nodded repeatedly, "Thank you, mother, and thank you to my brother and sister-in-law." Even if she had tried to renovate it herself, she doubted she could have done such a splendid job. "It's a small matter, as long as my sister is happy. That's what matters." Seeing Su Ning's delight, Su's second brother felt pleased as well. The family smiled as they organized the items they had brought back when suddenly a voice from outside interrupted their conversation. "Oh. You've tidied up so well, how much did this cost?" A voice came from the doorway. They stepped outside to find Zhao's second sister-in-law, Sun and I, lurking like a thief, her eyes filled with jealousy as she surveyed the surroundings. So much money spent on this dilapidated house. Don't you feel guilty? You claim all the money went to medicine, but I see you're clearly hiding it away. If you were truly short on funds, would you be able to do this? Sun and I said, her tone dripping with disdain. Sister-in-law, may I suggest that you shouldn't spend so frivolously? This is all your parents' money. Is it really appropriate for you to spend it this way? As her words fell, the expressions of Su's mother and the others darkened. Following her, Zhao's mother, upon seeing so many new items, felt her heart bleed, unable to restrain herself from glaring at Su Ning, though she said nothing. Her thoughts were evidently aligned. What does your sister-in-law think should be spent on? Su Ning replied coolly. Since you've recovered, you should naturally return the money and supplies to your mother. This is far too wasteful. Son, am I? Wishing to take everything for herself, continued, and with so much furniture, it's just you in the house. Why do you need so much? I could use some in my place. How about you give some back to me? As she spoke, she reached for a table. Without hesitation, Su Ning approached and delivered a resounding slap to Sun Ni's face. Before the latter could react, she struck her several more times. Afterward, she casually pulled a hammer from the toolbox they had brought, pointing it at Sun and I, her breath heavy with indignation. Sun and I, you shameless wretch, did you think you could bully me? A toad marrying a frog? How absurd. If you want my things, fine, just let me crack your head open, and I'll give you everything. Come here, you wretched woman. Onlookers initially thought Sun and I had a point, believing the Su family was hoarding money, but upon hearing Su Ning's words, they recalled her previous state of suffering. And how could they forget how pitiful she had looked? Sun and I was momentarily stunned by the slaps, and as she regained her senses, a hammer was thrust toward her nose, leaving her too frightened to speak. Third sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law didn't mean any harm. Please put down the hammer. Zhao's mother seemed taken aback that this usually quiet daughter-in-law had suddenly erupted in anger. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't be so kind-hearted. Su Ning withdrew the hammer, gliding like a wraith into the courtyard, feigning an air of having suffered a great injustice. Mother-in-law, you brought me back because you wanted to see me suffer, hoping to drive me to my wit's end and replace me with another daughter-in-law. Didn't you? You are too cruel. Oh dear, my head, it's about to explode. The spectators outside the courtyard, witnessing Su Ning's seemingly triggered outburst, began to cast doubtful glances at Zhao's mother and the others. Could it be that the Zhao family truly intended to drive her to her demise? Don't bully my mother, spare her. Xiao Bei rushed in front of Su Ning. Mother, please don't die. If you do, Grandma will make father marry another wife. The mere mention of a new wife drew knowing glances from the crowd, recalling the previous commotion. This is unbearable. Su Ning embraced Xiao Bei, and the two of them began to wail loudly, their appearance utterly pitiful. My heavens, the Xiao family is truly heartless. They just brought her back and immediately resorted to such despicable behavior. I've heard that Zhao's third son has climbed the social ladder. But does the Xiao family really want to harm his wife so eagerly? So eager, this family has no shame at all. This is a matter of life. The murmurs among the crowd grew, and some even went to fetch the village chief and Zhao's father, fearing that another tragedy might occur. Given how they had all witnessed Su Ning's previous suffering, Sun and I felt as if she were going mad. She had merely spoken a single sentence, and now she had been slapped several times and was being treated as a murderer. Oh dear, my head hurts so badly. Am I going to die? Sun and I, if I die, I'll take you with me. Su Ning saw Sun and I glaring at her, clutching her head, and rushed at Sun and I, delivering several more slaps before collapsing dramatically into Su's mother's embrace, elegantly feigning unconsciousness. She had to collect some interest first. The rest could be left for her mother to deal with. Su's mother immediately understood the cue, handing her over to Su's second brother while she delivered several resounding slaps to Sun and I, scolding as she did so. A shameless wretch, you dare bully my daughter in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know my strength. If anything happens to my daughter, I will kill you. After finishing, she grabbed Zhao's mother's hair, furiously declaring, Old hag, you promised to take good care of my daughter, that's why I sent her back. Yet here you are bringing this wretched creature to torment my daughter. I see you have no good intentions. Are you trying to bully the Su family because you think we are defenseless? I am going to settle this with you. With that, she lunged toward Zhao's mother. The onlookers hesitated, unsure whether to intervene, and by the time Zhao's father and the village chief arrived, a handful of Zhao's mother's hair had already been pulled out. The courtyard was filled with cries and chaos, a scene of great tumult. Grandfather, help. The second aunt came and made my mother faint, and Grandma helped the second aunt bully her. My grandmother is furious and has started fighting with her. Please save my mother. Is she going to die? Xiao Bei, eyes red, looked at the village chief and Zhao's father, a single sentence explaining the current state of affairs, allowing the newcomers to finally understand what had transpired. No. Xiaomu wished to argue a few points. She had never bullied Su Ning. It was not as such yet. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by Su Mu's cries. You members of the Xiao family are simply too much. Su Mu was shouting fervently, and upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, she suddenly loosened her grip and fell onto the ground. You were the ones who insisted on bringing my daughter back, and now that she is here, you've made her so distressed. Ivy spent so much on ginseng just to restore her health, and now all that effort seems wasted. You are utterly heartless, my unfortunate daughter, you should never have returned, this Xiao family is a den of wolves. What are we to do now? In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the sound of her lamentations. Exactly, you are being extremely oppressive. Su Ergo leaned against a wall, his eyes reddened with fury. Spotting a hammer on the ground, he picked it up, ready to unleash his wrath. This action stunned everyone present. Xiaofu stood frozen, not even knowing to evade, looking as if he were awaiting his fate. Sumu hurriedly moved forward to restrain him, thinking how utterly clueless he was, lacking even the awareness of a mere 3-year-old child. What a troublesome offspring she had. Seeing that he was stopped, Xiaofu felt a slight sense of relief, yet Su Erji's furious expression still made him uneasy, yet he could not help but glance anxiously towards the house, for the first time wishing that his daughter-in-law would not truly perish from anger. Even if she were to die, it must not be within the Xiao family home. Everyone, cease this commotion. What has become of Ning girl? Quickly summon the barefoot doctor. With the situation somewhat under control, the village head Xiao let out a long breath. He shot a glare at Xiaofu, wondering why this family could not be more composed. They had just brought her back and already created such a ruckus. Seemingly disregarding their own dignity, did they not fear provoking the Su family to the point of dire consequences? Even if they were merely putting on a show for others, they ought to have treated Su Ning with kindness for several days. Yet they returned only to incite chaos, oblivious to how others might perceive them. They were clearly disregarding their reputation. What are you shouting for? There is no need to call anyone. If Sun Danio could heal her, he would have done so by now. You know very well what condition my daughter is in. Sumu, visibly enraged, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaofu. Do you think you have no idea how badly my daughter is injured? She barely made it back with a single breath. If it weren't for the ginseng I bought to keep her alive, she would have been lost long ago. The doctor said that with half a month of ginseng, followed by careful recovery, she could gradually improve, but now, with her frail constitution, she cannot afford to be agitated. You, the Xiao family, assured me that you would treat my daughter well. That is why I allowed her to return. Just a few days ago, the ginseng was already discontinued, and she was visibly getting better, but after today's outburst, I cannot fathom how long it will take to restore her health again. All the money spent on ginseng has been exhausted. And now you have left her in such a state, you must cover the cost of the ginseng. Otherwise, I will take my daughter back, and we will report to the authorities, accusing you of murder. If anything happens to her, it will be on your heads. Knowing her daughter's situation, Sumu certainly could not allow a doctor to be called. However, having heard that the Xiao family likely feared their departure, she boldly demanded compensation for the ginseng. She remembered having paid a hefty sum for a single root of ginseng, at least a couple hundred, and potentially over 1,000, even if she did not consume it. Selling it could provide her daughter with something to eat. Xiaofu's heart trembled, involuntarily glancing at Sumu, his heart racing. He could not tell whether she was merely speaking out of anger or had truly discerned his intentions. Nonetheless, no matter the case, he could not allow Su Ning to return now that they had finally brought her back, nor could they risk her reporting them to the authorities, otherwise, they would be inescapably implicated. Yet, the thought of spending money on ginseng drove him nearly to madness, and he cast a glance at Xiaomu that was tinged with malice. Xiaomu, who had initially been whimpering, suddenly found her voice caught in her throat upon receiving Xiaofu's gaze. Her body shaking uncontrollably. Mother, do not accept his ginseng. I only wish for my sister to recover. I will report them to the authorities. Su Ergu huffed, his breaths ragged, clearly enraged, his expression suggesting that if Su Mu were to release her grasp, he would leap at Xiaofu. Stop, Su family nephew, there is no need for such a ruckus. The village head, Xiao, attempted to mediate while shooting a stern look at Xiaofu, signaling him to take charge. Taking a deep breath, Xiaofu addressed the sprawled Xiaomu on the ground. Go fetch 200 coins to give to the in-laws. Please ask them to procure ginseng for our third daughter-in-law to consume. Hurry. What? Xiaomu was momentarily taken aback. She had just given them 1,000, and a few days prior had handed over 50. They had already spent over a dozen on purchasing goods and chickens. And now they were demanding another 200. This entire family had toiled for many years to save up a meager 2,000, and now it was all going to that little wench. What do you mean? What? Hurry back and get it. Xiaofu was infuriated, and upon seeing her expression, he slapped her across the face. If it weren't for this incompetent individual, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. So thinking, he kicked her again, his eyes brimming with fury. Though Xiaomu often appeared formidable, she wilted instantly at Xiaofu's voice, hastily rising from the ground and making her way back to the Xiao household. Once she retrieved the money, Sumu promptly expelled everyone from the house. The family of several entered and exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. They had thoroughly enjoyed the beating and received a sum of money. It was a delightful turn of events. Noticing that Su Ergo showed no surprise, Su Ning exclaimed, "Second brother, were you pretending? You were too convincing." Although she was feigning unconsciousness, she had heard everything outside and had not anticipated that Su Ergo was merely acting. Of course. You should know who your brother is. Su Ergo replied proudly. Initially, I had my doubts, but when I saw that mother opposed calling a doctor, I became certain. How about that? Impressive, right? Sumu slapped Su Ergo on the head. Impressive, my foot. You rascal, you nearly scared me to death. Just a moment ago, I thought you were truly going to fight. If not for this, how could we have easily obtained this money? Su Ergo retorted while evading her hand. Grinning broadly, this just proves my acting skills. You can't even compare to Xiao Bei. Sumu snorted, affectionately ruffling Xiao Bei's hair. Our Xiao Bei is truly remarkable. Remembering how this little one had managed to sway everyone to their side with just a word, Sumu's heart swelled with pride. She felt that her daughter had raised an exceptional son, so young yet so protective and quick-witted, far superior to any of the Xiao family. Receiving praise from his grandmother, Xiaobei blushed slightly, bashfully retreating behind Su Ning, which elicited another round of laughter from those in the room. All right, in a bit, your second brother and I will head back. You ensure to lock the door from the inside, and try not to go out in the next few days. Tomorrow, I'll have your brother bring you some vegetables. Su Mu, anticipating that the old Xiao family would likely refrain from causing a stir for a while, prepared to leave, but was halted by Su Ning. Mother, having just awoken, shouldn't we have something delicious to replenish my strength? Su Ning pointed to a chicken in the yard. Let us kill one for braising. Add some potatoes, and cook some rice. You and second brother can eat before leaving. As noon approached, it was uncertain whether the family would have prepared their meal, so it made sense to eat before departing. Su Ergo swallowed hard. It had been ages since he savored braised chicken. The chickens they had recently acquired had been turned into soup for his sister's nourishment, though he managed to snag a few pieces of meat. The difference between chicken soup and braised chicken was vast, and just the thought of it made his mouth water. Chapter 24, a new look for the old house. Su Mu pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning sound. Furthermore, upon recalling the substantial sum they had just received, she felt no inclination to refuse. In this regard, Su Mu was notably better than most. She was open to advice and generous towards her children. The group entered the kitchen, and Su Ning's eyes lit up as she observed the kitchen's new layout. What had once been an empty space was now adorned with a new work table, cabinets, and two shelves, one large and one small. The larger shelf held the dishes and utensils previously used by the original owner, alongside a few potatoes, chili peppers, and cabbages, likely brought over by Su Mu that day. The smaller shelf was currently empty except for a few small jars, presumably for pickling vegetables. Next to the shelf stood a two-burner stove, each fitted with a pot, and nestled in between was a clay jar filled with water, ensuring a constant supply of hot water when heated. Beside the stove was a three-tiered rack holding several dark brown jars, one containing half a gin of oil, while another larger one was empty, presumably for rendering lard. The remaining jars contained spices, salt, garlic, and the like, all quite complete. Since there were potters in the village, such small jars were relatively inexpensive, and Su Ning planned to find time to acquire more. Against the wall, a cabinet was placed, the bottom shelf containing a small bag of rice and a small bag of flour estimated to weigh around 7 or 8 gin. Additionally, there were a few red beans, cornmeal, sesame seeds, and a small basket of eggs tucked into the corner. The top shelf of the cabinet held a small bag of rock sugar and a small bag of brown sugar, though the amounts were limited. After all, in the countryside, sugar tickets were hard to come by. It seemed these were all that the Su family could manage to gather. The remaining sections of the cabinet were empty, waiting for Su Ning to gradually fill them in the future. The kitchen walls had also been smoothed out, with firewood stacked neatly, making the space appear far more inviting. Once she acquired lime, she planned to whitewash it again, which would surely enhance its appeal. Not to mention, merely from the arrangement of this small kitchen, one could tell how much thought Su Mu had invested, given the nature of the Xiao family. Being able to purchase some rice and flour was already an extraordinary feat. Most of what was here was undoubtedly prepared by Su Mu. This heartfelt dedication to her daughter made Su Ning's heart soften once more. Mother, let me help you wash the rice. Xiaobei tiptoed to grab a ceramic basin, only to have Su Mu snatch it away from him. With so many people here, there's no need for you. Mother Su pushed the person outside and pointed towards the small bedroom to the west, saying, your grandfather has prepared a little bed for you, go and see if you like it. Previously, Xiaobei had shared a bed with the original owner, but as they grew older, he was relegated to sleep in the small bedroom. There, a Kong had been set up, albeit poorly maintained, with a noticeable crack running through the middle. Consequently, every time Xiaobei went to bed, he dared only to press himself against the head of the Kong, fearing it might collapse. Now, with a small bed, his joy knew no bounds. Mother Su, swift in her actions, had already begun steaming rice by the time Su Ergo had finished killing the chicken and was preparing a pot of hot water to scald the chicken. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Fortunately, the old Xiao family residence was somewhat remote, or else many would likely have come seeking the delightful scent. A single chicken, accompanied by a few potatoes, filled nearly a basin, and with a bowl of scrambled eggs with green peppers, the 3 adults and 1 child consumed it all, with even the broth being diluted slightly with hot water by Su Ergo before being savored. After the meal, Mother Su washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen before instructing her daughter to quickly secure the courtyard gate. She then handed Su Ning a sum of money, imparting a few words before leaving. Once the others departed, Su Ning counted the money, 300 in total aside from the 200 recently given by the old Xiao family. Mother Su had returned the 100 she had received upon her return to the Su family, leaving her with just the last 10. Gazing at the notes and bills in her hand, Su Ning sighed once more, feeling at a loss for words over Mother Su's treatment of her. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that now she had returned, she would eventually find opportunities to repay them. She fetched a bit of warm water from the earthen jar to wash herself before lying down on the bed to rest. The quilt that the original owner used, washed and dried by Mother Su, had been made into a mattress, while the bedding on the bed was newly brought from the Su family, reportedly part of the original owner's dowry. This time, 2 sets were brought over, one for her use and the other, which she had no immediate need for, she tossed into her space for future airing. The soft bed tempted Su Ning to roll around a few times, and with the comforting thought of not having to worry about the old Xiao family intruding, she felt utterly at ease. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at the Xiao family was rather tense. Recently, the Su family had been steadily sending over numerous items, which made it evident to everyone the Su family's attitude towards their daughter. Consequently, the members of the Xiao family had no intention of causing a stir at present. However, Sun and I, gazing at the spacious old residence and the abundance of items, felt an overwhelming wave of jealousy. Unable to restrain herself, she uttered a few words too many, not anticipating that the previously listless individuals would suddenly become violent. leaving her face numb from the blows. Later, she was subjected to a combination of slaps and pinches from Mother Su, a discomforting experience indeed. But that was not all. Upon returning home, she not only received 2 slaps from Xiao Pozi but was also nearly beaten to death by Xiao Er. How could she not be furious? Yet, what good was her anger? She could see the fierce glares directed at her from the others. Losing 200 in one fell swoop, she feared that further resistance would result in her demise. That old man allows her to bully our Xiao family like this? Mother Xiao glared at Sun and I with fury before coldly declaring, "Tomorrow I shall seek out those ruffians and have them ruin that wretched girl. Let's see if the Su family still dares to act so arrogantly." The thought of Su Ning being pointed at by countless fingers filled Mother Xiao with a sense of satisfaction. She turned to Xiao Er and said, "Keep an eye on your wife. If she dares to speak out of turn again, I'll make her pay." "You shut your mouth too." Xiao father, equally angry and distressed, placed greater importance on future matters than the mere 200. His cold, piercing gaze swept over Mother Xiao and Sun and I as he warned icily, "If anyone causes trouble again, they might as well be dead." His gaze was as venomous as a snake, chilling enough to render one breathless. Mother Xiao and the others nodded vigorously, not daring to resist. "For now let's not provoke her. In a few days, when everyone forgets about today's events, we can address it then." Observing their demeanor, Xiao father withdrew his gaze and said to Mother Xiao, "Let's send a few things over. We've already spent so much, what's a little more?" After speaking, fearing her refusal, he added with urgency, "As long as the third child is well, we will be fine. Don't be stingy, let her be content for at least another month. We cannot delay the third child's matters, understood?" Mother Xiao was reluctant in her heart but dared not show it on her face. The thought of soon enjoying a good life with the third child slightly lifted her spirits. Very well, let the little wretch bask in her glory for a few more days. As for Su Ning, she was unaware of the situation at the Xiao family. Upon waking, she intended to prepare some lard in many dishes. Taste significantly better with lard, and she had long wanted to make some. The little one was still sleeping, so Su Ning did not disturb him. Instead, she took out a slab of lard and a piece of pork belly from her space. As she rendered the lard, she also prepared braised pork belly. According to the timeline, had she not traversed through time, the original owner would have perished over 20 days ago. Given the relationship between the Su and Xiao families, coupled with the tragic demise of the original owner, the Su family would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Thus it would be impossible for them to leave behind the furnishings that accompanied the original owner as dowry for the Xiao family. Continuing this line of reasoning, the only place in the house suitable for sleeping would be the Kong in the small room. She recalled that when the female protagonist first moved in, there was no upgrade. It was only after several days, when the Kong collapsed while she was sleeping, that the upgrade occurred. After much contemplation, she surmised that if there were indeed treasures, they would most likely be hidden within the Kong. With this thought in mind, she directed her gaze towards it, noticing faint cracks in the middle of the Kong, one of which was quite large, revealing a glimpse of the dark interior. The darkness obscured her view of what lay within. The room was sparsely decorated, housing only Xiao Bei, a small child, with just a small bed and a tiny wardrobe, almost devoid of any other furnishings. After some deliberation, Su Ning decided to move the small bed into her own room, temporarily placing the wardrobe in the living room to facilitate her forthcoming actions. Upon entering with a bowl, Xiao Bei caught sight of Su Ning's movements, his eyes immediately reddening as he sniffled, "Mother, can I stay with you now? Mother, you are so kind." Enough with the sentimentality. Su Ning shot him a glance, gesturing for him to play elsewhere. After a moment's thought, she continued, "I need to clear this Kong and redo it. You go play in the courtyard. And if anyone knocks, just shout loudly to let me know." It was her first time seizing someone else's opportunity, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 26, striking it rich. Xiao Bei nodded eagerly, attempting to assist, but upon receiving a stern look from Su Ning, he flashed a sheepish grin, and then, balancing his bowl, he sat on a small stool by the door, nibbling on the pork cracklings while contentedly watching the entrance. Diligently following his mother's instructions, Su Ning rummaged through the storage room until she found a hoe, and began to dig at the cracks in the Kong. The earth and bricks used for the Kong had long since lost their sturdiness after so many years. With a single strike of the hoe, the entire structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust swirling throughout the room. Realizing the dust had risen, Su Ning quickly exited and shut the door, proceeding to search for tools in the storage room. She gathered a shovel, a dustpan, a broom, and a spade, believing she had collected enough. Over the past 2 years, her father had visited sparingly, but each time he came, he added something to the storage room. Now it was filled with a variety of items, making Su Ning feel a tinge of jealousy. After a brief wait, estimating that the dust had settled, Su Ning wrapped her hair and face in a cloth and commenced cleaning the Kong. During this period, her diet had been quite good, and after consuming strength-enhancing pills, her physical strength exceeded that of the average adult male, even without the full effect of the medication. Once the full effects manifested, she could easily surpass 3 or 4 men. Thus, it took her only a short while to dismantle the entire Kong, even taking the earthen blocks outside with the dustpan, revealing the same muddy ground beneath. After meticulously inspecting the ground and the excavated soil, Su Ning found nothing of note, her brow furrowing in disappointment. Could it be that she had miscalculated and that the female protagonist's upgrade did not stem from any form of energy? Surely, there must be a reason for the upgrade. There had to be something within the cracked Kong that the protagonist required. Contemplating this, she began to tap around with the hoe. With each tap, she noticed a distinct difference. From the exact center of the Kong, a muffled sound began to resonate, unlike anything else, stirring her curiosity and causing her hand gripping the hoe to tremble slightly. This time, she dared not strike too forcefully, carefully probing as she tapped, feeling the hollow sound growing clearer until she had removed 2 layers of earthen thickness, revealing a metal plate. Upon seeing this, Su Ning knew she was on the right track. The iron plate was dark, and upon lifting it, she uncovered a thin stone slab beneath. With effort, she removed the stone slab, exposing a downward hole. Unsure if it was ventilated, Ning hesitated to enter immediately. After a considerable wait, she retrieved the flashlight her mother had given her and shone it into the hole. Inside was not spacious. Only 3 boxes filled the space. Without a second thought, Ning placed the boxes into her spatial realm. After a moment's reflection, she took out a small wooden box from her space, retrieved the small porcelain vial containing the strength-enhancing pills, rolled several clay pills into the box, returned the vial to the small box, and placed it back within the hole, after securing the stone slab in place and covering it with the iron plate. She piled the earth back over it, applying a layer of yellow mud to the surface. Once dried, it was nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding area. She had initially planned to remodel the Kong, making it larger, though winter here was not as severe as in the northeast. For someone like her, who relied on underfloor heating and air conditioning to survive the winter, it would be rather uncomfortable. Thus she had intended to create a larger space for both herself and her little one to sleep in during the winter months. For now, however, she decided to maintain the original design. If anyone inquired, she could simply state that she had made repairs. Moreover, having seized the female protagonist's opportunity, she was uncertain whether it would be discovered in the future. It was best to smooth over any traces to avoid drawing attention. Outside, there were leftover earthen bricks from when the Su family's brothers had constructed the courtyard wall. Having studied videos on how to remodel the Kong, coupled with her observations during the dismantling, she spent a few minutes pondering the process and began mixing the yellow mud to construct the primary structure. Aside from the Kong surface, which required a day to dry, she completed everything else before nightfall. Perhaps due to the considerable exertion after a long time without such physical activity, once the bricks were finished, Ning felt ravenously hungry, as if she could devour an entire cow. From her spatial realm, she retrieved several green peppers, and using the pot in which she had rendered pork fat, she ate a green pepper with eggs, accompanied by a fragrant bowl of braised pork and a few steamed buns. Finishing with 2 bowls of malted milk drink, which she brought out, Xiao Bei, engrossed in his meal, barely looked up, devouring several pieces of pork belly and a bun the size of an adult's fist, along with a bowl of malted milk, until he was so full that he could not help but burp repeatedly. Had Ning not intervened, he likely would have continued eating. Ning, too, felt quite satisfied. The life in the Su household was pleasant, the freedom to take things out was limited. Now, with everything secured in the cupboard, no one would know what she possessed. Perfect. After they finished their meal, there was hot water ready in the earthen jar in the middle of the pot. The two washed up and then returned to their beds to sleep. Xiao Bei, still a small child, succumbed to slumber shortly after lying down, his breathing steady, and even hearing his rhythmic breaths. Ning slipped into her spatial realm, her heart racing as she gazed upon the 3 boxes. She felt a surge of warmth within her. She had heard that the Xiao family had come from a place of hardship, yet their ancestors had once been high-ranking officials, bringing many belongings with them. Rumors had circulated about treasures belonging to the Xiao family, but they had always remained discreet, and over time, people had gradually forgotten, dismissing it as mere folklore. Xiao Bei's grandfather, who was Xiaoyan's father, had died suddenly from illness, leaving no time to relay any information before his passing. Ning surmised that Xiao Bei's father was likely unaware of these treasures, otherwise he would not have been so willing to part with the old Xiao residence. Fortunately, it had turned out this way, otherwise she would have had no claim to anything. Now everything was rightfully hers. Using her mind, she opened the 3 boxes, revealing their contents, and the light in her eyes intensified. She had struck it rich this time. She truly had. The largest box was filled entirely with large yellow croakers, she counted, and there were exactly 100 of them. The current gold price of $10 per gram. This amounted to over 300,000. The adjacent box contained silver ingots. Compared to gold, a silver's price was significantly lower, approximately just over $1 per gram. There were likely around 100 small silver ingots, worth about 30 to 40,000 altogether. The final box held an array of gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, cat's eye stones, and surprisingly a number of colored diamonds, leaving Ning utterly dazzled, although these items might not be worth much now. In a few decades, any one of them could afford her a spacious flat. Suppressing her wildly beating heart, Ning's gaze fell upon a small ruby nestled in the corner of the box. Though it was not large and lacked the clarity of others, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable connection to it, as if it held more value than everything else combined. Chapter 27, the protagonist's visit. Holding the ruby in her hand, Ning felt an unexplainable sense of comfort, as if her very being had become lighter, while she was uncertain of the stone's utility or its potential impact on her spatial realm. The mere fact that she had outmaneuvered the female protagonist made her feel it was worth it. After inspecting all the treasures, she set the ruby aside, returning to her bed with a heart full of satisfaction and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, one does not fatten a horse without feeding it. This was a swift way to acquire wealth. She had contemplated venturing into the black market to sell goods, yet she was not the protagonist, devoid of her aura, and whether she could emerge unscathed from such a venture was questionable. After all, the firearms were not yet prohibited, and even with her spatial realm, she could not outpace modern weaponry. The notion that a solitary individual could infiltrate such a place was laughable. Seasoned tricksters abound, and it would be foolish to believe that an ordinary person could evade the scrutiny of such cunning individuals. Thus, selling large quantities in the black market was unrealistic and perilous. Moreover, while small-scale sales might pose less risk, selling in bulk would undoubtedly invite trouble, as the authorities would certainly investigate her, although the absence of surveillance offered some convenience. There were still numerous skilled individuals adept at tracking people based on the slightest traces. She had no desire to end up as a mere statistic, hence she had previously resolved that even if she sold items, it would be on a small scale, moving from place to place, and once she had sold in a location, she would not return for a while. She harbored no trust in others and would not gamble on human nature. The tolerance in this era was far less than in modern times. The more discreet one was, the safer they would be. Initially she had contemplated how long it would take to save enough to purchase a house, But unexpectedly, she had struck it rich in an instant. With this in mind, she couldn't help but reminisce about the other opportunities the female protagonist had encountered, after all, having already seized one opportunity. It was only a matter of time before she became accustomed to it. Once she had succumbed to slumber, the crimson gemstone within the space suddenly illuminated, and with a resounding bang, it transformed into myriad specks of light. Scattering throughout the area, some of these luminescent fragments even overflowed, landing upon Su Ning, who, blissfully unaware in her sleep, remained oblivious to this phenomenon. As dawn broke the following day, Su Ning stretched languidly, inadvertently furrowing her brow. She felt remarkably lighter, as if her body were infused with boundless energy. What could this mean? Had the 9 Revolution Soul Rejuvenation Pill finally taken effect? Contemplating this, Su Ning's immediate thought was of the gemstone. Yet with the sun now risen, the little one had begun to stir. She deemed it inappropriate to enter again, so she resolved to probe with her consciousness, however, before she could even begin her exploration. A series of bang-bang knocks reverberated from outside the door. "Mother, someone is knocking," Xiaobei exclaimed, roused from his slumber, rubbing his eyes as he sat up, calling out to Su Ning while hastily dressing, his face still bearing the remnants of sleepiness. Su Ning frowned. It was barely dawn. Who could possibly be visiting at such an early hour? Was it her mother, or perhaps someone from the Xiao family? Logically, that should not be the case. Her mother was well aware of her penchant for sleeping in and would not come by so early. As for the Xiao family, they had only just caused a ruckus yesterday, so it was unlikely they would return seeking trouble today. Who then could it be? With her mind swirling with questions, Su Ning briefed Xiaobei to refrain from divulging their family matters, then rose to venture outside. After a moment's thought, she locked the adjacent bedrooms and stowed away anything that shouldn't be in the kitchen into the space. Before finally arriving at the door to open it, before Su Ning could fully comprehend the situation, a figure darted in, nearly colliding with Xiaobei, who followed closely behind upon recognizing the newcomer and the 2 individuals trailing them. Su Ning narrowed her eyes. The female lead and the male lead had both arrived. Had they rushed over upon discovering that their opportunity had been snatched away? By rights, the female lead should still be unaware of such matters. Regardless of her internal musings, her outward demeanor remained inscrutable as she regarded the group with a befuddled expression. "Comrade Su, I apologize. Jiao Jiao was in a daze and may have mistaken you for her sister. Upon hearing that you had moved back, she insisted on coming to see you," Qin Shangqiao said with an awkward smile. He, too, was unsure of the unfolding events when he had risen that morning and noticed Dong Jiao Jiao hastily heading outside. He had worried for her safety and pulled Hu Jingting along to follow her. Throughout the journey, he had inquired repeatedly, but Dong Jiao Jiao remained silent, her expression frantic as she rushed out. Appearing as if she were in a trance, his heart softened, and he refrained from pressing her further. Hu Jingting contemplated intervening, but Chen Shangqiao's desperate pleas left him no choice but to silently accompany him. "Elder sister, have you seen something particularly special?" As they entered the courtyard, Dong Jiao Jiao scanned her surroundings, feeling as if something of great importance was missing. Chen Shangqiao stepped forward to grasp her arm, signaling her to maintain decorum. They were not well acquainted with Su Ning, and such behavior was inappropriate. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, certain that this was related to the gemstone, although she could not fathom how they had discovered this. She resolved that once it was in her possession she would not relinquish it. "What is it that Comrade Dong seeks?" "This is my home, which has been closed since my injury. I only returned yesterday and have yet to tidy up." "You are welcome to enter, but I must inform you that I cannot assist with your search." This statement served to inform them that the house had been shut for over 20 days and only recently reopened. Even if Dong Jiao Jiao had lost something, it was unlikely she would find it here, so they might as well take their leave. Chen Shangqiao's embarrassment was palpable. They were young intellectuals from Sujia village and had not had the opportunity to venture outside during their brief stay. Naturally, they would not have misplaced anything in Xiao family village, and their unannounced visit was indeed somewhat discourteous. "Su sister, please think carefully. I genuinely require that item." Dong Jiao Jiao, aware of the absurdity of her earlier claim, nevertheless felt an urgent need for the elusive object. She sensed that without it, regret would surely follow. Thus, without further consideration, she dashed towards the interior, and had the adjoining bedroom doors not been locked, she likely would have barged in. Su Ning was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the female lead would possess such sensitivity. However, her exterior revealed none of her surprise. She maintained a troubled expression as she addressed the other 2. "I am uncertain what it is you are searching for. You have never visited my home before. How could you expect to find something here? My injury has yet to heal, and I cannot stand for too long. If there is nothing more, I kindly suggest you take your leave." We came upon hearing about Comrade Su's situation, hoping to see if we could be of assistance." Chen Shangqiao masked his embarrassment with a smile. "Though we are young intellectuals, our household registration is in Sujia village, which makes us fellow villagers with Comrade Su. Upon hearing about your circumstances, we thought it only right to come and offer our help." Hu Jingting nodded in agreement, turning to Dong Jiao Jiao. "Dong, there is no need to worry. Comrade Su appears to be fine. Let us return, for she clearly prefers not to be disturbed, and your good intentions may only become an annoyance." Having been brought along without understanding and then ushered away twice, Hu Jingting's expression soured, and his tone became noticeably blunt. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Was the male lead subtly criticizing her? How amusing. It seemed that without the narrative filter of the novel, the male lead was merely an ordinary person. So it turns out you all came to see me." Su Ning feigned enlightenment, then added apologetically, "I must express my sincerest apologies. Initially, I thought you were here seeking revenge. Typically, when visitors come to see someone, they do not arrive empty-handed. I never imagined that in such a vast place as the capital such customs would exist. I truly apologize. You see, us countryfolk are unfamiliar with the ways of the city, and I hope my ignorance has not caused you any embarrassment." With that, she suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at the absurdity of it all. Hu Jingting's face flickered with a mix of colors, as if he wished to retort, but words eluded him, and his gaze toward Dong Jiao grew colder. No, Comrade Su, you've misunderstood. We left in such haste this morning that we forgot to bring anything. We will return with it shortly. Chen Xiangqiao tugged at the dazed Dong Jiao, signaling her to exit. Remaining any longer would surely be mortifying. No, Sister Su, we genuinely came to see you, Dong Jiao interjected, her eyes lighting up as the words struck her. She reached into her pocket and produced 5 yuan, offering it with a sweet smile. I wasn't sure what you might like, so we didn't purchase anything. I thought it best to give you the money so you could buy whatever you desire. Su Ning's lips curved upward. The female lead's intelligence was rather lackluster, but she had managed to turn the situation around by throwing the male supporting character under the bus. However, it was understandable. Being reborn did not equate to an increase in intellect. If she had been truly clever, she wouldn't have arrived here in the first place. After all, there were numerous ways to gather information. Yet these individuals had chosen the least favorable method. Amused, Su Ning's gaze roamed over Chen Xiangqiao and Hu Jingting before settling on the 5 yuan, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Was it appropriate for 3 individuals to contribute but a single sum? Chen Xiangqiao and the others' expressions shifted slightly, but they had yet to voice their thoughts when Dong Jiao interrupted again. Oh dear, I forgot. Earlier Brother Xiangqiao handed me the money to buy something, and I thought it would be better to give you the cash directly as sister. Please don't mind. Take the money, and buy whatever you like. With that, she produced another 2 5 yuan notes, totaling 15 yuan, and pressed them into Su Ning's hands. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. She had deftly navigated the situation back to her advantage. The female lead was not entirely foolish. Noticing Dong Jiao's actions, Hu Jingting and Chen Xiangqiao, who had initially worn displeased expressions, softened their gazes, affirming the situation as they sought to placate her. How can I possibly accept this? Su Ning said, stuffing the money into her pocket while casting a satisfied glance at the female lead. 15 yuan was sufficient to purchase over 20 jin of meat. The female lead was indeed generous. Clearly, the daughter of a wealthy family was unlike the rest, as she casually offered up 15 yuan, almost equivalent to half a month's wages for an urban worker. In truth, she remained unaware that Dong Jiao had reluctantly parted with the money. As her unannounced arrival would only breed suspicion. To secure future inquiries, she was left with no choice but to endure the pain of parting with cash. Thank you for coming to see me. With the money in hand, Su Ning's attitude noticeably improved. She turned to Xiao Bei, instructing, bring out a few stools. It's a perfect opportunity for this Comrade Dong to tell us how her item ended up in our yard and where it might be located. So we can assist in the search. Though anxious, Dong Jiao recognized the flaws in her previous claims and, glancing around, smiled to Sister Su. You've misunderstood. To be candid, before coming here, I had a dream in which I saw that you would soon acquire an item that bears no value to you but is of great significance to me. That is why I came to inquire. If you're willing, I can purchase it. She had observed how readily Su Ning accepted the money, prompting her to devise this plan. If it meant obtaining the item. Spending a little was certainly worthwhile. Oh, now I see what you mean. Su Ning was well aware that this was merely an excuse, yet it was a good excuse. An opportunity had presented itself. And it would be remiss not to seize it. Of course, taking advantage of the situation was one aspect, but she also recognized that while the female lead might know about the treasure, she needed to find a way to deflect suspicion. I presume you have acquired it. Haven to you. Dong Jiao gazed intently at her. Sister, please sell it to me. I'm open to negotiation. As she spoke, she grasped Su Ning's hand, her expression a mixture of urgency and anticipation. In the process, an object slipped from Su Ning's sleeve, but she quickly retrieved it when the other party was not looking. What is that? Dong Jiao's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of urgency flashing in her eyes. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Su Ning surmised that the energy stone had somehow tainted everything within the space. With this thought in mind, she held the small stone, which she had picked up from the riverbank, in her hand. Initially, she found it quite appealing and had tossed it into the space. Now, it seemed to serve a purpose. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Ning hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, I truly have obtained something. A stone of no monetary value could potentially be exchanged for a considerable sum. And it was likely that, before long, the female protagonist would continue to shower her with more gifts. She would not hesitate to exploit the female protagonist's generosity. Upon seeing the small stone, Dong Jiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She exchanged glances with Chen Xiangqiao and the others, signaling them to exit first. Only then did she whisper to Su Ning, Sister, what is that? You need not worry. Once we step outside, I shall never mention it again. Very well, I trust you, Dong Jiqing. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. After all, this was the most gem-like stone she had selected from her space. The moment she revealed the stone, Dong Jiao sensed a subtle tremor in her own space, which immediately subsided. However, just as she intended to examine it closely, Su Ning swiftly concealed it in a cloth. Glancing around furtively as if guarding against thieves, reluctant to unveil it again. A flicker of disdain crossed Dong Jiao's eyes. Such a stone appeared rather ordinary. Her mother had bequeathed her several exquisite gems. And once she retrieved the treasures left by her grandfather, she would likely possess even more. There was no reason for her to covet this trivial piece, yet, it seemed that this stone was essential for her space. Thus, regardless of the cost, it had to be acquired. Su Ning observed Dong Jiao's expression keenly, gripping the cloth tightly, and lowered her voice. Dong Jiqing, I shall not conceal the truth from you. This was a gift from my in-laws to Xiao Bei. They possess many such stones and have only given me this one. I cannot ascertain its value, but I intend to keep it for Xiao Bei's future wife. As she spoke, she began to tuck the item away. Wait. Sister Su, might you consider selling it to me? Dong Jiao initially thought to exchange it for one of her mother's gems, but since her mother had given her a complete set, she felt reluctant. Reflecting on Su Ning's apparent love for money, she resolutely proposed, how about I offer you 100 yuan for it? Currently, gems were not highly valued, even for top-tier stones. 100 yuan was already a generous offer. Su Ning, however, easily discerned Dong Jiejiao's intentions, suppressing a smirk while maintaining an expression of indifference. Looking affectionately at Xiao Bei, she declared, "I have already made up my mind. This shall be for Xiao Bei as future wife. Who knows, perhaps it will lead to a fortunate turn of events, and with it, a house as well. Isn't that right, my son?" It all depended on how much she could exploit. Perhaps even a pebble could be sold for a hefty price. And it might attract attention to the Xiao family. How splendid. Yes, Xiao Bei loves this. The clever little one immediately grasped Su Ning's intention and sweetly pleaded, "Mother, you mustn't sell it to anyone else. No matter how much money they offer. Mother understands." Su Ning arched an eyebrow, casting an appreciative glance at her son before turning to Dong Jiaojiu and firmly declining, "I'm sorry, Dong Jiqing, but my son is fond of this. And I cannot part with it." With that, she began to retreat into the house. "Sister Su, let us discuss this further." Dong Jiaojiu felt a surge of urgency. After contemplating, she gritted her teeth and produced a sapphire ring from her space, presenting it to Su Ning. "Sister, look at this. Surely its quality surpasses that of the stone you possessed. I will exchange it for this." It was self-evident that a sapphire could not be compared to a pebble in quality. "Indeed. It is quite lovely, Dong Jiqing. Do take care not to lose it." Su Ning's eyes glimmered with interest. The more anxious her counterpart became, the more composed she felt. She recalled that the female protagonist's mother had gifted her a complete set of sapphire jewelry. And this ring was likely the least valuable piece. Although it was certainly more precious than her small stone, no small pebble, it still fell far short of her expectations. "Sister Su, this is truly of great importance to me. I implore you to consider my request." As soon as Dong Jiaojiu uttered these words, she noticed Xiao Bei glaring at Su Ning with indignation. "Mother, you promised to keep that for me to give to my future wife. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Those who do not keep their promises may turn into little dogs." Su Ning stifled a smile that threatened to break forth, adopting an expression of difficulty as she pondered for a moment before reluctantly deciding, "Dong Jiqing, it seems I must decline. I have made a promise to my son, so take it back." Dong Jiaojiu gritted her teeth and brandished another 100 yuan, looking earnestly at Su Ning. "If I add another 100, will you agree to the exchange?" "Apologies, but I cannot." Su Ning's eyes sparkled with temptation, and she struggled to rein in her desire, yet upon hearing Xiao Bei's discontented murmur, she struggled to redirect her gaze. "Add another 100. Dong Jiaojiu, filled with frustration, noted the growing interest in Su Ning's eyes and placed another 100 on the table. After several rounds of back and forth, when the total reached 1,000, Su Ning finally relented. "I truly apologize. I have always felt this item to be extraordinary. Otherwise, my in-laws would not cherish it so. If it weren't for your generous offer, I would never have consented." Finally, she managed to sell the stone. The small rock likely merely harbored a hint of energy, which would soon dissipate. In exchange for such a trivial item, she had gained significantly. Moreover, she did not wish for the female protagonist to keep a close watch on her. She still had to bide her time and develop in secret. "Thank you, sister." Dong Jiaojiu exhaled in relief, sensing that the money spent was indeed worthwhile. Su Ning, appearing conflicted, sighed as she handed over the item, then gently urged her toward the exit, saying, "My son was unwilling to exchange it. Had it not been for your generous offer, I would have never agreed. Therefore, Dong Jiqing, please return now, lest I come to regret my decision." Having acquired the item, Dong Jiaojiu naturally did not wish to linger. She followed Su Ning's lead outside, her gaze fixated on the sapphire, which resembled a blue pebble, in her hand, her eyes shining with delight, although she felt a pang of remorse for spending so much. She had received 5,000 yuan from her mother, along with a 10,000 yuan deposit book, and had managed to extract over 1,000 from her negligent father. After this expenditure, coupled with her remaining funds, she still boasted over 14,000 yuan, ample enough for a comfortable life here for several years. Hence, the pain of parting with the money was not unbearable. While she could not comprehend why her space had trembled, she felt an inexplicable necessity for this stone. Holding the sapphire in her hand brought a sense of comfort, affirming that it was precisely what she required. As for Su Ning's claim that the Xiao family had more of such stones, she had no desire to pursue that lead. First, the mysterious guidance that had led her here, and second, the tremor in her space suggested that this was indeed the right choice, though she still harbored some lingering doubts. Dong Jiaojiu decided to set them aside until she could unravel the mystery later. Outside, the two observers remained oblivious to the nature of the discussion, only aware that the two had been bargaining. And upon Dong Jiaojiu's emergence, they curiously examined her hands. Dong Jiaojiu, however, had no intention of revealing the gem, for wealth was a tempting allure. Instead, she produced a red hairpin from her space and smiled, saying, "This is what I wanted. It cost me 30 yuan. The hairpin was adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds, glistening beautifully in the sunlight. Although 30 yuan was a bit steep, it was still acceptable. So the two did not harbor any suspicions. Once outside, with silence enveloping them, Su Ning tucked the 1,015 yuan into her space. Along with her previous savings, she now possessed 2,255 yuan. In addition to food stamps, sugar coupons, cloth tickets, and grain tickets. In less than a month, without any effort on her part, she had not only secured a commendable house but also amassed a considerable fortune and various tickets. Was this not the very definition of a windfall? As she contemplated the treasures within her space, along with the ample resources, Su Ning's spirits soared. She was indeed quite affluent, reflecting on the female protagonist's behavior. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Take today as an example. Even though the female protagonist was eager to trade, she should have been mindful of the timing for her monetary gifts. After all, without a 100 yuan bill, 1,000 yuan would require 100 notes, far too many for an unexpanded pocket to accommodate. This served as a reminder to her to exercise caution with her space in the future. Moreover, she couldn't fathom how the female protagonist had known about the gem in her possession. As for whether the so-called gem, no, pebble, would enhance the other party's space, Ning was unconcerned. The comforting essence it radiated was almost imperceptible. Far less than the energy emanating from the gems in that box, let alone the energy stone. Even the female protagonist could not be so unreasonable, hence she remained untroubled. Just then, the fleeting tremor in her space piqued Ning's curiosity. Had something transpired within? With that thought lingering in her mind, she hastily closed the door and entered her home, briefing her son before stepping into her space. Upon entering, she was immediately taken aback. Was this still her space? The once 300 square meter area had expanded dramatically, now resembling several dozen acres. The landscape was predominantly barren black soil, with a section of cemented ground in the southeast corner. Approximately 2 acres in size. In the area where her former single-room apartment had stood, a 2-story cottage had emerged, likely spanning around 200 square meters. As Ning stepped inside, she discovered that the first floor had transformed into an enormous storage room. With shelves multiplied several times over, nearly filling the entire space, she ran her fingers along the shelves. Astonished, she could confirm that these shelves were her handiwork, as she had meticulously labeled them with numbers using a carbon rod. Originally, the modest living room had accommodated only 5 rows. Now, this storage area was 5 times larger, with the original shelves expanded to 25 rows, as if they had been copied and pasted. Ning examined the shelves from top to bottom, her lips twitching slightly. It was not merely a case of duplication, the shelves had also automatically adjusted to the most suitable dimensions for this space. On 2 shelves, the small baskets and supplies that she had originally arranged with meticulous care had also undergone a remarkable transformation. The volume of the baskets had increased several-fold. For instance, what once held around 10 pounds of brown sugar now accommodated nearly 40 or 50 pounds. Moreover, as the number of shelves had quintupled, the 10 pounds of brown sugar she had brought in for separate storage had ballooned to an astonishing 250 pounds. The other supplies had similarly expanded, leaving her utterly astonished. Previously, her small baskets had only filled about 20 spaces on the shelves, a feat achieved through nights of relentless toil. Now, with the remaining storage capacity vastly enlarged, filling every inch would likely require half a year of effort. Suppressing her mixed feelings of pain and joy, Ning traversed the first floor as storage area and ascended to the second floor. This level comprised a suite with 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, a kitchen, and a bathroom mirroring the size of the floor below. Upon entering, she found the living room empty and desolate. As she stepped into the master bedroom, her gaze brightened in surprise. The room was filled with an array of furnishings, a 4-door wardrobe, a wall of bookshelves, a double sofa, and an imposing desk measuring 1.8 meters in length. Additionally, there was a 2-meter-wide double bed, all in a natural wood finish that seemed vaguely familiar. When her eyes fell upon the quilt on the bed, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. The pattern was identical to the one she had carelessly tossed in the day before. Just yesterday, her mother had brought her 2 new quilts. She had thought it prudent to prepare for any occasion when she might wish to rest. To her astonishment, the originally 1.5-meter-wide quilt had transformed into a 2.4-meter behemoth. Had she known this would occur, she would have thrown in the other quilt as well. The thin mattress that originally accompanied the wooden bed had morphed into a sumptuous spring mattress. And the sheets made from fabric given by her mother had also expanded considerably, now perfectly fitting the bed's dimensions. Having observed these transformations, she could ascertain that all the original items had been proportionally enlarged. The other 2 bedrooms were similarly furnished, echoing the arrangement of the master bedroom, albeit with each piece of furniture slightly diminished in size. Even the quilts and sheets had been replicated, leaving Ning somewhat speechless. As she felt the space lacked a certain intelligence, upon inspecting the kitchen and bathroom, the sensation intensified. In the kitchen, the 2 shelves she had previously constructed had been directly copied and slightly enlarged. The makeshift cabinet, fashioned from a large basket she had cut in half, had now become a row of natural wood tables, reminiscent of those found in a library, an odd sight in a kitchen, but still serviceable for storing items. Regarding these changes, Ning was at a loss for words. She felt the space might not have matured beyond a kindergarten level, merely capable of copying and pasting or mimicking without understanding. Nevertheless, she conceded that any upgrade was preferable to none at all. Examining the seasoning she had transferred the day before, she noted that each type had increased slightly, repeating in accordance with the shelves. This was acceptable to her. For instance, the half-small bowl of soy sauce she had stored had now multiplied to roughly 2 large bowls, sufficient for her needs for quite some time. The small wooden basin and bowls had also been replicated in abundance, proportionally enlarged, which would facilitate her future storage endeavors. The braised pork, lard, and pork crackling she had prepared the previous day had also been duplicated and enlarged, sparing her from the need to cook again anytime soon. The sole aspect that impressed her with a semblance of intelligence was the bathroom, perhaps due to her strong desire for a modern toilet and shower. The simple urinal she had crafted had transformed into a contemporary toilet, while the small basin for foot soaking had become a sizable tub suitable for bathing, complete with a showerhead that dispensed hot water, a fact that brought her considerable relief. Contemplating the state of her room, she wondered if the supplies left on the cement floor outside had also been enlarged and replicated. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with hope. To her delight, all the baskets she had previously dismantled had been restored, albeit in a much larger form, filled to the brim with supplies as if they had never been disturbed. A total of 23 baskets now stood before her, each roughly 5 times the size of the originals. Faced with such an abundance, her singular thought was one of wealth. It felt as though a fortune beckoned to her. As thoughts of money crossed her mind, She recalled the currency and tickets stored within her space. Just as excitement surged within her, a wave of caution swept over her, with the space's peculiar enlargement and replication capabilities. Would the extra currency even be usable? Thus she chose to exercise patience. When she finally examined the money and tickets, a sigh of relief escaped her lips upon discovering that they had not been duplicated. As a law-abiding citizen, she could not fathom engaging in counterfeiting. After taking stock of the supplies, Ning proceeded to check her gold and gemstones. She found that, aside from one particularly special gemstone that had vanished, everything else remained unchanged. This led her to conclude that items related to money were likely difficult to replicate, while those acquired via the smash feature were easier to duplicate, followed by food items. In terms of medicinal herbs, the 9 turns resuscitation pill had not multiplied, but the health-preserving pill had increased by half a bottle, and the hemostatic pill had gained a full bottle, indicating that quality elixirs were similarly scarce. Such scarcity was understandable. After all, extraordinary items were valuable precisely because they were rare. As for the missing special gemstone, Ning had anticipated its disappearance and felt no disappointment. After all, trading it for an upgrade to her space was a fair exchange. Having surveyed her entire space, the only aspect that left her feeling regretful was the patch of black soil. She had tried using her consciousness to cultivate it but found it ineffectual. In an era devoid of machinery, relying solely on manual labor to cultivate such a vast area was simply impractical. She resolved to procure some seeds in the future, perhaps clearing a small area to grow her own food. And if the opportunity arose, she might even plant some fruit trees. Nothing more was needed. Overall, she felt quite satisfied with this upgrade. The red gemstone she had received the day before must have been the protagonist's fortunate charm. Otherwise, her space would not have experienced such an upgrade upon its disappearance. Based on her deductions, the supplies within her space had likely been enhanced due to the energy stone. Once the energy was absorbed, the space underwent its transformation, akin to how her dog could upgrade the smash feature with energy. Moreover, this energy proved beneficial not only to the space but also to her own being. Her physical transformations were largely a result of this energy. She had just noticed that the scar on her head had completely vanished, and once that area grew hair again, no one would suspect that she had been seriously injured just over half a month ago. All these changes stemmed from this energy, which had permeated the entire space. The energy from the red gemstone had inevitably diffused onto that small stone, rendering it unrecognizable to the protagonist. If this were indeed the case, how intriguing it would be. She eagerly anticipated the day the protagonist realized she had been deceived. If that were true, perhaps she could sell a few more stones to the protagonist as well. With this thought swirling in her mind, Ning couldn't help but smirk. "Mother, I'm hungry." At that moment, Xiaobei's voice drifted in. The little one had waited outside for a full half hour, growing anxious over his mother's absence. Yet fearful of disturbing her, he could only rub his belly and inquire softly, "Let us have some buns. I steamed them last night when I couldn't sleep." Ning emerged from her space, presenting several meat buns. With 5 tons of buns at her disposal, she was free to indulge. As for deceiving the little one, she felt no guilt. After all, she was providing sustenance, recalling the inner land of her space. Ning continued to eat while instructing, "In a bit, I'll give you a few eggs. Go fetch me some vegetable seeds in return. The more variety, the better. I have use for them." Though the little one was young, he was quite clever. He had ventured outside often enough that the villagers recognized him, which was certainly a boon compared to her own ignorance of the area. Moreover, her reputation was somewhat tarnished, and after having fainted yesterday, it would be best for her not to venture out today. Thus sending the little one was the most suitable arrangement. "All right, mother, I'll go find Granny Zhao." The little one devoured a bun, downed some milk, then requested 3 eggs from Ning before heading out. He felt it necessary to work hard, believing that would endear him to his mother even more. Once the little one had departed, Ning lingered in thought for about 10 minutes before washing the 2 bowls and then opening the side bed to start preparing the kong, a traditional heated bed. She had an inkling that the protagonist would eventually discover the gemstone was a fake, and when that time came, she might seek her out again. Thus she hurriedly restored it, as it might prove useful in the future. With the mud bricks readily available, Ning recalled the structure within and soon completed the kong. After drying it for a day and occasionally heating it with firewood, it would be ready for use. The kong was not particularly large, sufficient for just her and the little one, which posed no problem. When winter arrived, they could move over here together. As for her nominal husband, he was hardly worthy of sharing her bed. With the kong set up, she tidied the room, but after working up a sweat and noticing that the little one had not yet returned, she shut the door and entered her space for a much-needed shower before preparing lunch. In this era, even a simple rinse was fraught with inconvenience. Had it not been for the ample provisions from the system, she would have surely given up. As for lunch, she had already devised a plan. She retrieved a piece of beef brisket from her space, along with 2 tomatoes, and peeled 2 potatoes given to her by her mother the previous day, preparing to make a tomato beef stew. Served over rice, it would be utterly delectable. Just the 2 of them, accompanied by a vegetable egg soup and a pot of steamed rice, would suffice. She could even prepare a bit extra to store in her space for future meals, making it convenient for when hunger struck. By midday, the 2 of them enjoyed a bountiful meal, unable to resist the allure of beef after such a long absence. It was simply too tempting. Just as they finished and began to tidy up, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Who could it be today? Could it be Grandma? The little one wondered aloud, glancing toward the door. Eager to rise and answer Ning grasped his arm and shook her head slightly. It was unlikely that her mother would visit during lunchtime. Furthermore, in this era, it was customary for those with a sense of propriety not to intrude upon others during meals. As for those who were less scrupulous, why bother acknowledging him? Calmly, she collected several empty bowls, leaving behind only one with a meager broth containing 2 wilted greens. It was only then that Ning approached the door. Upon recognizing who stood there, her brows involuntarily arched in surprise. At the entrance stood a youth with a somewhat flushed complexion, his white shirt having turned yellow from repeated washings, and his army green trousers adorned with several patches. Covered in dust, perhaps he had rushed over without time to brush himself off. Upon noticing the bandage wrapped around Su Ning's head, his eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. He seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately found himself at a loss. Recognizing his demeanor, Su Ning knew exactly who he was. If anyone among the Su family had enjoyed the closest bond with the original owner, it was undoubtedly her younger brother, 4 years her junior. Su Jin, who had been unjustly imprisoned due to the female protagonist's machinations. Her elder brother was named Su Ping, and her second elder brother was called Suan. Both were considerably older than the original owner. Though they had always shown her great affection, however, due to the age gap, when the original owner was older, her brothers were occupied with their studies, leaving little time for camaraderie once Su Jin was born. Only the original owner remained at home, allowing them to spend more time together, thus fostering a deeper bond. Su Jin was currently in his second year of high school, attending school in the county, and returned home only once a month to save on travel expenses. Just before the original owner encountered her misfortune, Su Jin had returned home, resulting in their prolonged separation. What happened? Weren't you quite formidable when we were at home? Have you turned so timid since marrying? In response to Su Ning's seemingly sardonic expression, Su Jin fought back tears, clearing his throat before his anger flared. You're in this state and didn't even bother to send me a message? Do you still remember that you have a brother? Though his words were harsh, his gaze lingered on the bandaged area, revealing his underlying concern. Remember, who are you? Su Ning was not one to indulge him. She playfully slapped his arm, and upon seeing him subdued let out a huff. She poured him a glass of water and inquired, have you eaten? Did you come straight here? I did. Su Jin's gaze fell upon the untouched bowl of vegetable soup, and he awkwardly turned his head away, feigning interest in his surroundings. The courtyard looks much better than the last time I came. Of course, it's my mother's doing. How could it not be? Observing his demeanor, Su Ning understood perfectly. She turned to the kitchen, fetching a bowl of pork belly and 2 steamed buns, placing them on the table to beckon Su Jin over. Didn't mother tell you? I've been perfectly fine for a while now. When do you return to school? Why are you here instead of resting at home? Surely you're not thinking of slacking off, are you, Su Xiaojin? You ought to focus on your studies. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Su Jin shot back, indignantly glaring at Su Ning, but just as he was about to retort, his stomach growled unexpectedly, causing his face to flush. All right, you're so diligent. Can we eat now? There are more buns if these aren't enough. Su Ning smirked, finding this younger brother of hers quite endearing, especially since she was currently in a position of considerable wealth. 5 tons of pork belly and 5 tons of steamed buns. After all, allowed for a little indulgence. Sis, are you truly fine, or is this just at fade? Su Jin regarded Su Ning with skepticism, glancing from the bowl of meat to the white buns, his eyes watering slightly. Did she intend to give up on life? Surely she couldn't be well after such an injury. His thoughts raced, convinced his sister was deceiving him, having sustained such an injury. Recovery couldn't be so swift. Upon noticing her expression, which seemed to suggest she might collapse at any moment, Su Ning felt a wave of exasperation. She pulled the bandage away, revealing a scalp devoid of any visible scars. Here, take a closer look. Is it real or fake? If she were merely putting on a show, she would have acted long ago. Su Jin leaned in for a closer inspection, and upon confirming her recovery, he sighed in relief, pointing at the meat and buns. So, what is this about? Have you struck it rich? Indeed, it's from the Xiao family. Anticipating that Su Jin had returned home immediately after school, unaware of her circumstances, Su Ning briefly explained. After all, the Su family was privy to the details, so there was no need for secrecy. Alright, but this is a one-time deal. You can't be so wasteful in the future. You must spend this money wisely. By the way, none of the Xiao family are decent people. Su Jin took a hefty bite of the bun, his frustration evident. However, after a few chews his pace slowed as he savored the taste. He couldn't remember the last time he had a white bun, and he couldn't resist taking another bite. Watching Xiao Bei with longing, he chuckled and tore off a piece to feed him. But then again, the old Xiao family only has our Xiao Bei as a good person. Xiao Bei nodded in agreement while eating. Although he had just eaten his fill, seeing his little uncle enjoy the food made him feel hungry again. But with food in his stomach, he found himself unable to eat much more. You're graduating next year, right? What are your plans? When will you receive your diploma? Su Ning squinted in the sunlight, contemplating her own future while inexplicably feeling as though she had forgotten something important. Chapter 32. What is the purpose? If she couldn't recall it, it was best not to dwell on it. Regarding her future, she had already decided that agricultural work was out of the question. While she could tolerate the occasional task, long-term labor was simply unbearable. She might have gained strength, but her endurance had not improved. For someone unaccustomed to manual labor, it was asking too much. This transmigration had not altered her inherently lazy nature. She was proud of her laziness, thus securing a job in the city as a mental laborer seemed most prudent, as it would provide her with money and resources for her future needs. She needed to expedite her job search. What else could I plan for? University entrance exams aren't an option now. I'm just back. Su Jin sighed, resigned to his fate. Naturally, he wished to stay in the city, but jobs were scarce, and even if there were openings, he was unlikely to be considered. Who knows, you might be able to take the exams at some point, Su Ning remarked, her mind racing with possibilities, and then an idea flickered in her mind. Oh, by the way, when you return, please help me collect my diploma. How could she search for a job in the city without a diploma? The original owner had returned home not long after graduating when she encountered Xiao Yan, and despite her attempts to explain the circumstances surrounding her near drowning, rumors persisted. Eventually, the original owner became reluctant to venture out, thus forgetting to collect her diploma. Following that, after marrying Xiao Yan, she devoted all her time to raising children, completely unable to break free, leading to her high school diploma remaining uncollected after her arrival. Su Ning had searched diligently and reviewed the original owner's memories, confirming that it was indeed missing. Consequently, she had entrusted Su Jin with this task, as she intended to pursue university in the future. And naturally needed to have her diploma in hand. Even if she chose not to attend university, a high school diploma would still be a valuable asset. I've already collected it for you. Haven't you received it? Su Jin replied, astonished. When I registered for high school, I collected it for you. Oh, it was your mother-in-law who mentioned that you needed it and asked me to collect it. I was curious about what you needed it for at the time. How could you not have it? Su Ning pondered for a moment and shook her head. She was certain that the original owner had never mentioned this to Xiao's mother. She had completely forgotten about her diploma. So why would Xiao's mother lie? After obtaining it, why didn't she give it to the original owner? What could the Xiao family possibly want with the original owner's diploma? In this era, there was no educational verification system, so one couldn't ascertain the authenticity of a diploma. If Xiao's mother needed it, she could easily create a fake. Why go through the trouble of deceiving her and risking exposure? Perhaps she simply forgot to give it to you, Su Jin mused, not thinking too deeply about it, primarily viewing a high school diploma as insignificant. Many people didn't bother collecting theirs after finishing school. Since the movement of educated youth to rural areas began, the notion of education being useless had become widely accepted. Su Ning shook her head, based on her understanding of the Xiao family. These individuals were not inclined to engage in meaningless endeavors without gain. Moreover, the exorbitant betrothal gifts offered by the Xiao family left her with a sense of unease, suggesting that there were many peculiarities surrounding this marriage. What could an ordinary person possibly gain from someone else's diploma? What were the Xiao family truly after? The original owner was not unattractive, but she wasn't strikingly beautiful either. She fell into the category of being cute. Based on her limited interactions with Xiao San, he had shown no signs of infatuation, indicating that he wasn't pursuing her for her character. While the Su family was not impoverished, their financial standing was modest at best. Even their savings were likely inferior to those of the Xiao family. Additionally, the original owner was the legitimate daughter of the Su family, so there was no possibility of a mistaken identity. It was impossible for her to have a wealthy father appear out of thin air. Thus, it was improbable that the Xiao family sought her for her lineage or financial status. Furthermore, among the original owner's relatives, none were particularly well off, providing no leverage for the Xiao family. So why were they so eager to marry her? Offering such a hefty bride price. As for child rearing, while Su Ning had criticized the original owner for playing the role of a caretaker, considering the circumstances of the era, many people would likely be willing to pay for childcare. Even if it was as little as 20 yuan a month. It was simply the case that the original owner had never faced hardship, and given that both the Xiao and Su families were well known for their prosperity, it led to the perception of her being mistreated. In a different setting, she might even be seen as ungrateful. Thus, Su Ning found herself utterly perplexed. What exactly did the original owner possess that made her so desirable? If one were to consider advantages, her family had been impoverished for generations, which might be seen as a slight edge in this era, but such individuals were hardly rare, having completed high school. This fact stands as an advantage in the rural setting, yet she is not the sole individual in her village to possess such an accomplishment. Furthermore, the original owner was neither diligent nor particularly skilled, leading one to wonder why the Xiao family would be inclined to invest so heavily in her. What value does a mere diploma hold? Su Xiaodi scoffed. Even if one were to seek employment with it, they would still need a matching household registration and a reference letter, right? Those who can obtain such documents could easily procure a diploma for themselves without fear of exposure. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? During this period, oversight of student records was relatively lax. Acquiring a diploma through monetary means was not particularly challenging. Often one merely needed to pay the corresponding tuition fees. Thus, as long as one had the financial means, it was quite feasible. Su Ning fell into a moment of silence, grappling with the intentions behind the other party's actions, yet she firmly believed that these machinations were undoubtedly shrouded in some nefarious plot. After contemplating for a while, she decided to delegate the task, stating, "Once you return, seek out teacher Su and request her assistance in reissuing my diploma. Additionally, please place an announcement in the newspaper, declaring that my diploma has been stolen, and I shall not be held accountable should someone use it for ill purposes." Teacher Su was the original owner's former homeroom teacher who had always treated her kindly and was quite helpful. Explaining the situation should not pose a problem. She did not believe that Xiaomu had simply forgotten to provide it to her. Rather, she suspected that either Xiaomu or someone from the Xiao family had orchestrated something. Nonetheless, regardless of the plot, she needed to seize the initiative. With these thoughts in mind, she returned to her room, retrieved a pound of brown sugar, a pound of rock sugar, a can of malt milk, and 2 pounds of eggs, handing them to Su Xiaodi while lowering her voice. "Take these with you. After finding teacher Su, please ask her to assist in obtaining a loss verification letter from the principal. It would be best if the date on the verification letter is the day before you present it to Xiao Laotai. Remember to ensure that the principal signs and seals it before bringing it back to me. Afterward." She pulled 10 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Xiaodi, instructing, "This is for you to cover the newspaper announcement. Once it's confirmed, please buy a few copies to keep." Seeing the seriousness in her tone, Su Xiaodi, though feeling that she might be overreacting, did not refuse. A better safe than sorry. If someone were indeed to misuse it, it would be prudent to take precautions. Moreover, with his sister currently possessing some funds, a little expenditure for peace of mind seemed reasonable. After Su Ning had given her instructions, she cautioned Su Xiaodi to keep this matter confidential, as everyone had gone off to work, and he should hurry back. She felt it best to keep this from the Xiao family. The fewer who knew, the better. Su Xiaodi, having come to check on his sister and reassured by her well-being, shouldered the items she had given him and departed. Once he was gone, Su Ning unconsciously tapped her chin, lost in thought. Based on her previous deductions, there were not many things of value that the original owner could possess if it truly was these two aspects they were coveting. Coming from a lineage of impoverished farmers held no significance for her, but for those from the so-called Black Five categories or capitalist backgrounds it could indeed be a treasure. While identity is hard to replace, given that people around would recognize her, what if she were to relocate? Xiaoyan was a soldier stationed in the southwest military region, a journey that would take 3 days and nights by vehicle. Should she venture there, everyone would be strangers, especially since identification at that time did not include photographs, making impersonation quite effortless. If she were to obtain her diploma, she could potentially find a job there and lead a comfortable life. However, there were still a few points she could not comprehend. One was that Xiaoyan's rank was insufficient for military deployment. He was merely a platoon leader, though she had heard he had been promoted to company commander, which still likely did not qualify him for deployment. Secondly, transferring household registration was not a simple task. It required the individual to go to the village to obtain a reference letter, then proceed to the town's police station for approval. And the receiving party would need to consent as well, not to mention she was certain the original owner had not undergone this process. Wait, there was also Xiao Yulian. He had a good relationship with Xiao Fu and possessed the authority to issue reference letters. The town's police station would likely not obstruct the process upon seeing the village chief's signature. There was also a possibility that they had connections within the police station. As for how this would work with the military, she remained uncertain. It was likely that others were involved in this scheme. The only certainty was that whoever was aiding them must possess an extraordinary identity, thus she could not afford to reveal her hand, as it could lead to peril. Suppressing the turmoil within her, Su Ning, though still unable to piece everything together, felt assured that her instincts were correct. If she could gather some information in the village or gauge the reactions of the Xiao family, she would likely be able to ascertain the truth. Unsure of the extent of their influence, she believed she needed a more secure strategy before proceeding, so she resolved to contemplate further. In the subsequent days, she planned to feign illness a bit longer before venturing into the city to explore. To calm her nerves, Su Ning entered her space, tilled a patch of black soil, and planted 2 or 3 plots of vegetables, which should suffice for both her and her mother. She wished to cultivate more, but it was simply too exhausting. Indeed, laziness does not dissipate merely due to a transition through time and space. She preferred to rest for a while. Farm work was exceedingly strenuous, and she believed she was better suited for urban life. In a few days, she would seek employment. After waking from her slumber, Su Ning suddenly remembered that she had yet to utilize her instant kill opportunity today. The changes in her space made her wonder if the instant kill chances had also altered. If the dog could employ energy to modify the instant kill machine, could the energy from that stone not do the same? Diving into her space, Su Ning scrutinized the situation for a while and ultimately discovered a slight difference. The screen of the instant kill machine had enlarged somewhat, though she remained unaware of the changes within. It was best to try an instant kill first. Su Ning pressed the instant kill button, and the screen began to display the materials in a continuous motion, but instead of the previous singular items, they were now divided into 5 segments, each rotating independently. The items were not entirely the same as before. While food remained predominant, there were now many additional useful items such as flashlights, fabric, military coats, and even porcelain, paintings, and books. Common items were almost all present. Su Ning was uncertain of the current rules governing the instant kill, yet she had a premonition that it should work in her favor. The dog had provided energy to upgrade the machine. Logically, the energy from the gem should allow for a similar enhancement. Thinking this, her gaze grew fervent. After regaining her composure, Su Ning pressed the instant kill button once more. The rotating icons gradually slowed, and after counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5 slightly smaller icons came to rest before her eyes. 1 ton of millet, 1 ton of fabric, 1 ton of ham, and the remaining 2 were both steaks. She had just secured 5 tons in one go. An astonishing stroke of luck. However, before she could revel in her delight, the 2 steak icons suddenly collided, transforming into specks of light and gradually vanishing from the screen. What does this mean? Su Ning was momentarily taken aback. Just then, the screen slowly retracted, revealing a black hole, which subsequently expelled 3 large baskets of goods. Upon inspection, they were millet, ham, and fabric, exactly the 3 items that had remained. Each was still a ton. From this outcome, she surmised that if 2 identical items appeared among the 5, they would cancel each other out, while different items would be released. Thus, she could receive a maximum of 5 tons, but in the case of all identical items, they would all be nullified. However, given the variety of items, the likelihood of obtaining all identical items was exceedingly low, indicating that she had indeed struck gold. The following days confirmed her hypothesis. On the second day, she faced a similar scenario, with 2 identical items being cancelled out. Ultimately, she received 1 ton of chicken legs, 1 ton of glutinous rice, and 1 ton of lamb chops. On the third day, her luck soared, as she instant killed 5 entirely different items: 1 ton of apples, 1 ton of canned goods, 1 ton of pumpkins, 1 ton of beer, and 1 ton of duck meat. Additionally, due to her exceptional fortune, she was awarded a sewing machine as a bonus from the instant kill machine. In the subsequent 2 days, she managed to instant kill 2 tons and then 3 tons, which was also quite impressive. She guessed that it was likely a combination of 2 or 3 different items, but this was a significant improvement from before. In the weeks that followed, the quantity of materials she received through instant kills noticeably increased. For instance, this time she had acquired 100 watches, a 10-fold increase from the previous 10 per batch. With such an abundance of resources, she felt more emboldened, even if the Xiao family possessed some hidden clout. She would not be intimidated. Time flew, and after 5 or 6 days back at the old residence, she felt it was nearly time to venture out. However, before she could take action, another visitor arrived. The newcomer was none other than the original owner's cousin, the female antagonist Su Shangjie. She had previously considered that, as a character aware of the plot, Su Shangjie would undoubtedly be curious about her cousin, who was supposed to be dead. Thus she had anticipated this visit, yet she had not expected it to come so soon, which caught her slightly off guard. Ning, how are you feeling? Just as Su Ning had surmised. Su Xiangjie had long wished to come, but had simply not found the time. Now that the male and female leads had yet to unite, it was the perfect moment to exert her influence. Other matters would have to be postponed. After carefully scrutinizing Su Ning, Su Xiangjie's expression shifted from confusion to a knowing smile as if she had come to a realization. She then extended the basket she was holding, cheerfully stating, I heard from Aunt that you are nearly recovered, which is why I dared to come and visit. You're not angry with me, are you? How's your head? Still hurting? Su Ning shook her head. Taking in every detail of her cousin, unlike the locals, Su Xiangjie was dressed in a white shirt paired with fitted trousers and small white shoes, her hair styled in a bun. This attire was not only rare in the countryside but would also stand out even in the city, making her an anomaly. As for whether this girl was not the least bit concerned about being discovered, it was evident that her outfit was not typical of the era. Was the family and the villagers collectively lacking in discernment? Moreover, what does Liaran mean? Do you think that this supporting character's survival is thanks to her as a character from a book? Both are mere side characters, yet she certainly knows how to embellish her own narrative. Cousin, your dress is truly exquisite. You resemble a girl from the city. Auntie is indeed very fond of you. Su Ning smiled sweetly, while inwardly she was seething. This must be the pickled vegetables made by Auntie. Right, after such a long time, cousin specifically brought a piece of pickled vegetable head. How thoughtful. The family of Su Debo, like hers, consisted of 3 sons and 1 daughter. However, Su Debo had 3 sons before the arrival of Su Xiangjie after many years, which made him dote on this daughter like a precious gem. Before the original owner got married, she enjoyed a close relationship with this cousin. Both were the favored ones in their families, enjoying a more comfortable life than most young ladies, and they had plenty of topics to discuss. In the 2 years since her marriage, it was said that Su Debo had been arranging matches for Su Xiangjie. Yet she remained picky, unwilling to settle, and now she was nearly 22. Perhaps she had not found a suitable match, and fearing the whispers of others, this cousin seldom ventured out, resulting in limited interactions with the original owner over these past 2 years. Whenever they did meet, their conversations were brief and lackluster, leading to a gradual estrangement. However, there were no real conflicts between them, merely the trivial musings of young ladies. Thus, even upon realizing that the person before her had undergone a transformation, Su Ning had no intention of extending an olive branch, partly to maintain her persona, and partly due to her own laziness. I know you enjoy this, so I brought it specifically for you. Su Xiangjie, seemingly oblivious, presented 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and quietly inquired, Ning, I heard that Dong Jiaojiu visited you a few days ago? Su Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. Was she trying to pry into the matters of the female lead? Continuing to add to her troubles, the supporting character's affection for the female lead was even more profound, destined to be entwined. She came by, uttered some nonsensical words, and left. Su Ning sighed, casting out a bit of bait. Forget it. I won't discuss it. I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone. Oh, sister, we are sisters. Su Xiangjie perked up immediately, urging, quickly tell me, what did she do? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Su Ning shot her a glance and shook her head. That won't do. I accepted 10 coins as a hush fee. If it gets out, I'll owe 20. No way can I say. Sister, I swear I won't tell anyone, just spill it. Hearing this, Su Xiangjie became even more eager. Gazing at Su Ning, I'll be honest with you, I'm interested in that Hu Jingtian, but Dong Jiaojiao keeps clinging to him. I want to drive her away. You must help me. Despite her words, there was no trace of shyness on her face. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. The book described this supporting character as infatuated, unable to move when encountering the male lead, yet when she mentioned Hu Jingtian, there was no flicker of emotion. Quite strange indeed. Although she thought this, her demeanor displayed a feigned helplessness. Rest assured, her visit here has nothing to do with Hu Jingtian. It's merely her own affair. To put it bluntly, she came to fetch something. Did you give it to her? Su Xiangjie's voice instantly rose, tinged with an edge. Su Ning feigned surprise, nodding dumbly. I did. What's wrong with that? How could you give it to her? Don't you realize that as long as she's well, we will suffer greatly? Did you think that just because you escaped this time, you will be safe? As long as she's fine, we will still face calamity. Su Xiangjie exclaimed in exasperation, haven't you noticed? The better Dong Jiaojiu is, the worse it is for everyone else. I haven't noticed. Who has been unfortunate? Su Ning feigned ignorance, innocently stating, Dong Jiqing seems quite good. She even visited me and gave me money. Though she said this, Su Ning's heart raced. Could it be that the female lead possessed some lucky attribute, or was she capable of siphoning others' fortunes? The book hadn't mentioned this. Was it possible she had read a counterfeit? What does she qualify as a good person? She's merely a thief stealing others' lives. Su Xiangjie cried out, muttering, this is terrible. Her space must be about to upgrade. The halo of the female lead will grow stronger. We are 1 step too late. 1 step too late. What am I to do? What does this mean? Su Ning was perplexed. Could it be that in the previous life, Hu Jingtian was Su Xiangjie's husband, and in this life, he was taken by the female lead? But isn't the person before her a character from a book? Why the breakdown? Has she gotten too deeply involved? This won't do. I must find out. Su Ning, quickly tell me what you gave her. Realizing that this wasn't the time for anger, Su Xiangjie suppressed her irritation, anxiously insisting, time waits for no one, hurry up and tell me. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Was this person determined to alter the storyline? So she wasn't just infatuated, she was also ambitious. That made things interesting. Quickly tell me, what did she obtain, and what was her reaction after receiving it? Su Shangjie grasped Su Ning's arm, urgency radiating from her. Tell me, quickly. No, I can't say any more. I accepted a hush fee, I can't afford to pay back. Su Ning maintained her calm demeanor. Was she truly anxious? She relished watching others squirm. Their urgency meant profit for her. Su Shangjie took a deep breath. Ning, I am your cousin. I promise I won't tell anyone. Why are you so timid? It's precisely because of this that the Xiao family bullies you. Can't you stand up for yourself a bit? After saying this, seeing Su Ning gaze at her with a look of fear, she suppressed her anger and painfully retrieved 10 coins from her pocket, offering them. Ning, let me cover your hush fee. Just tell me what Dong Jiaojia took. Su Ning shook her head. Feigning innocence, she said that if it gets out, I must pay 20. She estimated that Su Shangjie should have around 20 or 30 on her, so asking for 20 should not be a problem. Su Shangjie wanted to say more, but seeing Su Ning's obstinate demeanor, she could only grit her teeth and take out another 10. She needed to know what the other party's treasure looked like to look for an opportunity to retrieve it. Although it was possible that the item was stored in a space, one never knows. After all, she had not seen Dong Jiaojia frequently vanish to tend to her space. Perhaps she was unaware of the item's true value. As long as there was even a 1 in a million chance, she was willing to take it. She must change the course of the story. Su Ning, conflicted, accepted the money. All right, cousin, were it not for our sisterly bond, I certainly wouldn't share this with you. That day, Dong Jiqing claimed she dreamt of a treasure in my home, and after searching for a long time, she found a small gemstone, quite tiny. Su Ning gestured with her fingers. Feigning ignorance, I don't know why, but upon seeing that gemstone, Dong Jiqing became very excited and even gave me 100 coins in exchange. What, you gave it to her for 100 coins? Are you out of your mind? Su Shangjie looked at Su Ning in disdain. In a few years, that gemstone might sell for several thousand, even tens of thousands, and you let it go for just 100. Sister, are you out of your mind? This thing isn't worth much. Su Ning replied, looking utterly innocent, regarding Su Shangjie as if she were foolish. Internally she scoffed, a mere 100 coins, you think you can come up with 100? Moreover, that was 1,000 coins plus a gemstone ring. Hearing her words, Su Shangjie paused aside, her face revealing a hint of superiority as if she alone were awakened from a drunken stupor, and after a long moment, she said, I originally wanted to ask if you've ever eaten something called KFC chicken, but now there's no need to ask, as expected, as expected. Only she was truly unique. After finishing, she strode out, her back exuding an air of tragic heroism as if walking away from a bittersweet farewell. Chapter 35. Preparing food. Su Ning had no intention of stopping her, calmly pocketing the 20 coins. Feeling quite satisfied, since her arrival in this new world, she sensed her fortune was unparalleled. Both the female lead and supporting character were vying to bestow money upon her. Soon she would ponder how to extract some benefits from the male lead and supporting male. Although the male lead and supporting male had not directly targeted the old Su family, based on their previous interactions, both seemed firmly in support of the female lead and likely held no goodwill toward the Su family. Furthermore, after a decade as a wage slave, she understood clearly that opportunities must be seized. Thus, even if it meant usurping another's chance, she felt justified. The recent events had revealed to her that the book she had read was not comprehensive. After all, it primarily revolved around the female lead, and the other characters received minimal attention, which was only to be expected. This served as a reminder that she should not take that book too seriously. One misstep could lead her into a pitfall. She did not concern herself with the rivalry between the supporting and female leads. Her primary task was to find a job and swiftly deal with the old Xiao family, with everything else to be addressed later. However, before that, she needed to prepare ample food so that when she ventured into the city to seek employment or sell goods, she would not have to worry about going hungry. She did wish to check in at a state-run restaurant, but her ration tickets were limited. Dining there occasionally was feasible, but daily visits were out of the question. Besides, she had some confidence in her culinary skills, and with an abundance of supplies in her space, cooking for herself was the most economical choice. Over the past 2 days, she had managed to secure a total of 5 tons of goods, including 1 ton of zucchini, 1 ton of onions, 1 ton of bean sprouts, 1 ton of soy sauce, and 1 ton of vinegar. The large basket of soy sauce contained not only light and dark soy sauce but also varieties like wei jisian, seafood soy sauce, and steamed fish soy sauce, suggesting it was brewed from different regions. As for the bean sprouts, they primarily consisted of yellow and green bean sprouts, which, while not visually appealing, were quite suitable for occasional consumption. Both buns and dumplings were available in her space, though the buns were cooked and ready to eat, while the dumplings required boiling first. She took approximately 10 jin of dumplings, steaming half and boiling the other half. From the steamed dumplings, she removed 2 jin and pan-fried them, transforming them into pot stickers. She particularly relished the crispy underside of the pot stickers, and a dip in vinegar enhanced the flavor even further. Due to the limited wooden bowls in the space, she could only prepare a few dishes for now. The dumplings were filled with a variety of fillings: pork and scallions, pork and celery, chives and shrimp, pork and cabbage, and chives with vermicelli and eggs. The taste was quite satisfactory, reminiscent of a certain brand of frozen dumplings. One could only wonder which scoundrel had raided the cold storage, thus benefiting her. While preparing, she did not forget to offer some to the little one playing in the mud at the door. The little creature squinted with delight, shaking his head happily. As Su Ning kneaded the dough, she inquired why he wasn't outside playing. The only buns in the space were meat buns, and after eating them for over 20 days, she had lost interest in them. Instead, she craved something with tofu, bean sprouts, or vermicelli, so she was preparing to make some. I saw my cousin and De Gang from the village playing together. I was afraid he would hit me, so I came back, the little one replied while munching. Su Ning paused slightly. She recalled that De Gang was the village fool, already over 20 and perpetually filthy. Typically, the village children avoided him, so how could Xiao Daba, the eldest son of the Xiao family, possibly play with him. Xiao Daba was only 14 or 15, and although he did poorly in school and did not pass middle school, he had given up studying, spending his days wandering around the village. His reputation not being particularly stellar to it seemed normal for him to associate with the gang. After pondering this, Su Ning set it aside and continued preparing the food at hand. Today, her primary focus was on making pancakes. As they were convenient to eat and not particularly conspicuous. In times when her appetite waned, she would make a few, wrapping green bean sprouts or shredded potatoes, which were also quite delectable. Mother, are we having green bean sprouts and shredded potatoes today? Su Ning typically did not stir-fry the green bean sprouts. Merely blanching them quickly in hot water, then mixing in soy sauce, vinegar, salt, sesame oil, and a touch of sugar for flavor, resulting in a crisp and refreshing dish. The shredded potatoes were stir-fried with bell peppers and carrots. Presenting a visually appealing and tasty outcome. However, as she currently lacked carrots in her space, she opted to substitute with shredded zucchini, pairing it with colorful sweet peppers, which turned out quite well. No, I'm making pancakes. Do you prefer meat or vegetable fillings? Su Ning placed a piece of green bean sprout in his mouth. Meat, Xiaobei loves meat. Xiaobei declared, believing meat to be far superior. Su Ning nodded. Retrieving a large piece of beef tenderloin from the cupboard, after frying it to perfection, she sprinkled it with black pepper and a pinch of salt. The aroma of the meat was intoxicating. Xiaobei fell in love with it after just one bite. Su Ning sliced the beef into strips and stored it in the cupboard, actually placing it in the space before starting to make the pancakes. The pancakes were water-fried, made from white flour mixed with half cornmeal. The cornmeal had been brought by Su's mother, who, aware of Su Ning's aversion to coarse cornmeal, had borrowed a grinding stone from a neighbor to finely grind it several times. Although the resulting cornmeal was still not as refined as modern versions, it surpassed what most families of this era consumed. Moreover, the unique fragrance of corn was something Su Ning cherished. After thoroughly kneading the dough, she divided it into small portions, rolling each into thin, round pancakes, stacking them layer upon layer, brushing a thin layer of oil between each to prevent sticking. Mother, let me help you with the fire. Xiaobei eagerly offered his assistance. Su Ning did not decline. After all, children should be trained from a young age, or who would cook and do the dishes for her in the future, once the pancakes were cooked. Su Ning carefully lifted each one, filling some with bean sprouts and shredded potatoes, adding pickled vegetables and chilies, and finally placing the beef strips on top, completing the simplest yet delicious pancake. Looking at the pancake, Su Ning felt a pang of regret. The salted duck eggs she had made previously were not yet ready, otherwise, adding a luscious salted duck egg would have made it even tastier. The little one stood nearby drooling, having spotted the delectable meat inside. For lunch, Su Ning and Xiaobei enjoyed these pancakes, with Su Ning consuming more vegetables while Xiaobei indulged in more meat. Both of them ending the meal with satisfied belches. Over the past few days, Xiaobei had been eating alongside her, and his complexion had improved significantly. After all, not every household could afford to eat meat and eggs daily. It was only because she had ample supplies that she could afford such indulgences. After making 20 or so pancakes to store in the space, Su Ning began preparing the filling for dumplings. With no vegetables at home, she planned to take Xiaobei to Aunt Su's house nearby. Aunt Su's family was quite industrious, often tending to their home garden during their free time, ensuring that they rarely lacked vegetables except in winter. Su Ning intended to trade for some, as the only thing she had left at home was the potatoes that Su's mother had brought the day before, which she already had in her space, perfect for exchanging for something else. Moreover, with it being late October, she needed to stock up on firewood. Although she could wait for her two brothers to help, the Su family was already busy with numerous chores, and she preferred not to add to their burden. Additionally, there were matters that needed inquiring about. Chapter 36, Trading Goods. Before heading out, she needed to change her clothes, as the weather had turned chilly, especially in the mornings and evenings. Those with means had already donned thin cotton jackets, while those without began layering up. Last night, Su Ning used a sewing machine to make 2 thin cotton vests, which were low-cut and barely noticeable beneath her outer clothing, unlike bulkier cotton jackets. As she was still a sickly child unable to work, dressing too well would only incite envy. Her life motto was to remain as inconspicuous as possible, allowing for gradual development. Moreover, with a small child in tow, if she appeared affluent, many might cast covetous glances her way. As for the little one, she did not make a vest for him. If firstly, children are often active and unfazed by the cold, a single layer of clothing suffices. Secondly, being a child, if others were to take a closer look at his attire, she could not prevent it, making it easy for them to notice. Therefore, she planned to wait until the weather grew colder and everyone else was dressed similarly before adding more layers. That way, it wouldn't be as conspicuous. The little one was content as long as he had something to eat and paid little heed to his clothing, running outside to play and returning all sweaty. The mother and son strolled leisurely towards Aunt Su's house, with Xiaobei keenly introducing Su Ning to the nearby families. In a short while, using her memory, Su Ning had acquainted herself with the surrounding households. Ning girl, what brings you here? Aunt Su, who was pickling vegetables today instead of working, looked up in surprise. With winter approaching and vegetables scarce, most families relied on pickled vegetables to survive. Seeing Su Ning approach, Aunt Su was somewhat puzzled, as she had married into the area for 2 years without visiting much. Aunt, are you busy? I came to trade for some goods. You know my family's situation. We have nothing and must rely on trading. Su Ning pulled a few pieces of rock candy from her small basket, giving one to Xiaobei and distributing the rest to Aunt Su's grandchildren. Nowadays, a piece of old rock candy was a source of great joy for rural children, and fancy treats like white rabbit candy were mere fantasies. You silly girl. Why are you so generous? Just keep it for yourself. Despite her words, Aunt Su's demeanor softened noticeably. Su Ning felt no qualms. Such was life in an era of scarcity. She only felt comfortable sharing because she had 5 tons of supplies. It's just a few pieces of candy. Don't be polite. Aunt, Your in-laws are quite inconsiderate. Even if they split the family, they shouldn't withhold your rations. Everyone in the village says your in-laws are something else. Since you married in, the Shao family has gained an extra mouth to feed without any increase in grain. They must not be working hard enough, hoarding your share. Su Ning's eyes flickered as she deftly changed the subject. And I'm here to trade for some green vegetables. See, I brought some goods. She extracted a pound of brown sugar and a pound of red dates from her basket. The red dates were something she had just acquired that very day. Additionally, she had a ton of longan and a set of 4 items. What do you need? Just tell me, and we'll get it for you. Those things aren't worth much. You don't need to bring anything in exchange. Aunt Su, upon seeing the items, momentarily forgot her earlier words. However, she felt awkward about asking for vegetables since they were indeed inexpensive. Aunt, please don't be polite. Su Ning insisted, pushing the items towards her, gesturing to the bandage on her head. I'm fine now, just can't do heavy work. I need to recuperate. I have plenty of these items. But the doctor said I'm weak and shouldn't eat too much, which is why I'm trading for some goods. To be honest, I've come to a realization: money comes and goes. And what my in-laws provide, I plan to convert entirely into food. I won't hoard it anymore. Who knows when it will run out, by the time I'm gone, if I haven't spent it all. I wouldn't want it to benefit anyone else. This was also to lay the groundwork for improving her future quality of life. You're quite amusing, aren't you? You should have thought this way earlier. Otherwise, it would only benefit Xiao Hai and the others. Aunt Su chuckled heartily, and upon hearing her words, accepted the goods. It was just in time, as her married daughter was pregnant, and she intended to send these over for her to replenish her health. Feel free to ask for whatever you need. If I don't have it, I'll find it from someone else. Aunt Su had genuinely taken a liking to Su Ning, her tone growing increasingly warm. Thank you, Aunt. I'd like to trade for some vegetables and firewood for the winter. If it's convenient for you, could you pickle some vegetables for me? I've never pickled them myself. She had learned to make pickles and chili sauce, but had never pickled vegetables, as fresh produce was always available in modern times. Is that all? You don't need to bring so much. Aunt Su attempted to push the items back towards Su Ning, noting that vegetables from the garden were plentiful and of little value. Firewood was merely gathered from the mountains, requiring little effort, while brown sugar and red dates were precious commodities she could not let Su Ning take advantage of. Do not worry, Auntie, I require a substantial amount of vegetables, and I also wish to dry some for winter consumption. Furthermore, the firewood must be collected by your husband and the brothers. It cannot be done without compensation. Additionally, I would like to request a bit of your renowned yellow soybean paste. Auntie, please prepare it and have Uncle deliver it to me. I shall return shortly. Su Ning, who was most averse to refusal, finished her sentence and promptly pulled Xiao Bei away, and now that she possessed considerable strength, she feared that any attempt to decline might inadvertently hurt Aunt Su. That would not merely be a matter of fostering goodwill, but rather sowing enmity. All right, take your time and be careful of your health. Seeing her so determined, Aunt Su could only shake her head helplessly. Yet she held Su Ning in even higher regard. She was spirited, adept at navigating social situations, and quite lovely. Such a loss for Xiao Laosan. Once this matter was settled, Su Ning led the little one to the Lu family. Known for their pottery, the Lu family had also fled from distant lands, arriving around the same time as the Xiao family, but they had few descendants and had maintained a single line for several generations. Only to finally have 3 sons in this generation, which allowed them to stand a bit taller. Renowned for their craftsmanship and ceramics, it was said they could create tableware for state banquets. Yet due to their residence in Xiao family village, where the clay and kilns were subpar, they could only produce ordinary bowls and dishes, as well as simple pots. However, in this era, such commonplace items were ironically the safest. Families nearby would often come to exchange goods, as everyone needed dishes, so the Lu family's life could be considered fairly comfortable. Before the original owner married into the family, Su's mother had intended to introduce her to one of the Lu family's sons. But after the incident involving a near drowning, that idea was abandoned. As the two of them ambled to the Lu family's doorstep, they noticed a small car driving past them. Su Ning was slightly taken aback. In this era, those who could afford to drive were certainly not ordinary people. The occupants of the vehicle flashed by in an instant, but they appeared rather youthful and handsome from the side. This thought flitted through her mind and was quickly dismissed as they entered the Lu household. Ah, Ning, are you here to exchange for jars or dishes? Aunt Zhao, the matriarch of the Lu family, was portly and greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, Auntie. Su Ning replied cheerfully, I would like to exchange for a larger quantity of bowls and dishes. Then please come in, Aunt Zhao said enthusiastically. Accustomed as she was to visitors exchanging goods, their way of life resembled that of the old Su family, with most of what they produced required to be handed over to the village. Leaving only a small portion for themselves, however, this was considered a supplementary wage, which made it quite enviable. Everything here is ready, take a look and swap for whatever you like. If you don't find enough, you can place an order, but it will take a bit longer. Aunt Zhao ruffled Xiao Bei's hair and handed him a piece of fruit-flavored hard candy, her gaze toward him revealing a hint of complexity. I need 20 large bowls. 20 plates, 20 small bowls, 10 large jars, 20 medium jars, and 30 small jars in total. Do you have enough here, Auntie? Aunt Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as she replied, Wife of Xiao San, are you certain you have not made a mistake? This is far too much. It seemed she had mistakenly added an extra 10 in her count. While there were families in the village that purchased in bulk, they were typically larger households. Most families only bought a few at a time. Then, recalling something, she grasped Su Ning's arm and whispered, the outside world is rather unstable at present. You must not venture to those places for money, it could be perilous. Su Ning understood she was referring to the black market. And she quickly shook her head, lowering her voice. Auntie, I shall not hide anything from you. Due to a recent altercation, we have no usable jars or dishes left at home, so I must purchase more. Moreover, Su Ning's tone took on a note of resignation. You are aware of my family's circumstances, Auntie. If we do not exchange these items, we may not be able to protect ourselves in the future. With a deep sigh, she concluded. Aunt Zhao sighed in sympathy as well. Given the recent upheaval, the group from the old Xiao family would undoubtedly not allow this mother and child to live peacefully. It was likely that before long, they would stir up trouble again. Exchanging the items that were not immediately needed for jars was indeed a prudent move, as possessing too many of them would serve little purpose. But you need not exchange so many. Auntie will decide. Taking half will suffice. Even if you were to break them again, it would be enough for your needs. Aunt Zhao was genuinely considering Su Ning's welfare, as typically families would purchase no more than 10 bowls or dishes at most. It was rare to see someone request so many. Su Ning nodded in agreement, obediently acquiescing. She had intentionally inflated her request, and obtaining this many was already quite fortunate. In this era, where resources were scarce, purchasing was often limited. If she had attempted to make such a request elsewhere, she might have been apprehended by now. Very well, I will have my second son deliver them to you shortly. Observing her demeanor, Aunt Zhao's expression softened with affection and a hint of regret. It was indeed a pity. She had initially had her eyes set on the wife of Xiao San. The Lu family had 3 sons, with the 2 eldest already married, leaving only the youngest yet to wed. Lu Laosan and the original owner had been classmates. Although they had not spoken much, they were aware of each other's existence, and their parents were acquainted as well. After Lu Laosan moved to the city for temporary work, they had not crossed paths again. Su Ning was unaware of this history, and even if she had known, she likely would not have given it much thought, as it pertained to the original owner's demise, not her own. Small bowls are 1 dime each, large bowls are 2 dimes, plates are 3 dimes each, large jars are 1 yuan, medium jars are 5 dimes, and small jars are 2 dimes each. In total, that amounts to 19 yuan. Will you pay with cash or goods? In the village, exchanges were generally conducted on a barter basis, as long as both parties agreed. Auntie, would it be acceptable if I exchanged for cotton cloth? Su Ning had money but was reluctant to spend it, and her supplies were more abundant compared to cash. In the countryside, red sugar and cloth were in high demand, particularly cotton cloth, which was the most sought after. Certainly, that would be just fine. Aunt Zhao's enthusiasm increased. It was known that in the village, the only cloth available was coarse fabric, suitable for outer garments but uncomfortable for inner wear due to its roughness. In the village, only soldiers like Xiao Yan could acquire a few cloth tickets, otherwise one would have to barter with the youths from the city. Thus, acquiring a ticket throughout the year was exceedingly difficult. Su Ning handed over 2 pieces of cloth, 1 pink and 1 deep blue, both of which she was not particularly fond of, but they were favored by the people of this era. The current price for cloth was 1 yuan 50 per meter, and with the cloth ticket, it would be at least 1 yuan 80 or 90. In the black market, it could reach 2 to 3 yuan. The 2 pieces Su Ning provided were approximately 5 meters in total, making their value comparable to the bowls and dishes. However, given the scarcity of fabric, even if Su Ning offered a lesser amount, Aunt Zhao would not complain. Seeing so much cloth, Aunt Zhao was overjoyed. The deep blue would be for her youngest son, any excess would be made into a garment for her husband, and the pink would be divided between her 2 daughters-in-law, ensuring each family received an equal share. How vibrant and beautiful! Aunt Zhao exclaimed, caressing the fabric with delight. Thank you so much. Then Auntie, we have a deal. Su Ning raised an eyebrow and added, this fabric is hard to come by. Once we complete the exchange, I shall not acknowledge it as mine. All right. Auntie will keep your secret. I won't speak of it to anyone. Aunt Zhao, sensing that Su Ning feared the Xiao family might cause a ruckus, repeatedly assured her that her secret would remain safe. And thus she happily accepted the items. Ning girl, do come by Auntie's house more often. If you need any assistance, feel free to let me know. Su Ning nodded dutifully. It was indeed necessary to cultivate connections within the village, provided it did not come at her own expense. Otherwise, not even the mightiest of kings could intervene. Aunt Zhao slipped a few candies into Xiao Bei's pocket, her gaze towards his slightly plump face filled with growing fondness for him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Ning seized the opportunity to inquire about the village's work points, and feeling satisfied, she and the little one returned home, oblivious to the complex look in Aunt Zhao's eyes. Upon returning home, Su Ning noticed that the day was still early, so she decided to fetch some water. For the past few days, the water had been brought by the Su family brothers, but Su Ning had informed them that they need not come anymore, as she could manage on her own. The Su family understood her considerable strength and, having nurtured her for nearly a month, felt she could handle some tasks. In truth, given her usage, the water supplied by the Su family was hardly sufficient. It was only through her space that she could store some tap water for replenishment, which barely sufficed. However, compared to the tap water, which had a distinct taste, Su Ning preferred the well water after boiling, as it was generally free of pesticides and cleaner. Therefore, she planned to test whether she could utilize the water buckets to transfer some well water into her space, ensuring she had enough to drink, allowing her to fetch water only once every couple of days. Su Ning had already moved all the unused jars and pots into her space and cleaned them, so when she tossed the bucket into the well, she attempted to draw water up into her space using the rope. To her delight, it worked, but before long, she felt a sharp pain in her head, prompting her to hastily withdraw her hand. It seemed that while it was feasible, there were limitations. Nevertheless, this was already a significant improvement. Once the 2 buckets were filled, Su Ning shouldered them with a yoke and started back home. Little did she realize that this scene was witnessed by Sun and I, further solidifying her belief that Su Ning had deliberately deceived them last time. Otherwise, how could she possibly fetch water so swiftly? Perhaps she had been feigning all along. As thoughts of the money lost to Su Ning churned in her mind, Sun and I couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration, unbeknownst to Su Ning. She had no inkling that Sun and I had already caught on to her improved circumstances. The courtyard of Su Ning was left unlatched, with only the doors locked, for she was active within the village. And it was unlikely that anyone would intrude without reason. This was a common practice in rural areas, where it was rare to find the front gates secured. Upon entering, Su Ning was greeted by a heap of various vegetables strewn across the ground, alongside a wood shed overflowing with firewood. So much! Su Ning exclaimed in surprise, suspecting that Aunt Su had perhaps been overly generous. While vegetables in the countryside held little monetary value, the substantial amount of spinach, greens, bell peppers, and potatoes was indeed considerable, likely weighing several dozen jin. Although firewood was inexpensive, priced at roughly 3 fun per bundle, there appeared to be around 100 bundles here, which certainly suggested that she had gotten a good deal. Additionally, there was a small jar of yellow soybean paste and a large vat of pickled vegetables, all ready for consumption. Clearly Aunt Su had given her in abundance. "Ning girl, take a look and let me know if you need anything else," Aunt Su inquired. Having clarified where to place the items and assisting Su Ning in arranging them, there was a hint of awkwardness on her face, as if she wished to say something but hesitated to voice it. Observing her demeanor, Su Ning curiously urged, "Aunt, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to speak." "Ning girl, could you possibly spare me a few more of those red dates?" Aunt Su asked. Slightly embarrassed, the local jujube trees were few and far between, resulting in high prices for dried dates, nearly a yuan per jin without ration tickets. Moreover, these dates were not only delightful for brewing tea but also useful for making snacks, cooking, and preparing soups, making them quite sought after. Aunt Su had initially intended to trade for some ration tickets from Zhao's mother to procure more for her daughter, but Zhao's mother had informed her that all tickets had been allocated to Su Ning, leaving her with no choice but to approach Su Ning directly, albeit with some shyness. "Very well, Aunt, just wait a moment," Su Ning remarked, as she had no shortage of dates to spare, given Aunt Su's kindness towards her. It seemed reasonable to engage in this exchange. Upon returning with a small basket containing about 2 jin, Aunt Su's eyes brightened, and she promptly handed Su Ning 2 yuan, recalling something before glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Lowering her voice, she continued, "When I went to see your mother-in-law, I overheard the names of a few ne'er-do-wells being mentioned. In any case, be vigilant and keep your doors locked. If anything arises, have Xiao Bei come to fetch me. I am nearby and can lend a hand if needed." Uncertain of Zhao's mother's intentions, Aunt Su had initially chosen not to disclose much, yet, confronted by Su Ning's innocent gaze, she found herself unable to withhold her concerns. It was preferable if she was merely overthinking, but if not, a warning could prove beneficial. Recollecting how Zhao's mother had appeared momentarily stiff upon her arrival, Aunt Su speculated that it was likely related to Su Ning. The girl was indeed pitiable, a well-bred maiden thrust into a den of wolves. Her life was undoubtedly challenging. A chill passed through Su Ning's eyes before she composed herself, softly thanking Aunt Su before escorting her out of the courtyard. She suspected that the Xiao family would not let her off easily, but she had not anticipated their ruthlessness in seeking out those ruffians. Coupled with the matter of Xiao Dagan, she began to understand their intentions. However, upon further reflection, she felt a sense of relief. Knowing their motives was certainly preferable to ignorance, as it would facilitate her own plans. The dough in the kitchen had risen well, and Su Ning began preparing the fillings for dumplings, intending to make 3 varieties, one with bean sprouts, another with chives, vermicelli, and eggs, and the last with cabbage and pork cracklings, with Aunt Su having provided several types of vegetables and her own supplies in the space. She had more than enough. She blanched the bean sprouts first, chopping them finely and squeezing out the excess moisture. If not handled properly, the raw taste of the bean sprouts would linger, detracting from their flavor. She then added a small amount of minced meat, spices, salt, sugar, soy sauce, and mixed them thoroughly, finishing with a splash of boiling pork lard to meld the flavors. The filling of chives, vermicelli, and eggs was simpler. She washed and chopped the chives, softened and cut the vermicelli, scrambled the eggs, and mixed everything together with salt and oil, along with garlic and ginger, ensuring an even blend. The cabbage and pork crackling filling was also straightforward. She chopped the cabbage, salted it for 10 minutes to draw out moisture, then mixed in the pork cracklings along with garlic, ginger, soy sauce, and oil, stirring to combine. After preparing the dough, she wrapped the fillings and allowed them to rest for 15 minutes before steaming for another 15. As the dumplings steamed, the aroma did not escape the confines of her kitchen, alleviating her concerns about being seen. Once completed, Su Ning sent 2 dumplings to Aunt Su as a gesture of gratitude for her warning and for the generous provisions she had received. Even vegetarian steamed buns were a rare delicacy, and giving too many would be inappropriate. 2 would suffice for a taste. That evening, mother and daughter enjoyed dumplings paired with milk. The freshly steamed dumplings were exceptionally delicious, and Su Ning indulged in 3, wishing she could have eaten more had her stomach not protested. After sending the little one to wash up and to bed, Su Ning finished steaming the remaining dumplings, having prepared dozens of each variety, completing a total of 12 batches. Most of the leftover vegetables were stored in her space, leaving only small handfuls outside to avoid raising suspicion should anyone enter the kitchen. This flurry of activity took her close to 10 o'clock, and by the time she had cleaned up and retired for the night, it was nearly 11. Opting not to sleep, she entered her space, anticipating the arrival of the monthly flash sale. Based on her observations, the regular flash sales typically featured basic food items and daily necessities such as paper and fabric. In contrast, the weekly sales offered slightly more luxurious items, mixed with goods that were hard to come by in that era, such as sewing machines and radios. Following this reasoning, the monthly flash sale could likely include valuable items, a possibility of gold antiques or precious imported goods. including electronics and cosmetics. With this thought, Su Ning felt a surge of excitement. Who could ever have too much money? Since sleep was elusive, she decided to continue working the land. The seed she had recently sown had yet to germinate, indicating that the soil did not seem to accelerate growth. However, having something was better than nothing, for as a mere bystander, she held no comparison to the main character. The mere fact that her space could upgrade was a boon in itself. After completing a section of land, she paused, feeling the strain in her back and legs. Unable to continue, rising, she retrieved the clay pots and dishes delivered by Lu Ergo that evening and began washing them. She couldn't help but chuckle at Lu San, who had blushed at the slightest provocation. He was unlike any boy she had encountered before. Chapter 39, The Opportunity of Flash Sales. The original owner possessed a decent appearance, and having seldom toiled in the fields, her complexion was fairer than most, though she had darkened significantly since marrying. The combination of Su Ning's culinary skills and homemade facial masks had left her skin in an even better state than before. It was often said that a fair complexion could mask 3 flaws, and with the original owner's already commendable looks, while she could not compare to the leading lady, few would fail to comment on her beauty. From the memories, it seemed Lu Ming harbored some feelings for the original owner, and she likely did not dislike him either. With the tacit approval of both families, there was a hint of mutual affection. Unfortunately, the Xiao family had interfered, ruining a promising match and even costing the original owner her life. A lamentable turn of events, yet such musings were merely a diversion. After all, she was not the original owner. Once Su Ning had washed all the dishes and placed them on the black soil, she recalled her experiment. If left on the cement floor, the dishes would retain their washed state indefinitely, while on the black soil, they would dry out gradually, just like those outside. This had been a discovery she made after much trial and error, leading her to lay out an oilcloth for future drying, as keeping items indoors ensured they were safe from theft and rain. An exceedingly convenient arrangement. Having completed her tasks, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Su Ning approached the flash sale machine, first engaging in the daily flash sale, which yielded 1 ton of red beans, 1 ton of black rice, and 1 ton of assorted spices, although 2 baskets of mung beans were duplicates and did not yield anything new. The items were fairly standard, yet Su Ning felt satisfied, particularly because the spices included a variety of options such as chili powder, cumin, fennel, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and bay leaves, with the addition of oyster sauce and cooking wine. Her pantry could rival that of a modern kitchen. Previously, she had been somewhat frugal with her ingredients due to the difficulty of obtaining ration tickets, but now, with ample supplies, she felt liberated, as she reveled in the satisfactory haul. Her expectations for the monthly flash sale heightened. Suddenly, the machine became translucent, glowing with white light, accompanied by a faint melody reminiscent of a guzheng emanating from within. Cut it out, how could they possibly enjoy something so ostentatious? Su Ning scoffed. Unimpressed by such flamboyant displays, seeing the machine quivering uncontrollably, she opted for a chair, settling at a distance to observe its antics. Whether it was her imagination or not, she sensed a hint of grievance emanating from the machine amidst the bright flashes and swirling lights. When the chaos finally subsided, Su Ning approached the machine, only to find a line of golden characters flashing across the screen. Congratulations on achieving the title of Flash Sale Expert after 30 consecutive days of participation. You are awarded an additional monthly flash sale. Would you like to proceed with the flash sale? Yes? No? Selecting yes, the machine abruptly went dark, seemingly unresponsive. Shortly thereafter, the display began counting down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once the final digit vanished, the screen revealed 10 squares labeled Opportunity 1, Opportunity 2, Opportunity 3, and so forth, whirling rapidly before her eyes. At the bottom of the display, a line of text appeared. Please select from the following flash sale amounts: 1 fun, 1 jiao, 1 yuan, 10 yuan, or 100 yuan. Note, under equal circumstances, the greater the amount of the flash sale, the greater the opportunity. Immediately, a row of buttons appeared next to the flash sale amount, corresponding to the respective amounts available for the sale. Su Ning attempted to click on the opportunity to check, but unfortunately it was unresponsive, indicating that this month's flash sale relied entirely on blind guessing. The so-called opportunity, its magnitude remained an enigma to all. As for the note displayed on the screen, she dismissed it as mere nonsense. Opportunity is not necessarily better when larger, rather, it is optimal when it aligns with oneself. Thus, what amount should she choose for the flash sale? Please select the flash sale amount. The screen then displayed a line of text, and several flash sale buttons lit up, with the larger amounts shining more brightly, while the 1 cent button remained dim. Observing this, Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Was this contraption urging her to select a larger amount for the sale? She could indeed afford it, but this item was given to her by a dog, and she did not place much trust in it. Moreover, the wording seemed rather like a ploy to deceive her, hence she resolved not to comply. Perhaps sensing Su Ning's thoughts, the button for the 100 yuan flash sale lit up brilliantly. Amidst that radiance, Su Ning gradually pressed the 1 cent sale button. The machine fell silent for a moment, and just as Su Ning anticipated an outburst of expletives, the display screen gradually came to a halt, landing on Opportunity 2. After another 10 seconds or so, the screen slowly retracted, revealing a black void deep and inscrutable. Su Ning stepped back cautiously, her curiosity piqued regarding the nature of this opportunity. Was it a material object or something else? She did not have to wait long, as the black void expelled a piece of paper, which was soon followed by the void vanishing, reverting back to a display screen. The screen read, Daily Flash Sale Cooling Period, 72 hours. Please wait. Upon reading this line, Su Ning felt no disappointment. After all, she was already aware that after 30 days, the flash sales would transition to once every 3 days. However, this monthly flash sale seemed rather peculiar, making such a commotion only to yield a single piece of paper. Picking up the paper, Su Ning noticed it bore an image, a dilapidated house, with a tree behind it and a red dot encircled nearby. The entire setting appeared to be a mountainous region, strikingly familiar. The paper contained no other details. Is this a treasure map? Su Ning pondered as she scrutinized the paper, uncertain of its implications, pointing at the red dot. She mused about its location. Suddenly a fragment of information inexplicably emerged in her mind. Xiao Family Village, Hunter Xiaodaqing's chicken feeder, Ming Dynasty, left ear cloison porcelain bowl. Su Ning furrowed her brow. Was this suggesting she should seize the opportunity? She was unsure of antique prices, yet she had a vague recollection of a treasure hunting program she had watched previously, where such an item had been priced at 5,000 yuan. Not if this could be deemed an opportunity. Then perhaps it was indeed one. Subsequently, a series of scenes flashed in her mind, and after viewing them, Su Ning began to grasp the true essence of opportunity. They resided in Yongning Town, Hahua County. Ping City, Shijiang Province. The father of the Hahua County Public Security Bureau chief was likely an antique enthusiast. This gentleman had served in the military in his youth, later retiring due to injury and marrying his current wife. Perhaps due to his injuries, the couple had remained childless for several years until the old gentleman acquired a right ear cloison porcelain bowl, after which their first child was born. Chapter 40. First exchange. Ever since obtaining that porcelain, the old gentleman seemed to have been blessed with a surge of progeny, with one child after another following, and as they grew, grandchildren came in droves. In essence, the family thrived, and the clan prospered. Consequently, the old gentleman became increasingly convinced that the right ear cloison was his lucky charm. So long as it remained in his possession, the household would flourish. However, half a year ago, the youngest grandson, in a moment of mischief, broke a piece off the porcelain's ear. Although he later sought a restorer for antiques, the old gentleman could never shake off the discomfort in his heart, coupled with his wife's fluctuating health over the past 6 months, for which doctors had proven ineffective. He began to associate everything with that porcelain piece and sought to find its complementary left ear cloison. A complete set represented wholeness, and he believed that once he obtained it, his wife might recover. Thus, he had been discreetly searching for it. However, in this day and age, communication was cumbersome, and antiques were best kept under wraps, which explained why his search had borne no fruit thus far. Presenting the left ear cloison to the old gentleman might yield some monetary gain or even other benefits. To call it an opportunity would not be an exaggeration, especially considering the family of the Public Security Bureau chief. She found it particularly advantageous. As for how to deliver the item, that was Su Ning's concern. She could only reveal so much. To seize an opportunity, one must exert some effort. Su Ning initially contemplated asking what would happen to the cloison if she failed to acquire this opportunity, but she was met with a vague feeling of disdain, perhaps indicating that without it, the opportunity would vanish. Reflecting on it, one could hardly expect a porcelain item treated as a chicken feeder to be held in high regard. The Xiaodaqing family resided at the foot of the mountain, somewhat distanced from the other villagers, yet relatively close to the old Xiao residence. The original owner had passed by their home several times while collecting firewood. Knowing that their chicken coop lay nestled between their house and the mountain base, coupled with the imagery in her mind, she was able to pinpoint the item's location. The Xiaodaqing family comprised sturdy laborers. When the sons were not working, they were either hunting in the mountains or fishing in the waters. Xiaodaqing's wife hailed from Sun Family Village and shared a village with Xiao Hai's wife, Sun and I. However, their families maintained a rather lukewarm relationship. Still, due to her amiable rapport with Aunt Su, they treated the original owner decently. And nowadays, hunting was frowned upon, and everyone was required to toil in the fields, yet Xiaodaqing and his sons were skilled hunters. Although it was now unlawful to hunt game, as it was considered communal property, capturing a wild chicken or fishing was generally overlooked. Not everyone in the village possessed hunting skills, and securing meat tickets was a challenge, making it quite difficult to enjoy meat. Thus, those yearning for meat would seek opportunities to trade with the Xiaodaqing family. Their wild chicken and rabbit meat were considerably cheaper than market prices, often nearly given away, and villagers gladly visited occasionally for a treat. Anyone daring to report them would incur the wrath of the community. However, hunting success was rare, so opportunities for trade were limited. The actual situation remained a mystery. Even if suspicions arose, unless caught in the act, no one could assert anything. When Su Ning approached their door and knocked, the inhabitants seemed unfazed. With the recent farming lull, many knew they often ventured into the mountains, and those desiring meat would come to inquire if they had any trade could be made, hence the steady stream of visitors. Aunt, hello. Upon encountering Xiaodaqing's wife, Sun Auntie, Su Ning greeted her sweetly. Oh, it's the girl from the Su family. What brings you here? Is your head feeling better? Sun Auntie scrutinized her, noting her improved complexion, and smiled. I heard from your Aunt Su that you can already move about. I was skeptical, but you truly seem much better. Yes, I feel much improved. Su Ning replied with a shy smile. After all, she had been recovering from her injury for a month, and if she didn't show progress, suspicions would arise. Are you here to order some meat? I have half a rabbit left over, originally intended for my family. If you want it, you can take it home. Sun Auntie retrieved a cleaned half rabbit from the kitchen, which appeared plump, weighing around 2 to 3 jin. If stir-fried with some spices, it would surely taste delightful. I can't thank you enough, Aunt. Su Ning found it impossible to decline. She had never tasted wild meat since arriving here, and the mere sight of it made her mouth water. Braised rabbit, spicy rabbit cubes, just the thought made her salivate. Although she had considered going hunting herself, lacking the protagonist's luck, she doubted she could catch anything, and the risk of being bitten by snakes or insects was not worth it. Still, she remembered the protagonists in the book had managed to secure wild meat on a few occasions. She had skimmed through those parts quickly and would need to recall them thoroughly to see if she could snag an opportunity. Additionally, I would like to trade for a few chicks, if possible. Sun Auntie also raised chicks for sale, and many people came to exchange for them. They were not expensive, typically trading 3 eggs or a dime for one. Alright. Your family consists of 3 people, so you can only raise 3. I'll give you 5. If you don't lose any, you can fatten them up and eat them. Sun Auntie was straightforward, leading Su Ning to the chicken coop. The coop was located at the back left of the house, and upon entering, Su Ning immediately spotted the chicken feeder at the entrance. The feeder was obscured by a mixture of rice bran and dirt, rendering its original form unrecognizable. However, the distinctly protruding piece on the left clearly resembled a decorative ear. "Which ones do you want to catch? I'll help you." Sun Auntie assumed Su Ning was indecisive since she had not made a move. "These chicks are all looking good, those pure yellow ones seem quite nice. Your taste is undoubtedly the best. Aunt, could you please help me get those?" Su Ning nodded eagerly, showering her with praise. "All right." Sun Auntie chuckled as she placed the chicks into the small cage Su Ning was carrying. After securing them, Su Ning shyly produced a large ceramic bowl from the basket on her arm and looked at Sun Auntie with embarrassment. "Aunt, I have one more favor to ask. Back home, my mother and sister-in-law used to feed the chicks. And since marrying over, I haven't raised any myself. I've heard that chicks prefer their own feeding bowls, which makes them easier to rear. Therefore, I would like to exchange this ceramic bowl for your feeding trough. I beg you, Aunt." Seeing her earnestness, Sun Auntie burst into laughter. "Very well, it is merely a basin, one that your uncle found upon the mountain. But if you like it, feel free to take it. There is no need for exchange." The little girl was understandably apprehensive, for it was her first time raising something. She had heard such sayings before, but whether they held any truth was uncertain. She thought it best to regard it as a means of comforting herself. "That simply will not do. I would be troubling your aunt." Su Ning set down the ceramic bowl and quickly presented her aunt with a pound of rock sugar and 15 eggs, before hastily departing with the rabbit meat in hand. "Oh, there is no need for so much." Aunt Sun attempted to decline, but in no time, Su Ning had vanished from sight, prompting a chuckle from her. She had not interacted much with Su Ning before and found the little girl surprisingly endearing. Chapter 41. Into the city. Upon returning home, Su Ning immediately submerged the exquisite blue fabric in her space for preservation. The over 2 pounds of rabbit meat would fetch perhaps 8 dimes in the village, while a pound of rock sugar, with a ticket, would cost around 8 dimes, and without a ticket it might be about 1 or 2 dimes. By giving a little extra, others would perceive her as generous, without further speculation. Yet, if she were to give more at this critical juncture, it would certainly raise suspicions. There would be ample opportunities in the future. There was no need to rush. She had no intention of overly concerning herself with the chicks, tossing half a bag of cornmeal to the little creatures. Since she had hired child labor, she might as well make use of it. With her goods in hand, Su Ning set out early the next morning, for she had several matters to attend to. One was to seek opportunities to quickly liquidate her assets, and this opportunity was linked to the police chief's family, which she needed. The second was to find work, and if convenient, to sell her wares as well. If her assumption was correct, her household registration had been transferred. Without raising suspicion, she must remain cautious. It was not that she was overly wary, while the absence of surveillance cameras offered convenience, it equally fostered darkness. In this era, it was alarmingly easy to quietly extinguish a life. She could not afford to gamble on human nature. Better to err on the side of caution. Those who were eager to proclaim themselves as the best in the world rarely enjoyed longevity. Before her transmigration, she had been an ordinary citizen, possessing only a modicum of cleverness, unable to outsmart those who were truly astute. She dared to design the protagonist and antagonist, partly due to the novel and partly because they were still youthful, somewhat less seasoned than she. However, she would never consider herself the best. There would always be someone better. Thus she maintained a sense of reverence. To reach the county town, she would first need to go to the town center. There were 2 methods to get there. One could ride a bullock cart or walk. The cart would require an early start and take about an hour, but it offered flexibility. She opted to walk, allowing her to evade prying eyes. First, she visited the supply and marketing cooperative to check prices, strolled around to familiarize herself with the surroundings, and sought an opportunity to procure a new outfit before boarding the bus to the county town. The bus to the county town departed at 9 in the morning and returned at 3 in the afternoon. Otherwise, one would have to cycle or walk. This time, the bus was particularly fragrant, filled with numerous passengers. Fortunately, Su Ning arrived early and swiftly secured a window seat, wrapping her face in cloth to reveal only her eyes. Such an appearance was not uncommon on the bus. The lack of air conditioning made it somewhat chilly, and the dust was bothersome, so a cloth provided some protection. However, most passengers used old towels, making Su Ning's use of a fine piece of fabric rather rare. Those traveling to the city were predominantly from the town, possessing some means and often holding themselves with pride, fearing the judgment of others. At most, they would cast her a jealous glare. This, however, had no effect on Su Ning. After over an hour, the bus finally arrived in the city. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. She prioritized her business and decided against visiting the state-run restaurant for now, opting instead for the food she had brought. She considered visiting a recycling station, but knew it was not yet the right time. Without the protagonist's presence, any treasures would have likely been thoroughly scavenged. Only when the protagonist arrived would there be a chance for bargains. Thus, even if she went, she would wait until the protagonist was present. As a mere supporting character, she needed to possess a degree of self-awareness. The city was far more bustling than the town, with several larger factories such as steel mills, food processing plants, textile factories, chemical plants, and agricultural equipment factories. In addition, there were smaller establishments like garment factories, sugar factories, and furniture factories, all vying for attention due to various reasons, making them equally desirable to work in. Furthermore, there were post offices, credit unions, department stores, and state-run restaurants that evoked envy. Yet entry into such places was more challenging. As she wondered, Su Ning concluded that if she wished to find work, the larger factories would be ideal due to their size and the number of employees, thus increasing her chances of employment. While inquiring, she could also scout for potential buyers and discreetly gather information about the location of the police station to pursue her fleeting opportunity. With these thoughts in mind, She wrapped her face, slung a basket over her shoulder, and began to explore. Compared to the mid-60s, the crackdown on speculation had relaxed by 1974, as long as it wasn't a major disturbance. It was generally overlooked, however. By early 1976, it would tighten again, akin to the dark before dawn. By year's end, order would be restored. Thus, during that time, she would need to bide her time, lest she be caught. Initially, she had considered remaining in the village, for farmers were relatively safe in such an environment. Yet, if she were to remain idle, she might attract the attention of informants. However, the thought of working the fields with all the insects and leeches made her feel uneasy. Since she could not be a farmer, she would become a worker. Compared to professions such as teaching or medicine, which carried certain risks, working in a factory was a safer option. Even though a wave of layoffs was imminent, yet, until that time, factory jobs were still highly coveted. If one sought the best benefits as a factory worker, the steel mill would undoubtedly be the most advantageous, even during layoffs. It would be among the least affected. Thus she intended to first visit the family quarters of the steel mill. Given the favorable benefits and larger accommodations, such residential complexes were quite spacious. However, gaining entry was not easy. Guards were stationed at the entrance, and without an acquaintance to guide her, it was nearly impossible to enter. Ning surveyed the area before approaching the gatekeeper. "Sir, I am Jing Xiao, niece of Ji Qin from Building 4, Unit 1. My father asked me to bring her some supplies." According to the book, Ji Qin was a minor benefactor of the protagonist, as her connections allowed the protagonist to sell grain in bulk. With the help of that connection, the protagonist thrived for 2 years without being discovered. Ning had no intention of seeking that connection herself. Being associated with Ji Qin was sufficient. The novel described Ji Qin as a financial officer at the steel mill, earning a considerable income alongside her husband, with 2 sons also employed there. Thus they were not lacking in funds. Therefore, when the protagonist first sold her goods, she chose Ji Qin. However, in the narrative, Ji Qin merely served as a support for the protagonist, who through her, met her neighbor's cousin, the second in command of the black market. After that, Ji Qin was not mentioned again. As the protagonist shifted from retail to wholesale, the only subsequent mention was of the Ji family facing misfortune, which elicited a brief lament from the protagonist, nothing more. Thus, it was highly likely that this Ji lady, like her, was merely a supporting character, helping another supporting character. There was nothing amiss about that. Chapter 42, Selling Goods. At this moment, Ning had not even considered the butterfly effect. Any change in events could reverberate into the future. For example, if Ji Qin were to purchase goods from her, she would no longer face shortages. Without shortages, if she were to encounter the protagonist again, she would not hesitate to buy goods. If she refrained from purchasing, she would not foster a relationship with the protagonist, and naturally, would not introduce her to the second in command of the black market. Without a protector, the protagonist would have to navigate the black market alone, and even with her inherent advantages, it would be challenging to sell in bulk. Moreover, by intercepting the protagonist's opportunity, Ning had effectively severed a significant source of income for her. However, even if she were aware of this, it was unlikely she would feel guilty. After all, a supporting character who did not wish to disrupt the protagonist's path was hardly a competent supporting character. "Are you truly a relative of Director Ji?" The gatekeeper expressed some skepticism. For the niece of Director Ji did not quite resemble this girl, yet she knew Ji Qin's name and residence, which seemed unlikely to be a mistake. Could Director Ji have another niece? Ning smiled and stepped aside to wait. It was rather coincidental that she remembered Ji Qin. She typically focused on the plot and main characters, paying little attention to supporting roles. Her recollection was sparked by a childhood favorite actress sharing the same name, and the apartment number mirroring that of her parents. Had she known she would transmigrate, she would have read the book more thoroughly and certainly would not have rushed through it. After a brief wait, a plump middle-aged woman approached the entrance. The newcomer was clad in a light gray cotton jacket, wearing polyester trousers and leather shoes, her hair meticulously styled. Behind her black-rimmed glasses, a scrutinizing gaze roamed over Ning's face, revealing hints of confusion and curiosity. "You, Auntie, it's me, Ling. My father asked me to bring you flour and eggs, along with other supplies you might need, quite a few actually." Ning feigned an innocent demeanor, preparing to set down the basket to show her. "Oh, no need to carry that." Upon hearing about the flour and eggs, Ji Qin immediately recognized the situation. She had indeed solicited help from many. Yes, I had forgotten, they haven't arrived yet." As Ning achieved her objective, she transformed into a docile wooden post, standing quietly to the side. Observing her demeanor, Ji Qin couldn't help but chuckle, and then addressed the gatekeeper, saying, "This is my niece, Ji Ling. She seldom ventures into the city and has a bit of a silly disposition. Next time you see her, just let her in." With that, she took her by the hand and headed back. The family compound was quite spacious. As Ji Qin greeted familiar faces and introduced her niece, she guided her towards home. It wasn't until they reached the house and closed the door that she felt a sense of relief. "Comrade Ji, I heard from someone near the supply and marketing cooperative last time that you were in need of these items, so I thought I'd come by and see if you needed to make an exchange." Upon entering, Ning confessed without waiting for a question, a statement that was not unusual in that era. Although the countryside was also short on grain, there was no shortage of vegetables and mountain goods. Some clever individuals would seize the opportunity to come to the city to trade for a bit of cash or ration tickets, as long as they didn't cause too much of a commotion. The patrolling officers generally turned a blind eye. Ji Qin had her suspicions, but since she genuinely needed flour and eggs, she dismissed any doubts and welcomed her in. Upon hearing Ning's words, she let out a sigh of relief. "Absolutely, whatever you have will do." Ji Qin glanced at the basket Ning was carrying, which was covered by a cloth, obscuring the contents. However, seeing her carry it so lightly suggested it wasn't too heavy. When Su Ning lifted the cloth, Ji Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this little girl had quite a bit of strength. The basket was filled to the brim. Here, there are 10 jin of white flour, 50 eggs, 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of noodles, 2 jin of brown sugar, 2 jin of white sugar, 5 jin of pork, 2 sets of 4-piece bedding, and 2 watches. You can choose what you need. And then we can discuss the price. Su Ning had meticulously planned for these items. When Ji Qin's 2 sons reached the appropriate age, the watches and bedding sets would be just right for them. Unfortunately, she didn't have any semiconductor radios, otherwise she would have insisted on bringing 2 of those as well. As for the flour and eggs, she recalled that the matriarch of the Ji family was in poor health. So she wished to procure something nourishing for her mother. I want all of it. Ji Qin examined each item, her affection for them evident. When she finally held the 2 watches, her eyes glistened with emotion. Currently, obtaining watch tickets was no easy feat. While her family could trade for them, purchasing them wasn't always an option, especially not ones as exquisite as those in Su Ning's possession. Flour and rice are 2 ma with tickets, 4 ma without, seeds are 3 fan each with tickets, 5 fan without, noodles are 5 ma with tickets, 1 yuan without, pork is 8 ma with tickets, 1 yuan 2 ma without, brown sugar is 1 yuan with tickets, 2 yuan without, white sugar is 8 ma with tickets, 1 yuan 5 ma without, the 4-piece bedding set is 21 yuan with tickets, 31 yuan without. The watches are domestically produced and relatively cheaper, 100 yuan with tickets, 120 without, as long as you provide grain tickets, meat tickets, subsidiary food tickets, industrial tickets, and daily necessities tickets. Ji Qin quickly calculated and proposed. I am nearly out of tickets. I only have 2 soap tickets left and 5 industrial tickets. I can give you these along with 320 yuan. How does that sound? Su Ning calculated that these 7 tickets were worth 6 yuan and 5 mao, which was fair, considering industrial tickets were quite rare. She nodded in agreement. Ji Qin didn't hesitate. She counted out 32 large unity notes and a few tickets to hand to Su Ning. Although she felt a pang of regret, it was only about 2 months' worth of their family income, and upon reflection, it wasn't too bad. After their transaction, Ji Qin quickly concealed the items before pulling Su Ning to sit down. Smiling as she inquired about her well-being. Su Ning was open, eager to cultivate a good relationship and explore potential job opportunities. As for the source of her goods, she subtly implied that they were acquired on behalf of someone else, earning just a few mao for her trouble. Ji Qin had no doubts. After all, Su Ning appeared to be quite young, and such quality items were hard to come by. Xiao Su, I won't beat around the bush. My family is large, and we're in need of many supplies in the future. If you have any, just send them my way. Even if I can't use them all, my brothers and their families could. Su Ning readily agreed. She had read in a book that the Ji family had 5 siblings, all from well-off backgrounds, and Ji Qin's in-laws had plenty of brothers as well, all dual-income households. Making a couple of exchanges a month would suffice for her needs. She didn't expect every trip to yield the same results. Even a few dozen each time would accumulate over time, and this way seemed much safer. Alright then, Comrade Ji, keep a tally of what you need, and I'll come to collect next time. Once I secure the goods, I'll bring them to you. Chapter 43, The Big Spender. That sounds splendid. Ji Qin beamed with joy, turning back to the house to fetch a plate of rice noodles, placing it on the table as she beckoned Su Ning. Xiao Su, come eat. Don't be shy. From now on, let us consider each other family. You can call me auntie, and I'll call you Ling Ling, so no one gets suspicious. To be honest, ever since I had my 2 sons, I've longed for a daughter. Seeing you feels like meeting my own girl. I feel as if I'm meeting a relative too. Su Ning responded affectionately. Though she understood that Ji Qin's words were merely an invitation for her to prepare more good items, nevertheless, she had intended to foster goodwill, and since Ji Qin was welcoming, she had no reason to refuse. They chatted for a while, and Ji Qin enthusiastically insisted on sharing a meal, but Su Ning declined. In times like these, no family had an abundance of grain. Given their current relationship, if she stayed, Ji Qin would likely start to have doubts. Once the money was in hand, Su Ning pondered whether to continue searching for goods to trade or to visit the police station to inquire about household registration matters. As she turned, she spotted a figure stealthily darting by. If she wasn't mistaken, it was her cousin, Su Shangjie. What was she sneaking around for? Curiosity piqued. Before she could react, Su Shangjie backed away, seemingly intent on taking a different route. As she turned, she locked eyes with Su Ning. Upon seeing her, Su Shangjie appeared flustered, taking a moment to regain her composure before forcing a smile, saying, "Ah, Ning, what brings you here? My mother asked me to buy some kerosene. It's my first time here, and I can't find the right place." Su Ning crossed her arms and regarded her. "That's quite peculiar. Kerosene can be purchased in town. Why spend extra to come into the city? Cousin, you must have money to burn." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Shangjie's face as she retorted, "And what about you? Aren't you sneaking around too? We're both in the same boat, so let us not point fingers." Su Ning tilted her chin. "I'm not like you. I came here to buy cotton and cloth. The cotton in town is unavailable, which is why I ventured here." Cotton had always been a rarity, highly sought after in the city. If the supply and marketing cooperative had any, it would be snatched up quickly, so those desiring cotton had to rely on luck or travel to the city. Su Ning had originally planned to make a couple of new cotton jackets and quilts, and today was merely a reconnaissance mission. As Su Shangjie approached and lifted the cloth covering Su Ning's basket, revealing the cotton within, her expression shifted once more, becoming increasingly awkward. "Looks like you have nothing more to say. I knew you must have come here secretly." Su Ning chuckled. "If you want me to keep it a secret, you'd better treat me to a meal, otherwise, I'll tell Aunt." She found this cousin rather intriguing. Su Shangjie's expression changed, clearly recalling her 20 yuan as she felt a pang of regret. Yet fearing that Su Ning might actually inform on her, she clenched her teeth and said, "Alright, I'll treat you to a bowl of shredded pork noodles, but you mustn't mention this to my mother." Su Ning nodded eagerly. Being invited to dine at a state-run restaurant was not something to turn down. However, she couldn't help but wonder how her cousin could afford such a meal, as shredded pork noodles required both grain and meat tickets to in the village. Acquiring meat tickets was no simple task. Even if Aunt had a soft spot for her, she wouldn't be able to squander them so freely. It seemed her cousin had some secrets of her own when they arrived at the state-run restaurant. It was nearly past mealtime, and there weren't many patrons. Su Shangjie paid for 2 bowls of noodles and, after a moment's thought, ordered a portion of braised pork, bringing it all to the table. "Cousin, are you feeling flush?" Su Ning remarked, astonished. 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles cost over a yuan, and the braised pork was more than 2 yuan, plus the grain and meat tickets. This was quite a splurge. Su Shangjie waved her hand, seemingly uninterested in discussing it further. As she invited Su Ning to dig in, she whispered, "I just heard an interesting story in the city. Do you want to hear it?" "Absolutely," Su Ning thought. Since they were feasting on braised pork, she might as well indulge. The pork was delicious, tender, and flavorful. Despite the minimal seasoning, the shredded pork noodles were equally delightful. It was clear that the chefs at the state-run restaurant had their skills honed. As Su Shangjie twirled her noodles, she recounted, "I heard from the locals that a sent-down youth encountered an elderly gentleman who had fainted in a nearby alley. He took the old man to the hospital. And to his surprise, the elderly gentleman turned out to be of noble origin. In gratitude for the young man as help, he gifted him a plethora of valuable items. Can you imagine how fortunate I would be if I were that young man? They say the old man had a prominent black mole on his forehead. If you spot him, you'd be set for life." Su Ning paused mid-bite, then resumed eating nonchalantly, though her lips twitched involuntarily. The story was poorly told, even worse than that of her own little ones. As she listened to Su Shangjie, a vague memory surfaced. It seemed there was indeed a similar plot in the book she had read, where the male lead saved an elderly gentleman in the city, who later came to express his gratitude in the village. However, the book had not delved into the details, focusing primarily on the female lead's narrative. Leaving the male lead's separate exploits lightly touched upon, the narrative merely recounts the old gentleman's arrival in the village and his expressions of gratitude, without specifying the time or place of the protagonist's encounter with him. "Please elaborate in detail." After a moment of contemplation, Su Shangjie organized her thoughts and replied, "I heard that the old gentleman suffers from low blood sugar and is prone to fainting. Last time, he collapsed near a large rock. That rock obstructed the view of most people, resulting in no one noticing him for quite some time. Somehow, that educated youth stumbled upon him, fed him a large piece of candy, and took him to the hospital for a checkup. The old gentleman's family was immensely grateful upon learning of this, and not only gifted him a bicycle but also arranged for him to have a temporary job. However, that educated youth was from a prominent family in the capital, and he was sent to the countryside to escape family troubles. So he had no intention of keeping the job. He passed it on to his girlfriend." Su Shangjie curled her lips. His girlfriend could exchange the job for considerable benefits. As for what happened next, Su Ning was aware that Dong Jiao had given the job to the county chief's daughter, thus forging a connection with the county chief. Later, when the county chief moved to the city and eventually returned to the capital, he continuously contributed to the careers of the male and female protagonists. Her cousin almost mentioned Hua Jingting's name directly, yet she could be certain that none of this was described in the book. It seemed that she and Su Shangjie were likely not reading the same story. However, the female supporting character was no longer infatuated with the male protagonist. Instead, she was now intent on creating obstacles for him. She even attempted to win her over with braised pork, hoping to enlist her help in thwarting the male protagonist. How intriguing. "I heard that the old gentleman resides at the entrance of a certain alley nearby. Sister, do you want to take a chance and see if you're lucky?" Under normal circumstances, Su Shangjie would not wish to involve anyone else, but since she was unaware of the precise alley where the old gentleman had fainted, having another person searching around could diminish the male protagonist's opportunities. Even if Su Ning ultimately obtained the old gentleman's favor, it would be preferable to the male protagonist acquiring it, influenced by the plot. She had no choice but to follow the male protagonist. If both he and the female protagonist were to encounter misfortune, would it not provide her with a chance to escape the narrative? Chapter 44, Competing for the male protagonist's fortune. Although Su Ning could not be absolutely certain, she had a fair understanding of Su Shangjie's intentions regarding the competition for the male protagonist's fortune, and she felt no aversion to it. The female supporting character harbored a profound affection for the male protagonist and remembered his affairs with remarkable clarity. While contemplating this, she feigned confusion on the surface. "Sister, such matters are best left unspoken. How could we take them seriously? Even if there is some truth to it, we aren't from the city, and we can't just wait around here every day. Besides, do you truly think the old gentleman is going to faint every day just waiting for you to rescue him? Whatever happened to your pragmatism, sister? You've become quite naive. Come on. Eat up, afterward, we'll catch the bus." Noticing her evident disbelief, Su Shangjie's expression shifted momentarily, then she seemed to recall something and lowered her voice. "Ning, do you believe in prophetic dreams?" Su Ning's eyes widened slightly. Here it comes. The female supporting character was bringing her story into play, even invoking prophetic dreams. Would she next claim to have received a message from a deity in a dream? What kind of illusion had the original owner created in her cousin's mind, making her so easily deceived? Fine, since she was putting forth such effort to concoct a tale, as the audience, should she not provide a reaction? "Sister, you're not suggesting this is something you dreamt about, are you? Could it be true?" Su Shangjie wore a solemn expression. I initially did not intend to share this with anyone. But since you are my sister, I shall not conceal it from you. To speak plainly, I dreamt that today, Zayuth would encounter that old gentleman and rescue him, gaining many rewards. The events in the dream were set for today. With the same time, characters, and even the clothes he wore perfectly mirroring those in my dream. Moreover, the police station was also there. The male protagonist saved someone right near the police station. Thus, I am confident that this dream is genuine. Do you wish to stand idly by while Zayuth reaps all the rewards? Those are treasures you could never hope to acquire in your lifetime. Are you truly willing to let it pass? Seeing Su Ning's interest piqued, Su Shangjie pressed on. Additionally, I was initially skeptical about this dream, but upon seeing you just now, I became convinced. In my dream, I encountered you right here, and you were wearing this military green top and brown pants. It was almost identical. Su Ning could barely suppress her urge to roll her eyes. How could she weave such a tale? In an instant, she had become a part of this narrative. However, she could not voice her thoughts now. She had to play along lest her counterpart concoct a second story. The illogical nature of this tale was giving her a headache. The book stated that the female supporting character had just graduated from high school and was young. This seemed to hold true. Then it must be true. Sister, do you recall which alley it was in? Are there any distinguishing features? Please elaborate, and I shall help you search. For the sake of that bowl of braised pork, she had to go take a look herself. I only remember it being near the police station. And when Jingting was unable to carry the old gentleman, it was the police officers who assisted him. The timing was right after lunch. Su Shangjie sighed, having searched near the police station without success. Perhaps that person could only be saved by the male protagonist. Unfortunately, she could not continue to recruit help, as not everyone was as easily deceived as her cousin. Perhaps it was best to rely on luck. Su Ning recalled that Ji Qin had mentioned her brother worked at the police station in the west of the city. And this was to the east, thus aside from this police station, there should be others in the county. It was simply that since this police station was closer to the department store. Su Shangjie had fixated on it and ended up in a cul-de-sac. Alright, sister, I'll help you look around other alleys while you continue searching here. Since the male protagonist had saved someone after lunch, the time should be approaching, so they could not afford to wait any longer. Naturally, Su Shangjie did not wish to delay either. Seeing her sister's understanding, she provided a few final instructions and allowed her to depart. Once they parted ways, Su Ning hurried towards the western part of the city, moving swiftly until she neared the western police station, where she spotted an old gentleman lying beside a large rock. The old gentleman's complexion was pale, his lips darkening, and his eyes tightly shut. It was evident he had fainted. Upon noticing the prominent black mole on his forehead, she realized that the supporting character had indeed made her entrance. Finding him, Su Ning rushed over, half dragging and half supporting him towards the police station, as she had seen the male protagonist approaching from that direction. Even if she did not desire this opportunity, she could not allow the male protagonist to seize it. It was said that the male protagonist belonged to the female protagonist, who was her adversary. Consequently, by extension, the male protagonist was also her enemy. Why would she offer her enemy any assistance? The police officers at the station, spotting a frail girl struggling to support an elderly man much larger than herself, hurried over to assist her in carrying him into the station. Before entering, Su Ning glanced back at the male protagonist from a distance. Excellent, he and T noticed her, perfectly missed. Once their figures disappeared through the police station's entrance, Jingting passed by that large rock. For some reason, he felt there should be something significant about that spot, or perhaps something was meant to happen there, yet, it was clear that nothing was amiss, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Had he perhaps been influenced by Dong Jiao Jiao? Becoming suspicious, with this thought, Jingting chuckled softly, suppressing his inner turmoil as he contemplated the bicycle he still needed to purchase, and he continued on his way towards the eastern part of the city. Su Ning, through the police station's window, observed Jingting's figure vanish completely, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, turning to face the officer who was holding a bowl of sweetened water. The sugar was provided by her. Just before entering the station, she had discreetly transferred half a bag of sugar into the basket. It certainly appeared that he was suffering from low blood sugar. Drinking some sweetened water would yield the swiftest results. The police officer helped to administer the sweetened water, observing as the old gentleman slowly regained consciousness and his complexion began to improve, prompting a collective sigh of relief among them. Old gentleman, how are you feeling? Su Ning inquired, noticing that while his complexion remained somewhat pale, he spoke with considerable strength. Do you need to go to the hospital? The old gentleman waved his hand. No need, I just need to rest for a bit. I've been away for so long, my family must be worried. His speech was robust, and though he appeared somewhat weak, he seemed to be in stable condition. Su Ning squinted slightly, feeling perplexed. This old gentleman looked like he was indeed suffering from low blood sugar. In the book, after consuming sugar, he should have been fine. Why then did the male protagonist insist on taking him to the hospital? Was he not concerned that the old gentleman's family might become anxious if they could not find him? Moreover, was the male protagonist truly as benevolent as he seemed? Chapter 45, an unintentional twist of fate. It was not that she wished to think this way, but after her previous encounter with the male protagonist, she genuinely found him to be rather ordinary. The last time, it was merely Dong Jiao Jiao and her companions who had intruded, and most normal individuals would have felt somewhat awkward or apologetic in such a situation. Even if he might have felt a bit irritated due to her unwelcoming demeanor, he should still have been able to discern right from wrong. It was uncommon for someone to react by making sarcastic remarks in such circumstances. Afterward, she reflected on the plot regarding the male protagonist and speculated that his behavior likely stemmed from his upbringing. The male protagonist hailed from a military district in the capital, where his grandfather held a position of considerable authority. Although retired, he was well cared for, with an uncle in the military and another uncle in politics. The male protagonist's father was the youngest child of the elderly Hua, who had been sent abroad for studies early on and later took up a position at a university upon his return. Such a family background, while not the very pinnacle of society, certainly ranked among the upper echelons in the capital. Furthermore, although the fact that he had gone abroad would later be suppressed, it was different for those who were officially sent abroad. So it did not have an adverse impact. Given this family and upbringing, the male protagonist should have indeed been a favored child of fortune. However, everything changed when the male protagonist's father went abroad. The die had already been cast. The male protagonist's father, charming and sophisticated, was immensely popular in the district before his marriage, but he favored romance and sought love and freedom, disregarding the superficial young ladies who were only concerned with their appearance and attire. The male protagonist's grandfather seeks to instill a sense of responsibility in his son, compelling him to marry before embarking on his overseas journey. Naturally, the bride chosen is also a daughter of the prestigious courtyard. Intending to pave a favorable path for the protagonist's father upon his return, however, after venturing abroad, the protagonist's father encounters the protagonist's mother, and they fall deeply in love at first sight. Their romance blossoms rapidly, leading them to cohabitate shortly thereafter, and by the time he returns from his studies abroad, the protagonist is already born. The ensuing events are predictable. The protagonist's father and his ex-wife's family become embroiled in a bitter feud, one that escalates to a point of no return. Ultimately, the protagonist's father divorces his first wife and marries the protagonist's mother, but this decision does not yield the anticipated benefits for their family. Instead, it introduces a formidable political adversary. Consequently, both the protagonist's grandfather and his uncles harbor considerable dissatisfaction. By the 1960s, the surrounding environment intensifies. The protagonist's mother, due to her self-funded studies abroad, faces denunciation, compelling her to divorce the protagonist's father. And she soon succumbs to despair. Though the protagonist's mother has passed, the issue of her self-funded education continues to serve as a point of contention for the protagonist's family. In a desperate bid to protect his son, the protagonist's father hastily sends him to the countryside, thus leading to the current identity of Hua Jiqing. The grandfather, a man of high status with numerous sons and even more grandsons, is unlikely to harbor any fondness for a son who has brought him disappointment. The protagonist's uncles, entangled in this familial strife, naturally possess complex sentiments towards the protagonist's family. As descendants of the Hua family, the protagonist's household lags behind in both power and means compared to their cousins. Furthermore, with the upheaval following his mother's death and his father's descent into alcoholism, the protagonist's sensitivity is a foregone conclusion. This sensitivity is compounded by feelings of inferiority, should anyone exhibit disdain towards him. It could easily provoke a strong reaction. Sensitive and insecure, yet yearning for respect and admiration from others, the protagonist is likely to exploit any opportunity to achieve his aims, marking him as a self-serving individual. Such a character would rarely engage in trivial pursuits, instead focusing on actions that serve his interests. If the protagonist were to encounter the elderly gentleman, he would understand that mere offerings of candy would not elicit profound gratitude. Thus, he might proactively escort the individual to a hospital or employ subtle tactics to accomplish the same. After all, he is a well-meaning person, genuinely concerned for the well-being of the patient. This is entirely plausible. As for the intricacies of the situation, he remains unaware, but having observed the elderly gentleman's family delivering various packages without further correspondence, he suspects that they are not easily deceived. With this deduction, he becomes aware of how to interact with the elderly gentleman. "Sir, you must be Hu Laozhong, the father of Director Hu?" A nearby police officer recognizes the elderly gentleman and cheerfully interjects, "I am Xiao Zhao from the County Police Bureau. Here on official business. I wonder if you recall, I once visited the director's home and saw you there. Oh, the director lives right next door to you. His surname is Ma, you know? Are you referring to old Ma's family?" The elderly gentleman responds with a smile, "I know his son works in the police bureau. But I wasn't aware he was your director." "What a small world." "Then please the officer escort the elderly gentleman home. I shall take my leave." Now that the elderly gentleman is fine, Su Ning has no intention of lingering, lest it be perceived that she has ulterior motives. It is futile to force a favorable impression. Patience has always been her virtue. "Little girl, aren't you going to see this old man home?" A glimmer of curiosity flashes in the elderly gentleman's eyes as he regards Su Ning with interest. "I was rescued by you, so you should accompany me home. It's only right. The police officer has work to do, and we, the common folk, must not misuse public resources." Recognizing his identity and remaining composed, this young lady possesses a certain charm. "Well, since you insist, I certainly cannot refuse." Now that it has escalated to the misuse of public resources, she must afford the public resource its due respect. "Hey, you little girl, your reluctance only makes me more determined to have you accompany me." The elderly gentleman, stubborn as ever, is resolute in his decision to cling to her. Su Ning checks the time, estimating that it is still manageable, and nods, "All right, sir, please tell me your address, and I shall escort you home." The elderly gentleman's residence is not far, and they meander along, reaching their destination in just over 10 minutes. Throughout the journey, Su Ning maintains her composed demeanor, and surprisingly, they engage in quite a pleasant conversation. The Hu family resides in a small courtyard, nestled within a narrow alley filled with similar abodes. Upon opening the front gate, they are greeted by 5 modest houses, slightly worn on the outside yet impeccably tidy within. To the left are 2 newly built side rooms, appearing relatively fresh. Before Su Ning can take a closer look, the half-open door to the main room suddenly swings wide, and a throng of individuals rushes out. "You old fool, where have you been wandering? Have you forgotten your age running about like this? You've kept the children from eating, all because of your escapades. Well, I see you must be itching for trouble. A furious elderly woman clad in a brown thin coat emerges from the crowd. Following her is an elderly man with graying hair who, upon sighting the elderly gentleman, chastises him with a laugh. I knew you were up to no good, wasting my time. Had I known, I would have stayed home and polished my prized earthenware. Ma! Don't exacerbate the situation, it's just a piece of cloison. Is it truly worth the daily fuss? The elderly gentleman retorts, irked by the reprimand. And you dare scold old Ma? Do you not see that people haven't even had a meal? What is the purpose of this? Have some shame. The elderly woman is fuming. I was merely jesting with old Ma, not scolding him. The elderly gentleman glances sheepishly at the woman, attempting to appease her by saying, I meant no offense, you see. I was just trying to lighten the mood in front of this young lady. He gestures towards Su Ning, hoping she will chime in with a few kind words. Only then does the elderly woman take notice of Su Ning. Her expression softening slightly, she surveys Su Ning closely and chuckles. What a delicate young lady, my apologies for startling you, I don't usually behave this way, I'm just a bit riled up today. With that, she straightens her attire, transforming into a warm and amiable elder radiating charm. Su Ning shakes her head repeatedly, merely an observer in this lively exchange, and certainly does not wish to become embroiled in it. Nevertheless, this elderly couple proves to be quite entertaining. As for that prized earthenware, it seems she has stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. Who knows, perhaps even her household registration will be assisted. What a fortuitous day it is. Thanks to the supporting character. This is Ning Yadu. I fainted in front of the alley today, and this little girl saved me, otherwise, I would have had no idea if I would ever see you again. Although the elderly gentleman fears rebuke from his wife, he cannot overlook the debt of gratitude owed to his savior, and he cleverly embellishes the tale to elicit sympathy from his spouse. When Su Ning helped him up, he was already aware of her presence, however. In his dazed state, he lacked the strength to open his eyes. The young girl had single-handedly helped him to the police station, and he feels compelled to express his gratitude, especially since she is such an intriguing young lady. The elderly woman's smile freezes instantaneously, akin to a dramatic change in a Sichuan opera, and her anger flares anew as she turns to seize a stick leaning against the wall, preparing to chase after the elderly gentleman with it. As she scolds him, she exclaims, I told you to eat breakfast, but you refused. Don't you know the state of your own health, you old fool? Just drop dead outside if you must. What are you coming back for? Are you trying to drag me to my grave so you can remarry? If I have my way, I will let you faint again, and this time, I won't stop until you're dead. The elderly gentleman dodges and apologizes profusely while simultaneously pushing Su Ning in front of the elderly woman. The elderly woman, more concerned than truly angry, does not genuinely wish to scold him, thus she discards the stick and takes Su Ning's hand, expressing her gratitude. My dear, thank you so much, otherwise, this old fool might not have returned. I do not know how to express my gratitude. Come on, let us go inside, and I will prepare something delicious for you. Su Ning waves her hands in refusal, insisting that it is unnecessary, as she is already quite full from lunch. Grandma, who please don't feel obliged, anyone would help in such a situation. I did nothing special. Now that the elderly gentleman is home, I shall take my leave. The elderly woman, however, quickly pulls her back, her discerning eyes perceiving the young lady's clarity of spirit and goodness of heart. They are not apprehensive of others' intentions, they merely wish to extend kindness, repaying a debt of gratitude. But since the young lady has no demands, they are at a loss for how to reciprocate, yet, a life-saving favor cannot go unpaid, hence she insists that Su Ning stay. My dear, now that we are at the doorstep, please stay for a meal before you depart. With that, the elderly woman drags Su Ning into the living room, beckoning for the elderly gentleman to bring Old Ma along as well. In search of the elderly gentleman. Old Ma has spent over an hour trailing them and has also missed lunch. Su Ning explains that she has already eaten, but the Hu family believes she is merely making excuses and insists she join them. Reluctantly, Su Ning acquiesces, thinking she might as well enjoy the meal. Once finished, she can consider it a return of kindness. She does not consider herself particularly virtuous, but it is difficult not to be cordial in the presence of such warm-hearted people. The table is laden with an array of dishes: a plate of shredded potatoes, a plate of braised fish, a bowl of pickles, a plate of sautéed pumpkin strands, and a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Accompanied by sweet potato rice and whole grain buns, such a spread would certainly be considered noteworthy in the city. Once everyone is seated, the elderly gentleman begins to eat, prompting the others to follow suit. The family displays exemplary manners, sharing and allowing even the children to focus on their own bowls, creating an atmosphere that Su Ning finds delightful. When Su Ning found herself with a bowl of coarse-grained steamed buns thrust into her hands, she felt a sense of resignation. Caught between the dilemma of eating or not eating, she ultimately chose to forego the meal to avoid waste, instead opting to sip slowly on a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Noticing her apparent lack of appetite, the Hu family members realized she had likely already eaten and ceased their attempts to persuade her further. Master Ma, evidently a frequent visitor to the Hu household, needed no prompting from the family and began to help himself to sweet potato rice, though he scarcely touched the fish, primarily indulging in shredded potatoes and pickles. In this moment, there was no customary silence during meals, and the group inquired about Su Ning's circumstances. Learning of her near-fatal encounter with her in-laws, under Su Ning's subtle guidance, they also uncovered the details of her identity being usurped and her lack of receiving any head tax. Upon hearing this, both Old Master Hu and Old Master Ma's expressions darkened. Having once held high positions themselves, they were well acquainted with the murky dealings of the world and immediately sensed that something was amiss. My dear girl, you dare to call me Grandpa Ma. I shall investigate this matter for you, but you must understand it may not be as straightforward as it appears. Old Master Ma recognized the gravity of the situation and, rather than letting Old Master Hu expend his efforts, he decided to take the matter into his own hands. Furthermore, if the situation proved true, it would reflect poorly on the police station, and it was only fitting for his son to address it. In this world, some individuals face undue hostility, leading a few cunning souls to adopt false identities and live under assumed names. They were all aware of this reality and typically chose to turn a blind eye. As it rarely affected anyone directly, however, the identities these individuals borrowed were usually those of the deceased or purchased from others, making the notion of impersonating a living person a rather rare occurrence. To discern whether this was a matter of human scheming or something else entirely, an investigation was essential. Due to the absence of computers, the household registration records were sent to the city each month, compiled by the county before being forwarded to the municipality, allowing for periodic updates on personnel status. Therefore, for Old Master Ma, looking into this matter was not a daunting task. Thank you, Grandpa Ma. If you require any financial assistance or materials, please do not hesitate to inform me. Su Ning expressed her gratitude without a hint of the life-saving debt she owed. Both parties were astute, fully comprehending one another's intentions. Observing her demeanor, the Hu family and Old Master Ma regarded her with increased warmth. Who wouldn't appreciate someone who was both perceptive and considerate? As a result, their conversation grew increasingly harmonious. Having witnessed the character of the Hu family, Su Ning surmised that her earlier suspicions were indeed accurate. The Hu family had likely bestowed numerous gifts upon the male lead in an attempt to secure his favor. It seemed that even in the narrative, the male protagonist was not always well regarded. How refreshing. The protagonist's halo was not as formidable as it seemed. Nevertheless, the Hu family's actions were understandable, rather than allowing someone to cling to them like a stubborn gum. It was wiser to invest a bit more upfront to sever that bond. Moreover, the male protagonist's intentions were far from pure. I will have a few of the children put in some extra effort to help you find the left ear cloison. If we locate it, I shall inform you. Old Master Hu recognized that Old Master Ma's offer to assist was motivated by his desire to aid him. Chapter 47. So it is Grandpa Ma. Could you show me your right ear cloison? Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Su Ning was determined to take advantage of it. Old Master Hu had indeed captured her heart, with everyone at the table focused on her. Su Ning shyly added, I possess a left ear cloison, though I am uncertain if it is what you are seeking. If I had paper and a pen, I could sketch it for you. Although the item resided in her space, it was impractical to produce it directly. After all, who carries porcelain while out shopping? Especially in this era, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, merely stating it would not suffice for others to believe her. So drawing a picture seemed the most suitable course of action. Noticing her request, Old Master Ma gestured for the Hu family to fetch a pen. Although he held little hope, one could never be too certain. At worst, it would be a wasted sheet of paper, and a family of their standing could easily afford that. Having dabbled in painting during her childhood, having grown up in the era of the Exam King, where she had studied various arts, Su Ning had also taken formal lessons later to learn design. Thus she possessed a modicum of skill in both traditional Chinese painting and sketching. However, she refrained from showcasing her abilities, as painting was seldom accessible unless one pursued it formally in this age. Consequently, her drawing appeared somewhat clumsy, yet she captured the critical elements, the left ear, as well as the patterns and shapes of the porcelain, remarkably well. As she gradually completed her drawing, Old Master Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. His right ear cloison had only been seen by a handful of acquaintances, and even then, most had never laid eyes on it. After all, during this period, antiques were not to be flaunted. His piece appeared inconspicuous, or else the patrolling officers would not have spared him a second glance. Now, with Su Ning able to replicate the same intricate patterns, it confirmed that she had indeed encountered it before. It was astonishing how the quest for his long-sought treasure had taken such a turn. It felt almost surreal. My dear girl, where did you find this? Old Master Ma looked at Su Ning with the same affection one might reserve for a beloved granddaughter, his tone exceedingly gentle. I traded for it while exchanging a chick with a neighbor and took her feeding bowl in return. It was rather grimy, and I found it unappealing, so I washed it. After cleaning, I discovered it to be quite lovely, and upon hearing your description today, it struck me as somewhat similar. Is this the type you are searching for? Old Master Ma's expression shifted, hinting at a degree of embarrassment. What he cherished as a treasure appeared to others as merely a chicken feeder. The others, too, seemed to have had the same realization, struggling to suppress their laughter. Witnessing their reactions, Old Master Ma's face reddened further, but he quickly composed himself, looking at Su Ning with satisfaction. This must be what I've been searching for. My dear girl, you find it beautiful, do you not? Great minds think alike. You have an eye for quality, indeed, he proclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. This not only complimented Su Ning but also served to pat his own back. Oh, come now, Ning girl, don't be shy about hurting his feelings. You genuinely believe that thing is beautiful? Old Master Hu wasted no time in teasing his old friend. That size, if you call it a bowl. It's a tad small. If you call it a basin, it's a bit large. If it had ears on both sides, it might be somewhat more aesthetically pleasing, but it only has one nut in the pattern? It is rather ordinary and looks as though an amateur is simply playing around. Only you would consider it a treasure. Seeking a matching collection is simply a waste of time. My right ear is exquisite, and if you don't understand that, kindly refrain from making foolish comments. Old Master Ma huffed, his indignation rising as the two elderly gentlemen began to bicker over the matter. The onlookers remained calm, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. My dear girl, have you ever studied painting? Old lady who observed the drawing, sensing a certain incongruity. Although the artwork appeared rudimentary, the lines flowed smoothly, and the technique was surprisingly refined, suggesting she was not a novice. Su Ning paused momentarily before smiling. I had a fleeting interest some time ago and dabbled a bit. having attended a girls' school where she had formerly learned painting. Old lady who felt a surge of admiration. However, in this era, painting was often frowned upon, so she refrained from commenting further, merely pointing out a few areas in Su Ning's work that could use improvement and offering her some brushes and paints. Let us not dwell on painting for now, let us return to the cloison. Old Master Ma quickly redirected the conversation. My dear girl, when would be a convenient time for you to show it to me? Shall I bring it tomorrow? Very well. My home is nearby, I will take you to recognize the way, and you can come directly tomorrow. Sounds good. Su Ning readily agreed. Old Ma, your eldest hasn't he gone to work yet, has he? Inform him about this girl's situation and have him pay more attention. Old Master who remarked, emphasizing the gravity of the matter, given the life-saving debt and the porcelain involved. Understood, I shall go and speak with him right away, he will be tasked with investigating. Old Master Ma resolved. His eldest son had worked the night shift the previous day and was resting during the day, set to return to work in the evening. However, he intended to urge him to act promptly. After all, isn't that what sons are for, being put to work? Su Ning expressed her heartfelt gratitude and prepared to leave. This time, the Hu family did not hinder her, time was of the essence. And they had no opportunity to gather items. Old lady who generously handed over all the family's ration coupons to Su Ning. Ration coupons were scarce in the countryside and more valuable than money. Several members of the Hu family were employed, earning a respectable amount each month. An old lady who, being adept at managing resources, had saved a considerable stockpile of grain coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons, brown sugar coupons, miscellaneous food coupons, daily chemical coupons, and even a bicycle coupon. Altogether, there were dozens, likely worth 1 to 200 yuan just from selling these coupons. Su Ning could not refuse and accepted them, knowing that time would allow her to repay them later. Furthermore, should she decline, they might suspect her of harboring ulterior motives regarding their kindness. By accepting, she reassured them. Girl, now that you're acquainted with my family, do come by often. Old Master who held back his wife. Sensing that Su Ning genuinely harbored no ulterior motives. To press her further would only lead to resentment. Besides, this young lady was also pitiable. It would be wise to extend her a helping hand whenever possible. Seeing his demeanor, Su Ning felt a sense of relief, bade them farewell, and stepped outside. After her departure, Old Master who turned to his old friend, speaking earnestly, regarding the girl's household registration, ensure your eldest son pays extra attention. Old Master Ma's expression shifted slightly. Are you worried? Old Master who nodded. This era had birthed many tragedies, yet there were different paths for different people. While adopting a new identity was one thing, assuming the identity of a living person was altogether peculiar and warranted thorough investigation. Even though they had stepped back from their former positions, they could not afford to be entirely idle. Unbeknownst to Su Ning, this conversation transpired once she boarded the return bus to town. She recalled the matter concerning the female counterpart. Chapter 48, Who are you bullying? After glancing around and not spotting her cousin, Su Ning speculated that she must have taken another route and did not dwell on it further, with no one else around. It was more convenient for her to carry additional items and traverse the path unobstructed. The bus at 3 o'clock meant she arrived in town by 4:30, and after a brisk run home. It was already 6. Thankfully, winter had not yet set in, otherwise, the darkness would have fallen. You little girl, how dare you venture into the city alone? As soon as she pushed the door open, Su's mother, wielding a broom, chased after her, leaving Su Ning momentarily bewildered. In an instant, she realized that Su Xiangjie had betrayed her. How ungracious! Fortunately, she had seized the opportunity that her adversary desired, reflecting on the pile of tickets in her space. She thought, well, she had not suffered any loss. Mother, I had my reasons. Su Ning cast a glance at her father, who had followed her out, and cheerfully ushered him into the house, from the basket at her back. She produced a considerable number of meat buns, a chunk of pork, a piece of beef, a chicken, and 50 eggs, along with several pounds of cotton, nearly filling the basket to the brim. You child, why are you being so extravagant? What do you need all this meat for? You won't be able to finish it. Su's mother looked at the meat with concern, sighed, and refrained from further comments. Let us eat first, it's quite late, the child must be hungry. Su's father observed Su Ning's weary appearance and, thinking she had yet to eat, promptly tugged at Su's mother. Eat, that's all you think about. Su's mother huffed, saying no more, and instead brought out the prepared dishes. Su Ning saved a considerable number of buns for the little one. Thinking that if he grew hungry, he could simply heat them up. After Su's mother arrived, noticing the abundance of buns, she quickly prepared some sweet potato porridge, stir-fried a large cabbage, and sliced a plate of salted radishes. Drizzling a few drops of sesame oil on top, although the filling of the buns was vegetarian, the dough was made of fine flour, which made Su's father and mother feel a pang of sympathy. When they saw the meat buns Su Ning had just brought out, their hearts ached even more, yet they chose not to comment further, knowing it would be futile and better to think about how to support her in the future. The elderly couple had been anxious all afternoon, having not seen their daughter return, their hearts fretting like chicken feet scratching. Once they saw her safe, their hunger returned. Su Ning, sensing the situation, pondered for a moment and took out a few more steamed buns. Not daring to take anything else for fear of arousing suspicion in her parents. After all, not everyone is as easily deceived as a 3-year-old child. After finishing their meal, the elderly couple looked towards Su Ning, signaling her to explain her purpose for going to the city. Even if she were merely shopping, there was no need to go alone, especially with the risk of being accosted by beggars. What business could I possibly have? You both know how difficult it is to procure cotton, I merely went to buy some. Su Ning maintained her previous explanation. Your quilt is new, and while your cotton coat is 2 years old. It remains wearable, there is no need for you to make a trip to the city. Sue's mother was clearly skeptical. Moreover, your younger brother returned from your side a few days ago, and the very next day. He sneaked back. If you say there is nothing wrong, I cannot believe it, speak quickly, or I shall be furious. Su Ning sighed softly, surprised that her brother's matter had been discovered so swiftly, since that was the case. She decided not to conceal it any longer, knowing it would soon be revealed. After locking the courtyard door, Su Ning instructed the little one to play inside, then sat at the dining table and spoke softly. Actually, regarding the incident last time, there were some matters I did not dare to tell you, fearing it would worry you too much. The elderly couple initially wore solemn expressions upon hearing Su Ning's seriousness. But their faces turned pale as they listened to her further. What have you been hiding? Have you and Xiao San divorced, or has someone from the Xiao family bullied you? What on earth is going on? Why would you keep such things from your parents, no matter how grave the matter? You have us. Su's mother was immediately agitated, wanting to scrutinize Su Ning closely. Su's father grasped Su's mother's arm, urging her to let their daughter speak. Though his face remained taut, he gently reassured, "Daughter, I am here." Su Ning felt a warmth in her heart, though Su's mother rarely expressed concern and often resorted to criticism. Each word was laced with care. Su's father, a man of few words, conveyed his feelings through actions, yet when he did speak, it radiated a profound paternal love. This elderly couple embodied the first kindness she had encountered in this world. Whenever she reflected on it, her heart softened, yet, with the revelations today, she feared. "All right, speak quickly, you're driving me mad." Su's mother steadied herself, sitting to watch her. "When I was struck and lost consciousness due to Sun Ni's assault, the little one rushed to summon the old matriarch of the Xiao family. However, by the time she arrived, it had already been 2 hours. I asked the little one, and he told me that he found the old matriarch immediately and insisted she come. But that old crone hesitated, not only refusing to come herself but forbidding him from calling anyone else. Eventually she did come, but insisted on dragging me back to her room. Had I not seized the opportunity to escape and paid someone to fetch you, I might have bled to death." Su Ning recounted the situation in full detail, without embellishment. Initially she had doubted her suspicions, wondering who would outright seek to harm her, until the incident concerning her diploma clarified her thoughts. Su's mother's eyes brimmed with tears. The day she rushed someone to bandage her daughter's wounds, the old doctor had remarked that had it not been for her daughter's fortitude, she would have perished. The realization that the old matriarch had deliberately delayed her arrival and even intended to confine her daughter filled her with rage. This was a matter of life and death. "Daughter, is there more you know? Speak it all." Su's father trembled as he took out his pipe, seemingly wanting to smoke, but recalling that his daughter disliked it, he set it down, a fleeting pallor and concern crossing his face. "Later, my younger brother came and informed me that the old crone had asked him to collect my high school diploma, but she never actually handed it over to me. At that time, I suspected she might be using my diploma for some ulterior motive, so I had my brother help me publish a lost notice. However, a few days ago, while exchanging goods in the village and chatting with someone, I inquired about the Xiao family's public points over the last few years. Upon returning and calculating, I discovered discrepancies." "What do you mean?" Su's mother looked puzzled at the two. Su's father stiffened slightly, his mind already piecing together the truth. "The village's point calculation is fairly uniform, 7 points for population and 3 for labor. In recent years, our daughter has not worked in the fields, thus has no labor points, but the population points should still exist. This means that excluding our daughter's portion, the Xiao family's points in grain should have remained unchanged. However, accounting for our daughter's population grain, they should be receiving more grain, while the points would offset some, thus it is impossible for them to remain the same unless our daughter's household registration is not in this village. If not here, then where?" Chapter 49. She is not his daughter. Su's mother had always believed that the Xiao family's refusal to provide her daughter with grain stemmed from a desire to trouble her, not realizing that they had not even claimed her daughter's grain. "What do they intend? Our daughter's registration is here, they could also claim a bit more." Su's mother genuinely did not understand. Wouldn't he having an extra person mean more grain? "Do you recall what Wang Kai's wife mentioned to you?" Su's father took a deep drag from his pipe. Even without lighting it, the faint scent of tobacco lingered, providing a small comfort. "Why are you bringing up Wang Kai's wife at a time like this? We are discussing our daughter." Su's mother, exasperated, felt the urge to reprimand him. How could he be so unreliable? Su's father, clearly accustomed to her outbursts, sighed. "Do you not remember what Wang Kai's wife's brother does for a living? Isn't he at the police station in town?" Su's father nodded. "That day, Wang Kai's wife congratulated you, saying our daughter was to follow the military. Do you remember? Think about how she knew our daughter was going to follow the military." Su's mother was momentarily stunned before realizing. "Right, at that time, I thought she was joking and paid little attention. Now that you mention it, she had indeed just been to her sister's house in the town. Our daughter had only been married for a little over a month. Thus, it is highly likely that our daughter's household registration and identity were transferred shortly after her marriage." Su's mother froze again, anger flaring. "What does the Xiao family mean by this? They transfer my daughter's household registration but do not allow her to go. What are they planning? Do they intend to keep a mistress outside? How utterly despicable." Su's father's breathing grew heavier as he turned to Su Ning. "Daughter, what are your thoughts?" "Father, mother, I do not know their true intentions in taking my household registration and diploma. But it certainly is not for any good. Suppose there are now two Su Nings sharing one identity, for some unknown reason, perhaps someone is investigating them or they encountered some other calamity, they might be eager to eliminate one to prevent the identity issue from being exposed. And I could very well be the one they wish to remove. Su's mother's eyes turned red. She opened her mouth to protest but was firmly restrained by Su's father. Her throat dry as he urged, "Let our daughter speak. I ventured into the city today to seek assistance in confirming this matter. If it is indeed true, I plan to report it." Su Ning sighed softly. Initially she had not intended to disclose this, fearing her parents might become overly agitated. In such circumstances, as the party involved, while she felt discomfort, her focus was more on how to retaliate, whether it was inquiring with villagers or seeking help from Old Master Ma. Her ultimate plan to report was clear. She desired those who had wronged her to face repercussions. However, her parents were different. They understood how their child was being treated, and their immediate reaction was one of heartache. Followed by thoughts on how to address the situation. This feeling of heartache, at such a moment, could likely bring about unforeseen consequences. For instance, excessive excitement and an inability to control one's temper may result in alarming the unsuspecting. However, she has already resolved to take action, and it is certain that this will lead to some unforeseen complications. As parents, they cannot possibly be oblivious to this, should they fail to present a united front with her. It would undoubtedly create further trouble. Moreover, she is well aware of the deep affection her parents have for their daughter. If they are kept out of the loop, they may not voice their discomfort afterwards. But it is likely that they would still feel unsettled. Lastly, it is undeniable that this sweet burden, while it may bring about some inconveniences, stirs her heart despite her rationality. Who could possibly reject being cared for? Thus, when she encounters her parents, she contemplates her words and ultimately decides to speak up. How should we report this? Su's father, being the more level-headed of the two, quickly regains his composure. Under what pretext shall we report? Might it implicate you, and if they do not take action after the report, what then? We shall report it under the suspicion of espionage. Su Ning's expression turns icy as she directs her gaze at her father and states, "I have no idea what the other party intends to do with my identity, if they engage in wrongdoing. It could implicate the entire Su family, potentially leading us to utter ruin. Therefore, once we report it, we must act decisively and ensure the perpetrator is dealt with severely." Su's father is momentarily taken aback. Clearly not expecting such a response, after a moment of contemplation, he nods in agreement, saying, "Very well, I support you." "I support you too." Su's mother, though somewhat bewildered or incredulous, nonetheless stands firmly by her daughter's side. "Indeed," Su Ning affirms with a smile. Turning to her father and inquiring, "Isn't there someone from our village serving alongside Xiao Yan?" "Yes, he would be your cousin named Su Fa Kai. His brother is Wang Kai. When he enlisted, he leveraged connections through Wang Kai's wife and brother-in-law. I hear he is now a squad leader, though not in the same battalion as Xiao Yan. I need to know who is at odds with Xiao Yan." Upon hearing this, Su's father immediately understands. "All right. Just a few days ago, I heard Fa Kai's father mention that Fa Kai is coming home for a visit. I'm not sure if he has returned yet, but I will inquire." "Good. Father, but let us keep this discreet. It is best to avoid alarming any snakes in the grass." Su's father agrees, noting that the day is growing late, and he intends to return home with Su's mother. They had brought a flashlight with them, anticipating the need to search for someone. As Su Ning prepares to see them off, she is relieved to see her elder brother, Su Degub, approaching with the flashlight. Allowing her to feel at ease about their return. In the darkness, Su's father's face is obscured, and tears stream down his cheeks. His daughter has sustained such a grievous injury, and it is inconceivable that she could have survived the ordeal of being dragged along for 2 hours. She has inherited her mother's lack of foresight, making it impossible for her to perceive the situation clearly. His daughter lacks decisiveness, is unorganized, and does not enjoy tidying up. She cannot cook, nor is she skilled in carpentry, even if he does not wish to admit it. He knows that the person before him is likely not his daughter. A parent knows their own child, and ultimately, it is merely a matter of unwillingness to accept the truth. Yet, even with this certainty in his heart, he cannot voice it. He has lost one daughter and cannot bear to lose another. His spouse, though carefree, has a fragile emotional constitution. If she were to learn the truth, she might not withstand it. Furthermore, this is his daughter's body. If she is not his daughter, then who is she? Yet, why does it weigh so heavily on his heart? Su's father remains silent throughout the journey home, and neither Su's mother nor Su Degub finds this unusual. Given that Su's father has always been taciturn upon arriving home, Su's father has already dried his face, and apart from the slight redness around his eyes, there are no other signs of distress. "I was just thinking. Tomorrow I shall visit Wang Kai's family to inquire further. We shall coordinate with our daughter." Su's mother pats her husband and, with a hint of pride, declares, "Our daughter is truly remarkable now. Don't you think she handles matters much more adeptly than before?" Chapter 50. Returning to the city. Su's father lowers his brow and chuckles innocently, tugging at the blanket beside Su's mother, echoing her sentiment. "Indeed, experience brings wisdom. The little girl is growing up. Yes, she is becoming more like you." Su's mother, feeling a twinge of jealousy, mutters a remark but soon drifts into a deep slumber. Indeed, a daughter resembles her father. Is it not natural? Observing his sleeping spouse, Su's father speaks in a hushed tone, uncertain whether he is addressing himself or others. That night, some families rejoice while others are steeped in sorrow. Meanwhile, Su Ning lies in bed, reflecting on the events of the day. 2 matters stand out to her. One pertains to the Xiao family. In truth, prior to this evening, she had wrestled with the dilemma of whether to reveal her differences from the original owner of this identity. Ultimately, she resolved not to conceal her true self even if she could maintain the facade now. Once trouble befalls the Xiao family, Su's father, and the others would inevitably learn of it, thus. The significance of hiding the truth is minimal. As for the differences between herself and the original owner, the truth is that the original owner was not a person of strong will, otherwise she would not have been manipulated by the Xiao family for 2 years. Therefore, once they become aware of her plans, it would be impossible to keep it hidden. Thus, when she mentioned reporting Xiao Yan and decisively taking action against the Xiao family, Su's father's demeanor clearly revealed a fleeting moment of discomfort. He had evidently realized that she was not the original owner, as her approach to matters was entirely different. It is hard to maintain the guise of the original owner for a lifetime without revealing any signs. This, too, serves as a test for her. If they truly regard her as their daughter, she will reciprocate that affection, otherwise she will find a way to sever that bond. However, it appears that Su's father has not altered his stance, which is quite reassuring. The unexpressed joy that swells within her heart fills her with an inexplicable excitement. As for Su's mother, she harbors no concerns. Su's mother shares a striking resemblance to her own mother from her past life, light-hearted, disinclined to pay attention to details, always opting to see the brighter side of things. Therefore, even if she notices something amiss, she would merely interpret it as her daughter having matured. Regarding the other members of the Su family, apart from Su Jin, who interacts more frequently with the original owner, it is unlikely that they would discern any differences. Thus, she can reasonably predict the eventual attitude of the Su family. Fate is a curious phenomenon, and for now, everything seems to be unfolding splendidly. The second matter concerns Su Xiangjie. Initially, Su Ning believed she had merely assumed the role of a supporting character, but with her understanding of the plot and the wisdom gained from a few more years of life experience, she thought she could still derive some benefits. However, today's events served as a reminder that her perception of this world is not all-encompassing. The narrative Su Xiangjie is embroiled in is evidently not the same one she is privy to. If that is the case, does she still believe in the outcome she envisions? What will be the fate of the male and female protagonists? Will the Su family be subject to external influences? These questions remain unanswered, and she can only infer from Su Xiangjie's actions in the future. Additionally, Su Xiangjie's generous display of money and tickets raises suspicion. It is evident she possesses a surplus, which does not align with her aunt's circumstances. Where could the money have originated? Is there more to Su Xiangjie than just being a supporting character in the story? After contemplating for a while and failing to arrive at any conclusions, she decides to set these thoughts aside and retire for the night. At the break of dawn the next day, Su Ning awakens and leaves some food for the little one before departing. They had arranged the night before for Su's mother to come and look after the child. The primary reason for having Su's mother come over is to guard against the Xiao family. With Su's mother present, the Xiao matriarch and her associates would hardly dare to show their faces. Meanwhile, Su's father has gone to chat with Wang Kai's father, having heard that Su Fa Kai has returned and intends to gather information about the military. After a long day of running around yesterday, Su Ning feels quite fatigued, but she knows she must press on to bring down the Xiao family. It is the first time in her life that she has felt such a sense of urgency. At the same time, she resolves that when the opportunity arises, she will ensure that the Xiao family has an unforgettable experience. Upon arriving in town, Su Ning first visits her space to change into a different outfit. The one from yesterday had been seen by Su Xiangjie, and she cannot wear it again today. Fortunately, since acquiring fabric and a sewing machine, she has been industrious, crafting 3 sets of clothing for each season. The current styles are simple and quick to make, and she has made slight modifications to them, though the changes are not drastic. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that her garments fit her form more snugly. After donning her new attire, Su Ning wraps a headscarf around her head, leaving only her eyes visible. Once her tasks are complete, she plans to purchase a couple of hats, particularly wide-brimmed ones, which will help conceal most of her face and complement her new outfit splendidly. By the time she reaches the county, it is already past 10 o'clock. Su Ning does not linger and heads straight to the home of Old Master Ma. As she approaches the alley entrance, her steps falter, and she instinctively steps aside to avoid being seen. If she is not mistaken, the person she just saw at Old Master whose doorstep is none other than her dear cousin, Su Xiangjie. The Hu family and the Ma family are separated by just one household, with one located at the alley entrance and the other in the middle of the alley. However, the large archway at the entrance effectively conceals Su Ning's figure from view, while still allowing her to see the situation within. Su Xiangjie seems hesitant to enter the Hu household, pacing back and forth at the entrance, but ultimately decides against going in, stamping her foot in frustration before leaving. Su Ning furrows her brow, puzzled by Su Xiangjie's intentions, but unable to discern anything. She decides to set it aside for now. Once she is certain that Su Xiangjie has departed, she finally enters the Ma household with her small basket. Upon entering, she discovers that Old Master who is also present. The 2 elderly gentlemen are sipping tea and peering around. When they catch sight of her, their faces instantly light up. "Ning girl, have you eaten yet? Old Master Ma has been waiting since dawn. I told him your home is quite far, and you'd not arrive so early. But he wouldn't believe me, claiming I was deceiving him. That ungrateful old fool. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him." Old Master who retrieves a clay pot from beside him and calls out, "Your Hu grandmother has made chicken soup wontons. Just finished. It's a bit chilly this morning. A bowl would be just right." He rises to fetch a bowl for Su Ning. "Grandfather Hu, I had breakfast before coming." Su Ning quickly interjects, "You needn't trouble yourself." Su Ning hurriedly reached out to support him, gazing at the eager Old Master Ma, and smiled. "Besides, do you think Grandpa Ma can eat right now?" "Yes, exactly, my girl, just take out the things for me to see. It won't take but a few minutes." Old Master Ma's eyes were glued to the basket. Su Ning chuckled, setting down the small basket and retrieving a floral cloth bundle. Upon opening it, she revealed the porcelain nestled within. To be honest, this cloisonne basin was not particularly attractive, even as an antique. It seldom drew attention, however. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Old Master Ma could preserve it so openly until now. Old Master who took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. Heading to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Let us eat first. No need to mind him, he is satisfied just with that cloison. Chapter 51, The Report Letter. Upon arriving at the town, Su Ning grabbed a rolled pancake to satiate her hunger, followed by a bowl of milk. Yet, being young and having traveled for over an hour before walking a stretch, she found herself feeling a bit peckish again. She helped herself to 2 bowls, handing one to Old Master who, while keeping one for herself. After tasting the broth, she felt her soul elevate. My goodness, Granny who has culinary skills are exceptional. The shrimp wontons were presumably made with a broth from large bones and salt-edged shrimp heads, garnished with sesame, kelp strands, and dried shrimp, creating an exquisite freshness. This was not the flavor derived from modern seasonings, but rather the inherent freshness of the ingredients. She prided herself on having sampled fine fare. Yet this bowl of wontons could easily rank among the top 3. Your Granny who has ancestors were imperial chefs. In this new society, if we were to rewind a few decades, you wouldn't have had a taste of this. Old Master who proudly lifted his chin, his beard exuding a hint of pride. Su Ning gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the skill. Indeed, true artisans reside among the common folk. With such talent, it wouldn't be long before they could open a shop and await the influx of wealth. While the 2 gents enjoyed their meal, Old Master Ma was equally exhilarated that he had truly found it. The pattern, shape, and size were precisely identical. Truly one might traverse the iron shoes in vain yet effortlessly stumble upon the treasure. This item should be called a wash basin. It was used in ancient times for washing hands before meals. Mostly crafted from bronze, with a lesser portion made of porcelain, this set is said to have originated from the tomb of a general's wife from the Ming dynasty. It isn't particularly valuable. But your Grandpa Ma must have deemed it a treasure. Noticing Su Ning's gaze fixed upon the cloison, said Old Master who began to elaborate. Your Grandpa Ma and Grandma Ma endured hardship in their youth. As they grew, their health was poorer than average, making it difficult for them to bear offspring. Eventually, they sought the help of an old Chinese medicine practitioner, which gradually improved their condition. Whether this item holds any use is uncertain. But as one ages, it is vital to have something to hold on to. With this sense of purpose, one finds the motivation to live well. This item serves more as a token. Su Ning understood in her heart that Old Master whose remarks were a subtle hint, indicating that this item was not particularly valuable. With its commemorative significance far outweighing its monetary worth, she did not dwell on it for long. Initially, upon learning of this opportunity, she had considered trading for something. Yet upon seeing the item, her desire faded. Her perspective was modest, yet she recognized the average value of the item. If it could help her establish a favorable relationship with a director, then she would have gained something. Observing Su Ning's unwavering expression, Old Master who chuckled. Regardless of the item's value, it's precisely what your Grandpa Ma needs. If you require anything in exchange, feel free to mention it. I'll let you in on a secret. This old fellow has money to spare. You old rascal. Are you here just to undermine me? Old Master Ma set down the item, washed his hands, and accepted the wontons from Su Ning. My girl, Old Ma is not wrong. This is indeed what I desire. Whatever you need in exchange, just speak up. Su Ning shook her head. Grandpa Ma had someone help me check my household registration. That alone is sufficient. She was not greedy. As long as the 2 elders were willing to lend a hand in this matter, she would be very content. That's a different matter. Old Master Ma waved his hand. I will certainly fulfill my promise, but the cloison must be negotiated separately. If you're unsure of what you want, think it over. I cannot take advantage of you. Exactly, just speak your mind. Your Grandpa Ma's eldest son, after learning of your situation yesterday, specifically took an extra shift to search for your village's household records, confirming your case. Old Master who refrained from mentioning their suspicions of spies, only sharing the results with Su Ning. Your household registration was officially signed away in November of 1972, with the reason being job relocation due to finding work. The workplace was at the Southwest Military District Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Su Ning understood. Everything aligned with his speculations. Xiao Yan's identity was insufficient for military transfer. To relocate, it could only be done through a job transfer. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to reclaim your household registration, or investigate the matter further to expose those who harmed you? Reclaiming your registration is easy, but pulling out that entire nest would be rather challenging, though not impossible. Old Master Ma turned to Su Ning, speaking nonchalantly. Is that truly feasible? This would inevitably involve high-ranking officials from the military district. Noticing Su Ning's uncertainty, Old Master who smiled. Your Grandpa Ma held a significant position before his retirement, and the current commander of the Southwest Military District is one of his former subordinates. Su Ning was taken aback, not realizing that the man before her, who was scrutinizing the wash basin, was indeed a big shot. Don't just speak of me. Your grandpa who is the same. He hails from the capital city. And if it weren't for his disinterest in squabbling with that group of rascals, he would still be living in the compound. Old Master Ma instantly revealed the background of his old comrade, treating Su Ning as if she were family. As Su Ning stood and respectfully bowed to both grandfathers, your kindness is beyond words. From now on, you two shall be my elders. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. She had only been pondering how to inquire about the Southwest Military District yesterday, and today, she had directly connected with the highest official in that realm. Indeed, the opportunities that arrive swiftly are the most alluring. Upon returning, she would promptly wipe down the opportunity with a cloth. She was acutely aware of the challenge this endeavor posed, relying solely on herself. Even if she could accomplish it, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time and energy, and inadvertently, she might attract unwanted attention, leading to endless troubles. Write down everything you know in a few letters. I'll have someone deliver them. And I'll make a call over there, you just need to wait for the follow-up. At this point, Su Ning naturally did not hesitate, taking a pen and meticulously drafting a letter for old Master Ma to review. Once confirmed, she penned a second letter. Su Ning used standard script primarily to avoid discrepancies with the original owner's handwriting, which could raise suspicions. Fortunately, after years of practicing calligraphy, writing came easily to her. The two old gentlemen perused the letters, exchanged glances, and the appreciation in their eyes for Su Ning grew, not to mention the boldness of her handwriting. The content of the letter was well articulated. It made no mention of anyone's issues, solely expressing her concerns, worrying whether this matter would cause trouble for the military district, fearing it might pose a burden to the nation. And apprehensive about placing an undue load on the leaders, without a trace of her own grievances, yet, who would read such a letter and not feel compelled to ensure that someone who cared so deeply for them would not be disappointed? Moreover, the letter contained all the critical evidence. Once investigated, it would be irrefutable. If those rough old gentlemen possessed even a shred of conscience, they would not only have to investigate but also consider how to compensate the young lady, as the oversight originated from their end. All right, leave this to me, await good news. Old Master Ma contemplated briefly before adding, be cautious not to alert the snakes in the grass, especially on the military district S side. As for here, it's of little concern. Even without his admonition, Su Ning would have been vigilant. After chatting with the elderly gentleman for a while, she noticed it was nearly noon, and thus rose to take her leave. She declined their invitation to stay for lunch under the pretense of having an appointment with her younger brother. However, as she departed, her basket was significantly heavier, filled with an assortment of treats like sweet rice strips and large Beijing nuts. Su Ning considered refusing, yet the other party did not afford her the opportunity, insisting that if she did not eat them, they would be given to her brother instead. Mentioning a visit to Su Jin was not merely an excuse. Su Ning genuinely intended to check on her younger brother while retrieving the lost proof of identity. Upon reaching the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, Su Ning slipped the smallest apple into the hands of the security guard, asking him to call out for Su Jin from the second-year class. And then she waited at the entrance. The security guard, cheerful, accepted the apple and went inside to make the announcement. However, after a considerable wait, there was still no sign of him, causing Su Ning to feel a sense of foreboding. After approximately 10 minutes, the security guard finally emerged, stating that Su Jin was not in the classroom. He had reportedly gotten into a fight and had been summoned by a teacher. Hearing this, Su Ning's anxiety deepened. With no sight of him, she could only wait. After nearly half an hour, there was still no word. In desperation, Su Ning requested the security guard to call for Teacher Su. Teacher Su had originally been Su Jin's homeroom teacher but was later replaced by a younger teacher due to health issues. Su Ning had not intended to seek out Teacher Su on this visit, but given the circumstances, she felt it necessary to check while also rummaging through her space for potential gifts. Teacher Su had treated the original owner kindly, so it was only right to visit without empty-handedness. The enthusiastic security guard, seeing her distress, offered to help call out once more, returning to inform Su Ning to head directly to the teacher's office, as her brother was there. Su Ning's expression shifted slightly, although her younger brother was lively in her presence. He was, in fact, a prudent individual. He would not instigate trouble, having always been one of the teacher's favorites. If he had been summoned to the teacher's office, it raised concerns. Was it for his own affairs or hers? Though her heart was filled with various speculations, Su Ning did not reveal her thoughts and softly expressed her gratitude. Following her memory, she found the office. Upon reaching the door, she immediately spotted her younger brother, Su Jin, whose face was a stormy shade of iron. He was dressed in the same attire as last time, yet unlike the previous neatness, this time he was not only filthy but also bore torn sections on his clothing. His hair was disheveled, his face swollen, and the corners of his mouth bruised, with faint traces of blood showing in certain areas, clearly indicating he had just been in a scuffle. Beside him stood another boy, familiar in appearance, sporting a similar disheveled look, evidently the other party involved in the altercation. Additionally, there was a gray-haired female teacher who, upon recollection, was Su Ailian, a former teacher of the original host. Su Ning entered and greeted Teacher Su before poking Su Jin. What happened? Why were you fighting? Su Jin silently glanced at her, slightly shaking his head, exuding an air of reluctance to speak. Ah, these two children used to be as close as peas in a pod. Yet today they actually fought and refused to explain why. Teacher Su looked at the group with a helpless expression. Teacher Hong is absent today, I will handle this. Thank you, Teacher Da. I will have a serious talk with him later. Su Ning, unsure of the situation, repeatedly assured, rest assured, Teacher Su, this will not happen again. Very well, Su Ning, take your brother home. He can have half a day off this afternoon, which conveniently extends into the weekend. Teacher Su, not wishing to complicate matters further, was aware that few children today were eager to learn, thus she was inclined to extend some kindness to diligent students like Su Ning and Su Jin. Su Ning nodded in agreement, placing 2 apples on the table with a smile. These were picked from the back mountain. They taste quite good, Teacher Su, do give them a try. The back mountain indeed had wild apples, but their taste and size were incomparable. Even the smallest apple from the space was superior to those wild ones. Initially, Su Ning contemplated bringing out some rice noodles, but reconsidered, knowing that Teacher Su would likely refuse anything of value. 2 apples were a suitable offering, just enough to be presentable. Upon hearing they were freshly picked, Teacher Su accepted them graciously and shot a glare at the other boy. Su Quan, you should go home too. If you dare to act like this again, I will call your parents. No matter how familiar you are with each other, you must not rummage through others' belongings without permission, and then resort to fighting when caught. Do you wish to be punished? Teacher, it won't happen again. Su Quan cast a furtive glance at Su Jin before lowering his head in silence. Su Ning felt puzzled. She wondered why this person seemed so familiar. He turned out to be a distant cousin of the original host. This boy appeared to have a good relationship with Su Jin. Before the original host married, she occasionally saw Su Quan visiting Su Jin to play. After her marriage, they still spent time together, yet she never expected they would end up fighting. Meeting Su Ning's gaze, Su Jin wore a dark expression, saying nothing, and bowed to teacher Su before pulling Su Ning out. Su Quan quietly followed behind, his face a mixture of shame, sadness, and an incomprehensible complexity. Su Ning chose not to speak, assuming it was merely a quarrel between two boys. After all, they were only high school students. And such skirmishes were quite normal. How will you get home later? I can lend you my bicycle. At the school gate, Su Quan hurriedly caught up, greeting Su Ning as he prepared to hand the bike keys to Su Jin. Only to be met with rejection. No need, I don't want it. Su Jin coldly replied, his expression inscrutable. Su Quan's face fell slightly, yet he refrained from saying anything, hesitating as if he wanted to speak but ultimately remained silent. His countenance equally complex. Quan, I will take him home, we'll ride back together, you may leave first. Noticing the tension between the two, Su Ning attempted to ease the situation, as it was already noon. And any further delay would risk missing lunch at the state-run restaurant. Su Quan nodded, bidding farewell to Su Ning before reluctantly departing. After his departure, Su Ning crossed her arms and gazed at Su Jin. What's the matter? Had a falling out? Su Xiaojin, you've grown bold, learning to fight now. The expressions of these two young boys mirrored that of a quarreling couple, almost comically dramatic, sending shivers down her spine. My matters are of no concern to you, I can handle them myself. Su Jin awkwardly turned his head away. His mood still low. Oh really, how do you plan to handle it? By fighting, little brat. How should I address you? Either you speak properly, or I will give you a good thrashing first, and then you can speak. Which do you prefer? Su Ning scoffed, noting that 3 days without discipline had evidently made this mischievous child deserving of a good scolding. Su Ning, when did you become so violent? Seeing her raise her fist, Su Jin quickly stepped back, exclaiming in indignation, this is between me and him, you need not meddle. What is the matter? Is it unrequited love, or has he caught your fancy? I am your sister. And I have every right to intervene. Su Ning grinned mischievously, could it be that you two have something going on? Her younger brother was handsome and delicate while Su Quan was tall and robust. Seemingly a perfect match. No, they were cousins. Su Ning hastily dismissed any inappropriate thoughts and adopted a serious demeanor. If there are conflicts, speak them out, only by voicing them can they be resolved. Resolved? You know nothing, he is a traitor, a traitor. Su Jin shoved Su Ning's hand away, seething with rage, wanting to explode yet fearing unnecessary trouble. He could only simmer in frustration, his demeanor resembling an inflating pufferfish. Thankfully, he was still innocent enough not to grasp the implications of Su Ning's words. Had he understood, he would have surely lost his composure. Su Ning's smile gradually faded as she spoke softly, is this about me? About my high school diploma? Though it was phrased as a question, her tone was decidedly assertive. What could possibly enrage Su Xiaojin to such an extent that he hesitated to speak? It was highly likely it involved her. She had previously contemplated whether she was being monitored. The Xiao family dared to orchestrate such a blatant scheme against her, and the execution was amateurish. Did they not fear being discovered? If she were to undertake this task, her approach would have been to keep a close watch on the original host, ensuring she remained under the Xiao family's control. As for the surveillance methods, they were simple. During this time, money held significant value, and even a small amount could entice numerous individuals. The original host was merely an unworldly girl, while the Su family were humble farmers who, without seeking employment, would never consider matters related to their household registration. Therefore, it would not be difficult to keep them in the dark. In fact, if the Xiao family were willing to part with a sum of money, the Su family and the original host might even agree willingly. Unfortunately, the Xiao family was overly greedy, unwilling to part with even a penny, fearing the original host and the Su family might take advantage of them, complicating what should have been a straightforward situation. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, the Xiao family needed to suppress the household registration issue, ultimately leading them to contemplate more sinister plans. Had she not intervened, they would have already succeeded in their scheme. While it was true that Sun and I caused the original host's injury, there was no concrete evidence or surveillance, allowing the Xiao family to deny any wrongdoing. The witnesses to the incident could easily be disregarded, thus, the original host could have died, and the matter would have been settled without anyone pursuing the household registration issue, allowing the Xiao family to continue profiting from her demise. Alas, all of this shifted due to her arrival. However, prior to this, even if the Xiao family trusted the original host and the Su family, they would not have been completely unprepared, hence, it was highly probable they had enlisted some accomplices. Within the village, the Xiao family could keep watch themselves, but if they ventured to the town, they would naturally need to recruit others for surveillance. If one were to consider who would be most conveniently placed to monitor the town, it would undoubtedly be the cattle cart drivers. The majority of villagers preferred to take cattle carts to the city, as the schedule was fixed and the cost was low. Even those without money could use labor points. Therefore, by gaining the cooperation of a cattle cart driver, the original host's circumstances could be easily monitored. If the Xiao family's methods were a bit more sophisticated, perhaps they even had people stationed in the county or city. She was uncertain about the specifics. Nevertheless, she held on to the notion that she should evade the cattle carts and travel to the town on foot, then change her attire before heading to the city. Although she could not be certain of its effectiveness, her intuition told her that this would indeed be a safer course of action, yet she had always assumed that the Xiao family's surveillance extended only to the original host. Never considering that Su Jin might also be under watch. Upon reflection, it was only logical, as the only member of the Su family who frequently ventured out, it was reasonable for him to be monitored. Go fetch Quan, let us sit for a while in the nearby park. Su Ning repressed her smile. Casting a calm gaze at Su Jin, her expression settling into seriousness, knowing who was behind the eyes watching them was not frightening. What was truly daunting was the uncertainty of their identities. Sister. What are you planning? Although Su Jin was angry, he did not wish for Su Quan to be caught, yet he hesitated to intervene, fearing it would upset his sister. What do you think I can do? Treat him to a meal. Su Ning kicked Su Jin's leg slightly, her tone slightly irritable. Stop with the nonsense, go call him. Su Jin, still suspicious that his sister was deliberately seeking an opportunity to kick him, bit his tongue and turned to enter the campus, chasing after Su Quan. The county's People's Park was originally a wild thicket. When the steel factory was being constructed, it required a substantial amount of soil and trees, leading to the felling of trees and excavation of soil from this area. Once the factory was completed, the excavated pits had filled with groundwater and rainwater, forming a large lake. After the establishment of the new government, a park was constructed around this lake, providing a space for the townsfolk to stroll and relax, gradually becoming a symbolic area of the county. The residents in the vicinity enjoy taking a couple of laps in the morning and evening. However, it is now midday, and apart from a few individuals who have come from the town to take a look, the place is rather deserted. After all, it is already late October, nearing November, and the leaves have turned yellow while the lotus flowers have withered. Leaving little to behold. Su Ning led two people to a relatively open spot by the lake, casually finding a tree root to sit upon. She looked at the two and inquired, "So what is going on?" Su Jin glanced at Su Quan and then at the expressionless Su Ning, momentarily unsure whether to speak candidly or to embellish the truth. Sister Ning, I was in the wrong this time. Before Su Jin could utter a word, Su Quan plopped down on the ground. Resigned. 2 years ago, I indeed accepted money from the Xiao family to keep an eye on you and Ajin, but that was 2 years ago. I only started attending the same high school as Ajin, although we lived in the same village. We did not play together much, only occasionally visiting him. You are aware of this, Sister Ning, so even if I wanted to keep watch, it would have been inconvenient. Su Ning nodded, indicating for him to continue. Later, I got into high school, but my family was struggling financially. My father, in order to support my education, intended to marry my sister off to a fool just to collect a bit more betrothal money. You know about this, right? At that time, I was unwilling and had a big argument with my family, but ultimately due to financial reasons, I could not dissuade my father, and it was then that the Xiao family approached me. Who from the Xiao family contacted you? Xiao Hai. He is the second son of the Xiao family. Since Su Quan had begun speaking, he had no intention of hiding anything further. Xiao Hai gave me 10 yuan and instructed me to keep an eye on you and Su Jin, reporting to him if anything unusual occurred. So that was why you were always at my house during the summer after junior high graduation. You sold out me and my sister for just 10 yuan? Su Jin looked at Su Quan with a wounded expression, feeling betrayed as he had treated the other as a brother, while Su Quan had merely regarded him as a means to earn money. Reflecting on their companionship over the past 2 years, Su Jin felt an inexplicable sadness, as if his genuine feelings had been wasted. Yes, Ajin, I am sorry, but back then we were not close. I truly needed the money. Su Quan offered a few explanations before falling silent. His pale face turned towards Su Ning. Sister Ning, my thoughts were quite simplistic at that time. I believed that even if he discovered what you were doing at home, he wouldn't be able to act on it. Every household engages in work, eating, and chatting. Even without monitoring, one would know. Moreover, I only followed you for half a day after receiving the money, and afterwards, I reported the same things back to him. I knew spying was wrong, so I resolved that if you truly had any issues, I would keep it secret for you, since Xiao Hai wouldn't know anyway. Don't make excuses. You still spied and reported back. Do not sugarcoat it. You are a traitor, oomph. Su Jin shouted, his eyes suddenly reddening. Su Quan, continue. Su Ning kicked Su Jin, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Su Quan glanced at Su Jin, noticing he had turned away, feeling a pang of guilt, and he couldn't help but lower his head, letting out a sigh. Later, Sister Ning, you married Xiao San, and Ajin and I entered high school. Moving to the city, it would be a long time before we returned home. So I didn't see Xiao Hai much. About 2 months after school started, around November or December, he came to the city to find me again, giving me 5 yuan to continue watching Ajin. By then, Ajin and I had become quite close, so naturally, I couldn't assist him. However, I thought to just deceive him for a bit. After all, 5 yuan was not insignificant. Su Quan felt a tinge of embarrassment. I used that money to buy food, ensuring Ajin got a bit more. Afterward, when I returned home, he asked me several times if Ajin had shown any unusual behavior, or if you or your family had come looking for Ajin. Each time, I gave him the same answer. After 2 or 3 inquiries, he stopped asking. To be honest, I was hardly invested. I just wanted to trick him for some pocket money. So what happened this time? Why did you two end up fighting? Su Ning inquired, looking at the two. Did Xiao Hai come looking for you again? Su Quan quickly shook his head, a hint of grievance in his voice. This was entirely coincidental. Ajin helped you get the principal's signature and hid the note. I had no idea what it was. I thought it was a love letter he wrote. So when he wasn't around, I took it out to sneak a peek, but Ajin discovered me and scolded me a few times. Out of anger, I said that if I didn't consider him a brother, I would have informed Xiao Hai about this situation. It was because of that remark that he nearly beat me to death. After speaking, he felt a bit embarrassed and turned to Su Ning. Sister Ning, I swear I never spoke anything detrimental to you. My spying for Xiao Hai was solely because I thought he was foolish and had more money. Without any ulterior motives, and moreover, I haven't been in contact with Xiao Hai for nearly 2 years. How could I possibly report anything to him now? This time, it truly was a misunderstanding. Seeing Su Quan's earnestness and the lack of any concealment in his demeanor, coupled with his evident fear of upsetting Su Jin, Su Ning's heart began to believe him. By the way, how did it turn into you stealing something? Su Ning recalled teacher Su's warning about taking things without asking. Was it referring to that note? It was a Jin. He beat me up and then went to tell the teacher, Sister Ning, I know I was wrong, and my entire body hurts now, please persuade Jin to forgive me. Su Quan lamented, on the verge of tears. Though he couldn't say it outright, as this matter was not particularly honorable to begin with. So you and Xiao Hai are no longer collaborating? Su Ning retrieved 2 buns from the basket behind her, giving the meat one to Su Jin and holding the vegetable one in her hand as she looked at Su Quan. Would you like to collaborate with me? She initially thought that the Xiao family would only have plotted after marrying the original owner, coveting her household registration and diploma, but now it seemed that they had their sights set on her much earlier. The incident of falling into the water might have been an accident, but the marriage certainly was not. No, it might even be the case that the fall was not accidental at all. The original owner had been studying in the city until graduation, returning home to take on household chores. This was not due to her unwillingness, but rather because Sumu disapproved. Sumu believed that her daughter would not enjoy much comfort at home and that such tasks would inevitably fall upon her after marriage. So it was best to minimize her workload now. Of course, the original owner was not particularly industrious. Hearing Sumu say this, she simply acquiesced. What reason could there be for someone who was not diligent to suddenly change their ways that day? There must have been a cause. The original owner went to the river to wash clothes because she had been prodded by someone. A young wife in the village, who had been particularly fond of stirring up trouble since her marriage, often came to the Su household to find fault, especially targeting the original owner. That day, the young wife accused the original owner of being both lazy and gluttonous, claiming she would certainly not find a husband because of it, and goaded her to wash a family's clothes to prove herself. Having just graduated from school and lacking guile, the original owner, upon hearing this, truly took up her clothes and went. Although she knew how to wash clothes, she typically only did so at home when there were few garments. This time, in a fit of anger, she felt that washing clothes could not be that difficult, so she went. Unfortunately, before she could even start, she fell into the water. The memories after falling into the water were quite muddled, but as Su Ning recalled carefully, she quickly discerned something amiss. The stones where she had stepped by the river that day must have been coated in oil. In her memory, she faintly smelled a hint of cooking oil when she first squatted down. However, she had not thought much of it at the time, reasoning that cooking oil was so expensive. Who would deliberately smear it on stones? Yet upon reflection, it seemed suspicious. That young wife was likely connected to the Xiao family in some way. Whether this was indeed the case required further investigation. If the Xiao family had set their sights on the original owner from the beginning, then everything that transpired afterward would make complete sense, although she still did not know why they had chosen the original owner. She had a strong suspicion that she might be onto something. Sister Ning, what do you need me to do? Just say the word. Su Quan exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon hearing Su Ning's words. If he sincerely assisted her, his cousin would certainly forgive him. Once she spoke, Jin would not remain angry either. There should be some rather unruly students at your school, right? Are you referring to the red little soldiers? Su Quan looked at Su Ning uncertainly, aware that those individuals were not easy to handle. Su Ning nodded. Are there any of them with whom you have a good relationship? She vaguely remembered Su Jin mentioning that Su Quan was on good terms with the leader of the red little soldiers. Sister, what are you planning? Su Jin raised his head, staring at Su Ning. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, he stuffed the bun he was holding into Su Quan's hands, pulling Su Ning a few steps toward the bushes. Are you thinking of using the red little soldiers against the Xiao family? Sister, have you lost your mind? Su Jin whispered, are those people easy to manipulate? Even if they are willing to help, can you be sure the Xiao family doesn't have backers? If we are not careful, we might end up being targeted by both sides. The consequences are not something we can bear. Su Jin thought his sister had truly lost her mind, while others avoided the red little soldiers and the revolutionary committee. She was actively seeking them out. What else could it be but madness? What was once uncertain is now definite. Seeing the look of disbelief on Su Jin's face, Su Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of look is that? Listen to me, my decision is not impulsive. I have carefully considered its feasibility. Seeing Su Jin's expression of skepticism, Su Ning felt a surge of irritation. Think about it, have you ever heard of the Xiao family having any connections? Has anyone ever told you they encountered the Xiao family with some big shot, or that any prominent figures have come to the village looking for the Xiao family? No, right? Consider this, the Xiao family has meticulously planned for months just to deal with someone as inconsequential as a village girl like me. Do you truly believe this is the work of someone with powerful connections? I understand you might argue that their caution speaks volumes. I once speculated that perhaps the Xiao family was simply Loki. Not wanting to alarm anyone, yet, observe their recent actions, it is evident they are cornered. If they indeed had backing, would extinguishing us be as effortless as squashing an ant? Why expend such effort? The Xiao family possesses countless methods to eliminate her, it is not a matter of her underestimating herself. Even with her current means of protection, it would not be particularly challenging if, for instance, she could directly leverage the power of the Revolutionary Committee or the police, if she were to be apprehended. A sudden death would serve as a splendid excuse, unless she preferred to remain in her space indefinitely. Alternatively, she could rally a group to surround her. Although she could fight, 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. As long as someone is willing to shield the Xiao family, taking a life would not pose a significant challenge given the multitude of straightforward approaches available. Why does the Xiao family not employ them? Ultimately, there appears to be only one explanation. The Xiao family is either too afraid or incapable of acting, for they lack a reliable backup. In other words, the Xiao family does not possess a stable support system. Nor do they have anyone willing to provide unwavering assistance. That is merely your conjecture. What if? Su Jin found some merit in her arguments, yet still deemed them excessively reckless. Rest assured, even in the face of uncertainty, I can handle it. Do you think I have come to the city these past few days for nothing? For a plan to be comprehensive and meticulously crafted, there must be a significant risk involved. One they cannot bear, but what if they could bear it? Understanding the characters of Old Master Hu and Old Master Ma, Su Ning was certain that if she leveraged her life-saving grace along with that poison, the 2 old gentlemen would undoubtedly lend assistance. However, once that favor is exhausted, they would inevitably become strangers. This was not her desired outcome. After all, having 2 substantial allies to deal with a mere few adversaries would be a tremendous waste. Thus she contemplated this repeatedly, yet refrained from suggesting that the 2 old gentlemen intervene, though it could serve as a source of confidence for her. Ever since her transmigration, Su Ning felt a pent-up frustration in her chest. And now she finally had the chance to release it. What was she waiting for? But, sister, could you reconsider? Su Jin remained apprehensive, yet he understood that his sister had likely made up her mind. Reconsider? Do you believe the Xiao family will grant us the luxury of time? Just look at the old matriarch of the Xiao family making 3 rounds in a single day. It is clear they can no longer wait. Moreover, do you not wish to uncover the Xiao family's trump card? The most significant obstacle regarding the transfer of household registration lies with the military. It is highly likely there is a significant figure involved. As long as we exercise caution and do not implicate them, we should be fine. They have always initiated the conflict, and we have merely been waiting passively. Do you not yearn to take the initiative for once and witness their flustered and helpless expressions? Su Jin bit his lip, his eyes flickering with a hint of emotion, and after a while he slowly nodded, saying, "All right, just tell me how to proceed, and we can discuss it further. We must not act blindly." Am I truly such a reckless person? Su Ning playfully kicked him. Seeing Su Jin apologetically backtrack, she raised her chin and reluctantly agreed to converse with him. As the last remaining member of the Su family, Su Jin had a decent intellect. The 2 discussed for quite some time before parting ways. While Su Jin could return home for the weekend, he ultimately decided against it. Upon returning, his family would undoubtedly worry, especially since he had just visited. Remaining here would allow him to utilize his free time to deliver newspapers and search for employment. Su Ning did not press further, handing him half of the assorted snacks from her basket, along with some meat and vegetable buns, as well as 20 yuan intended for activity expenses. Once she ensured nothing was overlooked, she departed. After the 2 had left, a young man emerged from the thicket behind them, tall and resolute in appearance. His features were softened by his almond-shaped eyes, fixing his gaze on Su Ning's departing figure. A glimmer of curiosity flickered within his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "The Xiao family and the Su family. It seems they are indeed the ones I am acquainted with. What a coincidence. Perhaps I should stoke the flames a bit. This could prove to be quite interesting." Suddenly struck by a thought, his brow arched, and he broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that lent him an almost foolish charm. Little did the Su siblings know, upon returning to the village, the sky had darkened considerably. Su's mother was still present. Upon Su Ning's arrival, the dumpling soup had already been prepared and was served directly onto the table. Su Ning relished her mother's cooking, particularly when she added an abundance of ingredients such as peanuts, soybeans, greens, and crispy noodles, combined with the chewy dumplings, creating a warm sensation in her stomach as she savored each bite. "Your father came by this afternoon and handed me a piece of paper. Take a look after you finish eating." Su's father preferred not to rely too heavily on his daughter's family. Yet he worried that bringing grain over might make her feel estranged, so he made a brief visit before returning home. "All right." Su Ning knew what it contained and did not rush to read it. She served her mother another bowl and handed her a bun before leisurely enjoying her meal. "Mother, where is Li Tsuewa's family from? I heard she is from the town. Generally, aren't townsfolk disdainful of the countryside? How could she end up marrying someone from our side?" Li Tsuewa was the young woman who had previously provoked the original owner of Su Ning's body, residing next door to Aunt Wang's house. When the original owner married, Li Tsuewa had only been married for a couple of months. Though they had little interaction, their encounters were fraught with tension, and neither side could get along, which also influenced Su's mother's lukewarm attitude towards Li Tsuewa's in-laws. "What town?" "She is from Sun Shuzi's family." "Oh right, she is the sister of your sister-in-law, Sun and I." Seeing Su Ning's bewildered expression, Su's mother elaborated, "Sun and I has many daughters, counting the one just starting to walk. There are a total of 7 girls. Sun and I ranks 3rd, and Li Tsuewa is the 4th, with 3 younger sisters following. At the time, they could barely afford to feed them all, so a family from the town took her in. It's not quite adoption, it's more like being a brought child. A brought child refers to a family that has not had children after marriage who takes in a child from a family with many children, hoping that this adopted child will eventually lead to their own offspring. This practice is quite common in rural areas. However, once the host family has children, the adopted child finds themselves in a rather awkward position. In more generous households, the adopted child might continue to be cared for, while less kind families could simply drop the child off at the original family without a word, leaving them to fend for themselves. Such scenarios are quite prevalent. Nonetheless, most families prepare a substantial gift, returning both the child and the present to maintain their kinship ties. The family Li Tsuihua was with was one of the rare kind ones, although they did not treat her particularly well. They never sent her away, keeping her in the Li family, but the Sun and I family only wanted to raise her until she could marry in exchange for a bride price, then they would reclaim her from the Li family. Initially, the Li family was reluctant, but somehow they reached an agreement, and Li Tsuihua returned to the Sun and I family, shortly after which she got married. Su's mother pouted. Li Tsuihua isn't particularly clever either. Staying with the Li family until marriage would be better than being with the Sun and I family, not to mention, she could have found someone from the city, surely there are plenty in the town. Sigh, she is just not very bright. By the way, I also heard that Sun and I initially wanted to marry this sister off to Xiaolaosan.at first, your mother-in-law agreed, but then I don't know what changed. Su Ning clicked her tongue, even an unintelligent Li Tsuihua had managed to deceive the original owner. Indicating that the original owner's intellect was rather lacking, however, she now understood why Li Tsuihua had been unfriendly towards the original owner after her marriage. It likely stemmed from the connection to Xiao Yan. Xiao Lao-san. Why are you asking about her? Did she cause you trouble? Su's mother looked at Su Ning with curiosity. You two aren't even from the same village, how could you possibly clash? Mother. I went to wash clothes that day because of Li Tsuihua. Su's mother initially did not comprehend, but once she did, her expression shifted dramatically. What, you mean the day you fell into the water? I wondered why you suddenly went to wash clothes. It turns out that wretched girl was the reason. When I return, I will certainly scratch her face. Su's mother was instantly enraged. If it weren't for that incident, she would have ensured her daughter found a suitable partner, sparing her from such suffering. The damned Li Tsuihua was infuriating. Daughter, I understand now. You mean to say that if it weren't for her, you would not have married Xiaoyan? Su's mother couldn't help but tear up. Oh, my poor daughter. Mother, no, what I meant to say is that the Xiao family has likely had their sights on me for quite some time. And it is quite possible that Li Tsuihua has been bought off by the Xiao family. Su Ning could not help but rub her temples, even without Li Tsuihua, as long as the Xiao family had made up their minds. There would always be a Zhang Tsuihua or a Wang Chuihua at this point. It was hardly worth her anger. What on earth does the Xiao family want? Our family has no feud with the old Xiao family. Why are they acting this way? Su's mother's breathing grew more rapid. Their family was merely farmers, with nothing particularly special about them, so why was the Xiao family fixated on them? Mother, you needn't worry, they won't be able to cause much trouble for long. I'm just letting you know to be cautious and not to fall into Li Tsuihua's traps. Truly, there is no need for concern. Mother isn't worried, not worried at all. Despite her words, it was clear she was still anxious. Su's mother wanted to say more, but they heard Su's elder brother's voice approaching from the doorway, coming to escort Su's mother home. Mother, you should head back first. If there is anything, we can discuss it tomorrow. Rest assured, you have me and father here, everything will be fine. Seeing her mother in such a state, Su Ning regretted having said anything. Her mother was rather careless and not particularly adept at handling matters. However, it is highly probable that Li Tsuihua is also an informant for the Xiao family. If the Su family is not cautious about what they say or do, they may find themselves in a very precarious position. Alright, my daughter, I shall take my leave for now and return to see you tomorrow. Su's mother, still in a state of panic and anger, acquiesced upon hearing her daughter's words. Su Ning handed over the basket that had long been prepared. Since she was going to the city, it was only natural to bring back some items. The basket contained a pound of brown sugar, 10 meat buns, 2 pounds of meat, and a fish. Given that she had ample supplies, around 5 tons or so, it was only fitting to be generous. In her haste to return, Su's mother did not pay much attention to the contents of the basket. Otherwise, had she known, she would have certainly refused it. After her departure, Su Ning opened the letter from her father. And as she expected, it detailed the situation of Xiaoyan's regiment. The Southwest Military District comprises 3 regiments, overseen by the district commander. Xiaoyan is stationed in the 1st Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Company. And it is said that he is likely to be promoted to deputy battalion commander by the end of the year. Rumor has it that he has a good relationship with the political commissar of their regiment. As someone had seen him visiting the commissar's home for an extended period, the only adversaries he seems to have are the 2 company commanders of the 2nd Battalion among the 3 company commanders in the battalion. The commander of the 1st Company has held his position for many years and was expected to be promoted this time. However, with Xiaoyan's unexpected nomination, he has lost his opportunity. Naturally leading to his discontent, the commander of the 2nd Company is of a similar age to Xiaoyan but comes from a prestigious background. Even if he does not receive a promotion this time, he is likely to in the future, and it is not this that irks Xiaoyan. Rather, he looks down on Xiaoyan, believing him to possess mediocre abilities. Furthermore, given his good rapport with the 1st Company commander, he harbors a dislike for Xiaoyan. Su's father suggested that if she wishes to seek assistance from Xiaoyan's rivals, these 2 individuals would be quite suitable. The letter also included addresses, however. He recommended directly writing to Su Fatsai to deliver it, to avoid interception by those with ulterior motives. Yet, with Su Fatsai just returning, it may take another half-month before he returns to the military district. Su Ning calculated that this timing would be just right, providing the old master Ma sufficient time for inquiries. As for the letters, she plans to write 2 for delivery and send another to herself. For added security, though she has enlisted old Master Ma's help, she cannot simply wait for him. While knowing the commander is certainly advantageous, the saying holds true, it is easy to meet the king of hell. Yet the little ghosts are troublesome. The commander holds a high position and may not have ample time to deal with such trivial matters, as long as the other party can make a sound during the handling of this matter. It would suffice. Of course, if fortune smiles upon her and the commander personally intervenes due to old Master Ma's influence, that would be ideal. Even if not, she is well prepared and has opportunities to bring the other party down. After another arduous day, Su Ning, upon her mother's departure, hurried to wash up and retire for the night. Had there been mobile phones, her WeChat sports ranking would undoubtedly have topped the charts today. She was utterly exhausted. The next morning, before Su Ning had fully awakened, she was jolted by a series of loud knocks at the door. "Old Sans family, why are you still not up? Surely you haven't hidden a wild man in there." The voice was laced with arrogance and ill intent. Accompanied by murmurs of conversation from outside. Su Ning glanced towards the eastern wall, where two bricks were haphazardly stacked, resembling the handiwork of a child. Retracting her gaze, she calmly proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth, while preparing millet pumpkin porridge for the little one, along with steaming a few buns. "Mother, I think that's grandmother's voice." Xiaobei, sitting below, tended to the fire, glancing outside with hints of fear in his eyes. He had a strong aversion to this grandmother, but with her standing right at the door, could they really remain inside? "Watch your fire." Su Ning grabbed a handful of dried radish from the jar, diced it, sprinkled a bit of scallion and garlic, and added half a spoon of sesame oil, making it quite appetizing. The fragrant aroma of millet and pumpkin wafted through the air, stimulating the appetite. Xiaobei swallowed hard, completely distracted from the curses outside. All he wanted was to eat. "Go set up the stools, wash your hands, and fetch the chopsticks and pickles." Su Ning balanced 2 bowls of porridge in her arms while securing a small basket with her wrist. The basket contained the freshly steamed buns, both meat and vegetable varieties, as well as 2 eggs. "All right." Xiaobei moved swiftly. By the time Su Ning arranged the porridge, he returned with the items, gazing eagerly at her. "Eat." Su Ning handed him a meat bun and deftly peeled an egg to place in his porridge. The egg had been boiled the day before and was ready to be warmed in the porridge. "Su Ning, what on earth are you doing in there? Open the door, or I shall break it down, you wicked child. Have you perished in there?" The voice of Zhao's mother had gradually transformed into a tirade of curses. Su Ning paid her no mind, estimating that half an hour had passed before leisurely walking to the door with the well-fed little one, finally opening it, her expression nonchalant as she regarded the people outside. "Oh. You all have arrived quite early. I presume you've already eaten. We just finished. Are you here to invite us for a meal? No worries, my daughter and I have eaten but could still manage a bit more. So which house shall we go to, yours or yours?" The expressions of those outside were far from pleasant. They had been lingering at the door, smelling the delightful aromas, yet their anticipation had gone unfulfilled. Leaving them seething, however, upon meeting Su Ning's gaze, they instinctively took a step back. Every household's grain supply was limited, and even with just the 2 of them, they were unwilling to share. "What, not here to invite me to a meal? Then why block the door, to watch a show?" Su Ning crossed her arms, smiling sweetly. "That is fine, but there will be an admission fee, 1 dime per person to enter. Those wishing to enter should form a line." Su Ning closed the door with a flourish. Standing at the threshold signaling to Xiaobei, the little one gleefully removed his hat and called out to the crowd, "Uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas, if you wish to watch the show, please pay up first. Those with money can support the performance, while those without should kindly turn away." Having heard his mother recount stories of street performers, he had long wanted to try it out, and now the opportunity had arrived. The crowd's expression shifted once more, involuntarily retreating. They found it difficult to declare their intentions to merely watch the spectacle while simultaneously refusing to pay. As they stepped back, Su Ning raised an eyebrow at Zhao's mother, whether it was merely an illusion. She felt that Zhao's mother appeared somewhat awkward, as if she had been struck. "Old Sans family, I see you are feeling guilty, otherwise, why not let people in?" With the crowd dispersing, Zhao's mother found herself alone. Lacking confidence, inhaling deeply as she assumed an authoritative stance, raising her chin to meet Su Ning's gaze. "Mother, you are mistaken. I welcome anyone to enter, the more the merrier." Su Ning pointed to the little one's hat. "It's just a dime, why not?" "Mother, you can set an example. This is my Xiao family's territory. How dare you ask me to pay? Have you lost your mind over money?" Zhao's mother exclaimed incredulously, pointing at herself. "But this has already been given to me. It is written in black and white." Su Ning blinked. "Mother, you wouldn't be trying to renege, would you? If so, I may have to involve the police." At the mention of the police, Zhao's mother instinctively shrank back, and before she could utter another word, the crowd outside parted to reveal someone pushing through. "What is going on here? Blocking my daughter's door? Do you think you can bully us just because there are more of you? That also depends on whether our Su family is willing." Su's mother's voice rang out just in time as she stepped forward, meeting Su Ning's gaze with a knowing look, accompanied by a group of aunts and sisters from Su family village standing behind Su Ning. "What do you mean by this, Su family? We are not afraid, after what you've done. How can we not speak out? Today, no matter what you say, we cannot accept this daughter-in-law." Upon seeing Su's mother approach, Zhao's mother's demeanor faltered once more, her eyes darting around, but upon making eye contact with Zhao's father on the periphery of the crowd, she regained her composure, seemingly emboldened. "What have you done? I am unaware of any such thing. Ha, this is the first time I have seen someone volunteering to put a green hat on their own son." Why must you blame your own family for your misdeeds? Could it be that Xiao Yan is not your son? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao's mother retorted with a fierce facade. Su Ning's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue, had she not been mistaken. There was a flicker of guilt on Zhao's mother's face, and this was becoming entertaining. It is you who lacks virtue and shame. Do not drag my son into this. My son is out there safeguarding the nation. While you engage in such activities right here, many have witnessed this, and your words carry no weight. It is now common knowledge throughout the village that you have been entangled with any ne'er-do-well. Many have seen it. If this were ancient times, you would be subject to a pig cage. Even in the modern era, you would be paraded through the streets. Oh, and then what? Su Ning crossed her arms. A bemused expression on her face, it appeared they were attempting to pin the blame for their scandalous relations on her. How fortuitous, as she had planned similarly. Of course, a refund and a divorce. Zhao's mother believed Su Ning was conceding. Exuding triumph. Given your current situation, do you wish to drag my son down with you? If I were you, I would quickly pack my bags and leave. If you had any decency, you would hang yourself from a tree. You are not dead yet. So why should I die? I am still young, I should die after you. Su Ning glanced at Sun and I, who was hiding behind, her eyes filled with panic, and she harbored a vague suspicion. Do not say that our Xiao family lacks kindness. If you fancy to gang, you may divorce and marry him. Our Xiao family will not utter a single objection, but your clandestine actions, what are you trying to achieve? Is it that the thrill of the chase is more enticing? Xiao Dagang from Xiao family village was the simpleton who played with Xiao Debo last night. He had been caught with a girl, and it had been reported by a well-meaning person. It is said that the young lady bears a striking resemblance to Su Ning. Moreover, the individual is referred to as Xiao Hai's second brother, leading everyone to speculate that Su Ning is indeed that girl, prompting a throng to come early in the morning to witness her embarrassment. Naturally, the Xiao family welcomes this turn of events. Xiao Dagang was already their chosen candidate, and now it unfolds in such a favorable manner. Su Ning seems to have an inkling of the situation. Likely, no one has seen the girl as face directly. The Xiao family, eager to deal with her, has deliberately exaggerated matters, resulting in the current scene. As for the others, they are mostly just following the crowd. However, this aligns perfectly with her situation. Lacking evidence, it merely becomes a matter of who can outwit whom. Chapter 56, The Rabbit Master. From where do you assert this is mine? Have you seen her face? Did you encounter her in person? Merely flapping your lips, you wish to turn white into black? Who bestowed such audacity upon you? Truly a dung beetle donning a mask, utterly shameless. Su Ning scoffed lightly, casting a derisive glance at Madame Xiao. Although no one has seen her face, her silhouette is unmistakable. With your demeanor, it is evident to anyone who could be deceived. Standing at a commendable height among young women, Su Ning's stature was not short. My second sister-in-law is about my height, perhaps it is she. Son am I. Slightly shorter than Su Ning, appeared not significantly different when not compared side by side. Following Su Ning's gaze, Madame Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. Sun Ni's countenance shifted dramatically, and she quickly lowered her head. Tugging at Madame Zhao's sleeve, sister-in-law is merely trying to shift the blame. Everyone is saying so for good reason. Surely not everyone could be mistaken. Indeed, from the third family, do not deflect onto others, it is you. Many have seen it. Upon hearing Sun and I, Madame Zhao's thoughts were drawn back. Who has seen it? Do enlighten us, sister-in-law. When you speak of everyone, who do you refer to? Su Ning's eyes flicked towards Sun and I. Pondering the connection to this matter, judging by Sun Ni's attitude, she must know something, yet she seems reluctant to divulge. However, the more one attempts to conceal, the more advantageous it becomes for her. She fervently hopes her dear sister-in-law will not disappoint her. I saw it. My residence is not far from Xiao Dagang's house. Last night, I awoke to use the restroom and happened to overhear that ruffian, the foolish Xiao Dagang, with a woman. My curiosity piqued, I stealthily took a glance. That person is of similar height to you, wore the same grey coat you donned a few days ago, and her voice resembles yours, calling Xiao Lao her second brother. Who else could it be? The village gossip. Lu Pozi was quick to spill the beans, casting a sly glance at Su Ning. The commotion was quite intense, continuing until dawn. I went to rouse your mother-in-law, and happened upon that person fleeing, face covered. But we all witnessed her silhouette. It seems there was also a noise a few days prior, yet that woman remained silent, with only Xiao Dagang calling out. This time, we caught her red-handed. Should we say we could be mistaken? But your mother-in-law could not possibly misidentify you, as Xiao Lao San's wife. If Xiao Dagang were not skilled, what would be your purpose? Even if Xiao Lao San does not return, he sends you money every month. You cannot jeopardize that for such triviality. Before she could finish, a slap resonated across her face. Who are you speaking of? Did you see her face? You dare to slander my daughter, you shameless hag, who granted you such audacity? If you wish to know about his prowess, go and experience it yourself. Dare to slander my daughter again, and I shall not hesitate to end you. Madame Su remained as fierce as ever, intolerant of any disparagement towards Su Ning, launching herself forward with a resounding slap. Followed by a flurry of scratches, Lu Pozi attempted to retaliate, but Su Desaw and Su Ersaw were no pushovers, each seized an arm restraining her. After struggling for a time, Lu Pozi could only grovel in defeat. The onlookers had no inclination to intervene. Lu Pozi's incessant prattling had targeted many in the village, and witnessing her getting beaten brought them joy. Aunt Lu, do not become a pawn in this game. If my mother-in-law says it is me, then it is indeed me. If I assert it is you, then it is you, to catch a thief in the act and seize the spoils. Do you possess any evidence? Moreover, are you unaware of the relationship between my mother-in-law and me? My injuries have yet to heal fully. Su Ning's gaze flickered, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Indeed. This old crone can cast aspersions while my daughter is grievously injured, now to accuse my daughter is hardly surprising. The crowd, having initially observed Su Ning's calm demeanor, began to waver upon hearing Madame Su's words. They increasingly felt that Su Ning was likely innocent and that it could very well be Madame Xiao casting false accusations. Given her track record, Madame Xiao was caught off guard, her expression shifting as suspicion arose from mere words. And her gaze flitted back to Xiao Fodder. Su Ning crossed her arms, her meaning ambiguous. You claim it is I? How do you intend to prove it? The number of individuals clad in grey coats is plentiful, just look at what you and your father are wearing, are they not grey coats as well? Madame Zhao's eyes darted. Pointing at her, it is precisely this coat you wear, I saw it clearly. Su Ning glanced down at her attire, chuckling lightly. Are you certain it is this very garment? The crowd then noticed that Su Ning's grey coat appeared rather oversized on her. Resembling a dress, clearly a man's garment. The old woman may have erred, but as the third son's wife at that time, can anyone vouch for your presence at home? Xiao Father, unable to contain himself, shot a cold glare at Madame Xiao and slowly emerged from the back, wearing a facade of warmth. As parents, we do not wish to falsely accuse our kin, yet with matters escalated to this extent, clarity is essential to prevent future misinterpretations regarding you. We implore your understanding of our intentions. Su Ning. Bemused chuckled, after all this talk, it is still for my benefit, is it? If I do not clear my name, this dung pot will remain, will it not? What nonsense is this, Xiao? Who has brought this matter up? Is it not your family? Madame Su, equally enraged, stepped in front of Su Ning, exclaiming, in the dead of night everyone is in their homes preparing to sleep, whom do you expect to prove it? I can just as easily assert that person is you, who can prove you were not at Xiao Dagang's house? Dear in-laws, what absurdity is this, the one with Dagang is a woman. And I am but an old man, how could I engage in conversation with her? Pa, you declare it is a woman, and thus it is, what if I assert it is a man? I have seen enough of these situations, I say that it is you, prove it to us. Madame Su did not relent, directly challenging. Sister-in-law makes a valid point, who decreed that this matter must involve only one man and one woman? A young woman from the back chimed in. Glancing at Su Ning, then smiling, I reside not far from Xiao Dagang's place, judging by that silhouette, it does resemble a man, strangely enough it bears a slight resemblance to Jianguo Gu. Xiao Jianguo was not particularly tall. And when viewed alone, he seemed hardly taller than Su Ning, coupled with their similar slender builds, if they both donned identical grey coats, they could indeed appear somewhat alike. Zhao Widow, you are everywhere. Xiao Father, stung by the retort, felt his face flush crimson amidst the laughter of the crowd, his anger surging as he shot a venomous glare. How dare you speak of others, look at the absurdity of your own words. My daughter lives alone with a child, who do you expect her to seek for validation? You are clearly intent on maligning my daughter while silencing others. Chapter 57, the attire Madame Su felt a twinge of apprehension but remained steadfast before Su Ning. Defiantly staring at Xiao Father, meanwhile Zhao Widow, standing behind, maintained her cheerful demeanor, gazing at Xiao Jianguo, yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the underlying disdain and animosity in her eyes, originally from Jiaojia village. Zhao Widow had married Xiao Youliang's brother, Xiao Yuqian, their marriage was harmonious, and they soon had a son. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand, when Zhao Widow's youngest daughter was about to be born. Xiao Yuqian was dispatched to repair a dam, who could have foreseen the flood that burst forth upstream, sweeping him away before he even had a chance to react. Many villagers went to assist. But Xiao Yuqian happened to be at the forefront. By the time he spotted the flood, it was already upon him, and he missed the critical moment to escape. It was not until 3 days later that the village located a bloated corpse downstream. Following this tragedy, Zhao Widow wreaked havoc in the village, declaring that someone had conspired to kill her husband, yet gradually she receded into the shadows, with Xiao Youliang's position as village chief and Zhao Widow's eldest son securing a job in the city. While her youngest daughter found a suitor in town, their fortunes began to improve, and their reputation grew. Initially, the crowd had listened to Lu Posi's words with skepticism, but upon hearing Zhao Widow's account, many began to believe her. Such liaisons among men were not unheard of, albeit rare, yet societal norms dictated a preference for discretion, rendering such matters taboo or conducted in secrecy. This elucidated why Xiao Dagang's affair was uncovered in the dead of night. Fearing exposure, as for the motives behind the slander against Su Ning, speculation arose. Most believed it stemmed from the recent windfall of 1,000 yuan, with the old Xiao family dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law seeking an excuse to reclaim the funds. What initially seemed a casual remark now aligned perfectly, creating a coherent narrative. Curious to uncover the truth, it is simple, ask Xiao Dagang, and you shall know. Su Ning slowly surveyed the crowd, her gaze passing over Sun Ni's face, which paled abruptly, a hint of amusement tugging at her lips. She was now genuinely intrigued. Who was that person from last night? It appeared Sun and I knew something. Yet what relationship did she have with this individual that instilled such fear? Indeed, if it were not for brother Jianguo, I would extend my apologies to him. The widow Zhao chuckled and said, I am rather blunt and straightforward by nature, I merely spoke the truth earlier. Should I have erred, I will certainly apologize. Upon hearing her words, the crowd's certainty deepened, and their gazes toward Xiao Jianguo grew increasingly peculiar. How could they not find it strange? After all, Xiao Jianguo was a man already half buried in the ground. Yet he still pursued the likes of a toad courting a frog, his appearance grotesque and his antics baffling. What piqued their curiosity even more was the question of who in fact lay beneath. Did Xiao Jianguo still possess such capabilities? Where is Xiao Dagang? Call him out. A voice from the crowd grew increasingly raucous, clearly relishing the unfolding spectacle, as laughter and crude remarks echoed. Could it be he exerted himself too much last night and is now unable to rise? Why don't we go to Xiao Dagang's house? Perhaps we might stumble upon something intriguing. Some eager souls were already plotting to summon others. Sun and I, her face pale, dared not meet the gazes of the crowd, her demeanor betraying her increasing anxiety. Yet for the moment, the crowd's attention was firmly fixed on Xiao Fu and the absent Xiao Dagang, their oversight merely a matter of circumstance. Everyone just wait here, I'll go fetch someone, responded another ne'er-do-well from the village. Known as Rat, his expression brimming with enthusiasm however, when his gaze met Su Ning's with a smirk, he instinctively recoiled. Darn it, he felt a twinge of pain. It was all the fault of the shameless Xiao family, who had let him to be beaten for 3 consecutive days, leaving him with aching bones. Such a fierce woman as her was still treated like a softie by the Xiao clan. He couldn't help but think they must be blind. Utterly blind, Su Ning raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing her lips, the depth of her gaze growing more inscrutable. When Xiao Fu met Su Ning's eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, an inexplicable sense that they had erred in their hastiness today. They ought to have devised a more meticulous plan before proceeding. This was not entirely his fault. Initially, they intended to recruit a ne'er-do-well to ensnare Su Ning, but as fate would have it, those scoundrels had all backed out at the last moment. Even the simple-minded Dagang was unwilling. They were also wary of drawing too much attention, lest their scheme be discovered, leaving them unable to explain themselves. Just as he pondered for a solution, Lu Pozi had unexpectedly spotted Dagang in the company of someone who bore a resemblance to Su Ning. Even their clothing was somewhat alike. Seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. With a well-laid plan, this marriage would be severed, his family would be rid of a burden, while Dagang would acquire a wife without effort. It was a win-win. Most crucially, if executed correctly, he could report them. Engaging in illicit relationships was no trivial matter. Public shaming and banishment were mild consequences. Particularly for a young bride like Su Ning, once incarcerated, it was nearly impossible for her to emerge unscathed. Even if she survived, she would inevitably suffer greatly. At that point, who would care about household registration? Of course, even if she did not perish or go mad, there was still Xiao Dagang to consider. Dagang was known to be a ruthless individual. The village elders were aware that he had married before. But merely days into the union, he nearly caused his bride's demise. That young woman had fled, preferring to live as an outcast rather than remain. The marriage itself had been a secretive purchase, and due to the subsequent disappearance of the bride, few were privy to the details. In Dagang's hands, it was likely that neither the Su family nor Su Ning would have the inclination to concern themselves with other matters. He had mulled this over for quite some time, convinced it would not be too formidable a task, yet now he felt an inexplicable uncertainty creeping in. Initially, everything seemed straightforward, but how had it begun to veer into such strange territory? Where had it all gone awry? The individual sent to summon Xiao Dagang soon returned, trailing behind a cheerful figure who kept chanting, "Wife, wife, I have a wife." The crowd, upon hearing this, exchanged complex glances, some directed at Su Ning, others at Xiao Fu. Their expressions varied yet united in the desire to unravel the mystery of who exactly was Xiao Dagang's wife. "Xiao Dagang, who is your wife? Is she here?" Rat, following closely behind, could not suppress a twinge of envy. Even a fool like Dagang had secured a woman, while he, a normal man, had yet to even hold a woman's hand. What a loss! Yet, when his gaze met Su Ning's, he felt a jolt of trepidation, secretly relieved that he was not marrying someone of her caliber. "Look, this is my wife's gift to me." Xiao Dagang beamed, holding up a garment, exuding an air of sweetness. The attire was a grey long coat, somewhat similar to what Su Ning wore, and the only notable difference was that Dagang's appeared to be in slightly better condition. Chapter 58. A divine reversal. Su Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, feigning surprise as the crowd's attention turned toward her. "This garment's stitching resembles that of my own." Indeed, wasn't this coat made for Xiao Laosan by the old Xiao family? They claimed there were only 2 of these, adorned with subtle floral patterns and crafted from genuine material. Ansu suddenly recalled, glancing at Su Ning's attire. "I remember now, this was made for a Ning when she wed Xiao Laosan due to time constraints. There was no opportunity to make a new one for a Ning, so one was given to her." Right. At that time, Ning girl looked as if she were wearing a skirt, though peculiar, it was quite charming. Back then, genuine fabric was scarce, and considering the quality of the stitching, many had retained a memory of it. "My daughter's coat is right here, the other should belong to Xiao Laosan. Why is it in Xiao Dagang's possession? After marrying, all of Xiao Laosan's belongings were to be kept by the old Xiao family." Mother Su recognized the garment as well, pointing at the one in Xiao Dagang's hand. "Look at that collar, it was accidentally stained with red dye on the wedding day. Do you all remember?" At this revelation, both the villagers from the Su family and those from the Xiao family were left astonished. The genuine fabric was expensive, and many had regretted the dye incident. So once Mother Su mentioned it, the crowd's memories were instantly jogged. Goodness, could it truly be Xiao Jiangwo? Rat murmured, though his voice was hushed. It reached the ears of all present. Instantly, every gaze shifted back to Xiao Jiangwo. "Xiao Dagang, who is your wife? Is she here?" Su Ning arched an eyebrow at Xiao Dagang, her fist slowly clenching, her eyes glinting with depth. "Wife, my wife is right here." Xiao Dagang chuckled foolishly, his gaze fixed on Su Ning, seemingly longing to call out, yet fear gripped him. What was she doing here? Had he offended her? Panic surged through him. He felt like crying and wanted to flee. Could it be he was mistaken? Perhaps a closer look would reveal she was not actually present. Oh dear, could it really be Xiao Laosan's wife? Otherwise, why would she keep looking at her? A few women close to Zhao's mother exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Just earlier, they wouldn't let anyone speak. Lu Pozi interjected, wary of provoking Zhao's mother, and retreated into the crowd. Those around were left puzzled. Why did Xiao Dagang keep glancing back and forth? If Su Ning was indeed the one, shouldn't he approach her directly? Yet, his demeanor suggested he was retreating, which was exceedingly odd. This fool might just be dazed. "Xiao Dagang, they're asking you about your wife. Why do you keep staring at Ning girl?" Aunt Sue felt a jolt of concern. What was happening? Could it really be Ning girl? No way, it didn't seem likely. A girl willing to exchange so many red dates and brown sugar for her surely had a righteous mind. Why is he looking? Do I even need to ask? Dagong may be foolish, but surely he knows his own wife. Sun and I, observing Dagong's fixation on Su Ning, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sister-in-law, just admit it. Though our Lausan hasn't returned, the money hasn't dwindled. $20 a month is more than what one earns in the city. You're being rather unfair. Exactly, you say you want a divorce. But our old Xiao family wouldn't object. You could be open about it, yet you choose to be sneaky. Doesn't that just make it all the more enticing? Zhao's mother chimed in, her tone laced with sarcasm. If you continue like this, our old Xiao family can no longer keep you. Lausan's wife, your actions are a bit excessive. Xiao Zhangwo sighed, seemingly reluctant yet compelled to speak, eliciting a wave of nausea in Su Ning. Indeed. Excessive. Su Ning scoffed lightly, the mockery in her gaze intensifying. Xiao Dagong, you tell me, who is your wife? Mother Su's anger flared, and had it not been for Su Ning's restraint, she would have charged forward. The old Su family is truly shameless. Pocketing Xiao Lausan's money while consorting with other men, I spit. Lu Pozi, misinterpreting Su Ning's silence as an admission, shouted, I spoke the truth earlier, and the old Su family wouldn't acknowledge it. What's the situation now? Keep shouting. The faces of Mother Su and the Su family darkened, and some distantly related individuals even cast doubtful glances at Su Ning. Su Ning took a couple of steps forward, her expression calm as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Dagong. Look closely. Am I your wife? Her demeanor was composed, yet her eyes held a hint of malice. As she spoke, even Xiao Dagong, standing right before her, felt a chill creep up his spine, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. No. You are not my wife. I don't want you as my wife. Xiao Dagong retreated a few steps, fearfully gazing at Su Ning, who would dare to bring a fierce woman like her home. Then tell me. Who is your wife, and where is she? Go find her. Su Ning asked softly. Xiao Dagong looked around, his eyes lighting up as they fell on Sun and I, and he hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her wife. Find the wife. The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire crowd stood frozen, bewildered. What was happening? The old Xiao family had intended to catch Xiao Lausan's wife in infidelity, only to discover that the real issue lay with the second brother's wife. What a divine reversal this is. No. I am not. Sun Ni's complexion turned pale as she pointed at Su Ning, exclaiming, that is your wife, you have mistaken the person. No, that is not it. Xiao Dagang hastily denied, as if fearing a blow for speaking too slowly. He may be foolish, but he is not devoid of sensitivity. I am not your wife either, you have made a mistake, I am Xiao Hai's wife, have you forgotten? Sun and I instinctively shrank back. Her gaze evasive, the sight left the onlookers utterly bemused. What's going on, girl? Xiao Hai glared at Sun and I. Were it not for the fact that his wife was at home last night, he might have been inclined to believe it. But since it is not Sun and I, why is this fool pursuing his wife? What has his wife done? Wife seeking a wife, my wife. Xiao Dagang persistently attempted to see Sun and I, raising further suspicions among the crowd. Could it be that she truly is Xiao Laoer's wife? Su Ning, stroking her chin, assessed Xiao Hai's demeanor. The person who was with Xiao Dagang last night was likely not Sun and I. Yet they must be connected in some way, otherwise Xiao Dagang would not be fixated on her. What role does Sun and I play in this affair? Why does Xiao Dagang seek her as a wife? Indeed, though he continuously called her wife, his gaze suggested he was demanding his spouse, yet, at this moment, everyone was too curious to dwell on such matters. Is she your wife, or did you lose your wife to her? Perhaps you should have her compensate you. Chapter 59, the red little soldiers arrive. Housie stood at the back and called out, provoking a burst of laughter from those around. Whether or not Sun and I was indeed the one in question was of little consequence, what mattered was that they had a spectacle to enjoy. Su Ning raised an eyebrow at Housie, signaling his commendable contribution, which caused him to involuntarily grin. Sun Ni's reluctance to reveal the identity of the individual meant that this person was either someone she could not afford to provoke or someone she held dear. In either case, should the truth come to light, it would be enough to put Sun and I in a precarious position. Given this, stoking the flames of this situation seemed prudent. Perhaps a surprise awaited. Yes. Hurry and bring me my wife, otherwise you shall become my wife. Xiao Dagang appeared to have a moment of clarity as he seized Sun and I, controlling her as if she were a mere chick. Da hai. Save me. Sun Ni's face instantly drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Hai attempted to intervene, but he was no match for Xiao Dagang. As he moved forward, he was kicked away. The Xiao family had initially targeted Su Ning. And Xiao Dagang was their first choice for a reason. Though he was a simpleton, he was tall, robust, and possessed great strength. Ordinary people were no match for him. If she fell into his grasp, it would be no small feat to reclaim her. While the Su family had several brothers, they might not be able to contend with Xiao Dagang if a conflict arose, even with assistance. It was unlikely anyone would remain to help indefinitely. Over time, Su Ning would have no choice but to yield to Xiao Dagang. Additionally, this fool was no benevolent soul. He either locked people away or confined them. Meaning that even if Su Ning were to survive, she would not pose a threat. But now that the situation was in their hands, the sensation was exquisitely bittersweet, known only to themselves. Da hai. Sun Ni's face grew even paler at the sight of her man being beaten. Everyone. Please help, call for a doctor, I beg you. Stop, everyone go home, don't embarrass yourselves out here. Xiao father was furious. If this continued, their family would truly become a laughingstock. No, let Sun and I clarify, it's just a matter of a single sentence. Housie continued to fan the flames. Feeling he had discovered the key to pacifying the troublemaker, indeed, no sooner had he spoken than he received a look of approval from Su Ning, provoked by Xiao Degang's ferocity was unleashed. Compounded by his ongoing quest for a wife, his frustration grew, his eyes glinting with a hint of crimson. Help, help, uncles, help me. Sun and I, closest to Xiao Degang, felt the full brunt of the terror, nearly losing her footing. Have the uncles and brothers step in? What if someone gets hurt? Even if no one is injured, what if Xiao Degang seeks revenge later? After all, he is but one man, while the uncles all have families. Su Ning observed the hesitant souls contemplating stepping in to assist. Softly uttering a word that instantly halted their advance. When the threat does not directly affect oneself, people remain indifferent, but once it touches them, the situation changes entirely, watching the crowd gradually retreat. Su Ning cast a mischievous glance at Sun and I, finding her panic and disarray oddly satisfying. Second sister-in-law, why not quickly reveal who it is, or do you wish to be with Xiao Degang? How can you act this way when the Lao family has treated you well? You cannot betray the Xiao family over something so trivial. It is simply unacceptable. This was a reproach Sun and I had once directed at her. Now returned verbatim. Sun and I retreated timidly, but her wrist was seized. Even if she wished to escape, she could not, perhaps driven to desperation. Sun Ni's emotions visibly unraveled as she opened her mouth, preparing to speak. What is happening? Everyone disperse. Are you not going to work? Do you not care for your share of the labor? At that moment, the voice of the village chief, Xiao Yuliang, rang out. Su Ning's eyes sparkled with derision. His timing was curious. Was it mere coincidence or a calculated move? You have finally arrived. Yuliang. Xiao father, with reddened eyes, seized Xiao Yuliang's arm as if he were a long-lost relative. Xiao Degang has been bullying people. Look, he has been grabbing hold of Lao Heir's wife. This is a deliberate affront to our family. My Lao Heir merely attempted to intervene and was kicked away. It is simply intolerable. Indeed, Uncle Yuliang, he is utterly outrageous. You must stand up for me. Xiao Hai rubbed his stomach, his face a mask of fury. Primarily directed at Xiao Degang, but some of it inevitably fell upon Sun and I. Had Sun and I clarified matters directly, Xiao Degang would not have seized her, and he would not have endured a beating. What is going on? Xiao Yuliang appeared entirely unaware. His gaze landing on Su Ning, expressing discontent. Xiaoyan's wife, what is this all about this time? Can't you settle down for once? Xiao Yuliang, you wretched scoundrel, what are you saying? Before Su Ning could react, her mother exploded. Does my daughter wish to be beaten senseless? Does she wish to be wrongfully accused? Does she wish to be trapped at the door? Xiao Yuliang, do you hear yourself? Is this how a person speaks? Her daughter was on the verge of being bullied to death. How could anyone utter such words? Is the village chief merely bullying me because I am an outsider? But village chief, do not forget, half of this village consists of outsiders. Are you not afraid of losing the people's support? Furthermore, does your family not have daughters? Consider this, if it were your daughter being mistreated, would you still think she is the one causing trouble? Su Ning smiled coldly, her gaze sweeping across the onlookers, many of whom were daughters-in-law married from neighboring villages. Her words elicited diverse reactions. But most of the women wore displeased expressions. Some others, too, felt discontent. This situation could hardly be blamed on the Su family, as it was not they who instigated the trouble. Xiao Yuliang's words were excessively out of line. Xiao Yuliang's face darkened at the scolding, and just as he was about to respond, a group of young people wearing red armbands surrounded them. Who is Xiao Jiangwo? The leading individual inquired. Xiao father furrowed his brow. His heart filled with trepidation, yet he steeled himself and stepped forward. A few young comrades, I am Xiao Jiangwo, may I inquire what you seek from me? You are the one. The person scrutinized Xiao father, sneering, at your age one would not expect this, take him away. With that, he spat at Xiao father. At your age, still engaging in illicit relationships, how shameless. The statement shocked everyone present. Had word of the incident spread so quickly? Xiao Yuliang hurriedly stepped in to block them. Young comrades, you must be mistaken. Comrade Xiao Jiangwo has always been upright and has never engaged in such behavior. Surely you have apprehended the wrong person? Chapter 60, Friend or Foe? Are you out of your mind? Do we need to report to you? What are you even worth? The individual, furious at being detained, retorted. You are the village chief of Xiao family village, correct? I have heard that you are quite close to this man. Yes, if you wish to shield him, then come with us for a proper discussion. Xiao Yuliang's heart sank. He would rather deal with the revolutionary committee than engage with these young radicals. These youths were far too young, some merely 13 or 14, while the oldest were just in their early 20s. Adults assess gains and losses, but children cling to rigid beliefs. Any attempt to negotiate would be nearly impossible. No. Young comrades, that is not my intention. Xiao Yuliang restrained himself, controlling his temper as he stated, I am the village chief. If you wish to take my villager away, you must clarify the situation. Or how will I explain to the commune? Although the young radicals were not under the commune's jurisdiction, the commune wielded considerable authority. Even the young radicals could not afford to disregard the village chief. The individual surveyed him with cold eyes, a flicker of icy disdain crossing his features. The village chief was trying to leverage the commune against him, and he was hardly pleased. However, the dynamics in the village differed from those in the city. The village chief held a relatively high status. If they truly refused to let him take Xiao Jiangwo away, it would present them with some difficulty. We received a letter of complaint stating that Xiao Jiangwo was involved in illicit relationships. Hence our reason for coming to take him in for questioning. With this declaration, Xiao Yulian found himself unable to obstruct their actions any further. Comrade, I must report a grave matter. The Xiaojian family has been mistreating my daughter. My daughter is the wife of Xiao Laosan. Ever since her marriage into their family, they have essentially cast her aside, providing her with no sustenance, nearly starving her to death, in this new society. They still behave as if they are feudal lords. Upon witnessing the impending arrest of Xiao Jian, Sumu seemed to gather immense courage, stepping forward with a face full of maternal concern. You should report this to the Revolutionary Committee. The leader of the group appeared reluctant to intervene. But then inquired, what is your daughter's name? Comrade, I am his wife. My name is Su Ning. I am the third daughter-in-law of the Xiaojian family. The individual scrutinized Su Ning, muttering, so this is Su Ning, she is quite fair-looking. No wonder. Since we are here, let us not complicate matters. Please explain what exactly has transpired. Comrade, you are truly benevolent. When my daughter married in, her household registration was moved to Xiaojia village since then. No one has informed her about receiving rations. When she inquired, she was told there were none. What else could it be but that the old Xia family has taken advantage of her? Mother. After I married here, I had to help care for the children, which prevented me from working and earning work points. That is why we lack rations. Please do not misunderstand. Su Ning replied weakly, seemingly puzzled by her mother's claims. Foolish girl, regardless of your efforts, there are still head rations distributed. Since you are considered part of the Xia family, any shortfall in work points can be compensated with money, which is far cheaper than purchasing grain outright. Has anyone notified you to collect your rations? Is the price of grain affordable? Head rations are allocated based on population count, barely sufficient for basic sustenance. Primarily to ensure minimum needs are met, even those who do not work can still receive rations with a small fee. Of course, if one desires better food, they must spend more, and that price is certainly higher than head rations, though still much cheaper than market prices. Hence, the original owner would purchase directly from the village, otherwise even a few coins would not suffice. However, village grain was only recently harvested and relatively abundant. Obtaining it later would be challenging. Xiao Yuliang's expression darkened, his gaze shifting to Su Ning and her mother, filled with curiosity, as if he were trying to discern whether they were intentionally probing or merely reacting to Xiaojian's careless remarks. Indeed. Comrade Su Ning, your mother is correct. Your rations have likely been misappropriated. The leader's demeanor softened, and he added, you must first confirm whether your household registration is in this village, otherwise, it is only natural that you would not receive any rations. Since my marriage, I have always resided here. My registration has never been transferred elsewhere. Is it possible that my household registration still resides in Sujia village, unrelocated? Su Ning did not expect the Red Guards to be so astute, directly linking the issue to household registration, as if it had been prearranged. Village head Xia, please bring forth the records for ration distribution and work points. I wish to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Ning became increasingly convinced that something was amiss with the Red Guards. How could Su Jin and Su Quan have managed to sway them so easily? It seemed implausible. Su Ning had instructed Su Xiaodi to befriend the Red Guards, hoping to exploit their eagerness to please and gain merit to teach the Xia family a lesson. As for how to exact that lesson, she had hesitated over whether to mention the household registration matter but ultimately decided against it. Now was not the time for Xiaoyan to learn that she was aware of the situation. Should Xiaoyan discover this, word would inevitably reach the military, and those who could assist Xiaoyan within the ranks would surely hold considerable power. Once they became wary, subsequent matters would become increasingly difficult. Though old Master Ma had promised assistance, she could not place all her hopes upon him. Those in high positions consider matters differently than mere commoners like her, with numerous factors to weigh. She could easily be discarded, however, while it was inadvisable to bring it up outright. A passive approach posed no issue. By 1974, the fervor of earlier years had long since faded, although the Red Guards remained unruly. They generally only shouted a few slogans without taking significant action. To motivate these individuals, substantial incentives were necessary. One must gain either fame or profit. Thus Su Ning allocated money for Su Xiaodi to cultivate relationships with them, drawing individuals to the village under the pretext of investigating immoral relationships, a topic the Red Guards were particularly keen to oversee. The motivation behind her report stemmed from a recent visit from individuals seeking to collaborate with her. Whether their claims were genuine or not mattered little. Her sole aim was to teach the Xia family a lesson. If one approach failed, she would utilize the charges of mistreatment to report them to the Red Guards, subsequently finding a way to connect it to the household registration issue, allowing the Xia family to perceive her actions as mere coincidence, thus posing no threat. Yet, despite the day's developments aligning with her intentions, she felt an inexplicable strangeness. 3 aspects troubled her. First, the timing of the Red Guards' appearance. From the moment Sumu arrived to the current commotion, barely an hour had passed. Even if someone had notified the Red Guards immediately, it would be implausible for them to arrive from the county so swiftly. Second, the demeanor of the Red Guard leader. Initially, he clearly displayed reluctance to involve himself, yet upon hearing her name, his attitude shifted markedly. She did not believe herself to possess such influence. Someone must have intervened on her behalf. Who could that person be? The two old gentlemen. Thirdly, the fact that they seemed intent on investigating the household registration matter. As soon as she and her mother mentioned it, they eagerly engaged, as if they had been awaiting this moment. Who orchestrated this? Were these individuals allies or adversaries? Chapter 61. Arrest. The ration distribution records are under the purview of the commune for auditing. If there are issues, the commune will naturally address them, so there is no need for your involvement. Although the commune does not directly oversee the Red Guards, it represents the government, and few would recklessly confront it. Xiao Yuliang understood that the household registration matter could not be investigated, hence even knowing it might offend the Red Guards, he could not afford to hold back. Initially he believed that by invoking the commune, these individuals would surely temper their approach, yet to his surprise, their expressions remained unchanged. It seems that village head Xia has not visited the commune recently. Regardless, since there are reports, our investigation is entirely reasonable. Even without these allegations, if we request an audit, the commune must comply, particularly concerning village affairs. To be frank, the newly appointed county secretary has dispatched official documents to all communes, granting us Red Guards the authority to audit accounts. After all, we are merely middle and high school students, one never knows what we might uncover, perhaps exposing a few societal parasites, wouldn't you agree? The leader of the Red Guards scoffed, his gaze at Xiao Yuliang filled with derision. This individual, known as TZ or Young Tai, was also a student from County No. 1 High School, not in the same class as Su Jin. The reason TZ could lead the group was not solely due to his own capabilities but also because his uncle held a significant position in the Revolutionary Committee. Thus most individuals would offer him some deference. However, he was clever enough, otherwise even with backing, making a name for oneself in the county would be no easy feat. When Su Jin and Su Quan approached him, he had little inclination either way, indifferent to the potential gains, as he was not in need of money. Capturing a pair involved in immoral relations held little appeal for him. However, that very day, his uncle visited him, informing him that higher-ups had instructed the Red Guards to conduct audits, subtly indicating he should pay particular attention to Xiaojia Village and Sujia Village. This was peculiar. In previous years, their group had enjoyed significant status, yet given the current climate, his uncle remarked that the privileges they once relished would need to be repaid, and they were soon to adopt a more humble demeanor. At this juncture, the county committee suddenly offering them such a grand opportunity was tantamount to bestowing upon them a golden chance. If they executed this task well, even if a later rectification occurred, no one would dare to reprimand them. Recognizing the value of this opportunity, TZ wasted no time in initiating the audit. Furthermore, auditing such accounts is quite straightforward. Simply checking the household registration reveals any discrepancies. It is easy to determine how many individuals reside within a household, how many work points they have earned, and how much grain they are allocated. However, upon reaching Su Ning's records, he sensed something amiss. Su Ning's household registration was not in Xiaojia Village, hence she would naturally not receive any grain, which posed no issue. Yet, he recalled that Su Jin had mentioned his sister had always remained in Xiaojia Village, which raised questions. It was nonsensical for someone with a transferred registration to remain here as a vagrant. Who would be foolish enough to do that, while he could have reported this to the police for investigation? He dismissed the thought. The reasoning was simple. He sensed that someone was deliberately guiding him to investigate this matter. Why did he harbor such suspicion? Upon reflection, it seemed that just as Su Jin departed, his uncle had arrived, which could be construed as coincidence. Yet, when he was oblivious to the household registration issue concerning Su Ning, someone had suddenly mentioned Su Jin and Su Ning in his ear, which felt distinctly wrong. He had never been one to believe in coincidences. He held the conviction that there are no coincidences in this world. Every coincidence is orchestrated. Thus, he feigned disinterest and inquired about the individual who had mentioned Su Jin. The person informed him that while smoking outside, they had overheard others mentioning Su Jin's name and her sister, which they casually repeated. Such a coincidence? Certainly not. It was merely a chain of events. Yet, the implications were deeply unsettling. Regardless of the intent behind this orchestration, the mere thought that someone possessed the capability to intervene in his affairs sent chills down his spine. From a young age, he had learned from his uncle that when confronted with someone more formidable, one must always exercise respect, unless one could decisively overpower them. Otherwise, one must play the part of a humble subordinate. Furthermore, the mere fact that the county committee had gotten involved indicated that this was no ordinary individual. They were certainly not someone he could afford to offend, as evidenced by his uncle arriving the moment he received word. In a similar vein, from another perspective, who would be foolish enough to decline such a splendid opportunity to secure a strong ally? Young Tai has never been a fool. Moreover, he approached this matter with impartiality, even if it were to be uncovered in the future. No one could justly accuse him of wrongdoing. Therefore, it was imperative for him to visit Xiao family village. The moment a military truck halted at his doorstep early one morning, he understood it was time for him to take action. The truck conveyed them to the village entrance, providing them with fare for their return journey before swiftly vanishing. This situation not only allowed him to gauge the capabilities of the other party but also led him to speculate that the influential figure likely wished to remain incognito. Nevertheless, Su Jin's sister, Su Ning, was the focal point of his visit and an individual he could not afford to offend. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, softening his gaze towards Su Ning. Although he was only in his second year of high school, he had begun his studies late and, having repeated several grades due to his poor academic performance, was actually somewhat older than Su Ning. While he was unsure why this young woman attracted such assistance, establishing a rapport with her was an absolute necessity. Furthermore, he was determined to handle this affair with a touch of finesse. With this in mind, he regarded Xiao Yuliang with a hint of impatience that he had to curry favor with someone, and yet a mere village chief was testing his limits. Such a lack of awareness was surely a sign of impending doom. Do not delay, bring it forth swiftly, or we shall kindly request you to return for some tea. A chill ran through Xiao Yuliang as his gaze instinctively shifted to Xiao Fodder. If they truly scrutinized the accounts, how could he explain the matter of the third son's wife? This could not be concealed. He had previously suggested that the Xiao family contribute a small sum to balance the accounts, yet Xiao Jiangwo had hesitated. Now the situation had taken a turn. Let us see how this would conclude. Xiao Father felt anxious, but quickly regained his composure, his gaze landing on Xiao Mother, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. It seemed that only one person could be sacrificed. Xiao Yuliang soon grasped his father's unspoken hint, just as he exhaled in relief. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Was he, along with the Xiao family, not akin to enticing a tiger by its whiskers? A person capable of discarding their closest companion at a whim could just as easily cast him aside. Very well. I shall instruct the village accountant to bring forth the accounts. Wiping his face, Xiao Yuliang suppressed the fear swelling within him and summoned the account book. The Su family entered the courtyard, setting up tables and chairs, and offered Yang Tai and his companions some sweetened water. Even a fool could discern that these young red soldiers seemed to be assisting them. Chapter 62, Family Disharmony. Xiao family village consisted of nearly over 100 households. Making investigations swift, especially since Yang Tai was already aware of the issues at hand, they were merely going through the motions for others to observe. Comrade Su, come take a look. There are no rations registered under your name at the Xiao household. Is it possible there has been a misunderstanding? Yang Tai feigned ignorance, rifling through the household registration records, and turned to Su Ning, saying, "The records indicate that your household registration has been signed off. Are you here for a family visit?" "No. I have always been here. I haven't gone anywhere, comrade. Are you mistaken?" Su Ning appeared equally bewildered. "I have not initiated any household registration transfer, nor has anyone mentioned such matters to me. I have not traveled far. As the villagers all know." Yang Tai subtly signaled to those accompanying him, such matters could easily be clarified by inquiring with nearby residents. "Xiao village chief, how was this household registration transfer executed? Who facilitated it? Where has Comrade Su's registration been moved to?" It seemed that he had just grasped the situation, and Yang Tai directed an irate gaze toward Xiao Yuliang. "Household registrations can only be transferred by the individual themselves. Currently, Comrade Su was unaware of how this was executed. Who emboldened you to manipulate such records? Bring Xiao village chief for some tea at the commune." No, there is a reason for this." Xiao Yuliang felt a wave of panic. His gaze darted to Xiao father, who appeared increasingly anxious. "Wait, Comrade Red Soldier, this matter does not concern the village chief. Xiao Jiangwo would never permit Xiao Yuliang to be implicated. Without his support, their family would find it exceedingly difficult to live comfortably in the village. Moreover, he would likely face several days of confinement until it was established that he hadn't engaged in any inappropriate relationships. Relying on Xiao Yuliang for assistance, thus a family member would have to be sacrificed. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon me. It is my failure to manage my family. After all, the family scandal should not be aired in public." Sighing, Xiao father wore an expression of resignation. "Originally, after my third son married, I intended for his wife to bring the child along. Given that they had just wed, if they remained apart, their feelings would surely wane. Thus, following their marriage, I shamelessly requested the village chief's help. The village chief expressed that it was against protocol. Yet after consulting with my third son's wife, who agreed to accompany him, the household registration transfer was executed. This misstep is attributable to me. I believe that as long as my third son's wife consented, it would suffice, not realizing that her presence was also required. The village chief only consented after I pressed him. There was nothing inherently wrong with this matter. My third son's wife merely needed to present her household registration proof. However, once the paperwork was finalized, my wife felt reluctant to part with her, continually opposing the transfer, leading to this predicament." This explanation seemed reasonable. It was quite normal for a woman marrying a soldier to wish to accompany him. Although regulations dictated that the individual must be present for the transfer, numerous family members had facilitated such processes on behalf of others. As for reluctance regarding a departure, such familial squabbles were not uncommon in rural areas. You would forsake 2 years' worth of rations? Such generosity from the Xiao family. Besides, 2 years ago, Xiao Laosan was merely a squad leader. How could he allow my daughter to join him? He lacked the qualifications for accompanying troops. Do you take me for a fool? Su mother rolled her eyes, unleashing a barrage of retorts. "Xiao Jiangwo, do I appear to be a fool?" Yang Tai scoffed. "Would anyone find amusement in being regarded as a fool?" "Ah, no, young comrade, this is all a family matter I hesitated to disclose." The darkness in Xiao Jiangwo's eyes deepened as he regarded Su mother with increasing frostiness. Yet he maintained a veneer of civility. "After my third son married, he naturally wished to bring his wife along, so he sought a job anticipating the transfer of the household registration for their family to live together. However, my elderly wife momentarily miscalculated and did not permit her to go. It was truly not intentional. The third son's wife, this is our fault. You may punish us as you see fit. Your mother, too, is unwilling to let you go, even at the cost of some rations." Xiao Jiangwo's eyes reddened, displaying genuine emotion. He only discussed the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, suggesting it was merely a trivial dispute, one that could ultimately be resolved with a few days of education. Su Ning's eyes flickered. The old fox was indeed cunning, deftly maneuvering the situation back in his favor. This individual was certainly one who could not be allowed to remain. "Regardless of your reasons, you have acted against another's wishes, transferring a household registration while refusing to release someone. This is illegal. If everyone behaved in such a manner, chaos would undoubtedly ensue." Yes, we recognize our errors, rest assured. I will thoroughly educate my elderly spouse." Xiao Jiangwo feigned contrition, appearing honest and simple-minded. "No need for your education, others will naturally take care of that." Yang Tai gestured, and those behind him escorted Su mother away. Her complexion turned pale, and she attempted to speak only to be silenced by a glare from Xiao Jiangwo, compelling her to lower her head. "Very well, take both of them away. We too must return." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangmo's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "I am wronged, young comrade, I am truly innocent, I have not engaged in any inappropriate relationships, that is slander." "Is it false? It seems everyone was just discussing this." A voice from behind chimed in, making the surrounding young red soldiers clearly hear. "Explain what transpired." Yang Tai was struck by a revelation. This affair was indeed real. To be honest, receiving the tip-off, coupled with the events from yesterday to today, led Yang Tai to surmise that the other party merely utilized the report to justify their presence in Xiao family village, although he planned to detain them for a few days. He did not genuinely believe the allegations. To his astonishment, however, it turned out to be true. How could an elderly man engage in such affairs with anyone? Earlier, everyone was speaking of how Xiao Jiangmo and Xiao Dagong were caught in an indiscretion last night, witnessed by others. Oh, by the way, the witness is his second daughter-in-law. Who is Xiao Dagong, and who is Xiao Jiangmo's second daughter-in-law? Yang Tai felt slightly gossipy after asking, but quickly composed himself, stating, "Our county is a civilized one, we cannot allow individuals who tarnish our morals to exist." He then pointed at the informant, saying, "You identify the person, I wish to see who possesses such audacity." "Xiao Dagong is a bachelor from our village." "That one." The informant had not anticipated being singled out, shrinking back as he pointed him out and muttered, "Before you arrived, we were discussing this matter, it remains somewhat unclear, but it's almost resolved." Yang Tai's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the informant. Then at Su Ning before sweeping his gaze across the faces of those present, noticing their evasive reactions only deepened his shock. Could it be that this scandal was indeed true? Chapter 63, A Twisted Fate. What on earth was happening? Upon entering the village, he encountered a pair of unorthodox individuals. How thrilling! Though he had heard of men who preferred the company of other men, he had never witnessed such a scenario firsthand and felt a surge of curiosity to observe. "You speak nonsense!" Xiao Jiangmo exclaimed, nearly choking on his own indignation. These were merely baseless accusations fabricated by Su Mother. How could they be taken seriously? Moreover, how could he be implicated in such a scandal over a mere piece of clothing? At this moment, he had not even contemplated the fact that previously they had merely attributed a silhouette to Su Ning, and now they were simply falling into a trap laid by others. "You might want to inquire with Sun and I." The second wife of Xiao Jiangmo, she witnessed who it truly was. Xiao Dagong has been persistently seeking a bride from Sun and I, yet she has remained tight-lipped. One wonders if she is concealing something for someone. Zhao Widow's insinuation was palpable. Concealing it for whom? Certainly, it must be for her father-in-law, a notion that lingered in the subconscious of the red little soldiers. It turned out that the father-in-law was indeed a father-in-law. The way the red little soldiers gazed at Xiao Jiangmo transformed entirely. Xiao Dagong was somewhat excusable. A young bachelor in his 20s, with no woman by his side, seeking companionship with a man, albeit unconventional, was still somewhat acceptable. Yet Xiao Jiangmo, at his age, 50 or 60 years old, with grandchildren on the verge of marrying, indulging in such interests was utterly unfathomable. They were also curious about the identity of the individual involved. Judging by the physique, it should be Xiao Dagong, right? "No, this is a misunderstanding. Sun and I, you must clarify what transpired." Xiao Yuliang was taken aback by the unfolding drama. He had heard of the matter the previous night, but had dismissed it. Xiao Dagong, a fiery young man, was not acting out of the ordinary. As long as no one brought it to his attention, he would remain oblivious. He was aware of the blockade at Su Ning's place this morning. Yet he was deeply entangled with the Xiao family, and even if he recognized the wrongness of the situation, he could only remain silent. It was only when Xiao Jiangmo's family was evidently at a loss that he felt compelled to step forward. Regardless of his disdain for the old Xiao family, for the sake of his son, he had no choice but to intervene. As he pondered whether he could gloss over the situation, by sheer coincidence, the red little soldiers arrived. However, he did not anticipate that the narrative would unfold in such a manner. The scandal of entangled romantic relations was firmly established, yet it was not Su Ning who was implicated, but rather Xiao Jiangmo. He felt an overwhelming urge to pry open the minds of the onlookers to comprehend their thought processes. How could it have morphed into this? But now that it had escalated to this extent, what could he do? With a forced demeanor, he resolved to manage the situation. If only Sun and I would reveal the identity of that person, and if that individual were unmarried, he could have Xiao Dagong acknowledge them on the spot. With both parties admitting to being in a romantic relationship, even the red little soldiers would be powerless to intervene. His thoughts were optimistic, yet the reality would not unfold so smoothly, for there were those who wished to complicate matters. Indeed. "Second sister-in-law, who is it? Speak up quickly. If you refuse, could it possibly be you yourself? To frame your father-in-law for your own sake, can you fathom what repercussions await you?" What repercussions indeed? A beating was inevitable. And she might even be sent back to her maternal home. Given her father-in-law's vindictive nature, having suffered such a significant loss of face today, she would undoubtedly face severe consequences. "It's not me. I swear, I don't know." As the red little soldiers closed in, Sun and I was in a state of panic, her eyes darting about as if in a desperate struggle. Could it really be Xiao Jiangmo? Otherwise, why would you conceal it? The murmurs among the crowd began to swell, primarily due to Sun Ni's demeanor, which raised suspicions. It was such a simple task to utter a name, yet she remained tight-lipped, which only added to the intrigue. Could it truly be Xiao Jiangmo? Thus she was too fearful to speak. "Speak up, who is it?" As Xiao Jiangmo felt the weight of the surrounding gazes, his countenance darkened, and he looked at Sun and I with a hint of murderous intent. "Brother Jiangmo, don't rush Sun and I. She is merely afraid of implicating you." Zhao Widow appeared to offer comfort, yet her words only solidified the suspicions of those who had previously harbored doubts, as they noted his grim demeanor and perceived threat. What are you waiting for? Speak up. Xiao Hai glared at Sun and I, urging her to clarify before his father would unleash his wrath upon him. This display only served to reinforce the impression of the Xiao family's intimidation tactics. Are you afraid of being divorced by Xiao Dagong? Fear not, I have watched Xiao Dagong grow up, he lacks the gall to do so. As long as no one is instigating him, it is only your mother-in-law who deserves pity to meet such an unfortunate fate in her twilight years. Zhao Widow's words dripped with icy disdain. Silence. Xiao Yuliang had discerned the situation. Today's calamity had undeniably entangled his sister-in-law. Sun and I looked at Xiao Hai, fully aware that Zhao Widow's assertions held merit. The patriarch of the Xiao family was Xiao Zhangwo, and if he truly compelled Xiao Hai to divorce, it was highly likely that Xiao Hai would acquiesce. However, should Xiao Zhangwo face repercussions, the household would fall under Xiao Hai's dominion, and who would dare lay a finger on her? Sun and I, moreover, if she continued to remain silent, given Xiao Zhangwo's temperament, would he not cast her aside? Akin to Xiaomu, as a scapegoat, as a member of the Xiao family, she knew all too well that those transgressions were orchestrated by her father-in-law. Could such a venomous individual truly let her off the hook? Was the fate of Xiaomu what Sun and I desired? On one hand, she must unveil the secret, or risk becoming a sacrificial lamb, while on the other, she faced the prospect of the Xiao family assuming control, a choice that even a fool could discern. Second brother. This daughter-in-law is no longer worth keeping. Xiao Zhangwo, accustomed to being in charge, failed to consider Sun Ni's psyche, instead allowing his disdain to manifest openly. Typically, when he expressed anger, the family would cower like quails, leading him to believe that with a mere word Sun and I would concede. Yet, this time, he was mistaken. Sun and I cast a fearful glance at Xiao Zhangwo, her resolve already solidified. She said nothing, merely standing behind the red little soldiers. Casting a timid glance at Xiao Zhangwo, although she uttered no words, her demeanor spoke volumes. Who would have thought this old wretch plays the game so well? Yang Tai remarked, expressing admiration for the cunning of city dwellers, yet feeling that they paled in comparison to the people here. Go seek a bride from him, he can have Sun and I as your bride. As the crowd scrutinized Xiao Zhangwo, Su Ning stepped forward, lowering her voice to speak to Xiao Dagong. Initially bewildered, Xiao Dagong struggled to comprehend the disjointed conversation. Although he could understand the individual statements, when combined, they made no sense. His wife was a woman. What connection did she have with Xiao Zhangwo? However, upon hearing Su Ning's remark, clarity struck him. Sun and I knew where his wife was, and Xiao Zhangwo, being Sun Ni's father-in-law, would certainly be aware as well. If Sun and I remained silent, then Xiao Zhangwo could be compelled to speak. Moreover, since this suggestion came from the formidable woman, he had no choice but to comply, lest he face the wrath of a beating, which he dearly wished to avoid. Wife, a bride. Xiao Dagong released Sun and I, pushed to the forefront, and incessantly mumbled his plea. Chapter 64. Taken away witnessing his actions, the crowd was left in shock. Could it truly be Xiao Zhangwo? No wonder Xiaomu sought to frame Su Ning. If this were to come to light, how could the old Xiao family endure? Many in attendance shared this sentiment, with several even concocting tales of love and betrayal in their minds. This is not the case, you have misunderstood. Xiao Zhangwo felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. He had never anticipated that after tirelessly scheming, he would be ensnared by two daughters-in-law he deemed unworthy and an inconsequential widow. Girl, no, clarify this at once. Xiao Hai's expression shifted dramatically, yet upon encountering Sun Ni's fearful and reluctant demeanor, doubt crept into his heart. Could it be true that the one entangled with Xiao Dagong was indeed his father, thus his mother's uproar was merely an attempt to divert attention from his father? Could it really be? If so, he could not accept such a father, as he did not wish to be the subject of ridicule for having a father with such proclivities. The Xiao family's inherent selfishness was a trait passed down through generations. Not only did Xiao Er harbor such thoughts, but even Xiaomu began to doubt, especially given that Xiao Zhangwo had shown little interest in her over the past few years. She had not suspected anything before. But now, upon realizing the truth, she understood that it was because he preferred men. Thus, all the schemes attributed to Su Ning were orchestrated by him, merely to eliminate her as a threat and clear space for his man. She had been foolish enough to attempt to shield him from blame. How utterly naive. I report that the transfer of Su Ning's household registration was orchestrated by Xiao Zhangwo. He sold Su Ning's registration to the Black 5 categories, fearing exposure, and intended to kill her to silence her. Upon hearing Xiaomu's accusations, Xiao Zhangwo understood that matters had taken a turn for the worst. He had always known this woman lacked acumen, but he never imagined her to be this oblivious. What had initially been a matter of reprimanding had escalated to accusations of murder, a grave charge indeed. As expected, the expressions of the red little soldiers shifted. While entangled romantic affairs were serious, they were often met with public shaming or re-education. However, if murder was involved, particularly with ties to the Black 5 categories, the implications were vastly different. Murder to silence? At that moment, two individuals clad in police uniforms approached. Addressing the crowd, who is plotting murder? It's him. Upon hearing Xiaomu's words, Sumu was instantly filled with rage. How dare this shameless family truly plot against her daughter? No, she could not let this go. With this thought, Sumu lunged at Xiao Zhangwo, slapping him while shouting, I knew you were a wicked man, always up to no good. You nearly caused my daughter's death last time, and now you seek her life? You vile creature, I will fight you. The surrounding crowd attempted to restrain Sumu, with both the police and the red little soldiers present. Officer, I wish to report that this man intends to harm my daughter and has even sold her household registration. You must seek justice for my daughter. Sumu collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face, consumed by the thought of her daughter's suffering at the hands of these shameless individuals. Director Ma, why are you here? Yang Tai recognized the leading officer, astonished as he glanced between him and Su Ning. Increasingly convinced that Su Ning must possess significant backing given that even the county police chief had arrived. We initially came to observe the commotion, but with a report of a crime, we are obligated to take action. Ma Qianjin slightly nodded at Su Ning. Although he was unfamiliar with her, his father had provided a rough description, thus, with just a glance, he recognized her as his father's newly acknowledged granddaughter, albeit unilaterally, as the young lady herself was still unaware. Director Ma, this individual is Xiao Jiangwo. He has been reported for engaging in improper relationships within the village, and now his wife has accused him of selling Su Ning's household registration, even going so far as to contemplate silencing her permanently. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible and warrants severe punishment. Yang Tai promptly summarized the situation, assuring, if Director Ma requires our testimony, we, the Red Little Soldiers, will not hesitate. Yang Tai suddenly felt that this trip was worthwhile. Not only had he connected with the county magistrate's secretary, but he had also become acquainted with the director of the Public Security Bureau. As long as he remained within bounds, he could navigate the county with ease. Very well, since this involves a life. We shall take the individual back for now. Once we have concluded our proceedings, we will hand them over to you. Director Ma nodded at Yang Tai. He had dealt with Yang Tai's uncle, Wu Jun, the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, and had thus met Yang Tai. Compared to Wu Jun, he held a favorable impression of Yang Tai. Though somewhat self-serving, he exhibited a degree of principle in his actions. Engaging him for support seemed quite fitting. It appeared that his father's recognition of a granddaughter was not without discernment. Su Ning remained oblivious to these undercurrents. She too had stumbled upon this situation. Over the past few days, although she had invested some time in gathering information about the town, her findings were scarce. The reason she sought out the Red Little Soldiers was that they were younger and more innocent, making them more suitable companions for someone like her, who had nothing to her name. However, today, Yang Tai's demeanor struck her as peculiar. It was as if he recognized her yet simultaneously looked past her. As if observing someone else. Initially, she speculated that perhaps Old Master Ma and Old Master Hu were exerting their influence, but judging by Director Ma's attitude, the two seemed unfamiliar with each other. Who, then, could it be? I am wrong, comrades of the Public Security Bureau. I truly am innocent. I have no knowledge of the household registration matter. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the town's police chief. Su Lin. Su Ning's heart sank. It appeared that Su Lin was the Xiao family's protector, and she needed to investigate further. Rest assured, if you are not at fault, we will not wrong an innocent person. Ma Qianjin remarked sternly. We will certainly contact this comrade Su Lin you mentioned. I am also quite curious how someone's household registration could be transferred without the party's knowledge. Xiao Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that the Public Security Bureau director would show no deference to Su Lin. This was unexpected, as he had heard that Su Lin's family had connections in the provincial capital, comprised entirely of officials. Were it not for his sister marrying into this area, he would never have come here. Although he was merely the chief of the town's Public Security Bureau, he was only here for a brief stint. It would not be long before he returned to the provincial city. Despite being the county's Public Security Bureau director, Ma Qianjin was in no way comparable to someone from the provincial capital. He should have been more courteous and inquired about Xiao Jiangwo's relationship with Su Lin. Shouldn't he? Ma Qianjin was unaware of Xiao Jiangwo's thoughts. Even if he were, he would not be concerned. Everyone has a powerful father. Just because Su Lin has one doesn't mean he cannot have one as well. Who's to say whose connections are stronger? Alright, let's take them away, both Xiao Jiangwo and his wife. Once Ma Qianjin grasped the situation, he ordered the apprehension of Xiao Jiangwo and handcuffs. As for Zhao's mother, while she did not require handcuffs, being a whistleblower and a witness, she too had to accompany the Public Security Bureau. Xiao Dagan was taken away by Yang Tai's men. Engaging in male-male relationships could not be addressed by merely apprehending one party. Chapter 65, The Manipulator. Now that Xiao Jiangwo had been taken by the Public Security Bureau, they proceeded to interrogate Xiao Dagang as well. Once these individuals departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. They had not even had a chance to work or eat breakfast that morning. Yet they felt no hunger. They were satiated by the gossip and excitement surrounding the incident. Who would have thought that a scandal would lead to such a significant revelation? This revelation could sustain their discussions for weeks. Some speculated that Xiao Dagang's bravado was the reason he could not find a wife, while others suggested that Xiao Jiangwo had grown complacent and was simply seeking someone to cater to him. The conversation had veered off course, with little concern for the truth. They only cared if the gossip remained enticing. Su Ning listened to the chatter, feeling quite pleased, especially since she had played a small role in this unfolding drama. Yet, her mind was clouded with questions. There was evidently someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, but she chose to remain silent, simply leading her family back to their courtyard. Is it really over so quickly? Daughter, am I dreaming? Su's mother felt a bit dazed by the day's unexpected twists and turns and needed a moment to collect herself. Pinch yourself, and you'll know if it's a dream. Seeing her mother in such a state, Su Ning couldn't help but smile. Su's mother paused, nodded, and pinched her second son, who jumped up as if stung by a bee. Looks like it's not a dream. Su's mother muttered, eliciting smiles from everyone present. Indeed. Su Ning chuckled at her mother's antics, casting a sympathetic glance at her second brother, and remarked, with Xiao Jiangwo arrested and the old matriarch of the Xiao family taken away, the Xiao clan won't be bouncing back anytime soon. So let's indulge ourselves today and celebrate. Once news arrived from the military district, Xiao Jiangwo would likely not return. You're absolutely right. Su's father responded cheerfully, clearly pleased by Xiao Jiangwo's arrest. Indeed, we must celebrate. Hearing her husband say this, Su's mother brightened up and turned to Su's eldest sister-in-law. Eldest sister, please go fetch the items your sister gave you yesterday. We shall prepare a feast. After a moment, she shot a glance at Su Ning. You silly child. Did you stash away all the good things for yourself, not wanting to share? Upon returning home yesterday, she had noticed what was in the basket, and upon realizing, she felt a surge of frustration. This daughter was becoming quite extravagant, to the point of wanting to scold her. I still have plenty left, there's no need to go back for more. Su Ning quickly interjected, stopping her eldest sister-in-law from leaving. Once something was given, it was improper to take it back. Did she not see how the expressions of her two sisters-in-law had changed? She did not lack for this little bit, on such a joyous occasion. Why make a fuss? Plenty, where did you get so many tickets? Su's mother was entirely unconvinced, pushing her eldest sister-in-law to retrieve more. Alright, what your daughter has given you, you should take, that is her filial piety. We are all family, so why quibble over such things? When your daughter returns, we can cook for her. Su's father, crouching nearby, helped Su Ning stabilize an unsteady table leg. After speaking, he glanced at Su Ning, cheerfully adding, let us all heed our daughter's wishes. Hearing her husband say this, Su's mother ceased her insistence on her eldest sister-in-law. However, when Su Ning returned with 2 pounds of meat and a fish, she couldn't help but start nagging again. Su Ning feigned ignorance, her eyes wandering between the sky and the ground, deliberately avoiding contact with anyone. Observing her behavior, Su's mother sighed in exasperation, while her daughter had become more lively recently. She had also grown increasingly irksome. Forget it, since the items had already been brought out, she would not play the villain. The family quickly fell into a rhythm, with some picking vegetables and others washing rice. And soon the only sounds that filled the air were the clattering of pots and pans. Just then, a knock interrupted them. I'll go answer the door. Upon hearing the knock, Su Ning felt a twinge of anticipation. When she opened the door, it was indeed the county's Public Security Bureau Director, Ma Qianjin, returning. Uncle Ma, please come in. Welcoming him inside, Su Ning asked her mother to prepare a bowl of brown sugar water and invited him to sit. She had heard from Old Master Hu that Ma Qianjin, the eldest son of Old Master Ma, had previously served in the military before transitioning to this role as the county's Public Security Bureau Director. He was in his 40s, 20 years her senior, making it entirely reasonable to address him as uncle. Ah, I shall not be courteous, as I am quite thirsty. Ma Qianjin accepted her hospitality without hesitation, downing a bowl of the sweetened water in one go. He then handed the bowl back to Su Ning, saying, please pour me another, but do not add any sugar, it does not quench thirst. Su Ning nodded and poured him another bowl, adding only a hint of sweetness. Although the sugar water might not truly satisfy thirst, people of this era generally had a fondness for sweetness, and Ma Qianjin's request hinted at his consideration for her. If he truly disliked it, he would not have savored it. Smacking his lips afterward, Ma Qianjin accepted the bowl, took another couple of sips, paused momentarily, and then smiled. Your grandfather, Ma and grandfather, who mentioned they have unilaterally recognized a clever and well-behaved granddaughter, and urged me to pay a visit whenever time permits. I happened to be on official business in Yongning Town, so I took the opportunity to come by. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Su Ning introduced Ma Qianjin's identity to her family. And upon learning he was the Public Security Bureau Director, Su's family members grew subtly anxious. In their minds, even being a police officer in the town was a significant position. The county's Public Security Bureau Director must hold immense authority. Thus, their movements became instinctively more delicate. Su's father quietly cast a glance at Su Ning, his expression complex, tinged with pride yet laced with an unnoticeable sorrow. Ning, uncle is straightforward and will not hide anything from you. I have come to inform you of 2 matters. The first is that regarding the Xiao family incident, aside from us, another group has also intervened. I have yet to ascertain their identities, nor whether they are friends or foes. You must exercise caution. Su Ning was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped the meaning. Yang Tai's strange demeanor today had puzzled her. Now it was clear what was amiss. It seemed there was indeed a powerful figure standing behind the scenes, collaborating to confront the Xiao family. From what she could observe, it was evident that this other party was not aligned with the Xiao family, and that knowledge was sufficient for her. Reflecting on this, Su Ning was just about to respond when she suddenly recalled Yang Tai's words. She raised her head to look at Ma Qianjin. By the way, uncle, today I heard from Yang Tai that the county mayor's secretary has arranged for them to oversee the accounts of various communes. Could that be related to this? Ma Qianjin scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. That secretary came with the county mayor. 3 months ago, the new county mayor was suddenly appointed to our Hahua County and has been very low-key since his arrival. The sudden arrangement of this task does indeed seem somewhat peculiar. But those 2 individuals came from Jing City and have no connection to you. It is unlikely that it is related to the Xiao family's affairs. It is more probable that they believe the red little soldiers have too much idle time and decided to assign them some tasks, which inadvertently led to this situation. Chapter 66. That person. Su Ning fell silent for a moment, although she too felt that the county mayor's secretary did not know her and could not possibly assist. She wondered if there might be some entanglement she was unaware of. Uncle, what is the background of that county mayor? Ma Qianjin assumed she was merely curious and did not conceal anything. Upon recalling that person, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. As for that county mayor, he is no ordinary individual. He took the college entrance examination at 15, graduated from university at 17. And instead of pursuing a job after graduation, he turned and enlisted in the army. By 21, he became the youngest king of soldiers had it not been for an injury sustained during a mission. He would undoubtedly have become the youngest commander. Nevertheless, he is doing quite well now. At 23, he became the deputy director of the Jing City Railway Bureau, and now, at 25, he has become the county mayor of our Hahua County. You must understand that our Hahua County is renowned as a granary and hosts one of the top 3 steel mills in the nation. Many people are eager to get in. By spending a couple of years here, he will likely return to Jing City with a strong chance of entering the municipal party committee. In a few more years, he could either become a prominent figure or ascend through the ministries, a definite big shot. Thus, even though he is young now, no one dares to underestimate him in the county, or even in the city or province. That is simply the reality. Ma Qianjin raised his thumb, reflecting on how he himself was already 40 and merely a police chief. While others at that age might already be among the top leaders in the nation, he suddenly felt disheartened by the comparison. Wow, that is impressive. Su Ning found herself at a loss for words. With such credentials, he was indeed a prodigy, an existence to be revered. As a mere individual, she felt utterly insignificant. It seemed to be mere coincidence. Uncle, I understand now. What about the second matter? Ma Qianjin's expression turned serious. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and sighed. Yesterday, the old man called to inquire, and the response from the military district was that this matter is somewhat tricky and will take some time to resolve. The family that purchased your household registration is encountering some complications, making it difficult to address for the time being. Su Ning was astonished. According to Zhao's mother's account, the person using her household registration belonged to a black category. And given this identity, along with the illicit nature of buying household registrations, it should have been relatively straightforward for the military district to handle. Why then was the situation like this? Although she felt perplexed, she refrained from voicing her confusion as she was seeking their assistance, and they had provided a response. Regardless of her satisfaction with it, complaining was unwarranted. Brother Ma, may I ask if they will ultimately resolve it? While it might be inappropriate for Su Ning to inquire, Su Father could certainly investigate, as his seniority would likely prevent any offense. Rest assured, big brother, this matter has already been raised, and the military district will undoubtedly provide an explanation. Ma Qianjin assured her, you need not worry, it's just a matter of time. When one errs, they must bear the consequences. This holds true for anyone. Su Father sighed in relief, cheerfully replying, alright, that is fine. It has already been 2 years, we don't mind waiting a little longer. But what about my daughter's household registration? She can't possibly go on without access to food. Do not worry about this, your household registration will be transferred back shortly. Ma Qianjin looked at Su Ning and smiled. Moreover, the wages and benefits earned using your household registration over the past 2 years, as well as that position, will all revert to you. The military district has already promised this. Thank you, uncle, I am truly grateful. Upon learning that the supply and marketing cooperative offered decent wages, 35 yuan plus benefits in the first year, 42 yuan plus benefits in the second year, coupled with the desirability of that job, it was possible to earn 1,000 yuan or more, with an additional 2,000 yuan coming in. It was quite appealing. Su Ning understood that this favor was likely the result of the 2 old gentlemen's efforts, and she felt indebted for their help. Uncle, I appreciate your concern. Su Mother, her face beaming with joy, emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes and called out, you must stay to eat today, it's just simple fare, so please don't mind, next time you come I'll make sure to buy more dishes. Thank you. Sister-in-law. Ma Qianjin was genuinely hungry, especially with the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Sister-in-law is too kind, we are all family. By the way, uncle, I would like to ask you for one more favor. Su Ning looked at Ma Qianjin somewhat bashfully. But having already asked so much, she thought one additional request was inconsequential. Speak freely, there is no need to be formal with me. I want to know why the Shao family chose me. If it were merely for a household registration, there are countless options available. Why me? Moreover, why did they decide to act now, 2 years later? This was the crux of her confusion. It was evident that the Su and Shao families had almost no prior interaction. And the original owner had no connections with the Shao family either. What special attributes did the original owner possess? After 2 years of peace, what had instigated this disruption? Alright, I will personally investigate this matter and inform you once I have answers. Ma Qianjin did not decline, it was a trivial issue. And he intended to inquire regardless. He simply needed to convey it to her discreetly. The young lady was a victim and had the right to know. Thank you, uncle. Su Ning expressed her gratitude and hurriedly assisted her mother in setting the table. Ensuring they did not delay Ma Qianjin's return to work with the fish and meat Su Ning had brought out, lunch was quite sumptuous: garlic eggplant, sauerkraut fish, braised pork, scrambled eggs with scallions, and spicy potato shreds. All in generous portions. Su mother was not lacking in culinary skills, and with Su Ning's ample seasoning, the dishes were fragrant and delicious, leaving everyone engrossed in their meal. Big brother, sister-in-law, when you come to the city next time, I will treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. Seeing the empty bowls in front of him, Ma Qianjin felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. He had inadvertently eaten too much. All right. When we come to the city, we will come find you. Su Father replied cheerfully, granting Ma Qianjin a sense of face. Upon hearing his agreement, Ma Qianjin's expression softened somewhat, and he looked at the Su family with a newfound warmth. I will take my leave now, I still have people to interrogate. After bidding farewell to the Su family, Ma Qianjin turned to Su Ning and added, I will have someone notify the Xiao family to refrain from informing Xiao San for the time being. We will wait for news from the military district before proceeding. You should also keep an eye on things here. He wished to avoid any impact on the military side. Su Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Even without Ma Qianjin's reminder, she had intended to do so. However, with the Xiao family facing such upheaval, they would likely be preoccupied for the moment. Once Ma Qianjin departed, Su father, along with Su mother and others, also left, inviting Su Ning to join them for dinner that evening. Su Ning did not hesitate. After all, family ties thrive on reciprocity, which only strengthens their bond. Having been busy from the morning until lunch, Su Ning was already fatigued. After locking the door behind them, she retreated into her room and promptly fell into a deep slumber. When she finally awoke, the sky outside was nearly dark. Mother Uncle has been waiting for quite a while. Upon noticing Su Ning stirring, the little one scampered over, whispering, I just saw Grandma Zhao. She said she would come find you in the evening. Chapter 67. Until submission. Su Ning nodded and rose, observing her elder brother stacking firewood outside. Her heart softened. Whenever the Su family visited, they always helped her with something. This habit made her somewhat envious of the original owner. Brother, let us go. What delicious food has mother prepared? Su Ning braided her hair and took the little one by the hand, heading towards the Su family home. They made your favorite dumplings. Su brother playfully balanced Xiao Bei on his head and patted his bottom, chuckling, this little guy is growing nicely under your care. Uncle. Xiao Bei eats a lot every day. The little one beamed, delighted to be perched high where he could see far. Unfortunately, such opportunities were rare, only occurring when he met a few uncles. Mother, I think I saw Aunt Li. Su Ning glanced around but did not see anyone. Which Aunt Li? Are you mistaken? There is no one here. Xiao Bei is not mistaken, it's the one next door to Grandma Wang, the one who always argues with Mother. I saw her wearing a grey cloth outfit, with a braid just like Mother's. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he added quietly, Mother, she is hiding behind a rock. Su Ning blinked, then deduced what was happening and couldn't help but laugh out loud. How amusing, a grey outfit, a similar build to hers. Could it be that person whose name Sun and I hesitated to utter? It seemed she had figured out who was with Xiao Dagon. However, she was curious about what this person was doing sneakily now. Was she looking for Sun and I or had other intentions? In this day and age, Su Ning only fleetingly pondered this and did not dwell further on how the two sisters would interact in the future. She could roughly guess the outcome. Upon reaching the Su home, the dumplings were already prepared and awaiting cooking. The dumpling skins were made from flour that was not pure white, some cornmeal was mixed in, and the filling consisted of pork and cabbage, making them plump and round, resembling little golden ingots. Upon seeing Su Ning arrive, Su mother urged the two daughters-in-law to boil the dumplings and pulled Su Ning into the house, giving her an appraising glance. Why are you only just arriving? Did the Xiao family cause you any trouble? You didn't sleep in, did you? Are you not going to sleep tonight? No, the Xiao family is quite busy. We can talk about tonight when evening falls, having finally found a moment of peace. Of course I intend to enjoy a good night's sleep. Su Ning thought of the person she had just encountered, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Su's mother, unaware of her daughter's true intentions, assumed the Xiao family was preoccupied due to the events of the day, merely nodded and handed her a bowl of roasted pumpkin seeds. Sitting at the table, Su Ning cracked the seeds while watching her father peel garlic. He preferred to crush the cloves with a knife rather than peeling them one by one, a method Su's mother shared, which is why her father always took on the task of peeling garlic. Daughter, tomorrow Wang Kai's wife is going to visit her sister. Do you wish to accompany her to inquire about that, Su Lin? Su's father placed a peeled clove into the bowl, glanced at Su's mother, and continued, your mother and Wang Kai's mother have a good relationship, so they plan to go to town together tomorrow, and Wang Kai's wife will join them as well. Alright. I'll go with mother. Su Ning nodded in agreement, realizing that if Su Lin was indeed the backing of the Xiao family, the old couple would soon take action now that they were inside. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle, she needed to prepare. Then you shall stay here tonight, and we will set out early in the morning. Just as Su Ning was about to agree, she suddenly thought of Widow Zhao and shook her head. I don't have any money on me. I'll go back to sleep at home and meet you by the ox cart tomorrow after I get some money. The two villages belonged to the same brigade, sharing a single ox cart. Generally, the villagers were self-sufficient and rarely ventured into town, so having just one cart was not an issue. Su's mother considered this and did not refuse, knowing the two villages were not far apart and a return journey would not take long. After the family finished dinner, Su's father offered to escort Su Ning home, but she declined, thinking it was too dark and her father, due to his age, might hurt himself. Father, I'll see to it. I will safely escort my younger sister home. Su's second brother seized the opportunity, and upon receiving their father's nod, grabbed a flashlight and headed outside, with the little one slung over his back. On this chilly autumn evening, most people retired to bed as soon as darkness fell, so the brother and sister encountered few others on their way. Little sister, what is going on between you and the rat? I heard he said you beat him up, and that Godan and a gang from the village were also beaten by you. Is that true? Once Su Ning lit the kerosene lamp, her second brother lowered his voice, clearly skeptical. Do you know the rat? Su Ning did not wish to hide the truth, but she suspected her brother would not believe her anyway. After all, the original owner of her body had always been a well-behaved girl, and such outrageous conduct was entirely out of character. As for beating those individuals, since the Xiao family sought them out to deal with her, She naturally had to retaliate, and her method of retaliation was straightforward. She fought back until they submitted. This course of action had been carefully analyzed. In the village, there were two types of good-for-nothings. One type was the disheartened, often overlooked due to their talents or unfair treatment at home, leading them to abandon work and drift around the village. Much like the rat, such individuals possessed a modicum of cleverness and were thus more perceptive, as long as one demonstrated superiority. They would inevitably yield. The other type was spoiled rotten by their families or simply lacked common sense, believing themselves the best in the world, akin to Godin and de Gang. These types could either be cowardly or stubborn, and the simplest way to subdue them was through brute force, enough to instill fear whenever they encountered you. Therefore, Su Ning had consecutively beaten these individuals for 3 days until they questioned their very existence, to the point of tears upon seeing her. Of course, she had gone easy on the rat, but with Xiao Dagang, she had exerted all her strength, ensuring he would remember the encounter vividly. In summary, if they refused to yield, she would beat them until they did. As for whether their families might discover anything, she was untroubled. Firstly, her actions were discreet, and secondly, those types were generally inept at expressing themselves in front of their families and would never admit to being bested by a woman, which explained why no one sought her out afterward. However, she hadn't anticipated that her altercation with Xiao Dagang would be overheard by Lu Pozi. Thankfully, she had been cautious, hiding for a while in her space, avoiding any hasty exits that might require some awkward explanations. Nevertheless, she chose not to elaborate on this to her second brother, merely nodding as she said, "The Xiao family sought those individuals to deal with me, so I confronted them. I didn't really lay hands on them. Essentially, she had only bruised their backsides, causing them to need to rest for a few days." Chapter 68. Widow Zhao. What, you really went? Why didn't you call your second brother to join you? How reckless. Su's second brother, not doubting her, recognized that when his sister was agitated, she could be rather impulsive. As for the fighting, he assumed it was merely a few slaps exchanged during a heated conversation. After all, how much could a girl really hit? The rat was just making a fuss. He even recalled how the rat exaggerated, claiming that his sister hit harder than any man. Impossible. Yes, I struck him. The rat is tough-skinned and tough meat. He won't be broken easily. We have some private dealings, and once the old Xiao family sought him out, he informed me, but I knew he wouldn't lay a hand on you, so I didn't tell you, to spare you any fear. Su Ning frowned. She had heard that the rat often frequented the black market. Had her second brother gone there now, would that lead to conflict with the female lead? Was the female lead trying to set her brother up? Noticing Su Ning's increasingly troubled expression, Su's second brother hurriedly explained, "The rat just doesn't like farming. He actually has other ways of making money. Not just this." In his mind, he figured his sister wouldn't want him associating with a good-for-nothing, so he hastily defended the rat. Yet, upon seeing her expression darken further, he felt a bit awkward. Just as he hesitated over whether to sever ties with the rat, he suddenly heard, "What impression do you have of Dong Jiao?" Taken aback by his sister's sudden inquiry, Su's second brother shook his head. "No impression at all. I've only seen her from a distance once." "Why did that person provoke you?" Hearing this, Su Ning's expression relaxed slightly. "Not at all. Su Shangjia mentioned that person is a bit peculiar. You should avoid her." Unaware of her reasoning, Su's second brother agreed, as it was not a particularly burdensome request. He then muttered in exasperation, "Hua, the one you call Su Shangjie, is becoming increasingly intolerable. You should limit your interactions with her." Noticing Su Ning's curiosity, he complained, "Isn't she always chasing after that Hu Jiqing? Our aunt and uncle disapprove of it, and when our uncle scolded her, she had the audacity to claim it wasn't her choice. She couldn't help herself. I mean, no one is forcing her. Isn't it just her own desire?" Su Ning was at a loss for words. She suspected Su Shangjie's claims might be true, that she was merely swept along by the narrative's currents. But who would believe her? Regardless, even though she knew this, she wouldn't voice it, as they were merely superficial friends. After Su's second brother departed, Su Ning urged the little one to sleep, while she reclined in the new chair her father had made. Closing her eyes to rest, today marked the 3rd day of the month, and it was time for her to draw resources again. Such a delightful prospect was not to be forgotten. The golden screen displayed an array of resources rolling by, and with a light tap of the scrolling slowed, revealing 5 distinct images: 1 ton of cantaloupe, 1 ton of eggplant, 1 ton of oranges, 1 ton of pomelo, and 1 ton of dragon fruit. The absence of duplicates meant nothing would cancel out. Today was indeed a joyous day. After the 5 large baskets of resources were dispensed, a small box was also produced. Su Ning recognized it as a reward for drawing all 5 types. Upon inspecting the contents, her spirits lifted. The semiconductor she desired had finally arrived. Just as she prepared to delve into her research, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Though soft, the sound pierced the stillness of the night. Su Ning rose to open the door, welcoming the visitor inside and offering a cup of sweetened water. In the past, she would only brew brown sugar water during her menstruation, but she had gradually become accustomed to the taste. Occasionally preparing a cup for herself, however, it was quite late today, so she only poured a cup of hot water. "Ning, thank you, Auntie." Upon entering, Widow Zhao's composure shattered, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. It was evident that since Xiao Jiangwo's arrest, she had been mourning for quite some time. Su Ning felt awkward for a moment, before handing her a few tissues, allowing her to cry to her heart's content. "Auntie, please don't be upset, drink some water to soothe your throat. We should be happy today." Widow Zhao had come to seek out Su Ning a few days prior. To be honest, Su Ning could not recall anything about her, even after rummaging through the original owner's memories. When the widow suggested an alliance, her first instinct was to wonder if this woman was attempting to deceive her. After all, she was a stranger, the sister-in-law of Xiao Yuliang, and Su Ning found it difficult to trust her. To assuage Su Ning's doubts, widow Zhao recounted her grievances with Xiao Jiangwo, explaining how he and Xiao Yuliang had caused her husband's demise. She had endured in silence for too long and now sought a partner in her quest for revenge. The sentiment resonated with Su Ning. She had always intended to devise a plan against the old Xiao family but had been uncertain about how to do so without implicating herself. Which was why she had yet to take action. At this moment, widow Zhao came knocking, expressing her willingness to provoke Xiao Jiangwo and encourage Su Ning to report him, although the truth of her intentions remained uncertain. She believed that as long as she was not implicated, she could devise a plan to extricate him if her claims held any validity. Conversely, if her assertions were false, she would simply let the tide carry her along and solidify the situation. It was evident that her adversary was genuinely intent on revenge. Furthermore, widow Zhao was indeed a pitiable figure. Her real name was Zhao Xiulan, but following her husband's demise, she had been referred to as widow Zhao for decades. A name that had almost erased her true identity from the memories of many. Before her marriage, Zhao Xiulan was cherished in her family. In those days, only affluent families could afford to send their children to private schools. Yet Zhao Xiulan had received such an education, albeit for a brief period. This made her relatively knowledgeable for the time, thus attracting several suitors. Among them was the family of Xiao Yuliang. However, at that time, Xiao Yuliang was already betrothed, which left his brother, Xiao Yuqian, as her eventual spouse. Tragically, only a few years into their marriage, Xiao Yuqian passed away, leaving her to raise two children alone amid considerable hardship. Initially, Zhao Xiulan's parents provided some support, but upon witnessing their daughter's dire circumstances, they became consumed by guilt and sorrow, ultimately passing away within a couple of years. With her parents gone, the Zhao family fell under the dominion of her sister-in-law, who held little affection for her widowed sister-in-law. Consequently, the two families had little contact in the ensuing years. Although Zhao Xiulan's elder brother wished to assist her, he was unable to defy his wife's wishes, leading to a gradual severance of their relationship. Without a husband or familial support, Zhao Xiulan's plight was dire. Had it not been for her fierce maternal instincts, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. By a stroke of fate, she discovered that her husband's death was no accident but a premeditated act. It was a marvel that she had not lost her sanity. However, the individuals responsible for her husband's demise were a duplicitous schemer and the village head. Unless she could eliminate them in one fell swoop, she risked being counteraccused. Thus, she spent years waiting for the opportune moment. According to Zhao Xiulan, her reasons for seeking collaboration were twofold. Firstly, the Xiao family had repeatedly fallen victim to Su Ning's machinations. And secondly, the Su family would undoubtedly support her, given their strong communal ties, rendering them unafraid of Xiao Yuliang and his kin. Zhao Xiulan's plan was straightforward. She intended to lure Xiao Jiangwo into a compromising situation, leading Su Ning and her associates to catch him in the act, subsequently reporting him for his illicit relations. After Xiao Jiangwo's arrest, she would then pursue an investigation into her husband's death. Su Ning remained non-committal about this scheme, and before it could be set in motion, the incident involving Xiao Degong unfolded, allowing Zhao Xiulan to seize the opportunity and discreetly inform Su Ning. The brick in the corner was a message left by Zhao Xiulan, signaling to Su Ning that the events had commenced and urging her to gauge the situation for collaboration. Chapter 69. Revenge. Subsequent events unfolded largely as they had envisioned, and with the assistance of a mysterious benefactor, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Zhao Xiulan mistakenly believed that all of it was orchestrated by Su Ning, especially since Yang Tai and Ma Qianjin clearly recognized her, coming to express their gratitude. While others might not have noticed, she was keenly aware of the distinct way the two regarded Su Ning compared to their treatment of others. Ning, I must confess that since your uncle Yuqian passed away, I have not experienced a single day of peace. Were it not for my desire for vengeance and my two children, I might have long since given up on life. Zhao Xiulan wiped away a tear and, without Su Ning prompting her, began to speak. When I married your uncle Yuqian, while our circumstances were not ideal, we were better off than many. To be honest, at that time, few had the privilege of education like we did. I was fortunate enough to have connections that enabled me to attend a private school for a few years. Although I could not compose essays, I could read and calculate, earning a modest reputation. Which is why your uncle Yuqian's family chose to marry me. Su Ning scrutinized Zhao Xiulan closely. Despite her current weary appearance, her eyes and features still held a beauty that suggested she had been quite the charming young woman. Even now, a hint of elegance lingered about her. Aunt, I have heard that Uncle Yuqian and Xiao Yuliang had a poor relationship. Is that true? Su Ning did not conceal her disdain for Xiao Yuliang, whom she deemed too self-serving to be a true leader of the people. Widow Zhao nodded, her tone laced with sarcasm. This is common knowledge in the village. Only Xiao Yuliang remains deluded enough to think he can maintain the facade of harmony, treating others as fools. The reason lies in your uncle Yuqian's father, who favored Yuqian. When it came time for marriage, it was specifically Yuqian he wished to select, and the bride price was significantly higher than that of others. Later, when the family divided, the majority of the assets were left to Yuqian, which bred jealousy in Xiao Yuliang. His actions were not without cause. Most of the elders in the village have passed, and few remember that Xiao Yuliang is actually the younger son of Yuqian's paternal uncle. His family fell on hard times, leading them to entrust Xiao Yuliang to my father-in-law, although my father-in-law favored Yuqian. He treated Xiao Yuliang fairly well. However, the fact remains that Yuqian was his biological son, and it was natural to provide him with more. Yet Xiao Yuliang did not see it this way ever since he assumed the role of village head. He has subtly undermined Yuqian. Although both Yuqian and I were displeased, we shared a childhood bond with him and did not wish to create a public spectacle that would invite ridicule. Little did we know that our forbearance only emboldened him further. Had I foreseen this, I would have preferred to be a shrew rather than allow him to mistreat Yuqian in such a manner. Widow Zhao's eyes glistened once more, as if recalling deeply painful memories. Her emotions barely contained. I still vividly recall the day Yuqian met his fate. The weather was dreadful, and I was heavy with child, feeling as though I might give birth any moment. I asked Yuqian to take a day off to accompany me to the doctor, who could have predicted that this would lead to tragedy? Yuqian sought out Xiao Yuliang, but rather than granting his request, Xiao Yuliang ordered him to replace Xiao Jiangwo in repairing the dam. That day, my husband never returned home. Su Ning sighed inwardly, recalling a conversation she had overheard during dinner with her parents. The dam was a shared resource among several villages, requiring each to contribute 10 able-bodied men for repairs, and all were compensated fairly. Despite the arduous nature of the work, it offered significant rewards, leading many to volunteer. Su Ning's father had also signed up, having a good rapport with the village head, and was assigned to the task. Xiao Jiangwo had also been present, but according to Su Ning's father, he struggled with the work and often faced criticism from others, which likely deterred him from returning. Despite the labor's demands, the generous allocation of work points meant there was no need to coerce anyone into participating. Later, when she inquired, Xiao Yuliang claimed that Yuqian insisted on going to earn work points, yet, at that time, I was on the verge of giving birth and had another child at home. How could Yuqian possibly wish to repair the dam? Back then, I genuinely believed it was his choice, though I was reluctant to let him go. Yuqian left in such haste that he barely had time to inform me, only asking Aunt Zhao from the Lu family to look after me briefly before departing. By the time I rushed to find him, all I could see was his retreating figure, unaware that it would be my last glimpse of him. Widow Zhao wiped her face, her tone growing cold. After Yuqian's death, I was heartbroken, yet with a child imminent, I had to stifle my grief. Although it was Xiao Yuliang who sent Yuqian to his doom, I recognized it as an unfortunate accident. My anger flared. But deep down I understood that I could not hold Xiao Yuliang entirely accountable. In time I managed to find some semblance of peace. For the sake of my 2 children, life had to continue. It wasn't until one day that I overheard a conversation between Xiao Yuliang and Xiao Jiangwo that I learned their role in orchestrating Yuqian's assignment to the dam. They had even opened the floodgates upstream, fully aware of the impending danger, yet they chose to remain silent until the flood was upon us, ultimately costing my husband his life. Su Ning's eyes widened in shock. Aunt, are you suggesting they deliberately caused his death? Widow Zhao shook her head. According to their account, they merely intended to teach Yuqian a lesson. Fully aware of his swimming abilities, they never anticipated that the upstream waters would surge so violently, sweeping him away. Afterward, they both fell silent, fearful of exposure. Had it not been for their quarrel that day, this matter would have been buried with the dead. Then why did you choose to act now? Su Ning understood why they had not revealed the truth earlier, without evidence. It would have been easy for Xiao Yuliang to deny any wrongdoing. She could also comprehend Widow Zhao's desire for revenge, given that her beloved husband had been wronged. However, with 20 years having passed, what prompted her to act at this juncture? I anticipated you would inquire about this, which is why I have come to clarify. Recognizing Su Ning's concerns, Widow Zhao's expression softened slightly as she smiled. You remind me of my younger self, always eager to ponder and clarify matters thoroughly. Her smile faded. In the same vein, I admire your readiness to strike without hesitation. I feel the same. Su Ning's gaze sharpened, her wariness of the woman increasing. You may not know my son. He works at the post office and overheard your inquiry about postage to the military district. Zhao Xiulan did not conceal this fact. Rest assured. Aside from myself, no one is privy to this information. Given how the Xiao family has treated you, it is only natural for you to take action against Xiao San. Su Ning's expression shifted, then settled into calmness. She had indeed sent a letter, recalling that the book mentioned how Xiao Yan had usurped another's accomplishments, leading to his promotion to deputy battalion commander. However, this incident had been concealed, and the heroine had only caught wind of it, sharing a mere snippet with Hu Jingting. Chapter 70. A change of village chief. If there is indeed a powerful figure backing the Xiao family, achieving this would be far from difficult. Therefore, it is highly likely that the female lead has heard the truth. Even if that is not the case, regarding the matter of household registration, Xiao Yan is by no means innocent. Thus, reporting him is entirely a matter of protecting the public. She acted with great caution, but unexpectedly someone caught sight of her. However, given that both parties are currently aligned, it poses no issue. I shall not hide it from you. For many years, I have harbored a desire for revenge. Those who possess wealth yet meet such a tragic end, how can I simply let them go? Merely having them apprehended or meeting their demise is not enough for me. Death is far too simple. If I seek vengeance, it must be a torment that makes them wish for death, so that my hatred may be extinguished. Moreover, these two are not as simple as they appear. Why would Xiao Yuliang ally himself with Xiao Jiangwo? You might attribute it to Xiao Yan, but what about 20 years ago? Given Xiao Yuliang's nature of not rising early without profit, if Xiao Jiangwo had not offered sufficient benefits, even if he despises the wealthy, he would not have united with him. Su Ning's gaze flickered. Are you suggesting that there is someone behind Xiao Jiangwo? Widow Zhao scoffed. Indeed, you have been married for a short time and may not yet realize that the Xiao family is not like other families that fled from northeast China. They originated from the capital. Yes, the capital. It is said that there are still members of the Xiao family remaining there. Su Ning nodded. If that were the case, it aligns with the narrative of the book for the Xiao family to relocate to the capital during such tumultuous times. It is inconceivable without a powerful backing, yet she wonders if that backing is aware of her circumstances. If they were to intervene, the situation could become exceedingly complicated. Speaking of the book, she suddenly recalled some inconsistencies. According to the text, Hua Jingtian saved old Master Ma and received a position, while Dong Jiaojiao leveraged Hua Jingtian's job to do a favor for the county chief's daughter. However, as Uncle Ma mentioned, the county chief is only 25, where would a daughter come from? Is it due to some unforeseen event 3 months prior that prompted the transfer, or is she merely a foster daughter, if it is due to a change? What could have caused the discrepancies with the narrative? Could it be that this person knows something? These thoughts flashed through her mind before she could ponder them further, as she heard Zhao Xiulan continue. Xiao Jiangwo promised that in the future, he would certainly help Xiao Youliang's son become a city dweller, yet, I wonder if Xiao Youliang's guilty conscience has led to a series of daughters. It was only when my little girl was about to turn 1 that his eldest son was born. I detest Xiao Jiangwo, but my hatred for Xiao Youliang runs deeper. If it weren't for my in-laws, Xiao Youliang would have long since met his demise. Not only is he ungrateful, but he also seeks to harm the only son of my in-laws. Such a heartless wretch deserves to descend into the deepest pits of hell. Alas, the heavens are blind. For so many years, Xiao Youliang has maintained his position as village chief, and his fortunes continue to flourish. Thinking of this fills me with rage. If there is one thing that troubles Xiao Youliang, it must be his 2 sons. Both of them, like him, are good-for-nothings, lacking in studies and work ethic, merely waiting for death to claim them. Despite Xiao Youliang's various schemes, in the end, it is all for the sake of his 2 sons. If we sever their futures, wouldn't that be more painful for him than killing him? Widow Zhao sneered. Xiao Youliang relies on the Xiao family and Xiao Yan, thinking his sons are destined for greatness. But what if the Xiao family were to fall? What if they are too preoccupied to help him? Who can he rely on then? Su Ning nodded slightly. Undermining him is indeed a sound strategy. Ning, I have come today with another matter, seeking your collaboration. Widow Zhao took a deep breath, gradually calming herself. Supported by hatred for so many years, she did not mind waiting a bit longer. Do you intend to deal with Xiao Youliang, ensuring his utter ruin, or do you merely wish to replace the village chief? Su Ning raised her gaze to meet hers. After all, Xiao Youliang is her brother-in-law. It is plausible that she may find it difficult to take action against him. First, we must pull him down from his pedestal. One cannot gorge oneself in one go. A soft approach can be far more torturous. Widow Zhao declared coldly. Xiao Youliang values 2 things above all: his sons and his position as village chief. For years, he has regarded himself as a local emperor. If one day he loses both, can you imagine his despair? Sometimes losing one's life is not the hardest part. The real challenge lies in the agonizing struggle from heaven to hell. To be in hell yet harbor ambitions as high as the sky, such existence would become his greatest punishment. Su Ning gently tapped her chin. She has long held a distaste for Xiao Youliang. If she could replace him with another village chief, that would be splendid. However, as Widow Zhao pointed out, Xiao Youliang has been in power for many years, deeply entrenched in his position, making it no easy feat to topple him. Yet, it is not without solution. She recalled that the female lead had stayed in Xiao village for over 10 days due to an arrangement by the commune. During those days, the female lead had been engaged in battles against the educated youth and scoundrels, stirring quite a commotion. Xiao Youliang was quite displeased, berating her and uttering many harsh words. Utilizing her memories from her past life, the female lead devised a plan against Xiao Youliang, leading to his downfall. What was that segment again? It seemed that Xiao Youliang had been caught engaging in an affair with a woman, and the female lead had cornered them at the door. That woman was purportedly an educated youth as well. By the way, Aunt, have you heard anything about the return quotas for the educated youth? That educated youth had engaged with Xiao Youliang precisely for the sake of the return quota, according to the book. This was not the first occurrence. Every year, such things transpired among the educated youth. Many risked everything for the chance to return home. This year's, I am not sure, but it does occur every November. So it should be soon. Aunt Zhao, not fully grasping Su Ning's inquiry, answered truthfully. The educated youth need recommendations from the village to return, which are then evaluated by the commune. Only after selection can they process their return paperwork. In previous years, the educated youth would cause quite a stir around this time, but it seems this year has been relatively quiet, though it should be nearing. What are your intentions? Once the date is confirmed, please let me know. If that is determined, the next step would be to draw the female lead in. Why should she involve herself in the fray when she could merely observe from the sidelines? Meanwhile, inside the county committee courtyard, a young man dressed in a linen suit ambled in, carrying 2 paper bags. The elderly guard at the entrance glanced at him and greeted him with a smile. Comrade Xiao, are you here to see your uncle? County Chief Xiao still hasn't come out. He is likely too busy to notice the time. Yes, sir, look, I've brought roast chicken and buns, anticipating that he might forget to eat. The young man grinned widely, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mirth. Chapter 71. Uncle, you are truly wonderful. Sir, without me as his nephew, wouldn't my little uncle starve to death? Indeed, the county chief is fortunate to have your care. Taking the cigarettes offered, the elderly guard inhaled deeply, his smile broadening. Of course, he must express his gratitude. My salary goes towards feeding him. The young man chuckled, and as he lifted his head, he caught sight of a figure standing in the window of the county committee building. Even shrouded in darkness, the gaze emanated an undeniable intensity. Sir, I suspect my uncle is growing impatient, so I shall take my leave. The visitor quickly retreated, not waiting for the guard's response. I in the innermost office on the 2nd floor. The decor was modest. A tall man stood by the window, wearing only a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, revealing a lean but strong arm. His lower half was clad in dark green trousers, and he wore black military boots. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, the man turned. His chiseled features exuded an air of authority, and a pair of gold-framed glasses perched on his high nose. Beneath the glasses, His eyes, cool and piercing, held a hint of frost, glimmering like melting ice. Why have you come again? Is the steel mill not busy? His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of weariness. Uncle, I worry you might starve. So I brought some delicious food. Xiao Chen raised the paper bags in his hand, placing them on the desk with a charming smile. He then pulled out a chair and casually leaned against it. Clearly familiar with the environment, Xiao Yan frowned, seemingly displeased with his demeanor, but chose not to comment further. His attractive brows furrowed slightly, casting a shadow over his long eyelashes. Noticing his expression, Xiao Chen instinctively straightened his posture. Feeling his response was excessive and let out a nervous laugh, Xiao Yan appeared accustomed to such antics, casting a brief glance at him before returning to his desk to organize the documents. Uncle. News has come from Hong Xiaobing. The two old fellows from the Xiao family have been apprehended. Xiao Chen handed over the paper bag and looked at the man across the table. As if he wished to say something but ultimately remained silent, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, understood. Are you not curious why I wish to deal with that family? Xiao Chen scrutinized the man before him, whose presence radiated nobility and composure akin to a steadfast boulder, trustworthy and reliable. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze, his expression neutral, his icy eyes resembling those of a stranger. As long as you understand what you are doing, I can assist you, provided it does not violate our principles. Xiao Yan's tone was flat, yet the intensity of his gaze sent a shiver through Xiao Chen's voice. Thank you, uncle, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Chen sniffed and concealed his emotions. He held a deep admiration for his younger uncle, who was merely a year older. Uncle, what arrangements have you made? I heard from your secretary, Xiao Qianzi, that you've sent him to the Revolutionary Committee. Why not directly approach Hong Xiaobing? The refined man, with his head lowered, glanced up at him. Behind the golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes revealed no trace of emotion, yet Xiao Chen still detected a hint of disdain within them. Oh. I see, you must think that seeking out Hong Xiaobing is beneath your status, am I right? Xiao Chen mumbled, I believe what the Xiao family's daughter-in-law said makes a lot of sense. Hong Xiaobing is certainly not like those in the Revolutionary Committee. They won't act unless they see results. Just look at the situation now. You'd better start thinking more critically. The deep voice resounded once more, evoking a sense of dealing with a mischievous child. Isn't that the case? The Revolutionary Committee is an official institution, whereas Hong Xiaobing is not. In his position, he could engage in professional exchanges with the Revolutionary Committee but could not afford direct contact with someone like Hong Xiaobing. As for arranging for Hong Xiaobing to audit the accounts, that was the committee's doing and had nothing to do with him. Some positions necessitate a careful preservation of one's reputation. One must think ahead before taking action. No further explanation is needed. Also, according to seniority, you ought to refer to Su Ning as sister-in-law. What, does that mean I also have to call Xiao Yan brother? Xiao Chen could not help but raise his voice, as if someone had stepped on his tail. His usually smiling peach blossom eyes instantly filled with fury. If you maintain this attitude, the outcome of your dreams will repeat itself. Xiao Yan calmly regarded him, gently adjusting his glasses with his slender fingers. A turbulent undercurrent stirring in his deep-set eyes, Xiao Chen's expression stiffened, and he quickly added, Uncle, I understand, I will be more mindful in the future and ensure that my emotions do not betray me. Besides, this time will surely be different, especially with your assistance. His uncle had come all the way from the capital to support him, so everything would indeed be different. It's time for you to leave. Do not seek me out here again. Seemingly irritated by the noise, Xiao Yan waved his hand, signaling him to depart, and once more lowered his gaze to the documents on the desk. In that moment, with his brows furrowed, his profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Even Xiao Chun, who frequently saw him, could not help but be momentarily entranced. It seemed that his uncle's striking appearance could only be resisted by his frigid demeanor. While he thought this, he dared not show it on his face. Noticing the man engrossed in his work, Xiao Chen refrained from saying anything more and, before turning to leave, casually picked up the key to the apartment behind the county committee from the table. Xiao Yan made no attempt to stop him, instead pocketing another key, his eyes behind the lenses betraying a hint of helplessness before he once again focused on his work. Had Su Ning been present, she would have recognized him as the person she had seen at the Lu family's doorstep. However, Su Ning was unaware of this. After a restful night, Su Ning stretched lazily and prepared to head out, only to discover that it was pouring rain outside, seemingly set to continue for a while. Mother, grandma sent word that we won't be going out today. We'll wait for the rain to stop before heading out. Xiao Bei had already risen, finished his buns, and drank his milk, even saving some buns for Su Ning. Alright, then I shall take another nap. Since there was no need to rise early, Su Ning stretched once more and planned to indulge in a little more sleep. Back in modern times, she often slept until after 9 whenever she did not have to work. Waking up at 5 or 6 was a rare occurrence. Mother, can you take me to see the commotion? Xiao Bei tugged at Su Ning's sleeve and whispered, Mother, I heard from Grandma Su next door that uncle and second uncle are squabbling over the division of the family. Both aunts have returned, and they're also fighting over things, just like a theatrical performance. Chapter 72, Xiao Bei alright? Let's go take a look. The misfortunes of the old Xiao family piqued her interest. She had expected the uproar to start yesterday, but surprisingly it had waited until today. However, it was still quite early. Just as dawn broke, and they were already making a fuss, quite the determination, mother and son donned their clothes, grabbed umbrellas, slipped into their rubber boots, locked the door, and set off toward the area with the most people. The old Xiao family's residence was situated in the center of the village, surrounded by other homes. Thus, when a commotion arose, nearly everyone in the village was aware of it. Ning munched on a bun as she walked. And upon arriving next to the old Xiao household, she found it teeming with onlookers, all gathered to witness the spectacle. On a rainy day, with no work to attend to, what else was there to do but enjoy the gossip? Ah, Ning. You've come. The wife of Xiao Deqing, Aunt Sun, warmly offered her a seat upon seeing Su Ning approach. Xiao Shan and Xiao Er are at it again. They've been arguing about their childhood mischief all the way up to yesterday. And it's provided quite the entertainment for everyone. Now the couple from Xiao Shan is directing their grievances towards Sun and I, blaming her for the reason why Xiao Jiangwo and his wife were taken away. They claim that if they had 2 more hands to work, they could earn more points, demanding that Sun and I cough up money to compensate them. It's all still a muddle. Your elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law have returned too, looking for Sun and I to question her about her parents. After saying this, Aunt Sun nudged Su Ning and whispered, "Do you really think your father-in-law is with Xiao Degang? It shouldn't be possible. When Xiao Jiangwo was young, he was determined to marry Widow Zhao. Back then, she wasn't even a widow. What was her name when she was a girl? I've forgotten over time. If it weren't for Widow Zhao's disapproval, she would have been your mother-in-law by now." Su Ning gazed at Aunt Sun in astonishment, surprised by this unexpected revelation. It made sense, as she had been pondering why Xiao Jiangwo had taken such action against Xiao Yuqian. It turned out there was a backstory. The notion of a white moonlight and a red mole wanting to possess them was indeed plausible. However, she was curious about how Xiao Jiangwo felt about Aunt Xiulan now, from what she observed yesterday. Their relationship did not seem particularly warm. Regardless of the past, after yesterday's incident, he must surely harbor resentment toward Aunt Xiulan. But if it weren't for Xiao Jiangwo, why wouldn't Sun and I say anything? Could it be Sun and I herself? Aunt Sun appeared puzzled, and seeing Su Ning also perplexed, she waved her hand, saying, "I'm just making wild guesses. Never mind that, let's focus on the show." In the courtyard of the old Xiao family, Zhao Ping, the wife of Xiao Shan, stood at the kitchen door, furiously pointing at Sun and I. "Even if we are dividing the family, we are still the first branch. According to village customs, we should get 70%. Put. What kind of dream are you living in? Our parents have long stated that they would follow me and Xiao Hai in the future. 70% should rightfully belong to us." Sun and I could not agree at all, astonished that her usually taciturn sister-in-law held such thoughts. "You have caused the old couple such trouble. How could you expect them to live with you, dream on? Even if not with us? They certainly won't choose to live with you, sister-in-law. Don't you know how your parents feel about you? Well, they think better of me." The two argued back and forth like fighting roosters, and after their exchange, they immediately resorted to physical confrontation. "Third branch, you come and settle this. How should we divide it?" After much effort in separating them, Zhao Ping's peripheral vision caught sight of Su Ning, who was watching the spectacle. Her eyes brightened, and she approached, eager to enlist her help. She was at a disadvantage in the argument with Sun and I, but this third sister-in-law could be of assistance. Moreover, the family of the second branch had always bullied that of the third. The latter would likely be unwilling to support the former, thus providing her with an opportunity. "Sister-in-law, are you suggesting I should also have a share?" Su Ning easily discerned her intentions, crossing her arms and smiling as she replied, "If that's the case, I won't hold back. Especially since I am still Xiao Yan's wife, and Xiao Bei is also a child of the old Xiao family." "What, you want a share too?" Sun and I glared at Su Ning, then turned her gaze to Xiao Bei. Coldly huffing, "Your family has already divided their shares. Why should you come back for more? Besides, you've already taken 1,000. Do you still have the face to ask for more? Have a little dignity." "Ha, if we're talking about shamelessness, who could compete with you, second sister-in-law?" The smile on Su Ning's face faded a bit. "You just sent your in-laws away, and now you want to divide their belongings. Where's your face? Did it drop on the ground?" "Exactly, second branch, how can you still have the nerve to ask for a share?" Zhao Ping chimed in, then turned to Su Ning, saying, "However, third sister-in-law, I won't hide it from you. Xiao Bei is not actually the child of the third branch. And since there has already been a division, he won't be entitled to anything in this round." Su Ning was taken aback. She had suspected Xiao Bei's identity, feeling that the Xiao family treated him unlike a true grandson. She never anticipated it to be true. Who then was Xiao Bei? The Xiao family did not seem the type to adopt a child from another family, and given Xiao Bei's appearance, he did not resemble an ordinary child. So where did the Xiao family acquire him? Did the rest of the Xiao family know? "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it said that he belonged to Xiao Yan? You can't possibly be saying this just to deny me my share." Suppressing her thoughts, Su Ning feigned disbelief. "What front or back?" Sun and I sneered, "There is no front. As for the back, it's not exactly there either." The third branch had not even consummated their marriage, having hurriedly hosted a feast, which hardly counted as a proper union. Su Ning curled her lips and suddenly smiled at Sun and I. "Was it Li Tsuhua looking for you yesterday? Speaking of which, Li Tsuhua bears a striking resemblance to you." Sun Ni's figure was indeed quite similar to hers. So one could also say that Li Tsuhua resembled Su Ning. Old Lu had mentioned seeing someone who looked very much like her. It was most likely Li Tsuhua. However, she wondered why Li Tsuhua had appeared at Xiao Degang's home. Sun Ni's face turned pale, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes as she met Su Ning's gaze, which seemed to see through everything, causing her expression to darken further. "So what does no front mean? Can second sister-in-law provide a clear explanation?" Sun Ni's expression shifted slightly, signaling Su Ning to come into the courtyard. Su Ning entrusted Xiao Bei to Aunt Sun's care and ventured inside, boldly adept in her skills. She deemed the remaining few members of the old Xiao family utterly insufficient to intimidate her. The courtyard was in even greater disarray than the outside, with items strewn haphazardly everywhere, leaving scarcely a place to set foot. Upon her entrance, the expressions of Xiao Shan and Xiao Hai were varied, yet neither showed any immediate intent to cause trouble. Contrarily, the two elder sisters regarded Su Ning with a somewhat provocative gaze. "Go on. Speak." Su Ning merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting her eyes. Harboring no favorable impression of the two sisters, she resolved to address them when the opportunity arose, as her primary concern lay with Xiao Bei's situation. In truth, the third son and Xiao Bei's mother never formalized their relationship or obtained a marriage certificate. Chapter 73, The Wooden Box. I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, but I've heard that the third son rescued a woman who, at the time, was already pregnant but had lost her memory, unaware of her identity or her home. To evade the scrutiny of ill-intentioned individuals, the third son pretended to be her husband. Unfortunately, shortly after giving birth, the woman vanished, and it remains uncertain whether she was taken away by someone with ulterior motives. The third son, being a soldier, was utterly incapable of caring for an infant. After searching for that woman for a while without success, he returned. You know the rest. Su Ning remained silent, assessing the veracity of Aunt Sun's words. Her impression of the original owner's dubious husband was scant, rendering her unable to judge his character. However, the fact that he could deceive the original owner into granting him a household registration and then neglect her for 2 years suggested he was hardly a man of integrity. Would such a person genuinely extend a hand to a pregnant woman? Would he even risk his own marriage for her? Given Xiao Bei's age, it appeared that Xiao Yan had rescued that woman approximately 3 to 4 years prior. When he had just been promoted to squad leader, a time when he was brimming with ambition, would he truly wish to marry a woman of uncertain origins? Even more so, would he be willing to raise a child for her? Based on the customs of the Xiao family, she found this highly improbable. Yet, what if he were aware of the woman's identity? If Xiao Yan knew who she was, and understood that her family could potentially assist him in the future? Then sacrificing a wife's position would make perfect sense. Saving her would be an act of gratitude, and if that mysterious woman were present, it would be ideal. However, in her absence, with only an unseen child left behind, proving anything would be quite challenging. It seemed a waste to expend such effort only to abandon it, and the prospect of not reaping substantial benefits in the future was deeply disappointing. Thus, it was only natural for him to neglect Xiao Bei, as long as he didn't T-star. The Xiao family's attitude towards Xiao Bei indicated that while Aunt Sun might be unaware, Xiao Yan and the elder couple of the Xiao family were certainly in the know. Indeed, the initial agreement to have the child nearby stemmed from suspicions regarding the Xiao family's demeanor, suggesting that there were secrets at play. Curiosity aside, this was insufficient motivation for her to expend effort in helping the little tadpole find its mother. Of course, if fate should intervene, she wouldn't mind stepping in. However, she had a premonition that the Xiao family would not miss an opportunity to cling to a benefactor. She merely needed to wait. I've shared everything with you, and you must keep this a secret. Noting her silence, Aunt Sun lowered her voice, her expression quite unpleasant, yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the fear lurking in her eyes. Why would she fear the revelation of Li Tsuehua's identity? Did Li Tsuehua possess some incriminating evidence? This piqued Su Ning's curiosity about the relationship between Aunt Sun and Li Tsuehua. Nevertheless, her priorities lay elsewhere. Having arrived, she had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Moreover, given the current state of the Xiao family, she would not allow them to pollute her space. After all, the old residence was solely under her name. You need not share anything with me, but surely you must give me something belonging to Xiao Yan. It is quite inappropriate for an elder brother to withhold from his younger brother, is it not? Regaining her composure, Su Ning stepped into the quarters of the elder Xiao couple, her gaze sweeping the room before resting upon a brick in the corner. Just as Aunt Sun and the others hurried in behind her, she suddenly shrieked, "A mouse, a huge mouse," and darted towards that corner. Startled, the others jumped, and before they could comprehend the situation, Su Ning dashed out as if frightened. Clearly unwilling to re-enter, the entire episode transpired in mere seconds, leaving the Xiao family baffled as to her purpose for entering. Zhao Ping shot her a glance, wondering what was so frightening about a mouse, attributing it to the pampered nature of her sister-in-law. Forget it, I no longer want it, someone else can help Xiao Yan keep it safe. I fear encountering mice and will pass. Su Ning disregarded their thoughts. Her face etched with disdain. Without waiting for their response, she strode out, departing with Xiao Bei. She had no desire for that odious man's clothing. With the old residence solely in her name, it was her domain, and she would not permit the Xiao family to tarnish it. Given the current turmoil within the Xiao family, it was clear that further disputes would yield no results. With the rain falling and the air chilly, she had no intention of waiting around. As she left, the Xiao family found nothing peculiar in her actions. After 2 years of separation, their relations had grown so distant that they could be likened to strangers. Moreover, Su Ning's decision to abstain from involvement suited them perfectly, and none sought to impede her. Su Ning ambled back with the little one, retrieving some steamed dumplings for Xiao Bei to heat himself if he grew hungry. While she returned to her own quarters, Xiao Bei had clearly overheard the remark regarding him not being Xiao Yan's child, and throughout their journey, he cautiously stole glances at Su Ning, noticing her unchanged demeanor. He finally felt a sense of relief inside. Su Ning secured the door and entered her space. On the table in her bedroom lay a wooden box, appearing rather unassuming at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, its wood grain shimmered with a lustrous quality akin to silk, indicating it was crafted from fine golden silk nanmu. The box was adorned with a 3-spring lock that required 3 keys to turn simultaneously for it to be opened. Although Su Ning lacked the keys, her abilities within the space rendered this irrelevant. She could easily force it open with her consciousness, aside from the inability to cultivate crops with her mind. She could manipulate everything else within this realm. The knowledge of this box came about through a stroke of serendipity. The original owner had never been favored by the elder Xiao couple, leaving her with few opportunities to enter their room. On one occasion, driven by unbearable hunger, she sought to borrow some food from Xiao Mu, who refused her request and unceremoniously shoved her out. With no choice but to leave, the original owner leaned against the wall to regain her strength. It was during this moment that she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiao Mu placing a box behind a wall brick through a gap in the window. Though she had no idea what it was and out of fear of the elder Xiao couple, chose to pretend she hadn't seen anything, Su Ning deduced that Xiao Mu must have been hurriedly hiding something. Hence her impatience with the original owner. This led her to believe that the box contained something valuable, otherwise it wouldn't warrant such secrecy. As a member of the Xiao family, she felt entitled to claim a portion of whatever treasures it held. Naturally, she did not acknowledge Xiao Yan as her husband, but she was willing to temporarily concede to reaping benefits from the Xiao family. As the lock clicked open, the wooden box remained undamaged. Attesting to its robust construction, the ancient royal family's favored golden silk Nanmu for good reason, Su Ning used her consciousness to lift the lid, revealing a collection of colorful banknotes. Upon counting, she found 500 yuan, an amount not particularly substantial, yet likely the largest sum the Xiao family could muster, especially considering the wealth she had already acquired. In addition to the currency, there were numerous tickets, including sugar tickets and industrial tickets, with fabric tickets being the most abundant. Such tickets were scarce in rural areas and were likely sent back by Xiao Yan, now fortuitously benefiting her. Beneath the currency lay a piece of jade strung with a red cord inscribed with the character Bei. It felt pleasantly warm to the touch, indicating it was a piece of exquisite warm jade. Chapter 74. The female supporting character's tail beneath the jade pendant was a somewhat yellowed letter, its seal already broken, suggesting it had been opened before. The envelope was somewhat rough, indicative of frequent handling by the recipient. The cover bore the inscription "To my wife Lena," written in clerical script, the characters beautifully formed, clearly the work of someone practiced in calligraphy. Su Ning pondered for a moment, hesitating over whether to open the letter. Ultimately, she decided to extract it. The handwriting inside mirrored the exterior, appearing rushed and somewhat chaotic. After a brief glance, she discerned that the letter was penned by someone named Jun Yu. Addressed to a woman named Wu Lina, the letter expressed that due to certain circumstances, he might be unable to meet her in person, instructing her to wait for him at a specified location after receiving the letter, as he would arrange for someone to come and escort her. Additionally, the letter was filled with heartfelt expressions of longing, the joy of becoming a father, and hopes for their future child. It was evident that these two were likely a couple. And considering Aunt Sun's earlier words, they were very likely Xiao Bei's biological parents. As for the true circumstances, verification was currently impossible. Furthermore, the letter mentioned the jade pendant, stating it was meant for their unborn child. This aligned with the name given to Xiao Bei by the Xiao family, supporting the idea that it was indeed a reference to him. The letter also contained an address located in the western province, not far from the military region where Xiao Yan was stationed. If this Wu Lina mentioned in the letter truly was Xiao Bei's mother, she must have gone to that location to meet with the person Xiao Bei's father had arranged. Yet, what had transpired that led to her amnesia, and how had she ended up with Xiao Yan? Where had this Jun Yu disappeared to? Such scant information left much unknown, making it impossible for her to draw conclusions. In the future, if an opportunity arose, she would certainly seek to investigate further. As standing in opposition to the Xiao family, she was more than willing to create some disturbances for them, carefully returning the letter to the box. She resolved to take it out again at a more opportune moment. Su Ning set the box aside, placing the money alongside her previous stash while keeping the tickets separate, ensuring to place those nearing expiration on the outside for use in the town the following day. Once all was set in order, Su Ning stepped out of her space, hesitating between indulging in a bit more sleep or tending to the fields within her realm. After all, idleness was but idleness. Why not plant a few more vegetables that could be savored during the winter hot pot? Just then, an unexpected knock resounded from outside. Upon opening the door, a flicker of understanding crossed Su Ning's eyes, and she smiled, welcoming the visitor inside. "Ah Ning, I knew you would be home today." Su Xiangjie, ever familiar, looped her arm around Su Ning's, grinning as she said, "A couple of days ago, my second aunt visited your home and chatted with my mother about you. I accidentally let slip your plans to head to the city, so I came today to make amends." With that, she handed over a jar of pickled vegetables. Su Ning couldn't help but twitch her lips. Could this person be any more perfunctory? Last time it was pickles, and now again, who truly makes amends with pickled vegetables? Considering the inquiry she intended to make today, she decided to let it be. Pickles it was, and perhaps she could gather a few more items later. "My mother knows you adore her pickles, so she specifically asked me to bring them to you. Aren't I just the best?" Su Xiangjie remained blissfully unaware of Su Ning's changing demeanor, boasting with delight. "Well, I truly must thank you," Su Ning replied, her gratitude laced with sarcasm. "Thank you, your ancestors." "No need for thanks," Su Xiangjie remarked, her eyes filled with envy as she surveyed the tidy room. Then, wrapping her arms around Su Ning, she whispered, "Cousin, given our relationship, I hope you won't refuse me if I want to stay here for a few days." "I will. Why wouldn't I? I enjoy my solitude. Why invite another person to bother me?" Su Ning crossed her arms, stepping back a few paces, her thoughts drifting to the plot of the book she had been reading. The female antagonist was coming to stay. Was it merely a desire to escape her home, or was she scheming to disrupt the romance of the main characters? After a moment's contemplation, she found some clarity in the narrative. The heroine, seeking information about her past husband, had deliberately taken a detour to the back mountains of Xiao family village. where by coincidence she encountered two wild boars engaged in a fierce battle. True to her character, the heroine approached the scene and witnessed the boars fight to the death. Such a commotion, and yet those at the foot of the mountain remained oblivious. Subsequently, the heroine intended to transport the boars into her space, only to fortuitously encounter the male lead hunting in the area. To prevent her secret from being discovered, she agreed to the male lead's suggestion to stow the boars in a cave he had found. Planning to venture into the city together the next day to sell them. Following this incident, the bond between the main characters deepened. She recalled that the author had deemed it unwise for the heroine to claim all the boars, thus providing her with compensation. On the heroine's way to the cave the next day, she stumbled upon a rare purple spirit mushroom, which would prove invaluable upon her return to the capital. The prospect of two wild boars and a purple mushroom was certainly worth a gamble. Meeting Su Xiangjie's gaze, Su Ning understood that the antagonist's visit was undoubtedly a ploy to disrupt her plans. Perfectly timed, she was running low on her rabbit meat and could use some wild boar to taste. Although her space contained plenty of pork, she had heard that wild boar was much chewier and tastier than regular pork, a flavor she had longed to experience. Was this not a splendid opportunity? By the way, did you find that old gentleman the other day? Su Xiangjie suddenly asked. I heard that the director who came that day knows you. How do you know the director of the Public Security Bureau? I owe that to you. Su Ning had already prepared her response for this. That day, when you mentioned he was near the police station, I went to look for him. I didn't find him, but I did meet Director Ma on official business. This is our second meeting, so we are acquainted now, right? Su Xiangjie scrutinized Su Ning closely. Noting her calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of being caught out, her tension gradually eased. It wasn't that she suspected Su Ning, rather, the transformation in front of her was too significant compared to the character in the book. She couldn't discern whether this was a butterfly effect or if Su Ning had been reborn or transmigrated, or perhaps she was simply overthinking it. By the way, your home is close to the foot of the mountain. Have you heard any wild boar sounds recently? I've heard that some have come down from the mountains. Upon hearing this, Su Ning felt a surge of excitement. Here it came, the antagonist was once again presenting her with opportunities. No. Not at all. If wild boars had come down, surely someone in the village would have noticed. I haven't heard anything. Then they may have already been hunted. Are there any caves in your back mountains? Perhaps obscured by a thicket of wild hazelnuts or large rocks, preventing others from noticing? Su Ning's gaze flickered with curiosity as she wondered what book the other party was reading. How could her descriptions be so much more detailed than her own? Yet, this was indeed convenient for her. She had been pondering how to locate a cave. She couldn't possibly search every inch of the mountain, but now the other party had practically pointed the way. The wild hazelnut forest on the mountain was familiar to the original owner, and she had seen the large rock before, though she had no idea a cave lay behind it. However, with the antagonist mentioning this just after arriving, would she suspect Su Ning? Coupled with the matter of Old Master, who it seemed that even without concrete evidence, the other party would not fully believe her. It appeared she needed to contemplate further. Chapter 75. Deception. She had to continue to bide her time. Revealing too much too soon would not be wise, though she held no concerns about the antagonist. If the heroine discovered her plans, it would spell trouble, especially after having previously interrupted her acquisition of that energy stone. As a mere cannon fodder, she needed to maintain a sense of self-awareness. Discretion was the better part of valor. While being headstrong was the mark of a fool, since she couldn't allow anyone to become suspicious, it would be a shame to claim all the wild boars. If she couldn't have them all, perhaps she could use this to stir up some trouble. The heroine couldn't remain idle forever. It was time she took action. Resolute in her decision, Su Ning masked her emotions, smiling as she led Su Xiangjie into the house, saying, "Cousin, are you craving meat? Wild boars are not so easily caught. You know me, I hardly ever venture into the mountains, and now even less so. So, I'm afraid I'm not aware of what you mentioned. However, others in the village often go. Would you like me to ask around?" This was the very line Su Xiangjie had used to try and deceive her, banking on the original owner's gullibility. Would she dare try that with someone else? No need, I was just saying that. As expected, the antagonist remained as timid as ever, yet she was intrigued by the book the antagonist was reading. Perhaps she could ask a few more questions. By the way, cousin, have you had any of those prophetic dreams lately? Surely they must revolve around Hua Jiqing, right? TSK, cousin, how devoted you are. Who in the village and beyond doesn't know about your affection for Hua Jiqing? She was curious whether the characters in the antagonist's book had undergone any changes. It does concern Hua Jiqing, but not in the way you think. Su Xiangjie rubbed her temples, exuding a hint of frustration as she replied, "This really isn't something I can control, yet no one seems willing to believe me. After all, she was a modern woman of the 21st century. Why would she cling desperately to a man who had a girlfriend? Wouldn't it be better to be a wealthy and beautiful woman? Earning money was much more appealing. With money, what kind of man couldn't she attract? Why would she tie herself to one man? Moreover, she was drawn to handsome, charming men. She had absolutely no interest in this burly fellow with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Yet she had no control over this body. Upon seeing Hua Jingtian, she felt an irresistible urge to get close, unconsciously becoming a lovesick fool, completely out of her control. Only by keeping her distance could she maintain her sanity. What could she do? She felt utterly helpless, yet no one believed her, only thinking she was making excuses. She truly didn't want to sever ties with the family of this body, for after all, she had utilized this body. She had endured 3 years of kindergarten and 12 years of schooling. She was a model student incapable of such ingratitude, yet she was being driven to madness. Who could save her? I believe you. Cousin, if you say it isn't so, then it isn't. Su Ning felt a measure of sympathy for the antagonist. Fortunately, she was merely a side character, less affected by the plot, otherwise it would be unbearable to feign feelings for someone she did not genuinely like. Ah, Ning. You re so kind. Su Xiangjie was genuinely touched. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time a native had believed her. Understanding her lack of control, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Cousin. Only you would say such things. Look at me. What is so good about me? The Xiao family members would rather see me dead. I've kept my distance, yet they still bully me. Am I really that unworthy? Sympathy aside, she needed to keep up the charade, for the antagonist's knowledge of the book was evidently more intricate, akin to her reading an abridged version while the other was indulging in a deluxe edition. If the antagonist could divulge some secrets, it would save her a great deal of trouble. You're just being foolish. There isn't a single decent person in the Xiao family. It is not that you're lacking, it's that they are wicked. Don't let them manipulate you. What does manipulate mean? Su Ning replied with an expression that implied, you seem to know so much. Ah. Never mind that, it's not the main point. Wait a moment, I think I might have had a prophetic dream about the Xiao family. Su Xiangjie, caught up in her emotions, suddenly took a keen interest in Su Ning's affairs. Reflecting on everything related to the Xiao family. Su Ning nodded eagerly, she was waiting for the antagonist to reveal the details. I remember now, your second sister-in-law seemed to have harmed someone before. And her sister caught her in the act. You should look into it. Also, Xiao Lair was rumored to be having an affair with a woman in the village, which led to his being reported. Oh. And both husbands of your two aunts are keeping mistresses outside. As for the eldest Xiao, it seems his family has no significant flaws. If there is one, it's that he still holds a torch for his first love. Your sister-in-law is a homewrecker who loves to cling to her maternal family, otherwise there aren't any major evils. Oh right, the eldest son of their family is no good either. He ended up causing a girl from the neighboring village to become pregnant but refused to marry her, leading her to jump into the river. Upon finishing her words, Su Xiangjie suddenly realized that she had spoken rather excessively, her heart involuntarily skipping a beat, yet she met Su Ning's gaze, which was brimming with admiration. Cousin. You are truly remarkable to know all this, and you are so kind-hearted. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, I am immensely grateful to you. I understand that you only divulge this information for my sake. And I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. It would be remiss not to show proper appreciation, especially since she had provided her with leverage against the entire Xiao family, thus alleviating many of her burdens. Alas, yet another day spent yearning to read the book about the secondary female character. As for the flattering words that cost her nothing, they were abundant as long as the other party revealed a bit more. You truly believe it? You don't think I'm just spouting nonsense? Su Xiangjie asked cautiously. Not at all, cousin must surely be the chosen one, or how else could she have prophetic dreams? Su Ning's face radiated innocence, yet her heart was filled with disdain. Resolutely refusing to become a secondary character who did not aspire to be the leading lady, especially at such an impressionable age, thus, the notion of being the chosen one must have struck a chord within her. Cousin. If you continue to praise me like this, I might just feel bashful. Su Ning could not help but press her tongue against her back molars, feeling a twinge of discomfort from the excessive flattery. Perhaps it had been a bit too much. And a more restrained approach would have sufficed. By the way, there is also that lad, Xiao Bei. You must take good care of him, for your future fortune and prosperity depend on him. Su Xiangjie completely let loose. Speaking without any reservations. Su Ning paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. Are you suggesting that Xiao Bei will amount to something in the future? Well, I have much to look forward to. Su Xiangjie regarded her with a knowing look. It won't be long, merely 2 to 3 years. Su Ning's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Surmising that the other party must be aware of Xiao Bei's true identity, just as she was about to inquire further, and Su approached, addressing Su Xiangjie. Hua, your family is looking for you. You must return quickly. Your mother is nearly beside herself with worry. Su Xiangjie's expression darkened. Yet she had no choice but to turn back, her annoyance evident on her face. Aunt, do you know why my aunt is calling my cousin back? Chapter 76, Reaping the Rewards from the Male and Female Leads. Su Ning was indeed curious. As the change in the secondary character's demeanor surely hinted at some vexing issue, what could her aunt have done to provoke such irritation? What else could it be? Your cousin has been utterly unreasonable lately. A fine young lady, yet she spends all her time chasing after that educated youth, making a laughingstock of herself in the village. Your aunt is at her wit's end, fearing that if she doesn't intervene, her daughter might end up alone. Thus she arranged for a few suitors to be introduced, hoping she would settle down. However, she slipped away early this morning, and after searching high and low, your aunt learned she had come here. Hence the message. Aunt Su, having been close to Su's aunt before her marriage and sharing the concerns of a mother, empathized with the situation. So, cousin is going on a blind date today? It was no wonder her family had taken such an interest in her. Clearly, she could no longer remain in her home. Aunt Su nodded helplessly. In truth, while Hua's temperament was a bit strong before, she was never this reckless. I don't know what has come over her, it's as if she's bewitched. The educated youth has clearly rejected her, yet she persists in following him, utterly disgracing our Su family's daughters. If this continues, who would want to marry her? Su Ning felt a moment of sympathy for Su Xiangjie. She was fast becoming a cautionary tale. This journey of hers truly seemed unwarranted. If only the male lead were not in Sujie village, how much better it would be, yet such thoughts were fleeting. Her concern was for Su Xiangjie, for now. She needed to consider how to procure those 2 wild boars. After a brief conversation, Aunt Sue departed, intending to check on her daughter, grateful for the rain that spared her from labor. Most villagers waited for their breaks or days off to visit relatives, ensuring they did not lose out on earning work points. Once Aunt Sue left, Ning retrieved a pair of men's rain boots she had prepared in her space, wearing several pairs of socks inside. She informed the little one that she would be visiting, then made her way up the mountain. The little one had been rather silent since returning from the Xiao family, but upon hearing her words, he nodded obediently. Ning understood his feelings but did not intend to address them. As long as he sensed that her attitude remained unchanged, he would naturally return to normal. There was no need to speak. As he might not believe her, stepping out of the courtyard, the rain fell heavier, and in such weather, it was unlikely the male and female leads would come over. Once the rain ceased, her chances might be lost. The back mountain of Xiao family village was not far from the old homestead. During the original owner's time, her family had never allowed her to go up the mountain, fearing for her safety. Later, when she married into the Xiao family desperate from hunger, the original owner had ventured up the mountain before, thus she was familiar with the grove of wild hazelnuts. It was not long after ascending from Xiao Daqing's home that one could glimpse it. However, Ning wished to avoid detection, so she planned to circle around the mountain, entering from her own backyard. Given the heavy rain, any traces she left would soon be washed away. The forest path was treacherous, and Ning speculated that the female lead likely ascended from the direction of Xiao Daqing's home. It was easier to traverse that way, and furthermore, the Dogdan family lived closer to Xiao Daqing's, making it more convenient to observe Dogdan, the female lead's husband, in her past life. Since the female lead encountered the purple Ganoderma after dealing with the wild boar, she would have to retrace the female lead's steps. It seemed she would need to take that route again upon her return, and for now, there was no need to waste time searching for the Ganoderma. After all, she was not the female lead and could not possibly find anything valuable in places frequently visited by others. Such a premise was fitting only for the male and female leads, not for anyone else. The rain intensified, and as November approached, the weather turned quite chilly. Ning cradled a glass bottle filled with hot water she had prepared in her arms. Finding it slightly more bearable, it was no easy feat to acquire a taste of wild boar meat, were it not for the desire to seize the female lead's opportunity and vex her. She would rather forego eating than brave the cold to ascend the mountain. Fortunately, she was familiar with the area. After roughly 20 minutes of walking, she spotted the massive boulder, covered in moss. Surrounded by dense underbrush that concealed what lay behind it seemed only the male and female leads could discover the cave hidden there. Pushing aside the foliage, Ning carefully made her way through. And indeed, she found a small cave at the back. The cave was dry, with some wild grass growing around, though it was already withered. The entire structure was composed of stone, impervious to rain, making it an excellent hiding place for treasures. Ning turned on her flashlight, illuminating the interior, where she indeed saw 2 wild boars alongside 3 wild rabbits and 4 wild chickens, likely the spoils of the male lead aside from 1 smaller wild boar. She collected the rest into her space, leaving the traces within the cave untouched, nearly erasing her tracks in the underbrush, and made her way down the mountain. This time, she headed in the direction of Xiao Daqing's home, as that route was more level and easier to navigate due to heavier foot traffic. As she neared the village, Ning's keen eyes caught sight of a large and a small purple Ganoderma sprouting from an old wooden post. Seemingly having emerged not long ago, Ning swiftly collected the post along with the Ganoderma, filled in the hole with soil, and hurried down the mountain near Xiao Daqing's home. She changed her shoes and socks before entering with a basket. Due to the rain, the Xiao family was all at home, and upon seeing Ning enter, Aunt Sun greeted her and struck up a conversation. Ning listened to a plethora of gossip before finally revealing her intention to exchange a couple of fish, knowing that Aunt Sun's son had caught some the previous day, a fact the whole village was aware of. "Sure, I've pickled some, and I still have 2 that haven't been processed. I'll trade them with you." Aunt Sun had a vivid memory of Ning's previous generosity and happily went to fetch the goods. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, the sound of many footsteps and chatter. Xiao Daqing, who had been squatting at the door, stepped out only to return shortly after. "Uncle Daqing, what's going on?" Ning inquired, her face reflecting curiosity. "The village chief has brought down a wild boar and is having people carry it down to divide the meat. I'm heading over to lend a hand," he said, calling for his son to join him. "That's splendid news. You haven't witnessed the scene of a wild boar being slaughtered since you married over, right? Remember to bring a basin for the pig's offal," Aunt Sun exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Even as hunters, obtaining meat was no easy task, and free meat was undeniably welcomed. "All right, I'll drop off the fish at my mother's house and return." Ning's eyes sparkled as she exchanged the fish with Aunt Sun, bidding her farewell before heading back. The 2 fish weighed 4 to 5 pounds and 2 to 3 pounds respectively. Ning moved briskly, quickly delivering the larger fish to the Su family, while the smaller one was taken to the original owner's uncle's house. The original owner's uncle and aunt had treated her well during her stay of over half a month back at the Su family. They had sent gifts to visit her. This was a perfect opportunity to reciprocate, and she also wanted to see Su Xiangjia's reaction upon learning that the wild boar had vanished. Chapter 77, Slaughtering the Pig for Feast. Upon seeing Ning arrive with fish, Su Debang's wife felt a bit embarrassed. She had just learned that her daughter had visited Ning today, but had only brought a bowl of pickled vegetables. One would think that bringing a few eggs would have been more thoughtful. Noticing the generosity of Ning's return gift, she felt a swell of frustration regarding her own daughter. While her daughter had always been a tad spoiled and had high aspirations, it was not as if she hadn't had her fair share of suitors. They understood that their daughter, having seen her cousin marry a soldier, wished to find a good match for herself, which was entirely reasonable. They had been searching for potential suitors, be they soldiers or workers, anyone capable of providing for her. Just when it seemed they were getting somewhere, everything changed with the arrival of that educated youth. The young lady's thoughts have run wild. Not even 10 oxen could pull her back. If she continues on this path, it is likely that she will end up with a bitter enemy. Yet, after much difficulty, she had finally found a decent young man, but her daughter refused to meet him. And he left early in the morning. By the time she scoured the village to bring him back, her daughter had driven him away with just a few words. The thought of the matchmaker's disappointed expression made Aunt Sue feel utterly unwell. However, her daughter is her own. What could she do? She couldn't just ignore it, could she? Ning, please do your best to persuade her. You are of similar age, and she might be more inclined to listen to you. Mother. Let Ning in. Su Shangjie was on the verge of losing her mind from being cooped up in the house, desperately needing someone to vent to. Her mother was being unreasonable. The person she introduced her to today was nothing more than a butcher. It wasn't that she held a bias against the profession, but this butcher looked every bit like a butcher. How could a young woman marry a man who resembled her own father? Her mother kept insisting that look shouldn't matter, saying he was a worker with a stable income, a house of his own, and a kind heart, a rare gem indeed, true by the standards of this era. He might be considered a good match, but the key issue was that his appearance was quite unbearable, short and stout, with a face full of excess flesh, claiming to be 25 but looking at least 35. She was looking for a husband, not a father. No matter how good he might be, she found him utterly unappealing, yet her mother simply could not comprehend. No matter how she explained, it fell on deaf ears. If one were to argue that this family treated her poorly, they always made sure to share any delicacies they had with her and did their utmost to find her a suitable match. But given their circumstances and limited perspective, there was simply no one who met her standards. She wanted to explode with anger, but it felt as futile as hitting a pillow. Her frustration was overwhelming. If she weren't afraid of being labeled insane, she would dearly love to tell them that she was not their daughter and that they should stop meddling in her life in a few years. Once she was free, she would leave this place, and they would have no further ties to each other. Otherwise, she truly feared for her sanity, but she couldn't voice this, especially not when they treated her with such kindness. They were oblivious to the turmoil within her, while she alone bore the knowledge of her predicament. In 2 years, everything would change. Under these circumstances, how could she possibly agree to marry anyone? Yet her family was convinced that her reluctance to marry stemmed from her feelings for Hua Jingtian. Heaven knew how much she was tormented by Hua Jingtian, but there was nothing she could do. She felt utterly powerless to control her own fate. Most disheartening was the fact that even when she tried to explain, no one would believe her. She felt that if this continued, she might truly fall into despair. When Su Ning encountered Su Shangjie, she appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, utterly deflated. Is it that you found no one appealing, or was it that no one found you appealing? Upon meeting those disheartened eyes, Su Ning couldn't help but smirk. It was simply too amusing. A time-traveling girl reduced to this state was quite the rarity. This girl must be on the brink of madness. Once thinking she held the script in her hands, believing that by eliminating the female lead, she could become the protagonist, she now found herself unable to eliminate either the male or female lead and was instead shackled by the plot, forced to approach a man she disliked. Compounded by her family's interference, how could she not be driven to madness? It was quite normal, really. Parents always hoped to provide their children with the best, yet most parents seldom considered whether it was truly what their children desired. Upon her arrival in this world, she had immediately chosen to reside in the Xiao family's yard, primarily out of concern for maintaining a good relationship with the Su family and having nowhere else to go. Even though the Su family treated the original owner well, she was not the original owner. This proved that regardless of the era, having one's own home was of utmost importance. Ning, do you think every woman must marry? Is not marrying a crime? Su Ning clicked her tongue. It was clear she had been driven mad by the pressure to marry. Indeed, in any era, one could not escape such expectations. Fortunately, she had married. Though her marriage felt no different than being single, at least no one would pester her about it anymore. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Perhaps sensing her own dismal tone, Su Shangjie took a breath and turned to Su Ning, saying, I just heard my mother mention that you brought fish, thank you. Yes, I caught 2, one for uncle and one for aunt. Su Ning glanced outside. The rain had lessened considerably. I should be on my way now. Our village chief caught a wild boar from the mountains, and we're preparing to make boar dishes. I'll come by another day to chat. With that, she turned to leave. She had said all that needed to be said and would now see how Su Shangjie would respond. Upon hearing her words, Su Shangjie's expression shifted, and she grabbed Su Ning's arm, whispering, a wild boar, do you know where our village chief caught it? How many did he catch? Was it mere coincidence? Or had he inadvertently intercepted the heroine's plot? Su Ning shook her head, just one, and I have no idea where it was caught. I only heard some villagers mention it while I was delivering the fish. How could this happen? Su Shangjie seemed to have thought of something, gave her a nod, and hurried off toward the youth station. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes, eager to see how the heroine would proceed upon returning to the village. The wild boar had already been brought down. The boar Su Ning had caught was likely over 500 pounds, while the one before her was at least 300 pounds, after removing the entrails and blood. It still weighed a good 100 or 200 pounds, enough for every household to share. By the time Su Ning returned home, the village hunters had already slaughtered the boar, mixing the blood with salt to make blood sausages, cleaning and cutting the organs for later use, while several aunts brought over some pickled vegetables, clearly preparing to make boar dishes. Meanwhile, a long line had formed to collect the pork from each household, with adults receiving 4 ounces and children 2 ounces. Although Su Ning's household was not registered in the village, Xiao Bei was allowing her to claim 2 ounces of meat, though she had no need for it. She still felt the need to put on a show, plus once everyone had their pork, she could use it as an excuse to take a little for herself. Chapter 78. So easy to obtain? Due to the limited amount of meat, she wasn't in a hurry to collect it. Rather, she wanted to observe how the boar dishes were prepared. She had often read in novels about how delicious and rustic these dishes were. And she wanted to learn for herself. After all, there was still a wild boar in her space, and if she enjoyed the flavors, she could certainly prepare more for herself in the future. Anson, a master at making boar dishes, greeted her as she arrived, quietly saying, "I just heard the accountant mention that due to village circumstances, you lost your household registration, and the village is planning to compensate you. Your grain will be accounted for at the end of the year, and this meat distribution will also count for you. Many people heard about it. Have you gone to collect yours?" "Is that so? I wasn't aware. I'll have my Xiaobei go stand in line soon." Su Ning shook her head, noting that even if she received an extra portion, it would only amount to 6 ounces of meat, hardly enough to pique her interest. Though she certainly couldn't voice that opinion, instead, she mentioned sending her child to Cute Eye in the village. Even the slightly older children were treated like adults. While Xiaobei was young, he was quite astute and capable of standing in line. That works. Once they see Xiaobei, they'll know to distribute the meat. By the way, let me share a secret with you. Didn't Uncle Daching go along today? He mentioned that there were clear signs of other prey in that cave, suggesting that the larger game has likely been sold off by the village chief, leaving just one behind to sell to the villagers. Anson scoffed. In the past, whenever someone in the village had a larger catch, he would pompously demand they turn it over, not wanting anyone to take advantage of the socialist system. Now that it's his turn, TSK. If anyone had grievances against Xiao Yuliang, the family of Xiao Daching certainly would. Now they were forced to sell their catch, all orchestrated by Xiao Yuliang, and it was no wonder they felt cheated out of their earnings. Is that true? Did Uncle Daching really see that? Su Ning responded with feigned astonishment, as if struggling to believe it. Oh, absolutely. It wasn't just Uncle Daching who saw it. Everyone who went along witnessed it. Our villagers rely on the mountains for sustenance. Who hasn't gone hunting? Even if they lack the skills to catch prey, they can at least discern the signs. The area around that cave showed no traces at all, clearly indicating it was hidden on purpose. Since there was only one boar to distribute, why go to such lengths to conceal it? Moreover, anyone with eyes could tell there was more than one in that cave. Perhaps Xiao Yuliang thought it was dark enough that no one would notice. But those who went today were sharp-eyed and certainly did not miss it. As Aunt Sun spoke, she added lard to the pot to render it down, not pausing her work for a moment. Once the oil was ready, she began adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chilies to saute until fragrant. Afterward, she briefly tossed in the pickled vegetables and potatoes, then added a bit more oil to fry the sliced pork until golden brown before mixing in the organs and blood sausages. Su Ning helped by tending the fire while attentively listening to Aunt Sun's analysis, unable to deny that the eyes of the public were indeed sharp. Care to learn? Aunt Sun noticed her rapt attention and deliberately slowed her pace. As the meat neared completion, she added the pickled vegetables. Once the pot reached a boil, she lowered the heat to let it simmer slowly, and the aroma soon filled the air. Once the meat was tender and thoroughly infused with flavor, the dish was practically complete. Due to the large number of people, there wasn't tea enough to go around, so Aunt Sun and the others added in potatoes and radishes, boiling several large pots. Although the flavor was not as rich as before, the addition of the potatoes and radishes lent a delightful fragrance. Boar dishes are typically distributed according to the number of people, with less meat and more vegetables. Households wouldn't be re-evaluated for their household registration. Everyone in the village would receive a share. You should bring a big basin soon, Aunt Sun urged as the dish neared completion. Su Ning nodded eagerly. She had heard that aside from a few ants, each household would receive a basin, with larger families getting more and smaller ones less, ensuring that everyone would have enough to eat. As Su Ning returned with the basin, the little brat also came back with a woeful expression, clutching a piece of lean meat, which was merely a couple of tails, alongside a bone devoid of any flesh. Mother, the village head said he mistakenly thought our family didn't want it and inadvertently allocated extra to the previous household, leaving us with just this little bit. The little brat, with reddened eyes, gazed at Su Ning, for he had heard that their household should have received 6 taels of meat, yet now they were left with only this scant amount, which seemed utterly unjust. Moreover, he had been standing at the back. How could the village head have failed to notice him? It was nothing short of bullying. Su Ning raised an eyebrow as she scrutinized the piece of meat, letting out a derisive snort. Did she think her meat was so easily acquired? With that thought in mind, Su Ning winked at the little brat, signaling him, then suddenly shouted, "In our household, only you are entitled to 2 taels of meat. Although my household registration was mistakenly handled by the village committee, I am currently not residing in the village and thus lack the qualifications to claim it. You are clearly taking more than you should. Return it at once." Xiaobei swiftly concealed the meat behind him, realizing from his mother's satisfied expression that he had grasped the situation. But didn't the accountant say that meat was to be given to the third son's wife? Wasn't that communicated to her? The village accountant had made this declaration in front of many. Hence most in the vicinity were aware. Indeed, the third son's wife should receive it. If it's given to you, then take it, for the village committee was wrong in the first place. Upon hearing this, the village accountant assumed that Su Ning felt she had taken too much meat and wanted to return it, thinking that this young woman truly had a good heart. In contrast, the actions of Xiao Yuliang were deemed excessively unscrupulous, even if he initially agreed to transfer the household registration. Witnessing the mother and child suffer from hunger should have compelled him to address the situation. How could he continue to bully them? As for the sordid affairs within Xiao Jianghuo's household, it was not the place of the village committee to interfere. Now this situation has turned quite unpleasant. We should consider how to remedy this to avoid tarnishing the village committee's reputation. And what about this matter? Xiaobei, did you drop the meat? Su Ning hesitated as she looked towards the crowd, noting their consensus on the need for compensation, and gestured for Xiaobei to bring forth the meat and bones. In those times, few took pleasure in using bones for broth, thus the large bone could not be counted as meat. It was essentially a gift in the eyes of the onlookers. It was merely the 3 tails of lean meat. People favored fatty meat over lean, which was regarded as inferior. When allocated lean meat, it was common to receive a bit more as a form of compensation. To the crowd, this amount of meat was considered Xiao Bei's own. However, since it was agreed that compensation would be provided to Su Ning, it was hardly fair to use a bone devoid of meat as restitution. That would be overly contemptuous. The village accountant's expression darkened. For they had previously agreed that Xiao Yuliang would oversee the meat distribution. What was he implying with such behavior? They had even intentionally requested slightly less, planning to give more to Su Ning. The village head must have forgotten to bring the meat from home. The women's director, who was initially reluctant to offer some meat for compensation, had only agreed because Xiao Yuliang had promised that the fault lay primarily with him and his family would bear the brunt of the cost. Yet now, it seemed all the meat had ended up in Xiao Yuliang's household, and he was clearly reaping the benefits. Chapter 79. Injustice. If she took 1 tael, the accountant took 2, and Xiao Yuliang took 5. With Xiao Bei's 2 taels, it totaled exactly 1 jin. The intention had been to showcase before the people that their village committee recognized their errors and was magnanimous, thus leaving a favorable impression on the villagers. Now, however, not only had they failed to garner a good reputation, but they had also lost the meat, leaving only the accountant and herself at a loss, while Xiao Yuliang had profited by 3 taels of meat. To compensate with a bone devoid of meat, who was being insulted here? As this sentiment echoed, discussions began to swell. Most of the people were simple souls. As long as their own interests were not at stake, they were more inclined to assist those who were weaker. Exactly, I proposed that the meat from the village head's household should be compensated to the 3rd son's wife. For he is the one who was heir to the accountant and the women's director were not involved, so should not the village head himself bear the cost? Don't you all agree? That voice rang out again, inciting further debate. Some believed compensation was in order, while others felt that today's meat had been provided by Xiao Yuliang, making it inappropriate for them to speak up. More people, however, felt that Xiao Yuliang had already taken the lion's share and was likely hiding more wild boars. Yet still insisted on distributing this meager amount of meat. It was rather excessive. Indeed, those who had returned from the mountains with wild boars had already spoken out. The traces on the mountain indicated more than 1 wild boar. And keen-eyed observers had spotted pheasant feathers. If it were not for Xiao Yuliang's actions, who else could it be? It was said that one should not fear scarcity but rather inequity. Without those signs, most would have been grateful, but with them, the outcome was precisely the opposite. Yes, you are absolutely right. The accountant and I are truly being unjustly implicated. The women's director seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Her excitement palpable as she could hardly contain her grievances. Although the accountant remained silent, he clearly concurred. Su Ning took in the expressions of the crowd, her gaze lowering slightly as a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. See, acquiring this meat was not so simple, yet with a single utterance, the village committee was on the verge of collapse. Old Master San has arrived, let him speak. Whispers of commotion rippled through the crowd from the back. Go fetch the meat from Xiao Yuliang's household and bring it to Yan's wife. An elderly voice emerged from the rear. And as Su Ning turned to look, she saw an elder with a head of white hair and beard stepping forward. Although she had not seen him often, the demeanor of those around her indicated that he held considerable stature within Xiao family village. Xiao San, as the former village head and the most senior figure in the village, possessed sufficient authority in his words. Upon hearing him, the women's director was the first to rush out. For had it not been for Xiao San's support, Xiao Yuliang would not have risen to his position, and her husband would have become the village head instead. Now presented with an opportunity to humiliate Xiao Yuliang, she was more than willing. Despite her current role as a women's director, which nominally was a compensation from Xiao Yuliang's household, in reality, she found it utterly stifling as he constantly barked orders at her. She had long grown weary of it. If not for the meager points of labor compensation, she would have preferred not to see Xiao Yuliang thrive. Little did she know that he had long wished for his wife to take on the role of women's director. As she moved, many followed suit. Xiao Yuliang's home was not far from the grain-drying area, and it wasn't long before they arrived. A considerable number of villagers eager to witness the spectacle joined the throng. Swelling the crowd significantly, Xiao San was also supported along the way. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuliang, having finished distributing the meat, returned home and was blissfully unaware of the commotion unfolding in the village, pondering Xiao Bei's sullen expression. He took a sip of liquor, feeling that had it been Su Ning, he might have been even more pleased. How could a village head be so browbeaten by a mere young woman? Was there any satisfaction in that? He had been feeling disgruntled, and the accountant had the audacity to offer compensation to that little wench. If it were not for the need to maintain his image, he would have outright refused. As he ruminated, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for the note that had been sent. Had he not feared being exposed, he would have kept the entire wild boar for himself. Imagine how much meat that would have yielded. Nevertheless, he was content. The meat distributors were his people, and they had saved plenty for him. Top-quality pork fat and streaky pork, weighing a total of 20 pounds, along with a bit of lean meat. Enough to last a long time. He was quite pleased with the thought. Just as he contemplated whether to prepare braised or boiled dishes, a crowd burst in. The women's director directly stormed into the kitchen, seizing all the meat that had yet to be processed. Upon seeing the large basket filled with meat, the eyes of those present widened in disbelief, regardless of who had discovered the wild boar. It was considered communal property. Small catches could be kept by the finders, but larger ones were to be turned in. Xiao Yuliang had always insisted on this, yet now he had taken so much for himself. All of it prime cuts. How could the crowd not be incensed? If there had been no other game in that cave, they might have accepted Xiao Yuliang keeping a bit more, but given that he had already taken so much while withholding a substantial amount of meat, it was clear he had taken them for fools, and that was simply intolerable. What are you doing? Don't you dare steal my meat. Upon seeing the meat being taken away, Xiao Yuliang was utterly flabbergasted. Yet with so many people present, including Xiao San, he dared not act too outrageously, though inwardly he regretted not hiding the meat sooner. As he lamented internally, he feigned grievance, saying, "Uncle San, I discovered this wild boar. It's only natural for me to keep a bit more." Xiao San. Observing his demeanor, couldn't he help but shake his head, regretting having pushed him into this position. This man was far too self-serving to be suitable for the role of village head. He had been blind and misjudged his character. Xiao Mao. Do calculate how much meat should belong to Yelyon's family. The accountant in his 50s felt somewhat embarrassed being referred to as Xiao Mao, but since it was Xiao San addressing him, he had no choice but to muster the courage to respond. Aside from the elderly couple and their 2 sons, there is only one young daughter left. The other daughters are married off. Since there are 5 in total, with each adult entitled to 4 taels, their household should receive 2 jin of meat. Xiao San nodded and addressed the women's director, "Leave him 3 jin of pork fat, take the rest." The extra tael was deemed a reward, also serving as a warning to Xiao Yuliang to know when to stop. If he continued to be greedy, that extra tael would vanish as well. While he thought this, Xiao Yuliang was not of the same mind. He believed that having produced an entire pig, receiving just an extra tael was unacceptable. The accountant tugged at his sleeve. Having worked together for so many years, he could read Xiao Yuliang's intentions like an open book. If this continued, the situation would spiral out of control. Yet, despite his good intentions, Xiao Yuliang remained utterly ungrateful, feeling even more wronged. Chapter 80, A Laughingstock. Third uncle, I discovered this wild boar. Are you truly only going to give me a mere pound of meat? In the past, whenever they managed to hunt large game, they would typically receive at least 5 pounds of meat as compensation, along with the head and tail of the pig, amounting to a total of around 10 to 20 pounds. Even if the meat he received this time was of slightly better quality, it was unreasonable to dismiss him with just 1 pound. How much do you wish for then? Master Zhao's expression darkened, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. This boar's origins were still uncertain, and yet he harbored greed for the meat. This individual truly lacked common sense. Su Ning, standing at the back of the crowd, cast her gaze toward the darkened entrance of the kitchen. There, she could vaguely discern remnants of unburned scraps of paper. Upon seeing this, a smirk flickered in her eyes before she returned to her usual impassive demeanor, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she regarded Xiao Yuliang with an icy detachment. At least 10 pounds. Xiao Yuliang, oblivious to the unfolding drama, stubbornly faced Master Xiao, believing that even if he offended him, what mattered was what he could consume. At his age, securing more for himself was the most pragmatic choice. Furthermore, no one could prove that the wild boar was not his, even if he hadn't slain it himself. He had brought it back with the aid of others. The note that had been passed along had long since been destroyed, and even if the messenger appeared, he would never admit to anything. With this thought, he raised his chin with renewed pride, failing to consider that his home was in the heart of the village, where every word and action was scrutinized. You still wish for 10 pounds? I dare say you shouldn't even receive that additional pound. The women's director scoffed. Xiao Yuliang, do you take us for fools? You could catch a wild boar? Or do you think that your 2 sons are capable of such a feat? Have you even looked in the mirror to see if you possess such prowess? The women's director had suddenly come to her senses, especially given the close proximity between Master Xiao and Xiao Yuliang's household. She was already aware of many things. Observing Master Zhao's demeanor, she felt she had discerned the truth. Xiao Yuliang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, I never claimed I caught it, I merely said I discovered it, I brought people to carry it back. Regret washed over him. He should have brought his 2 sons to sell the wild boar instead of allowing this heartless crowd to feast upon it. Now that would be amusing. I've heard that the traces in the cave are all fresh. If you found this one, where did the others go? Don't tell me there was only this one. The people who went up the mountain are not fools. The women's director snorted derisively. Was it not just a ploy to curry favor with everyone? Why speak so grandly when everyone is well aware? What do you mean? Xiao Yuliang was taken aback, confused by the implications of the rest. Was there not only this one in the cave? Observing his bewilderment, the surrounding mockery intensified. The blood in the cave was still fresh, identical to that on the wild boar he had brought, and surely no one could have taken it away mere minutes prior. After all, it was a wild boar, not a mere chick that one could easily carry off. What do you mean? Shouldn't the village chief be well aware? The women's director sneered. You claim to have discovered it? How did you come upon it? When did you make this discovery? In such heavy rain, why would you venture up the mountain? I recall you claiming that your back hurt whenever it rained. Is it not hurting today? A jolt of realization struck Xiao Yuliang. He had been so fixated on asserting his discovery that he had overlooked the numerous inconsistencies in his story. Now, faced with the choice of admitting his oversight or stubbornly maintaining his claim, he found himself at a crossroads. If he were to acknowledge the wild boar's origins, as the village chief, he held no authority to distribute additional portions. However, if he stubbornly denied it, he might retain some semblance of dignity, albeit at the cost of his reputation. As he fell silent, the villagers grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss with Xiao Yuliang. Suspecting that he had indeed pilfered the meat. If it had been a common wild chicken, it would have been easily taken, yet, to think that a wild boar could be spirited away without concern for his own well-being. If the meat were to be distributed among the villagers, would they not receive double portions? With this thought, their gazes toward Xiao Yuliang turned laced with greed. I know not what you speak of. I merely chanced upon it and informed the villagers to carry the wild boar back for distribution. My intentions were good. Surely, I have not erred in this? Xiao Yuliang felt deeply aggrieved. Regardless of the circumstances, it was he who had organized the retrieval and distribution of the meat. And was it not reasonable for him to take a little more? Surely he deserved some recognition for his efforts, even if they were not a matter of merit. Yet you gobble up all that meat for yourself. And still you feel wronged? How shameless. A voice rang out from the crowd, casting unkind glances towards Xiao Yuliang. Su Ning's gaze fell upon Zhao Xiulan among the crowd, and she withdrew her attention with understanding. Then softly remarked, shouldn't the village chief receive a larger share? After all, he is the village chief. Her tone carried a hint of confusion and uncertainty, seemingly innocent in her inquiry. Little did she know. Her words tipped the scales in the minds of the onlookers. For all these years, Xiao Yuliang had amassed benefits for himself as village chief, while others had received nothing but empty bowls. Was this truly the type of leader they desired? As their gazes shifted back to Master Xiao, the older villagers grew increasingly disillusioned with Xiao Yuliang. After all, during Master Zhao's tenure, he had prioritized the villagers above all else, even to the extent of placing himself last when it came to sharing resources. What a stark contrast to Xiao Yuliang. Perhaps it was time for a change in leadership for their village. Su Ning absorbed the villagers' shifting sentiments, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhao Xiulan, convinced that another opportunity would allow them to oust Xiao Yuliang from his position as village chief. There was no rush. She was certain that news of the incident would soon reach Su family village. Would the male and female leads remain unperturbed once Xiao Yuliang's most cherished position as village chief was stripped away? One could only wonder if he would regret his decision to distribute the meat. Very well, let us proceed as I have suggested. Otherwise, the old man will take a trip to the town to speak with the commune director. Master Zhao's disappointment deepened as he let out a cold snort. Turning to leave, the accountant followed suit as Master Xiao departed, while the women's director tossed 3 pounds of lard onto the ground, taking the remaining meat in her basket as she exited. Su Ning frowned slightly. Did Master Xiao still wish to protect Xiao Yuliang? If that were the case, when the male and female leads arrived, the flames of discontent would need to be stoked further. Zhao Xiulan trailed behind, discerning her thoughts, and subtly shook her head. If matters escalated, Master Xiao would likely be the first to distance himself. Seeing her reaction, Su Ning set aside her concerns and left with her. With the excitement dwindling, the crowd followed suit, eager to enjoy the pig slaughter stew that had been prepared. If they did not hurry, it would grow cold. Upon reaching the threshing ground, Master Xiao instructed that the remaining meat be given to Su Ning. Su Ning glanced at the bounty. There appeared to be around 5 or 6 pounds of pork belly, approximately 10 pounds of lard, and about 2 pounds of tenderloin at the bottom. Which looked like quite a generous portion. Even the largest households in the village could not hope to divide such an amount, and if Su Ning were to take it all, the villagers' ire would surely be directed at her. Chapter 81, Eating Wild Boar Meat. Third uncle, this is far too much. Even if it's for me and Xiao Bei, it need not be this excessive. I shall take this 2 pounds of tenderloin. And let the aunts prepare the rest to share with everyone. Firstly, she had no need for more meat, and secondly, this was an opportunity to win the goodwill of the villagers, with her actions as a contrast. Xiao Yuliang would appear all the more despicable. Master Xiao had initially harbored a poor impression of Su Ning. Regardless of how the villagers stirred, they were still his kin, and at his age. He valued familial ties above all. How could he, as the head of the Xiao family, be pleased by the antics of a newcomer? However, he also felt that Xiao Jiangwo's family had acted excessively. Yet no one had approached him about it, and he was reluctant to take a stand. Yet upon meeting Su Ning, he sensed that this girl was not as innocuous as she appeared. How could the foolish members of the Xiao family possibly contend with her? Nonetheless, this realization only deepened his respect for her. After all, a girl who had married into the family and endured such hardships without complaint truly deserved admiration. As he contemplated this, his gaze softened considerably. This could be deemed a beautiful mistake. Had Su Ning arrived 2 years prior, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. However, due to her patience, many of the village elders began to share Master Zhao's sentiments, progressively raising their opinions of Su Ning. Yan's wife, do not worry. When I say I will compensate you, I shall indeed compensate you. Such a meager amount is far too little. Grandfather will ensure that you receive 2 pounds each of the lard and pork belly, while the remainder is to be added to the pig slaughter stew. Su Ning did not refuse. While she was not fond of lard, it was a popular choice among the villagers, and she could always take it home for her mother. Seeing her accept the meat, the smile on Master Zhao's face widened. At a certain age, people tend to favor obedient and considerate children. And Su Ning's demeanor endeared her to him. Given his fondness for her, he ensured that she received an ample portion of the pig slaughter stew, filling her ceramic bowl nearly to the brim. It was more than enough for just her and her mother. Even with 2 more people, it would be too much to consume, and nonetheless, no one raised any objections. On one hand, Master Xiao had spoken, and on the other, the stark contrast to Xiao Yuliang's treatment of her had garnered sympathy for Su Ning and her son. Furthermore, the earlier gossip that Xiao Bei was not Xiao Yan's child, yet had been raised by Su Ning for over 2 years, made the villagers regard her with a mixture of pity and scorn. Under normal circumstances, had Xiao Bei been a legitimate child of the Xiao family, the effort invested in raising him might have been met with some gratitude from the family, but as it stood, Xiao Bei was simply an unacknowledged child. Raising him bore no reward, and the years spent nurturing him felt wasted, evoking a sense of pity. Thus, the pitiful Su Ning and the unwanted Xiao Bei did not inspire sympathy in the eyes of the villagers. Su Ning remained indifferent to these matters, even if she were aware it would make no difference to her. Her assistance to Xiao Bei was not predicated upon his family background. She was indifferent to whether he hailed from the Xiao family or not. The rich aroma of the pig slaughter dish wafted through the air, causing Su Ning's mouth to salivate uncontrollably, making it difficult for her to resist. In the space, there were steamed buns prepared earlier, and she heated some water to warm them up. Once ready, she served a bowl for the little one and helped herself to a generous portion as well. Although dubbed a pig slaughter dish, the meat content was rather meager. Upon a cursory glance at the large basin, Su Ning noted only a piece of pig heart, a piece of pig liver, and 2 or 3 slices of pig blood sausage. Alongside some fatty meat, perhaps 3 to 5 chunks, carefully fished out by Aunt Sunday disliking pure fat, Ning selected the smallest piece with her chopsticks, placing it in her mouth. The flavor of pickled vegetables instantly filled her palate. Soon followed by a subtle fishy taste. It was more robust than ordinary pork, but the fishiness was pronounced, and without sufficient seasoning, it was challenging to make it truly delectable after consuming that solitary piece. Ning refrained from further indulgence, offering the rest to the little one while she focused on the potatoes and pickled vegetables. Remarkably, the flavor of such a dish prepared in a large pot differed from home-cooked meals. Carrying a certain rustic charm that one could not find at home, perhaps due to the generous use of lard, the dish was quite palatable, although it did not reach the heights of culinary excellence. It was certainly enjoyable. Ning and Xiaobei each managed to consume 1.5 bowls along with half a bun before feeling satisfied. Once satiated, Ning found herself with idle hands and began preparing braised pork. For meat that carries a strong odor, the first step is to cut it into small pieces, boil it in cold water with ginger slices to blanch it, and skim off the froth before setting it aside. To mitigate the gaminess, Ning planned to fry the meat first, then use the rendered lard to heat some rock sugar, caramelizing it before adding the meat. The pieces of meat were smaller than those she usually used for braised dishes. Allowing for better absorption of flavor, this technique was learned from modern short videos. If one desires to enjoy game yet fears the smell, it requires careful preparation. The key was to add a generous splash of white wine, with a higher alcohol content being preferable, as a more pronounced wine flavor would better counteract the gaminess. However, it needed to be cooked longer, lest the meat retain a noticeable wine taste that would detract from the enjoyment. Once the pot boiled vigorously, she turned down the heat to let it simmer slowly. It was said that wild boar meat tends to be tough, necessitating longer cooking times. As for the 2 pieces of lean meat, she placed them directly into her space for future stir-frying, intending to deliver the large bones to her mother later. After 2 hours of simmering with nothing else to occupy her time, Ning took several fish from her space and placed them in another pot to stew. The aroma soon wafted through the window, but today, with the scent of meat permeating every household, no one paid it any mind, especially since their residence was somewhat secluded. By the time Ning had prepared 8 plates of braised fish and 5 plates of pickled fish, the pork had finally reached the desired tenderness. She added light and dark soy sauce, boiled it for a few minutes, then increased the heat to reduce the sauce, garnishing it with chopped scallions before serving. Due to the wild boar's thin fat and abundant lean meat, it was not as tender as ordinary pork belly. Ning placed a piece in her mouth, the flavors of sugar and oil melded together, providing a satisfying chew, though a faint earthy gaminess lingered towards the end. It was quite subtle, and had she not utilized ample seasoning, it would have been nearly inedible. However, to declare it exceptionally delicious would be an overstatement. In contrast, ordinary pork seemed to possess a superior flavor, especially since it was not fed on commercial feed, rendering the meat more aromatic. Yet, she did not entirely reject the chewy texture of this dish. She offered a piece to the little one, observing his contentment as he devoured it, prompting an internal reflection. Had she not possessed her space and abundant meat, she might have found it utterly delightful. With superior options now available, she found herself unable to express a fondness for this slightly gamey braised pork. "Mother, is it not delicious?" Xiaobei exclaimed, smacking his lips, convinced that his mother's wild boar dish was the finest of its kind. Unsurpassed by any. Chapter 82, the male and female leads arrive. Since it is so delicious, let us send some to grandfather for him to taste. Ning set aside a small portion, packing some of the previously prepared pig slaughter dish. A bowl of braised pork, along with the lard and large bones she had obtained earlier, filling a basket to the brim before heading to Su family village. The rain had ceased, and although the path was somewhat slippery, both Ning and Xiaobei were no strangers to the journey. Having gradually acclimated to it, the contents of the basket posed no challenge for her considerable strength. Shortly after their departure, at the rear mountain of Xiao family village, Dong Jiao and Hua Jingting arrived at the giant rock, their expressions shifting as they noted the disturbed underbrush concealing the cave, a clear indication that something had gone awry. They hastened forward, gazing into the empty cavern, their eyes glazing over in shock. Earlier that day, upon hearing Su Xiangjie mention the pig slaughter dish being prepared in Xiao family village, they sensed trouble. What a coincidence it was that they had just hunted a wild boar. Only to discover this. As soon as the rain had stopped, they rushed over, only to find the once concealed cave now exposed, the surrounding foliage trampled down, revealing the dark entrance, with the shielding underbrush gone. The cave was noticeably brighter, allowing them a clear view of the interior, where remnants of wild boar blood mingled with numerous human footprints and dragging marks, evidence that something had clearly been taken. It was the people from Xiao family village. "They must have taken our wild boar," Hua Jingting lamented, regretting not having delivered their spoils the previous night. No one had anticipated that such a hidden cave would be discovered. Dong Jiao felt even more frustrated, had she not encountered Hua Jingting. Those 2 wild boars would have long since been stowed away in her space. No matter how formidable the people of Xiao family village were, they could never have located her hidden space. Losing 2 wild boars in such a manner without even a chance to voice her grievances was truly vexing. Moreover, despite wild boar meat being inexpensive, it could fetch $1 per pound on the black market, amounting to several $100s for the 2. Even though she was financially secure, she could not help but feel the sting of this loss. All of this misfortune stemmed from her meeting Hua Jingting. How could it be that such a well-concealed cave could be discovered? The very reason she had agreed to the meeting was the cave's obscurity. Unless someone had prior knowledge, it was virtually impossible to stumble upon it. Apart from her, only the person across from her was aware. Contemplating this, Dong Jiao cast a scrutinizing glance at Hua Jingting, however, realizing that it was not the right moment to create a rift. She averted her gaze as he looked her way. Even if she harbored suspicions, she could not voice them without evidence. Besides, she did not lack funds and could not treat her benefactor from her previous life in such a manner. That would be ingratitude. Furthermore, he was from a prominent family, she could not afford to jeopardize her future over petty grievances, yet, once the seeds of suspicion were planted, uprooting them would prove challenging. Should we inquire at Xiao family village for more details? Hua Jingting expressed his reluctance to let go of the situation. There were so many wild chickens and rabbits, even for themselves it would have been enough for several hearty meals. To lose it all was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Alright. Dong Jiao did not refuse, she too was eager to uncover the truth of the matter and how the others had discovered this place. Do you know anyone familiar in Xiao family village? Upon her agreement, Hua Jingting felt a slight easing of his tension, suppressing the underlying doubts in his mind previously. When he alone knew of this cave, nothing ever went amiss. However, after he had exposed its existence by boasting about the two large wild boars, he never anticipated that it would attract attention. It was impossible for him to dismiss his suspicions entirely, he just assumed it was a matter of coincidence and that the others likely did not mean to set a trap. Especially since he had only a few wild chickens and rabbits, making it unnecessary for them to target him. With this thought, he suppressed his doubts and shifted his focus towards Xiao family village. No. Dong Jiao lowered her head. Concealing the hatred simmering within her, everyone in Xiao family village were her enemies, she had no acquaintances there, those who had harmed her in her past life would not escape her retribution. Noting her demeanor, Hua Jingting felt a pang of apprehension and cautiously asked, "Think again, is there anyone you know?" Something seemed amiss, she was clearly hiding something. No. Dong Jiao's mood had already soured from recalling her painful experiences in Xiao family village. And being pressed further only intensified her ire, which seeped into her tone. Witnessing her reaction, Hua Jingting's previously suppressed suspicions flared anew. Was she perhaps feeling ashamed? Did she have a connection to Xiao family village? No. If there is anyone, it would only be the carpenter's daughter, that one named Su Ning. You have met her. Taking a deep breath, Dong Jiao suppressed the turmoil within, striving to appear more composed. Indeed. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Hua Jingting patted her head as he usually did, yet the thought swirling in his mind remained solely his own. Back at Su's residence, Su Ning was blissfully unaware that she had captured the attention of the male and female leads. At that moment, she sat in the courtyard with Xiao Bei, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in idle chatter. This mischievous child truly has no regard for his future. Bringing back so much meat, and this basin, surely you both haven't gone without eating. Upon opening the two basins, Su's mother felt a headache coming on. This child had already provided so much the last time, now. Nearly a day later, he had returned with even more. Was he not interested in living a proper life? Reflecting on Xiao Bei's situation, Su's mother pulled him inside, whispering, "Is this child truly not from the Xiao family?" Su Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier that morning, Sun In I and Xiao Ping had been utterly careless, and now, whether it was something they were meant to know or not, the secret was out in the open. There was no need to conceal anything. What are your plans? Plans? What do you mean? Su Ning feigned confusion, as her decision to take in the little one had never been tied to the Xiao family or Xiao Yan, now that the little one was not of the Xiao lineage. What difference did it make? You understand my point. Given the current discord with the Xiao family, it is evident you have no intention of returning to them. When Xiao Yan returns, a divorce is inevitable. As for this child, aside from being with you, there is no one else willing to take her in, and the Xiao family is unlikely to accept her either. Thus, you must contemplate your future sooner rather than later, lest you fail to find a suitable family. Upon hearing these words, Su Ning felt a surge of frustration. Just this morning, she had mocked Su Shangjie for being pressured into marriage, yet by afternoon, the tables had turned, demonstrating that one should never celebrate too early. Indeed, different worlds, different parents, yet the same relentless push for marriage. What kind of expression is that? Are you still planning to remain chaste for that Xiao Laosan? This phrase was something she had overheard from her sister-in-law. Allegedly a saying of that child He Hua, who had mentioned someone needing to preserve their virtue for someone special. Mother, you are overthinking. It's not that I am unwilling to seek a partner, the timing simply isn't right. Su Ning quickly clarified, did you not hear Uncle Ma mention that the person who used my household registration is planning to return that job to me? Once I secure it, I intend to sell it and find employment in the city. Just think, once your daughter has a job and becomes a city dweller, wouldn't that make finding a match much easier? Once she enters the city, who could possibly dictate her actions? At that point, it would be challenging for Mother Su to nag her. She had no intention of clashing with her aunt-in-law like Su Shangjie did. That would truly be a source of silent suffering. Clearly, there were excuses to be made, and she understood that speaking words which others would find hard to believe required a shift in perspective, focusing instead on job hunting, studying, and so forth. She did not believe Su Shangjie was without support. It was merely that she had yet to see the situation clearly. However, it must be said that her circumstances differed from Su Shangjie's, as she had already been married, although Mother Su would urge her, considering the unhappiness of her previous marriage. Even if she did press, she would still take her feelings into account. As long as you have a plan, it's fine. Your father specifically instructed me not to pressure you. He said if we had listened to you back then and not married you off, we wouldn't be facing this situation now. Thankfully, you are well, otherwise I truly wouldn't know what to do. Your father, despite being a grown man, couldn't help but cry when this matter arose. It was utterly amusing. Mother Su chuckled at the memory of her husband, who wore the expression of a grieving parent. Though her daughter may not be happy at present, she was still young, and with their care, she would eventually find happiness. At worst, the two of them could support her. Surely they could manage to provide for one daughter. Suddenly Su Ning felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, questioning the system's actions for the first time, even doubting whether she had been too lenient on that dog. Had it not been for that dog, She would not have ended up here. Would the original owner still have had a chance to survive, although the likelihood was slim? What if, was it better for someone who should have perished to vanish entirely? Or to be replaced by another, existing in a different form? It was truly a conundrum. What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for your father? Don't worry, he'll be fine once he finishes crying. Just don't mention it to him, we won't want him to lose his composure. Mother Su noticed Su Ning's unusual demeanor and playfully tapped her forehead. It's amusing that despite being my child, you all side with your father, a bunch of debt collectors. Su Ning embraced her mother, feeling increasingly touched yet also a bit melancholic. Mother, I'm hungry. Let us eat something, a full stomach will surely lift your spirits. Alright. I'll make your favorite green pepper pancakes shortly. Plus, with the 2 meat dishes you brought, tonight will be quite a feast. By the way, why don't you stay here for dinner, let your brother take you home afterward. Or you could just stay the night, the bed is already made, we can leave together tomorrow. Alright, I've brought enough money, I'll stay the night. With such an abundance of meat, even Su Ning's 2 sisters-in-law would find it hard to object, so she accepted without hesitation. After their meal, Su father handed her a beautifully crafted small basket. The basket was woven from bamboo, smooth to perfection without any splinters, lined with oiled cloth, and topped with a lid, ensuring that its contents would remain dry even in the rain. The basket she had previously used was made of coarse brambles, far heavier and rougher. Although she could weave with bamboo, it required more care due to its fragility compared to brambles. Because of the hassle, she had not made one herself, yet she was pleasantly surprised that Su father had thoughtfully crafted one for her. I noticed you like using baskets, so I made you a few in different sizes. The smaller one is ready for you to take home and use. Bamboo is lighter, so it won't strain your shoulders as much. Su father grinned, his smile deepening as he saw her delight. Thank you, father. Your father has made other things too, go check them out in your room. Mother Su called from the kitchen, returning to the room she had occupied previously. Su Ning found little had changed, except that the box she had taken had been replaced with a larger one. Other than that, there were no new additions. Approaching the box, she opened it to discover an assortment of small items, mini baskets, dustpans, small bamboo tubes, and the like. Though not exquisite, they were all smoothly crafted, precisely her taste. Your father noticed you enjoyed tinkering with these items recently, so he made a few over the past few days. If his eyesight hadn't begun to fail, he would have made even more. As it stands, he has managed to craft this pile. Take a few home if you like. Mother Su brought in a freshly aired quilt and, noticing the little one trailing behind, joked, you should still sleep with your grandmother. Your mother tosses and turns too much to take care of you. Perhaps due to Mother Su's unwavering attitude. The little one visibly relaxed, hugging her leg and grinning sweetly. Su Ning's gaze drifted through the window to her father. It was she who adored these small trinkets, not the original owner. Had he transferred his affection for his daughter onto her? This was wonderful, she truly appreciated it. A restful night passed. The following morning, Mother Su roused the drowsy Su Ning. By the time she finished washing up, scallion pancakes and sweet potato porridge were already set before her. The recipe for the scallion pancakes had come from Su Ning. She had only mentioned it once, and Mother Su had managed to replicate it, though she had only made them once. Considering the expense of oil and white flour, knowing her daughter loved them, after preparing some steamed buns and sweet potato porridge, Mother Su made 3 pancakes, 1 for the little one and 2 for her daughter. Su Ning didn't hesitate to enjoy one, sharing half with both her father and mother before following Mother Su towards the town. Wang Kai's wife was quite chatty, and given her good rapport with Mother Su, the 3 of them quickly fell into lively conversation. Su Ning subtly led the discussion towards the police station, managing to glean some information. It seemed that Su Lin was in his 30s and had only been at the town's police station for 2 years. Having transitioned from the military due to an injury, he was described as upright, usually returning to his home in the provincial capital when not on duty, treating his subordinates well and being kind to the citizens reporting incidents. All in all, he was considered a person of integrity. Sister, do you know where that Director Su was transferred from? Su Ning inquired innocently. Wang Kai's wife pondered before shaking her head. I truly don't know. My sister mentioned it once, but I didn't pay much attention. It seems to be from a distant place, something like Gue or something similar. Yun Gue? Ah, that sounds about right. It might belong to the Southwest Military District, which is quite close to where your Xiaoyan is stationed. Su Ning felt enlightened. It seemed likely that Su Lin was acquainted with Xiaoyan. However, being transferred to the town's police station suggested he was not just any ordinary soldier. From what she had seen in educational videos, those at the rank of platoon usually retired directly and could not be transferred. Even if injured, they would at least hold the rank of deputy company commander. 2 years ago, Xiaoyan had just been promoted to platoon leader, a position that might not have caught Su Lin's attention, though it was also possible they had shared a bond through missions, fostering a camaraderie that could result in ongoing assistance. Yet, the strength of such bonds could diminish over time. Otherwise, why had the original owner never encountered him in the village in the past 2 years? Wang Kai's wife had limited knowledge, but Su Ning surmised the situation and arranged a meal with Wang Kai's wife's brother-in-law under the pretext of inquiring about the Xiao family's situation. She had organized such gatherings numerous times in her modern life, so it was no challenge for her. However, with plenty of time before lunch, they took the opportunity to visit the town's supply and marketing cooperative. Since they were already there, why not shop a little? Sister Su, what a coincidence, you're here shopping too. Just as Su Ning was examining the items behind the counter, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, she spotted a girl and two boys, both of whom were holding several items. One boy had a cherubic face, sporting a slight smile, while the other wore a military green jacket, his expression cold and distant. The girl between them was empty-handed, dressed in a white blouse, resembling a delicate flower standing there. "Oh, it's Dong Jiqing, Wu Jiqing, and Shen Jiqing, what a surprise to see you all here," Su Ning thought to herself. Feeling somewhat astonished, with both the heroine and the male leads present, was there some unexpected plot unfolding? Should she step back to avoid being drawn into their drama? "Yes, Sister Su, it's been a while. You look much better." Dong Jiaojiao, ever familiar, hugged Su Ning's arm. "As the weather grows colder, we wanted to buy some cotton fabric to make warm clothes, but unfortunately, we couldn't find any here, so we'll have to head to the city tomorrow." "That's wise, preparation is key." Su Ning discreetly extricated her arm from the heroine's embrace, reminding herself as a mere supporting character to maintain some distance. "Comrade Su, I heard that your village had a pig slaughter feast yesterday. Is it true? Where did the wild boar come from?" Before Dong Jiaojiao could engage in further pleasantries, she was abruptly interrupted by Hu Jingtian. The urgency in his tone caught the attention of Su's mother and others nearby. Su Ning smirked slightly. It seemed the male protagonist was far less composed than the female protagonist. With such a temperament, would he be a hindrance? "Sister Su, Brother Hui is just curious. After all, we are in the countryside and have never encountered such a scene," Dong Jiaojiao said with a smile. Attempting to ease the tension, noticing Su Ning and Su's mother deliberating over which type of sugar to buy, she stepped forward and said, "Sister Su and Auntie, are you short on sugar tickets? I happen to have one that is about to expire. You can take it." "Oh, how could we accept this? No. Su's mother indeed wanted the sugar tickets, as she had traded her meager supply for brown sugar to give to Su Ning. Although Su Ning had returned with some, she still needed a bit of rock sugar for cooking and hoped to buy some fruit candies to satisfy the cravings of the children at home. However, she felt reluctant to accept the offer from someone she was not well acquainted with. "Auntie, you are too polite. Sister Su and I hit it off like sisters at first sight. Please take it without hesitation." Dong Jiaojiao, discerning Su's mother's thoughts, pressed the sugar ticket into her hand and urged Su Ning, "Sister, could you tell us about the pig slaughter scene? I am so curious." Su Ning glanced at the ticket in her mother's hand, signaling her to accept it. One must seize every opportunity afforded by the female lead. Concerned that it might not be enough, Su Ning discreetly slipped her some more before following Dong Jiaojiao's lead and stepping aside. "What does Comrade Dong wish to know? I haven't seen it in years, and it truly is quite a spectacle." With such an eager inquiry from the female lead, Su Ning was more than willing to grant her a hint of goodwill. "What does a wild boar look like? Was the one in your village quite large? Did your village chief hunt it? It was raining this morning. How could they have gone boar hunting at this hour? Did the boars come down from the mountains?" Dong Jiaojiao feigned curiosity. Though a flicker of doubt danced in her eyes, however, the male protagonist clearly struggled to maintain his composure. The male supporting character remained indifferent, evidently uninformed about the situation. Observing their expressions, Su Ning thought to herself. She feared he would not inquire. Without his questions, she might not know how to connect it back to Xia Yuliang. To her surprise, the female lead's engagement was so prompt that it stirred a measure of emotion within her. The boar did not come down from the mountains. It had long tusks. The one side was broken, making it quite unsightly. It was much larger than the pigs we raise at home. The villagers say it weighed over 300 pounds before it was killed. They say it was our village chief who hunted it, and its tusks were indeed broken. He also led the others to bring it back." After finishing, Su Ning lowered her voice conspiratorially, speaking of the wild boar. "Let me share a little secret with you. According to those who carried the boar back, the village chief likely hunted more than one. He just was not willing to share them all. But then again, bringing just one out as a favor is already quite generous. I might not have the heart to part with it either. Our village chief is indeed quite generous." "The tusks were really broken? Did you see it, sister? Were there really other game?" Dong Jiaojiao's interest piqued. She recalled the two wild boars she had collected, one smaller and with broken tusks. Was it merely a coincidence? "That's what the villagers are saying." Su Ning waved her hand dismissively. "I am not sure. If you wish to know, you could inquire in the village." Dong Jiaojiao furrowed her brow. Su Ning's response confirmed that it was indeed common gossip among the villagers, and one need only ask to find out. "Your village chief is truly impressive. He can hunt wild boars. What remarkable luck. Indeed, speaking of which, his household lacks the strength to hunt. How could they manage to capture a wild boar? TSK, it must have been sheer fortune." Su Ning echoed, observing that the female lead had fallen into contemplation and chose not to elaborate further, seeking an excuse to return to Su's mother. After Su Ning departed, Dong Jiaojiao and Hu Jingtian exchanged glances and quietly retreated to a less populated area. Speaking in hushed tones, "What we heard yesterday in Xiaojia village aligns closely. That wild boar must have been taken by Xia Yuliang. He likely hid part of it. They had not been idle yesterday, having their suspicions. They sought to gather information. The pig slaughter banquet had been lively, and the discussions fervent. After listening for a while and considering Su Ning's remarks, they could essentially deduce the truth. Chapter 85. Li Hang, their prey had surely been taken by Xia Yuliang. But he, in an effort to win favor, had not processed all of it, leaving one behind to curry goodwill, thus providing them with a lead. They had seen Xia Yuliang and his two sons. They appeared weak and dispirited. Certainly not the type to hunt, so it was undoubtedly not mere coincidence. To have so much game and money taken away, it was impossible not to feel heartbroken. Let's go probe Xia Yuliang's intentions, if he is willing to admit it. Even if he does not repay, we will accept it, treating it as an opportunity to befriend a village chief, but if he tries to take advantage, then he cannot blame us for being ungracious. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Dong Jiajiao's eyes. Originally she had contemplated revenge against that woman, hoping to avoid involving others, but if Xiao Yuliang was unwise, then she could not be blamed, recalling the scenes from her past life, where she was bullied at the educated youth station. She unconsciously tightened her grip behind her back from a distance. Su Ning cast a glance at Dong Jiajiao and her companions, a slight smile gracing her lips before quickly averting her gaze and returning to help her mother gather supplies. In the current supply and marketing cooperative, having money and tickets did not guarantee one could make a purchase. One had to fight for it. Fortunately she was strong, and with her mother and Wang Kai's mother being formidable as well. They managed to push aside several aunts and sisters-in-law to reach the front. However, after a quick glance at the items behind the counter, Su Ning lost interest and handed over the nearly expired tickets to her mother. Upon seeing the colorful array of tickets, Su's mother's expression soured, but with so many people around, it was not the time to voice her displeasure. She could only suppress her anger and begin purchasing items. Women naturally have a penchant for shopping, and Su's mother was no exception. Initially she harbored grievances about her daughter's extravagance, yet as she saw the various tickets in hand, her excitement grew with each purchase. Su Ning, having already stepped back, stood aside with a beaming smile, knowing her mother would no longer think to scold her. As for the future, that was a matter for another time. By the time Wang Kai's wife and the others emerged, brimming with joy, an hour had passed, their hair was tousled from the crowd, and Wang Kai's mother even lost a button. Come on, auntie, a sister-in-law, let us head to the state-run restaurant. Su Ning, having grown hungry, found it difficult to pull out food amidst the throng. From that wooden box, she managed to procure quite a few grain and meat tickets, so there was no need to be frugal today. Wang Kai's wife had dined at the state-run restaurant with her sister once, while Wang Kai's mother and Su's mother had never been, thus they were particularly intrigued. However, both were accustomed to frugality and hesitated over whether to go. Mother, this money and these tickets are from the old Xiao family, we must indulge. Su Ning nudged her mother and quietly mentioned the matter of the old Xiao family's division. Although it had been quite a ruckus that day, the families had ultimately not split, as the elder family had many mouths to feed and feared that a division would hinder their ability to support everyone. The younger family wished to take charge, but none truly desired to split. It was merely a ploy to gain some advantage. Unfortunately, they only managed to uncover a little over 100 yuan and a few nearly expired tickets. With everything else remaining unfound, both families harbored grievances against the old Xiao couple for favoring the other family, yet none considered that Su Ning might have taken it. After all, Su Ning had spent little time in that room, and everyone was watching. No one would suspect the existence of space. Upon hearing it was from the old Xiao family, Su's mother immediately relaxed and even encouraged Wang Kai's mother. Once they entered the state-run restaurant, Su Ning found a place for everyone to sit before ordering several dishes. At that time, there were no waitstaff. One had to order at the counter and collect the food once it was ready. Su Ning ordered a plate of stir-fried farmhouse meat, a plate of 3 fresh vegetables, a plate of braised pork, a piece of braised fish, and a plate of spicy chicken cubes with green peppers. Additionally, she requested 2 pounds of vegetarian dumplings and several bowls of white rice. Since 4 of the dishes were meat-based, they collected 4 pounds of meat tickets, 4 pounds of grain tickets, and charged 5 yuan for the eggs, which were considered a small protein supplement. These few dishes, while quite ordinary in modern times, constituted the highest form of hospitality here. Only with her ample supply of tickets and some extra money could Su Ning afford such luxury. Others, even dual-income families from the city, would not dare to do the same. As the dishes were served, Su's mother was once again exasperated, rolling her eyes. This daughter of hers truly was beyond reason. What a fortune this must have cost. Not to mention her, even Wang Kai's mother and wife were taken aback, looking at Su Ning as if she were a mischievous child. Su Ning flashed a charming smile, but inwardly remained unfazed. After all, the purchases were made, no one could argue against it. Since arriving here, she had hardly enjoyed a proper meal outside, and now was the time to seize the opportunity to indulge. Once all the dishes and rice were on the table, Wang Kai's wife's sister and brother-in-law arrived. Wang Kai's wife was named Sun Xiaoqiao, her sister was Sun Ye, and her brother-in-law was Li Hang. Upon seeing Sun Ye's appearance, Su Ning understood why this girl had managed to marry into the town. With a graceful figure and striking features, her beauty was not delicate or seductive but rather exuded a robust and refreshing charm, the kind favored in contemporary society, unlike the somewhat plain features of Sun Xiaoqiao. The other party possessed deeper eye sockets and a more three-dimensional visage, making her a true beauty. Aunt and Ning, I hope we haven't caused you too much trouble. Sun Yi greeted politely. She had received word from her sister. Thus she was aware that the other party wished to inquire about her husband. However, given their familial ties, it was rather generous to expect anything more than a couple of eggs in return for such inquiries. It was indeed rare for someone to formally invite them to dinner. This clearly indicated that this family was quite open-hearted. As Sun Yi took in the dishes on the table, she gently squeezed her husband's hand, recognizing that this family was worth getting to know, without any need for pretense. Li Hong nodded slightly, although he had married a woman from the countryside. His impression of rural folk was not particularly favorable. His aunt, being somewhat refined, occasionally came over to take some items back with her, and while she always brought fresh vegetables and wild fruits from the countryside, it still did not mitigate his overall perception. Others, however, were different, often eager to uproot their family back to the countryside. Thus, encountering such a polite countrywoman left him feeling somewhat out of sorts, even without this meal. Familial ties would necessitate his assistance in inquiries, but given the current circumstances, he found himself more invested. Sister Yi, brother-in-law, please have a seat. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I ordered everything available today for you to try. Su Ning, Noticing the expressions exchanged between the two, couldn't help but smile. She had previously heard from One Sai's wife that her sister's family was governed by her brother-in-law, but it seemed that was not entirely the case. You must be Ning. Right, Ning, please don't be so formal. We are relatives, after all there is no need for such extravagance. Li Hong offered a courteous remark, his tone noticeably more sincere as he continued. I heard about the situation yesterday and made some inquiries. Coincidentally, our director is also interested and has some channels for information. He managed to gather a few details. Chapter 86, Confrontation. Su Ning paused slightly, surprised that Su Lin would take the initiative to inquire personally. Had she misjudged the depth of the connection between Su and the Xiao family? If this were the case, she would have to consider her next steps carefully. How could your director be concerned about the Xiao family? Does he have any ties to them? Su Mu's expression shifted, a flicker of concern surfacing in her gaze toward Su Ning. Li Hang's face displayed a hint of confusion. He had heard from his wife that this young lady was married into the Xiao family and was merely seeking information about her in-laws. Which was quite reasonable, yet the manner of her mother seemed antagonistic toward the Xiaos. Not exactly. After all, this matter pertains to our town, given that someone from the County Public Security Bureau has been taken. As the director of the town's police station, he ought to be informed about the situation. Li Hang replied nonchalantly. Su Ning sensed Li Hang's confusion and gently patted Su Mu's hand, calmly explaining, brother-in-law. I won't hide it from you, the Xiao family nearly caused me great harm, a fact that my sisters-in-law are aware of. However, what they do not know is that the Xiao Jiangwo family has been intent on eliminating me to seize my household registration and identity. Having narrowly escaped death, I naturally do not wish for those who have harmed me to fare well. I am just uncertain about your director's stance in this matter. After a moment, as if recalling something, she added, I could have inquired with Uncle Ma at the county's Public Security Bureau, but with my sisters-in-law and sister Yi present, I felt it prudent to seek your opinion first. She believed that beating around the bush was rather exhausting. The Wang Kai family had a good relationship with the Su family, and they could be considered KI in the absence of conflicting interests. There was no reason for them to side with Xiao Jiangwo.as for interests. They merely revolved around money and power, while there was no current financial exchange. In terms of authority, the director of the County Public Security Bureau held far more weight than the director of the town's police station. As long as Li Hong was not foolish, he would know how to choose. Oh, rest assured, if Xiao Jiangwo truly did something wrong, our station will not obstruct justice. Li Hong, sensing her concern, decided to be forthright. Even if he remained silent, the truth would eventually come to light. Hearing her refer to Director Ma as uncle, it was evident that they were acquainted, and obtaining information was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Su Ning felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that Su Lin should not pose a significant problem. I heard from people in the neighboring village that Xiao Jiangwo has a good relationship with your director. Is there any truth to that? One Sai's wife recounted some gossip she had overheard. Many had witnessed Xiao Jiangwo openly calling Su Lin by name. Moreover, since Su Ning had invited her sister and brother-in-law, it was only polite for her and her mother-in-law to contribute something, as it felt rather inappropriate to simply partake in the meal without offering anything in return. You shouldn't mention that. This rumor has already reached our director, and he was furious enough to throw his favorite cup. Li Hang, who had initially been about to enjoy a piece of braised pork, suddenly lost his appetite. Our director mentioned that he knew one of the Xiao family's sons. After learning of his transfer to this area, the son invited him out for drinks, hoping he could keep an eye on his family. The director thought that since they were comrades, as long as the family did not err, it was permissible to offer some protection. He never anticipated that such a casual promise would lead to so much trouble, and now he is quite upset about it. As Su Ning's tension gradually eased, she reflected that if Su Lin did not intervene with Uncle Ma's presence, Xiao Jiangwo would likely face consequences. With that thought, she began to focus on enjoying her meal. The food at the state-run restaurant was quite satisfactory, at least it was better than what Su Shangjie had treated her to last time, and perhaps even more flavorful. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, devoid of any overwhelming seasoning, simply exuding the essence of meat. The chicken cubes in the spicy chicken dish were substantial. Unlike many restaurants today that use chicken bones to pass off as meat, the pieces were tender and not dry, with a delightful spicy flavor. The servings were generous, but with so many people at the table, it hardly sufficed. Contemplating the wild chicken she had in storage, Su Ning planned to prepare one upon returning home, relishing the meal thoroughly. Su Mu and the Sun sisters were already familiar with one another, and upon learning of the connection between Li Hong and Ma Qianjin, his demeanor became much more relaxed. The atmosphere at the dining table turned remarkably pleasant. After the meal, Sun Yi and Li Hong departed. Li Hong had to return to work, while Sun Yi needed to tend to the children. Su Mu and the others prepared to head back to the village. With no urgency in their return, they leisurely strolled back under the mild midday sun, unaware that Dong Jiaojiu and her companions had gone to Xiao village and had a confrontation with Xiao Yuliang. Initially, Dong Jiaojiu had no intention of arguing. She had money, and although losing 2 wild boars was regrettable, she could absorb the loss. However, upon encountering Xiao Yuliang, her temper flared uncontrollably. How could one take another's possessions and act so brazenly? Truly, she had never witnessed such audacity. In her past life, she had dealt with this individual and knew him to be contemptible, yet since he had never directly wronged her, she had refrained from confronting him. Now that she faced him, she realized that her previous good fortune was merely luck. Village Chief Xiao, do you not feel any remorse for taking someone else's catch? Hua Jingtian said, somewhat irked. Who is someone else? Is it you? Xiao Yuliang looked smugly at the group, fully aware that the prey belonged to someone else but having no clue as to whom, now that he learned it was from the neighboring village's educated youth. He felt no concern, not to mention that such unanchored educated youth were hardly intimidating, especially those from a neighboring village. He had already shown great magnanimity by not causing them trouble. The faces of Dong Jiaojiao and her companions darkened. They certainly could not claim it was theirs, as that would be akin to undermining socialism. However, youth often led to impetuosity, and they could hardly contain their anger. Especially Hua Jingtian. The Hua family had been under considerable scrutiny lately. His father had lost his job, and they were barely getting by on their savings, although his father had not explicitly stated it. The implication in their phone conversations was clear. He needed to conserve resources. Since coming to the countryside, he had been spending money on building houses and buying furniture, and while he had never intended to be frugal, his pocket was now nearly empty. Without income, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. He had been searching the mountains for wild game, but it was not easy to find, and after finally having a stroke of luck, it was all lost because of the person before him. How could he not be furious? Village Chief Xiao, how very good you are. As Hua Jingtian prepared to continue his rebuttal, he was abruptly halted by Dong Jiaojiao. Her expression darkened. It was evident that the other party was unwilling to return the items, and there was no need for further discussion. Since the other party was unyielding, she would not hold back either. Chapter 87. Trouble arises. Why are you holding me back? Once they left Xia Youliang's house, Hua Jingtian shook off Dong Jiaojiao's hand, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. The doubts that had initially surfaced in his mind began to resurface. Was he truly being manipulated by this person? Otherwise, why was she so unconcerned about the loss of 2 wild boars? Why am I holding you back? Can't you see that Xia Youliang will never admit to this? Dong Jiaojiao also became irate. Realizing that her losses were far greater, yet she tried to control herself, while he seemed ready to charge in. Did he think he could pry something out of Xia Youliang's hands, or that a few shouts would make the other party feel guilty? Even though they were not educated youth in Xiao Village, they were currently present in Xiao Village. There was a saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Arguing with the other party would not yield any benefits for them. For the first time, she wondered if she had misjudged this person. Was he truly her benefactor in her past life? However, she quickly reminded herself that he was her benefactor, and she should not think that way. Hua Jingtian was still somewhat angry but found himself unable to retort, so he could only lower his head and sulk. The two individuals momentarily fell silent. Alright, enough of your quarrel, discuss it later. Chen Shanqiao had a vague understanding of the situation. Yet he was not in want of money. Although he felt a twinge of regret, it was merely that regret that he was far more concerned about the relationship among the trio and wished to prevent any rift between the two across from him. After all, they had only recently arrived in the countryside, and without the warmth of camaraderie, their lives would surely be challenging. They had heard plenty about the village's various sordid affairs. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, and none spoke further. A slight crack had formed, unhealed in time, and would only widen with the passing days, though at that moment, they remained oblivious. The pig slaughter dish was finished, yet for several consecutive days. The village was enveloped in the aroma of meat. Each household had only about 2 pounds of meat, but simmering some lard or slicing it into pieces for a stew could suffice for a meal. And with careful rationing, they could make it last several days. Su Ning was also busy. Seizing the opportunity while the little one napped, she ventured into the space to assume the role of butcher. She was somewhat familiar with slaughtering chickens and rabbits, but this was her first time handling such a large wild boar, and the thought excited her. The wild boar was already deceased, so this act was not termed as slaughtering but rather butchering. No. Dismembering. Recalling the scenes of pig slaughter she had once witnessed, Su Ning raised her knife and made the first incision at the neck. Since it had been dead for a while, very little blood flowed out. Using hot water, she scraped off the boar's bristles, then chopped off the head, trotters, and tail, finally commencing the butchering from the belly, setting the entrails aside, and beginning to portion the meat. The larded belly, tenderloin, front legs, hind legs, and ribs were all neatly cut, making it convenient for future meals or transactions. She left the entrails unprocessed, placing them in a small basket to later give directly to Su's mother. She had no particular fondness for offal, and although she could prepare it in a braise, she found it too cumbersome. Even so, the entire task took a full 2 hours, and not long after she finished her bath, the little one had awakened, rolling about on the bed, seemingly cautious not to make too much noise and wake her. Mother, did you hear any sound? Suddenly, the little one sprang up, eyes peering outside. Filled with curiosity, Su Ning was momentarily taken aback. Pondering that she had not made any noise, just as she was about to ask what he had heard, she caught the sound of footsteps and conversation nearby. The voices were somewhat distant, but due to the number of people, it was still discernible. Mother, come on, let's go see the commotion. The little one quickly jumped down, hastily putting on his coat, not waiting for Su Ning's refusal, and tugged her outside. Upon reaching the doorway, they observed a throng of people heading towards the grain-drying field, each face adorned with enigmatic smiles that were difficult not to ponder. Mother, hurry. Noticing the crowd ahead, the little one released Su Ning and trotted after them, but soon returned, his face a mask of confusion. What did you find out? Su Ning, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from her space, began to crack them as she inquired. They wouldn't tell me. Saying it's not something a child should know. Mother, what is it that children shouldn't know? Su Ning paused, already formulating a guess in her mind. She pretended to rummage in another pocket, retrieving 2 pieces of rock candy, and handed them to him. Since they've said it's not for children, you should not go play with your friends instead. I'll go take a look. With that, she disregarded the disappointment on the little one's face and cheerfully went to see the spectacle. They encountered several children who had been chased away by their parents, and Su Ning chuckled to herself, realizing the little one was not alone. The village committee was situated not far from the grain-drying field, and Su Ning followed along, squeezing in among several ants. "Aunt, what has happened?" she asked curiously, casually handing over a handful of sunflower seeds. "It's you, Ning, you've come too?" Upon hearing her voice, Aunt Sun, the wife of Xiao Daqing, turned around, edging closer to Su Ning. Accepting the seeds, she gestured towards the other aunts. "This is Aunt Mao from the accountant's family, this one is Aunt Sun Air, sister-in-law of the women's director, and this is Aunt Li from Uncle Dolly's family. They are all straightforward folks from our village." Xiao Dolly was the brother of Xiao Daqing, thus Aunt Li was Aunt Sun's sister and law. To avoid confusion with the other two Aunt Sun, they referred to her as Aunt Li. "Greetings, aunts." Su Ning responded obediently, offering each a handful of sunflower seeds. She had drawn lots again recently, but luck was not on her side this time, yielding only two varieties, sunflower seeds and cola. There were several flavors of sunflower seeds, all plump and satisfying, which Su Ning quite enjoyed. As for the cola, it was her favorite indulgence. Although cola had long entered the Chinese market, it had withdrawn due to political reasons. She had thought she would have to wait until the market opened again to taste it, yet she was pleasantly surprised that the lottery machine had provided her with an original product. The flavor was not as varied as in modern times, but the fizzy sensation was still immensely satisfying. "You too." Aunt Mao accepted the sunflower seeds, smiling. "Previously, I knew of you but hadn't interacted much. I didn't expect you to be such a delightful girl. Only from Xiao Jiangluo's family could someone be so heartless towards such a wonderful girl," and Xiao Yuliang, utterly neglecting his responsibilities, "but rest assured, that won't happen again." Her words were filled with bravado. The other aunts remained silent, yet their gazes towards Aunt Mao held a mix of understanding and envy. Su Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. Was the accountant about to be promoted? Chapter 88. The female protagonist is quite ruthless. As they conversed, they arrived at the village committee's entrance. At that moment, a circle of people had gathered outside, predominantly men, all wearing lewd smiles as if they had witnessed something unspeakable. Aunt Sun and the others seemed unperturbed by such incidents. They jostled left and right, pushing through the crowd until they reached the forefront. Even Su Ning was inadvertently swept along to the front row. The so-called village committee was merely 3 earthen brick rooms, formerly inhabited by a solitary elderly man. After his passing, the village committee had taken over the premises. One room was used for storing farming tools, another for office work, and the largest room in the center was designated for meetings. Each room had independent doors and windows, and usually, the other 2 rooms were locked, with the office room remaining open most of the time. Now, the office room's door was ajar, and a crowd stretched their necks to peer inside, although numerous. It was eerily silent, creating a somewhat absurd scene. Su Ning craned her neck for a glimpse and saw that the desks in the office had been pushed together, covered with a bed sheet. On the sheet lay a man and a woman, completely nude and entwined, with even their intimate parts still connected. However, one of them had loose, darkened skin, while the other was fair and delicate, particularly in areas rarely exposed to sunlight, which was distinctly different from the village girls' complexions. Though their figures were not particularly robust, being somewhat slender, it was rare to find overweight individuals in this era. This pale skin alone could outshine many. Though they were embracing, their faces were turned upwards, offering no concealment. Upon sight, one could instantly recognize who they were. Aside from that, their clothes were strewn about the floor, and their bodies bore numerous marks. Anyone aware of such matters would understand precisely what had transpired between them. Realizing the scene unfolding before her, Su Ning clicked her tongue. Indeed, the female protagonist remained as ruthless as ever, leaving no room for Xiao Yuliang in this female-educated youth, not to mention reputation. Just enduring a night exposed in the cold of November could jeopardize one's health. She recalled a bit about this educated youth. She remembered reading in the book that her surname was Cui, named Lai Di, and hailing from the neighboring Yi province. Due to her family's preference for male offspring, she had been sent to the countryside. As an experienced educated youth, she had relied on her seniority to bully the newcomers and harbored jealousy towards anyone who fared better than her, especially those more beautiful than herself. After arriving at Zhao's village, the female protagonist was arranged to share a residence with this Cui Lai Di. Although her upbringing had been average, she had lived in the city, sheltered from the wind and sun, making her complexion significantly fairer than that of the others at the educated youth station. Coupled with her own good looks, she became the target of Cui Lai Di's disdain. Ever since their first meeting, they had clashed constantly, nearly getting into a daily argument. Eventually, when the female protagonist could no longer tolerate the situation and contemplated moving out, Cui Lai Di received a letter and money from the female protagonist's sister, seizing the opportunity to ensnare the female protagonist into marrying Dog Dan, thus trapping her in a quagmire from which she could never escape. If one were to ask whom the reborn female protagonist detested the most, the answer would undoubtedly be Dog Dan, the man who acquired her yet failed to cherish her, ruining much of her life. How could she not resent him? The second in line for her hatred was this Cui educated youth. Whether for plotting her marriage to Dog Dan or for the derisive mockery she displayed during the female protagonist's moments of misfortune, both had left her seething with anger. As for the Dong family, whom she had already reported, they could only rank third. Thus, upon her rebirth, she had continuously sought opportunities to exploit the weaknesses of these two, intending to quietly eliminate them. However, she ultimately changed her mind, allowing Cui Lai Di to marry Dog Dan, subjecting her to the same tragic life she had endured in her previous existence. Prior to this, the female protagonist had noticed the budding flirtation between Cui Lai Di and Xiao Yuliang after the return quota for the city had been announced. But in the book, at that time, her conflicts with Xiao Yuliang were minimal, and she had refrained from taking action. However, now, with Xiao Yuliang colliding into the scene, the unfolding tableau was entirely logical. Who would have thought that the village had such assets? Otherwise, how could this young lady be so willing to embrace him? Noticing that the individuals inside remained entwined, the nearby ants, unabashed, began discussing animatedly among themselves. "Haven't you heard? It's that time again for nominating the return quotas." "Indeed. Every year we hear such tales. Does your family accountant have a hand in this? Aunt Sun immediately began to jest about Aunt Mao. For the villagers, the educated youth were not considered one of their own when they were bullied. There was little sympathy offered. He dares. Aunt Mao snorted coldly, then spat disdainfully. These educated youths are quite foolish. They ought to realize how few can return to the city. Each brigade has only one quota. And with so many villages, who could possibly outmaneuver the others? Indeed, it's also unkind of Cui Yuliang to stir up trouble year after year, monopolizing all the benefits for himself. This time, it cannot simply be overlooked. Aunt Sun Air chimed in. Her words laden with implication. If Xiao Yuliang fell from grace, her elder brother would have a chance. Even if it were not her brother, any accountant would be preferable to Xiao Yuliang. The murmurs of the crowd gradually grew louder, with some already heading to the town to summon the revolutionary committee, while others called for old man Xiao San. With this scandal, Xiao Yuliang could no longer serve as village chief. And whether he would be apprehended depended on the committee's arrangements. You are unaware, today there was little work in the fields, and I hadn't intended to come here at all. Who knew I would hear such ruckus from afar? Upon hearing the commotion I thought something was amiss. Who would be so brazen as to engage in such intimacy in the village committee? Dog Dan spoke animatedly. Completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yuliang, who lay nearby, had already awakened, having lost a considerable amount of pork in recent days. Xiao Yuliang was in a foul mood, and fortuitously, Cui Lady had come to visit. Thus colliding with his misfortune. In previous years, many female educated youths had sought him out for the sake of the return quota, but he had merely taken advantage of a few fleeting moments of intimacy. Never truly engaging, for he was acutely aware that the quota was beyond his control. Should he ultimately fail to secure it, he would find himself in dire straits. Yet yesterday, an insatiable desire had surged within him. One that he could not suppress. Moreover, Cui Lady had not been entirely averse, so what was there to hesitate over? He decided to indulge himself. After all, with such youthful vigor, he might not have many opportunities left in his lifetime. Little did he expect, however, that someone would overhear him. Upon waking, Xiao Yuliang realized he was doomed. He distinctly recalled that they had been exceedingly cautious. How had they been discovered? It could not merely be coincidence. He suspected foul play. Dog Dan, a scoundrel in his own right, had committed numerous petty thefts over the years, yet he had never clashed with Xiao Yuliang. Why would he wish to harm him? Chapter 89, Gossiping Yet. Whether Dog Dan acted with intent or not, the one who harmed him surely bore some responsibility. As for who would take action by this point, if he could not deduce that he had been ensnared in a plot, he would be exceedingly foolish indeed. He had engaged in some activities yesterday, yet age had taken its toll, leaving him somewhat lacking in stamina. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he had succumbed to slumber. Outside, the sun had risen high in the sky. Although he did not know the exact time, it was certainly late. He could not have slept for so long, so deeply glancing at those around him. Still unresponsive, he concluded that they must have been drugged, yet he had meticulously inspected every corner, even searching the room. How had they managed to accomplish this? No one offered him answers, and the outside chatter continued merrily. Completely indifferent to whether they disturbed those within, it was only when individuals wearing red armbands arrived that they parted the way. Inside, Xiao Yuliang had already donned his attire, while Cui Lady remained sprawled out. Sound asleep, uncovered. Xiao Yuliang is quite formidable, otherwise how could Cui Lady be so utterly exhausted? Truly impressive. Xiao Yuliang's wife has certainly enjoyed her fair share of fortune over the years. Various colorful remarks filled the air. Yet the truth mattered little to anyone. Standing at the back, Su Ning observed Cui Lady's reaction and quickly grasped the situation. The female lead possessed a certain space, making it easy to orchestrate such events. Provided she entered the village committee's room ahead of time. As for what would become of these two, it was evident they would undoubtedly be apprehended, and whether they would be released depended on Xiao Yuliang's influence. The female lead executed her plan splendidly. Upon seeing Zhao Xiulan hastily departing, Su Ning took a moment to mourn for Xiao Yuliang. Zhao Xiulan would certainly not miss such an excellent opportunity. That woman would rather ensnare herself in turmoil than refrain from targeting Xiao Jiangwo and Xiao Yuliang. Now that Xiao Yuliang was in trouble, she would certainly take action to ensure he would never be released again. Excellent. Now Xiao Yuliang and Xiao Jiangwo, these two old men, would have no chance to harm others any longer. Let them keep each other company in their predicament. After the arrests, a crowd remained unwilling to disperse, gossiping about village scandals until dusk approached, at which point they returned to their respective homes. That evening, Su Ning learned from Aunt Su that Xiao Yuliang and Cui Lady had both caught chills and were suffering from high fevers. Currently hospitalized, and their families were sending money to them. Su Ning clicked her tongue. She had anticipated that at such a time, a cold could be fatal, and even if they survived, being confined would hinder their recovery. The outcome was predictable. The female lead's methods were indeed ruthless. With Cui Lady out of the picture, the next target for the female lead would undoubtedly be Dog Dan. Today, it was Dog Dan who had discovered Xiao Yuliang in such compromising circumstances and, rather than concealing it, had openly declared it before so many witnesses. Thus, Xiao Yuliang's family would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for Dog Dan. Would the female lead let such a golden opportunity slip away? Absolutely not. Su Ning's lips curled into a smile as she caught sight of a figure and suddenly, with curiosity, inquired, have Xiao Yuliang's daughters returned? Indeed, all the daughters have returned, but none of their sons-in-law have come back. Fearing the shame. Given how things have escalated, those daughters are likely to face difficult times ahead. After all, it is all Xiao Yuliang's fault. He sold his daughters at exorbitant prices, and they were already struggling in their in-laws' homes. Now with their family in disarray, how could they possibly fare well? If it were me, I wouldn't return at all. What use is there in such a family? I would sever ties completely. Sold, is that so? Su Ning had not heard of this before. Xiao Yuliang had always maintained a respectable facade. Was he not afraid of being slandered? You've been married for a short time. So you wouldn't know. Ansu scoffed. The sons-in-law he found are all from well-to-do families. Xiao Yuliang and his wife boast about securing good matches for their daughters, yet look, which son-in-law ever visits them? Did he demand exorbitant betrothal gifts? Indeed. The homes of the Xiao family and the Liang family were all acquired with the betrothal gifts of the daughters. Just consider his second daughter. Originally she was engaged to Xiao Shan. But their plans were thwarted, and since then, she has scarcely returned home. It was only because of this incident that she had no choice but to come back. Ansu wore a look of disdain. Evidently unimpressed by the Xiao family. Well then, I won't keep you any longer. It's grown dark and I must return to cook, or else your uncle will be calling for me. Ansu realized the time was late and thus set aside her gossiping. Turning, she made her way home. Su Ning stood at the doorway casting a glance at the vanishing figure in the distance, a smile flickering in her eyes before she returned to the courtyard. The vegetables in the garden were now ready for harvest, and Su Ning picked a generous amount, discarding the yellowing leaves to feed the chicks, while the majority was stored in her space. Leaving only a handful for dinner, the pork bone soup had been simmering and was now ready. She boiled some noodles, and once cooked, she lifted them out, adding soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chicken essence, a dash of pork lard, salt, and sugar, then poured the boiling pork bone broth over it, releasing a delightful aroma. After adding the pre-fried eggs, blanched greens, and some braised meat stored in her space, a fragrant bowl of braised meat noodles was complete. After finishing her meal and sipping some soup, she felt thoroughly warmed. Su Ning made several extra bowls, storing them in her space for days when she did not wish to cook. As night fell, the village gradually quieted, and a shadow slipped into the darkness, re-emerging an hour later near Dog Dan's home on the back mountain, an occurrence known to no one. The next day, upon awakening, Su Ning found the sun nearing its zenith. Xiao Bei had become accustomed to her penchant for sleeping and adeptly preparing steamed buns and soaking them in milk by himself. Unlike modern times, where one might tire of such fare, here, the mere presence of a meat bun was a delight. And one could eat them every day of the year without weariness. After rising, Su Ning retrieved a pancake from her space, enjoying it alongside her milk for breakfast. She contemplated preparing some wontons or similar dishes to diversify her breakfast options when Xiao Bei dashed in. Seizing her hand excitedly, "Mother, there's a commotion to see." "Hurry." "Whose commotion?" Su Ning swallowed her food, handing a large golden fruit to the little one to nibble on, then grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds before eagerly heading out. She believed she and her son were among the early arrivals, yet upon reaching their destination, they found half the village already gathered. Indeed, it seemed that indulging in gossip was a universal trait among people. Pushing through the crowd, Su Ning quickly spotted Aunt Sun and the others at the forefront and hurriedly made her way over. When it came to gossip, the aunties were the best sources. Ning, come quickly, there's a spectacle to behold. Aunt Mao, having enjoyed Su Ning's sunflower seeds the previous day, had become her comrade in gossiping, and upon seeing her approach, she quickly made room. "Aunt, what is happening?" Su Ning shared her sunflower seeds with the group. "Why is there such a ruckus at Dog Dan's today?" Chapter 90, Recompense before them. Xiao Yuliang's two sons were dragging Dog Dan, while Xiao Yuliang's wife aggressively confronted him, and several daughters stood silently behind, their expressions cold and detached. As for Dog Dan's family, they cowered in the background. Clearly a group that thrived on bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Dog Dan had grown accustomed to being a rogue. Now, when pressed and beaten by others, he fiercely resisted, struggling with all his might. In a surprising turn of events, he managed to break free, causing Xiao Yuliang's two sons to receive several kicks. Howling in pain, seeing her sons injured sent Xiao Yuliang's wife into a frenzy. And she lunged at Dog Dan, biting him. Dog Dan yelped in response, tugging at her hair and pulling her back. The scene descended into chaos, with hair and rags flying amidst the anguished cries, captivating the onlookers who dared not blink. What on earth is happening? Are they digging up each other's ancestral graves? Su Ning exclaimed, utterly astonished by the ferocity of it all. Most would not dare to approach. Oh, you have no idea, this is far worse than grave robbing. That rascal Dog Dan actually cleared out the village chief's home, no, Xiao Yuliang's home, entirely in one night. The kitchen, the cellar, the rooms, nothing was left, not even a few chickens. Indeed, yesterday Xiao Yuliang was hospitalized, and his family took all their money to the town's clinic. Only returning this morning to find everything gone, not even a pot remained. Goodness, how tragic. Su Ning's eyes widened, and then she chuckled. If his family hadn't taken all the money, their losses would have been even greater. Aunt's son. Seeing Su Ning laugh joined in, exactly, aside from the bare walls and nothing remains, even beggars would feel compelled to give something. It's truly pitiful. Is it really that severe? Why are so many gathered here to gawk? How can they be sure Dog Dan is responsible? What other reason could it be? Adley spat out a sunflower seed shell, gossiping. A few days ago, it rained, leaving some areas damp. If someone stepped carelessly, footprints would be left behind. The family discovered a trail of footprints leading directly from their house to Dog Dan's, so they suspected him of theft, and here they are. Is it all based on footprints? Su Ning cracked open a seed. Observing the ruckus where people were clearly at odds, a situation that seemed far from mere speculation. Look over there. Aunt Sun pointed to a broken pot and several shattered bowls at the kitchen door. Those are from Xiao Yuliang's home. Dog Dan has a knack for destroying things. It's such a waste to see good pots and bowls in pieces. True, what you say is right. Su Ning smirked, nodding in agreement, silently applauding the protagonist. With Dog Dan's bewildered expression, it was clear he understood nothing, yet she speculated that the protagonist must be feeling quite vexed. The mere thought of it made Su Ning chuckle again. Die in the yard. Both sides, exhausted from their brawl, momentarily ceased hostilities. I told you, I have no idea how these things ended up at my house, do not falsely accuse me. Dogdan shouted in exasperation. Upon entering, he had found the mess, although the pot was broken. It could still be mended, and most bowls were shattered, while 2 were merely cracked and still usable. Since it was human debris left at his doorstep, picking it up could hardly be considered a crime. Yet, before long, Xiao Yuliang's family showed up, insisting he had stolen their belongings. What would he want with a few broken pots and bowls? If he had indeed stolen them, he would admit it, but that wasn't the case. If you didn't steal it. How did it end up in your house? I want to ask for the pots and bowls back, but what about the grains, the clothes, the bedding, the eggs, the seasonings? Surely those must be returned. Xiao Yuliang's wife was nearly driven mad, upon returning from the hospital. She found nothing but an empty house. How could she not lose her mind? Seeing her daughters standing idly by, seemingly unconcerned, she grew furious, twisting each of their arms and shouting, "You all go search his house. If you don't find anything, you'll be the ones to pay." The daughters fell silent, which only deepened their mother's ire. This old hag is truly shameless. Aunt Sun exclaimed with a tsk, now that their belongings are missing. She is thinking of pinching her daughters, without a care for how they might fare in their in-laws' home. Indeed, Dogdan's actions were justified. It's time to teach that family a lesson. Being their daughter must be truly pitiful. Su Ning glanced at the girls. A fleeting moment of sympathy washing over her, shaking her head slightly. The truth remained, unless one stood up for themselves, they would only ever be victimized. But do you really think Dogdan stole those things? He doesn't look like the type. Discussions bubbled among the crowd, but given Dogdan's notorious reputation for petty theft, most believed the suspicion was more likely than not. At the back of the gathering, Dong Jiaojiao surveyed the scene with confusion. Initially she had thought the Xiao Yuliang family had hidden their grains and valuables, explaining why she hadn't found anything, yet, it appeared otherwise. This raised questions. Why, when she visited, was there only a broken pot and bowls left in the kitchen, and only tattered clothes in the rooms? Who had taken the grains and valuables? She had searched everywhere, finding not even a single bean. Who could it be? Her gaze shifted to Su Ning, skepticism flickering in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. When she visited Xiao Yuliang's home, she had been observant, regardless of the cellar's contents. She had noticed 2 large sacks of fine grains in the kitchen, easily weighing over 100 pounds. Given Su Ning's slender frame, it was impossible for her to carry that much. It must have been a man. Though she couldn't ascertain who had benefited from it. How unfortunate. After toiling all night for nothing, Su Ning caught sight of the crowd, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. She had gotten a jump on the protagonist, snatching away a bit of fortune. It felt incredibly gratifying. Yesterday, upon hearing Aunt Su mention that Xiao Yuliang was in the hospital, his family needed to care for him, she pondered whether she should reclaim her compensation. The original owner's tragedy was not solely due to the Xiao family. Xiao Yuliang was also complicit. Over the past 2 years, though the village committee had promised compensation that was merely village funds, shouldn't Xiao Yuliang be held accountable as well? Enjoying the benefits of the original owner's misfortunes, the Xiao family should not escape unscathed. Of course not. Su Ning guessed the protagonist might seek out the wild boar funds, but she knew well where those were. With Xiao Yuliang hospitalized, his wife would surely need money for his care, leaving their household with little cash. Thus, she hadn't intended to acquire any money. In the absence of cash, she would settle for tangible goods. She collected radishes, sweet potatoes, and cabbages from the cellar, rice, flour, oil, and seasonings from the kitchen, and some valuable trinkets from the bedroom, all to be taken if a little profit here and there. Chapter 91, Dogdan met his end. Not even the chickens and ducks were spared, all tucked away in her space for leisurely consumption. Upon returning home last night, she had taken stock and found quite a bounty. There were over 40 pounds of white flour, more than 100 pounds of rice, over 10 pounds of yellow beans, about 10 pounds of green beans, 7 or 8 pounds of millet, over 10 pounds of cornmeal, and a similar amount of corn husks. Additionally, there were 2 to 3 pounds of sesame, a large can of lard, 3 pounds of cured meat, 2 pounds of sausages, 1 cured rabbit, 1 cured duck, 2 salted fish, 2 to 3 pounds of vegetable oil, over a pound of sesame oil, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds of rock sugar, half a pound of white rabbit candy, a pound of fruit candies, a pound of peach crisps, and 2 jars of canned peaches. Frankly speaking, such an assortment of food was not what an ordinary farmer's household would possess. After all, Xiao Yuliang, as the village chief, only received some work points and a few coins each month, which wouldn't suffice for such a lavish haul. Coupled with over 100 pounds of radishes, potatoes, more than 200 pounds of sweet potatoes, 300 cabbages, and over 10 pounds of carrots, it was indeed a substantial amount. Furthermore, she had taken 2 large jars of pickled vegetables and a sizable bag of dried fish from the storage room, enough for her and her little cub to eat for half a year. She also found a few currency notes, not much, just a few dozen coins. The rest had likely been taken. Lastly, she discovered a small locked box in the corner, though it was locked. It posed no challenge for Su Ning to eye in her space. She pried it open, revealing a property deed for a residence in the capital, located near the Qianmen, a relatively modest courtyard. Su Ning was unsure of its current value, but in modern times it would have been quite lucrative. However, the document left her perplexed. What kind of background did Xiao Yuliang's family have to possess something from the capital? According to the villagers, this family should have been local. Unable to fathom it, she decided it wasn't worth her time. Property deeds in this era didn't include names or identity cards, merely the address and size of the property. Whoever possessed it owned it. If she ever traveled to the capital, selling it off would yield a nice profit. Beneath the property deed lay an assortment of gold and jade jewelry, 3 complete sets of headpieces, along with several bracelets, all of commendable quality. At the very bottom were a row of small goldfish. Upon counting, there were 10 shimmering pieces, dazzling to behold. Clearly this box of treasures did not belong to Xiao Yuliang's family. She had heard that there used to be a landlord in Xiao family village who owned all the land, and the villagers had been his long-term laborers. Eventually, the situation escalated, leading to the landlord being denounced and his property confiscated. She speculated that these items likely originated from the landlord's estate. Regardless, they had all fallen into her hands. Aside from these valuables, Ning also collected firewood and charcoal for cooking, leaving only the family's clothing, bedding, pots, bowls, and furniture behind. She found the latter unappealing, and moreover, the sheer volume of items would likely raise suspicions about whether she too possessed a space she intended to lay low, not attracting unwanted attention. However, she did not anticipate that the female protagonist would follow her, likely hoping to seize an opportunity, yet all she found was a heap of worthless items. Only that pot might fetch a few coins. But who is the female protagonist to settle for such trifles? Indeed, she discarded everything right at the doorstep of the dog egg's home, framing him for the act. The thought of this scene brought a singular thrill, delight. The commotion in the yard continued, yet it seemed unlikely to yield any substantial outcome. After all, what could the Xiao family expect to gain from the dog egg's meager resources? Ning observed the spectacle, choosing to remain in the shadows, aware that the female protagonist would certainly not let this chance slip away. Stirring the conflict between the Xiao family and the dog egg's household was merely the first step. Her ultimate aim was the complete ruin of the dog egg's family, which assuredly meant further actions were forthcoming. Indeed, after Ning had completed her routine purchases, the village erupted into chaos once more. Dog egg was dead, his lifeless body lay drenched in blood, eyes forever wide open in disbelief. At the moment she learned of this tragedy, Ning was organizing her belongings, having acquired a ton of vermicelli, a ton of green beans, a ton of cornmeal, and 10 sets of premium skincare and hygiene products in her recent transactions. These were items she had long coveted but hesitated to purchase. This collection included shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, hair masks, essential oils, body lotion, hand cream, toner, lotion, serums, face cream, sunscreen, repair gel, lip balm, and much more. With these in her possession, she believed her skin would soon flourish. Once she ventured into the city and consumed a beauty elixir, any transformation would be well justified. Just as she was about to try a caviar essence mask, Aunt Su knocked and entered, exclaiming, "Come quickly. You must see, dog egg is dead." This news left Ning utterly stunned. Was the female protagonist truly this ruthless? Perhaps it was wise to tread carefully lest she unwittingly become a victim herself. She was but an ordinary person, ill-equipped for the game of murder. Can you guess who did it? After a moment of rigidity, Ning shook her head. The female protagonist could not have committed the act herself. Who was the unfortunate soul responsible? You would never guess. It's Xiaoshan, your uncle Xiaoshan. Aunt Su seemed still reeling from the shocking revelation, exclaiming, "I never imagined the quiet one could commit murder. They say the barking dog doesn't bite. I thought Xiaoshan was just a decent fellow from the Xiao family." Ning was equally astonished and followed Aunt Su to Dog Egg's home, where she immediately spotted Officer Li Hong standing at the center, clad in his uniform. Upon noticing her, he nodded slightly before being drawn away by Elder Xiao, with a murder case unfolding in the village. Elder Xiao had to take charge, especially since Xiao Yuliang had been apprehended. While not everyone in the village had met Li Hang, they were aware that a son-in-law from Sunjiawai worked at the local police station, thus establishing a connection for conversation. Elder Xiao, having previously met Li Hang, pulled him aside to inquire about the situation. Li Hong did not conceal the truth, stating that someone had reported a murder at their residence, prompting their arrival. They were still uncertain if Xiaoshan was indeed the perpetrator, but the report was credible enough to warrant further investigation, though the identity of the informant was not disclosed. It was not difficult to ascertain given the limited number of villagers who left each day. After some inquiries, the name became clear, yet the collective reaction was one of disbelief. How could it possibly be her? Ning was equally taken aback, her gaze falling upon the silent figure standing behind Xiao Yuliang's wife, head bowed in contemplation. Chapter 92, The Downfall of Xiaoshan. It was only natural to feel perplexed, for the one who reported Xiaoshan was none other than Xiao Yuliang's second daughter, Xiao Arya. The villagers were well aware that before marrying, Xiao Arya had shared a romantic involvement with Xiaoshan, to the point of discussing marriage. Although both hailed from the same village, the Xiao family had relocated from afar, and despite sharing the surname, they were not blood relatives, thus their union posed no issue. Moreover, both families were considered affluent within the village, making their potential match unremarkable. Yet, this promising union was shattered by Xiao Yuliang, leaving many to lament the loss. The precise circumstances remained unclear, but it was widely known that Xiao Arya eventually wed a man from a neighboring town, whose family was far wealthier than the Xiao clan, even offering a substantial bridal price of 300 coins. Consequently, villagers tended to believe that Xiao Yuliang's disdain for poverty had driven a wedge between the two, leading to unfavorable opinions about his family, and fostering sympathy for Xiaoshan. After Xiao Arya's marriage, Xiaoshan languished in silence for a long time, reluctant to seek a bride, until pressured by his mother, he finally wed Zhao Ping. Villagers often remarked that Xiao Arya was dissatisfied with her marriage, harboring resentment towards her parents, which led her to rarely return to the village, only during the new year. And even then, departing soon after. Each time she returned, Xiaoshan treated her with utmost courtesy, and though Xiao Arya never articulated it, her expressions hinted at lingering regret. Thus, villagers speculated that the two, despite their separation, must have shared a profound affection. What could have transpired to compel Xiao Arya to report Xiaoshan for murder? Some even conjectured that she might have been the one to commit the act, with Xiaoshan assuming the blame, urging her to report him. It was known that while Xiao Arya possessed a pleasing appearance, her temperament was rather timid, which explained why she had been so easily manipulated by Xiao Yuliang and his wife. For such an honest person to report her beloved to the authorities seemed inconceivable, unless there was a deeper truth at play. Ning chose not to engage in the ongoing discussions. Firstly, Based on her understanding of Xiao Shan, he did not strike her as a self-sacrificing individual. Secondly, despite the village's gossip regarding Xiao Shan and Xiao Area, if he truly loved her, how could he allow her reputation to be tarnished before her marriage? This was not a modern context. In those days, a broken engagement could lead to irrevocable damage to a woman's name. In an era where social propriety dictated strict boundaries between genders, such a scandal would render Xiao Area nearly unmarriageable within the vicinity. Finding a suitor from a distant family would likely be her only option. Therefore, she did not believe Xiao Shan was merely protecting Xiao Area from blame. The reality was likely far more complex than what she had previously heard. Around her, villagers buzzed with speculation, including Xiao Youliang's wife and sons, who cast skeptical glances at Xiao Area. For reasons unknown, Su Ning perceived a profound sense of solitude and sorrow emanating from her figure. Li Heng, following the leads from the report, ultimately confirmed the truth of Xiao Shan's involvement in the murder. The bloody machete had been recovered, and with Xiao Area as a witness, it was evident that even if the death penalty was avoided, a life sentence was inevitable. When Xiao Shan was taken away, his gaze towards Xiao Area was filled with disbelief. He seemed eager to utter something, yet the icy stare from Xiao Area rendered him speechless. After his departure, villagers murmured that Xiao Area had gone too far, with some even clamoring to expose the truth. They felt she was too callous, arguing that even if Xiao Shan hadn't shielded her from blame, their years of shared affection should have elicited some loyalty. Su Ning merely listened, saying nothing, and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, that very night, Xiao Area knocked on her door, having never interacted before. Su Ning was puzzled as to why she was sought but welcomed her inside. Observing the woman, who appeared in her 30s yet bore the weight of someone nearing 50, Su Ning sighed softly and poured her a cup of sweetened water before sitting beside her. Sister Area, did you come to see me for something? Xiao Area cradled the warm drink, her gaze fixed upon it for quite some time before finally speaking. And Ning, may I call you Ning? Of course. The villagers all refer to me as such. Su Ning nodded, as it was common for those with closer ties to address her by that name, aware of her strained relations with the Xiao family. And Ning, do you believe in the existence of pure friendships between men and women? Just as Su Ning expected a revelation, she was met with such an unexpected question, one that even a child in modern times could easily answer. I do not. Perhaps in childhood it is possible, but once adulthood is reached, it merely becomes a matter of unrequited love on one side and ignorance on the other. The notion of pure friendship was a rarity. Not only between genders but even among adults of the same gender, fraught with complexities and entanglements of monetary and material nature. Indeed, yet I have clung to that belief for many years. Xiao Area replied. Her voice heavy with difficulty. After a prolonged silence she continued, you are the only person who does not view me as heartless, which is why I sought you out. I have no one else with whom to share my thoughts. As the village gossip confirmed, Xiao Area indeed had a past with Xiao Shan, one that had progressed to the brink of marriage. However, what remained unknown was that by that time Xiao Youliang and Xiao Jianguo were already entwined, leaving no room for rejection of Xiao Shan. In truth, it was not Xiao Youliang's disdain for the less fortunate that caused the rift, rather, it was Xiao Jianguo's disapproval. This was easily understood, as he likely viewed Xiao Youliang as having leverage over him, and allowing Xiao Area into the family would only elevate her status. If furthermore, the old Xiao family harbored many secrets that he wished to keep from Xiao Youliang, making his consent impossible. However, such matters could not be openly discussed, and as the rumors spread, they morphed into the narrative of Xiao Youliang's avarice. Ultimately, it was merely a case of Xiao Jianguo outmaneuvering the competition. At that time, Xiao Shan was indeed fond of Xiao Area, having caused quite a stir over their relationship, which was why the villagers were aware of their courtship. Yet, the matter weighed heavily on Xiao Area, leaving her feeling trapped and voiceless. After all, at this juncture, it was hardly advantageous for Xiao Shan to provoke Xiao Jianguo, only to have the matter become widely known. The reputation of a woman holds immense significance. As everyone is well aware, being reduced to fodder for gossip naturally incensed her. Yet, on another note, she sensed that the other party's actions were motivated by concern for her, which made it difficult for her to place blame. After much ado, Xiao Area ultimately did not wed Xiao Shan but was instead married off to another town, with numerous undisclosed events transpiring in between. Chapter 93. Deliberate. This series of events unfolded much like Su Ning had speculated. Due to Xiao Shan, Xiao Area's reputation was tarnished, and families around were loath to consider her for marriage. Even those who showed interest spoke with an air of condescension. Such scenarios are commonplace in rural areas. Otherwise, the original character would not have married Xiao Yan all those years ago, thus a distant marriage became inevitable. Additionally, Xiao Youliang believed that Xiao Jianguo's disapproval stemmed from a deep-seated disdain for him. Given this, he was determined to find a suitable match for his daughter, one who must be superior to Xiao Shan in every aspect, to demonstrate to that family what they had missed out on. Since nearby villages proved unfruitful, he resolved to seek further afield. His daughter was not unattractive and was quite capable. Surely she would find a suitor. At that time, a distant aunt happened to visit. Mentioning a family in a neighboring town, this family, although rural, had an older sister who had married into the town, and her brother-in-law's family was quite prosperous, which led to the aunt assisting them in securing 2 temporary jobs. It is worth noting that, during this period, even temporary positions were highly sought after, and acquiring 2 such opportunities was considered quite fortunate in the vicinity. Consequently, their son became rather discerning, although the conditions were favorable in the countryside. They paled in comparison to those in town, where many held stable employment. Thus, they ultimately had to settle for a rural match, and in selecting among candidates, the age of the suitors inevitably increased. Xiao Area was the most stunning of Xiao Youliang's daughters, skilled in her work, and was quickly chosen upon the first meeting. Initially, she was reluctant to accept, but she could not withstand Xiao Youliang's insistence. And as she grew older, she could no longer afford to resist, so she married. After her marriage, her new family treated her well. They were decent, and their economic situation was stable, allowing Xiao'erya to find comfort in her new life. As time passed, she gradually developed affection for her husband, leading to a genuinely happy existence. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan became involved with Zhao Ping, and their families swiftly arranged a betrothal, with the wedding date fast approaching. Originally, both parties had their respective families and were content, which seemed ideal. However, Xiaoshan did not perceive it that way. He felt Xiao'erya had betrayed him, while he saw nothing wrong in his relationship with Zhao Ping, a classic case of double standards. Subsequently, as Xiaoshan pursued his romance with Zhao Ping, he sought opportunities to bring up trivial matters in front of Xiao'erya, regardless of how Xiao'erya explained or communicated. He refused to relent, yet, out of respect for their past connection, she hesitated to speak harshly, inadvertently emboldening his behavior. The most outrageous incident occurred on the day of Xiaoshan's wedding, due to her advanced pregnancy. Xiao'erya did not attend, and her husband went alone. Fueled by alcohol, Xiaoshan regaled her husband with tales of their previous encounters, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, her husband remained rational. They were expecting a child. And despite Xiao'erya's past with Xiaoshan, they had no further dealings, allowing him to endure the discomfort. Xiao'erya's husband, Lu Dahu, was originally a premature infant, physically frail, and unable to perform farm work. Which was why his aunt had arranged temporary employment for him. After returning home, although Lu Dahu did not create a scene, he did not conceal the conversation, repeating Xiaoshan's words to Xiao'erya. This infuriated her, and in her rage she went into premature labor, nearly losing the child. At that time, medical conditions were poor. Although the child survived, he was exceedingly weak. Lu Dahu, having been a premature infant himself, understood the detrimental effects of being born too early, and as the family struggled to nurture the child, tensions escalated. Xiao'erya felt guilt, believing it was her fault that the child suffered, and allowed Lu Dahu to berate her. Fortunately, Lu Dahu retained some semblance of reason. Once the anger subsided, they still needed to live, though the relationship was no longer as it once was. Following that event, the couple deliberately avoided Xiaoshan, wishing to evade further aggravation. However, Xiaoshan remained undeterred. When they returned to deliver a gift to a friend, he uttered more ambiguous remarks. To outsiders, he appeared devoted, reminiscing about the past in Xiao'erya. For Xiao'erya and her husband, it felt like a lump in their throats, disgusting yet impossible to expel. No man can endure the thought of his wife being pined for by another, especially when Xiaoshan spoke in such an ambiguous manner. Lu Dahu initially maintained composure in the village, but upon returning home, he erupted into a fierce argument with Xiao'erya. Their quarrel escalated to such an extent that they failed to notice their child had fallen from the bed, striking his head on the ground. By the time they realized, it was already too late to save him. Lu Dahu, witnessing this scene, spat blood. After all those years of careful nurturing, his health deteriorated in an instant, quickly reaching a point where no remedy could help. Thus, from a happy family of 3, only Xiao'erya remained. Her in-laws, aware that her actions had led to this calamity, regarded her with disdain. Were it not for Lu Dahu's dying request for them not to blame her, she might have been cast out long ago. Understanding her husband's sentiments, Xiao'erya recognized that if she returned to her family, given their circumstances, she would likely be wed to some foolish or inept suitor. Despite Lu Dahu's resentment, he would not wish to see her suffer. So. On the other hand, his parents had only one son, with him gone and their grandson lost. Who else could they rely on? Though they had a daughter, she belonged to another family and could not provide constant care. If Xiao'erya remained, it would alleviate their predicament. Nevertheless, regardless of how matters were arranged, Xiao'erya's life plummeted from grace. Were it not for the need to care for Lu's elderly parents, she would have longed for an end to her existence. Yet, Xiaoshan seemed unaffected. After marrying Zhao Ping and having several children, he lived a carefree life. In fact, his occasional reminiscences of Xiao'erya only enhanced his reputation. People believed that a man capable of such lingering affection could not be entirely bad. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao'erya not harbor resentment? Yet, her hatred left her at a loss for action. All she could do was avoid returning to the village, pretending he did not exist. Yet, Xiaoshan continued to surface, expressing his feelings, prompting villagers to regard her with pity. What was there to pity? Her association with such a scoundrel. Upon returning this time, she had no intention of encountering him. Yet Xiaoshan brazenly cornered her, insisting she accompany him as his mistress. She had never encountered someone so shameless. How could he utter such words? At that moment, Dog Egg appeared, threatening to report their illicit relationship unless they paid him 200 yuan. Vowing not to relent otherwise, Xiao'erya scoffed, encouraging Dog Egg to proceed with the report. If they could descend into hell together, she would welcome it, hoping never to encounter such a scoundrel in the next life. Naturally, Xiaoshan refused to acquiesce, resulting in a scuffle. She admitted to intentionally stoking the fire in this situation, even handing Dog Egg the knife. Her initial intention was to use Dog Egg's hand to deliver a severe lesson to Xiaoshan. However, she did not anticipate that he would be so feeble, not only losing the knife but also being killed in the ensuing chaos. Chapter 94. Returned to the city after Xiaoshan committed the act, he fled in a panic. At that moment, Dog Egg was still alive but barely clinging to life. Xiao'erya was paralyzed with shock when an unfamiliar woman appeared, blocking her path, and pressed a button into Dog Egg's hand, instructing her on what to say and do. Uncertain of the woman's intentions, Xiao'erya knew that if Dog Egg had to depart this world, it would be even better if she could send Xiaoshan along with him. She was not concerned with lofty principles. All she knew was that she loathed Xiaoshan and wished for his demise. Subsequently, everything unfolded smoothly. Xiaoshan was apprehended, with irrefutable evidence against him. Dog Egg possessed a button from Xiaoshan's clothing, along with bloodied garments found in Xiaoshan's home, her testimony as a witness, and a half-true narrative, regardless of whether he was guilty or innocent. There was no escaping punishment. That person was very beautiful, probably a young intellectual, but perhaps she helped me out of sympathy. For some reason, upon seeing Su Ning, she suddenly felt an urge to confide. It was particularly due to Su Ning's calm demeanor, which contrasted sharply with others' pity or disdain, and was unlike the aloofness of the woman from the previous night, after sending Xiao'erya away. Su Ning found herself momentarily stunned, not only shocked by the story but also by the actions of the female protagonist. Typically, the heroines in novels remain hidden in the background, yet this time she stepped forward. A deviation from her character's established persona. Reflecting on the narrative, she recalled that in the book, Xiao'erya was merely a pawn. After her in-laws passed, she hanged herself, leading to various tales circulating in the village. The female protagonist learned the truth from her former husband, but this was only briefly mentioned in the text, with the protagonist merely lamenting Xiao'erya's plight before it ended. In the aftermath of her reincarnation. This aspect was not specifically addressed, leaving Su Ning unaware of whether the protagonist had intervened at all. However, throughout the book, the protagonist rarely took direct action, as many were willing to offer assistance. Thus, this particular approach left her bewildered. Unbeknownst to Su Ning, she had inadvertently usurped several opportunities from the female lead, leaving the latter with nothing but a few meager possessions brought from home. And consequently no chance to become acquainted with her minor companions in the narrative, forcing her to rely solely on her own efforts. Although Su Ning harbored some vague suspicions, she chose to dismiss them quickly. Xiao'erya sought her out merely to unburden her heart, without any intention of soliciting assistance. However, she would not mind offering clarification if the opportunity arose. This evening's revelations were somewhat overwhelming. Compelling her to lie down and thoroughly digest the information, unbeknownst to her, a night had slipped away. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, Su Ning rose early to prepare a meal for the little ones before heading back into the city. It had been several days since Xiao Jiangwo's arrest, and although he remained defiant, the investigation had likely progressed significantly by now. Su Ning was eager to uncover the truth but surmised that Xiao Yuliang would not easily divulge information. Thus she refrained from rushing over, opting instead to allow a few days to pass. Determined not to appear empty-handed, Su Ning selected 2 jin of apples, 2 fish, 2 bags of red dates, and various mountain goods. All of which were available in the village. Naturally, the quality of items in her space was superior. She endeavored to select those of slightly lesser quality to avoid raising suspicions. The goods were divided into 2 portions, one for Old Master Hu and the other for Old Master Ma. Thanks to the assistance of these 2 gentlemen regarding her household registration, she felt it appropriate to offer a modest gift. Given her family's circumstances, an extravagant gesture would only serve to create distance. Thus, this quantity was just right. Before visiting the 2 gentlemen, Su Ning first went to Ji Qin's home, both to sell some goods and to inquire about job opportunities. Since their last transaction, Ji Qin had waited several days for Su Ning's return and felt a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, the previous purchase had been substantial, allowing her to sustain herself for a few days despite sharing with others. Ji Qin had even instructed the gatekeeper to notify her promptly should Su Ning appear. Consequently, upon Su Ning's arrival, Ji Qin soon appeared. "You little rascal, why have you been absent for so long?" Ji Qin chided playfully. "If you delay any longer, my relatives will think I've been swindled. You owe me an apology. My family encountered some issues that delayed me for a few days. Thus, I brought a little extra this time, hoping you can manage it." Su Ning, unfazed, set down the basket she carried and the larger bundle from her back. This time, her offerings were nearly double what they had been previously. In addition to 50 jin of rice and flour and a dozen jin of wild boar meat, she included 10 jin of vermicelli, 10 jin of noodles, 5 cans of malt extract, 10 bags of milk powder, as well as 2 chickens, 1 duck, 2 jin of lamb, 2 jin of beef, and 5 jin of cooking oil. She also brought out a jar of lard from Xiao Yuliang's household. However, she refrained from including the 4-piece set and watch this time, as those could be considered luxury items, and it was unlikely they would be available every time. The most expensive items in her haul were the meat and malt extract, followed by the lard and vegetable oil. While vegetable oil was relatively inexpensive at the supply and marketing cooperative, it was limited in availability, thus maintaining a high price on the black market. Ji Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted the items without hesitation. This time, Su Ning opted not to request a receipt, selling the goods at a price of 144 yuan, without a ticket, considering her growing purse, along with the gold jewelry she had later acquired. She felt herself drawing closer to the status of a wealthy woman, though she certainly wouldn't mind acquiring even more. "Here, these are the items they requested. It's a bit much, but see if you can manage it?" Ji Qin not only accepted the goods but also handed her a rather lengthy list. Glancing at it, Su Ning noted that her space had most of the items listed. Albeit the quantity was overwhelming. Even if she were to carry 2 baskets at a time, it would require multiple trips. "Is there a problem?" Ji Qin asked, noticing Su Ning's furrowed brow, feeling somewhat apologetic. She understood that the quantity was considerable, estimating the total would exceed 1,000 yuan. However, with several brothers and sisters-in-law, dividing the costs would result in only about 100 yuan per household. Hardly a burden for families like theirs. "And, I won't hide it from you, now that autumn harvest is upon us, resources are relatively abundant, and these items are generally available, but the sheer volume makes it difficult for me to carry alone. Moreover, frequent trips may raise suspicions, but if I were to use a vehicle, it would draw too much attention." Su Ning was candid with her. After all, Ji Qin was her VVIP, deserving of her utmost service. "Ah. I see." Ji Qin replied, visibly relieved. "My husband's family owns an old house behind the town. It's secluded, with hardly anyone around. Although it hasn't been inhabited for quite some time, it would suffice for storage. If you think it's suitable, I can write down the address for you." "Alright, let us meet there at 2 this afternoon." Su Ning nodded, pleased to have a place to store her goods all at once. Ji Qin eagerly agreed and then considered the quantities of rice, flour, oil, and meat, deciding to double those amounts. The rest of the items were not as urgently needed, but families were keen to stockpile more of the finer grains and meats now that the weather had cooled. Reducing the risk of spoilage. Chapter 95, Employment. Su Ning did not decline. Having completed this transaction, she could afford to refrain from selling for quite some time. Among the items, she had requested 1,000 jin of rice and flour each. Were it not for the fortunate acquisition of an abundance of these essentials in her space, she would have hesitated to part with such quantities. After all, a normal extraction yielded only 2,000 jin. And aside from her own consumption, she needed to share some with close acquaintances, as anything less would be insufficient. Thus far, she had not encountered any duplicates among the items extracted, and she could not predict whether that would change in the future. If not, she would have to reserve a larger portion for herself from each variety. Notably, the price per jin for both rice and flour without a ticket was 4 mao, which amounted to 800 yuan. Thus significantly enriching her purse. Though 1,000 jin appeared substantial, when considered across 10 households, it equated to merely 100 jin of rice and flour per family, given the average household size of 5 during this era. Each person would consume about a jin of grain daily, totaling 5 jin for the entire family. Coupled with coarse grains and other foodstuffs, such a supply would last nearly 2 months, and with larger families, the time frame would be even shorter. Nonetheless, the city also distributed grain, supplemented by food stamps, so Su Ning estimated that a return visit just before the upcoming spring festival would suffice. The quantities of meat and oil were smaller, but each family could still receive around 10 jin alongside the watches in 4-piece sets, as well as the milk powder and fruits. This transaction significantly alleviated Su Ning's inventory. Both parties were satisfied with the sale. And Ji Qin even mentioned that if the quality remained high, she would consider placing another order in the future. The supply in the city had never been particularly abundant, and while these quantities appeared ample, when divided among close relatives and friends, and offering some to superiors, there would be little left for herself. That clever little girl, with practice, she would surely master the skill for future endeavors. Ning? About the job you mentioned last time, do you still want it? Absolutely, Aunt, please tell me more about it. Hearing this, Su Ning's eyes lit up. In these times, securing employment was not merely a matter of money, each position was highly coveted. It was not easy to obtain information, except for insiders like Ji Qin. Even if one were to gain knowledge of an opening, competition would be fierce, making it unlikely she would secure a position. Thus, this opportunity was indeed rare. There is a young lady in our publicity department, her fiancé is a soldier, and having recently married, she plans to follow him and is looking to sell her position here to find another elsewhere. This role doesn't require factory work. Primarily, it involves creating promotional art and writing slogans, so it's best if one possesses both writing and drawing skills. However, the salary is somewhat steep. The asking price is 1,300 yuan. Yet, it's a desirable position, no factory work and an office job, which typically comes at a higher cost. Ji Qin genuinely wished to assist but felt somewhat hesitant discussing the matter, setting aside the skills required. Not everyone could draw or write, and the price was indeed considerable for someone like Su Ning. Su Ning calculated in her mind, 1,300 was not beyond her means, especially since she was capable of both writing and drawing, a fitting match for her qualifications. However, given that this was an office position, it was likely many would be vying for it, meaning it was improbable that an outsider like her would be chosen. The main issue is that this girl has another requirement. Sensing Su Ning's confusion, Ji Qin sighed. This girl is rather spoiled at home. Shortly after starting here, she claimed she couldn't adjust to the dormitory and insisted on moving out. Her family indulged her and purchased a house near the factory for her. Now that she is leaving, the house is rendered useless. Initially, they spent around 500 to 600 on the house and furnishings, and the buyer requires that anyone purchasing her job must also buy the house. But as you know, around here, once you have worked a certain length of time, you can be allocated housing. Who would want to be a fool and pay for a house? Thus, the job has remained unsold, lingering until now. However, I've heard they're starting to lower their demands. For those unwilling to buy the house, they might accept an additional 200 to secure the job. Many are now waiting to see if the price can drop further. The excitement in Su Ning's eyes grew more pronounced. What others perceived as a disadvantage, she viewed as an opportunity. She had intended to secure a place in the city, and now she could potentially solve both her employment and housing dilemmas. The only drawback was the substantial sum required. If she were to pay the full amount, her savings would take a significant hit, leaving her somewhat reluctant. Aunt, may I ask which military district her fiancé is assigned to? Thinking of the job she was on the verge of securing, Su Ning inquired eagerly. Assignments to military districts were typically random, but in recent years, most recruits from this area had been sent to the Southwest Military District. If their postings coincided, their job placements could be easily exchanged. The Southwest Military District, I believe, is located in Gue Province. What a coincidence! Su Ning's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was not mere chance. The job mentioned by Uncle Ma was also in that region. Upon witnessing her in such a state, Ji Qin was momentarily taken aback. However, as soon as Su Ning mentioned the matter of work, she slapped her thigh and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a splendid coincidence! I shall go over shortly to inquire for you. If all is well, we shall proceed without delay." "Alright, Aunt, please do ask on my behalf while I seek out my uncle to procure the necessary credentials, lest the other party harbor doubts. After all, given the remarkable nature of this coincidence, skepticism from others was entirely plausible." Ji Qin nodded in agreement, commending her for her prudent thinking. The two parted ways, intending to reconvene at noon. After leaving Ji Qin's residence, Su Ning hastily made her way to Old Master Ma's home, both to deliver the items and to inquire about Ma Qianjin's job, as well as the reasons behind Xiao Jianghua's choice of her. She recalled that for the past fortnight, Ma Qianjin had been working night shifts, and at this hour, he should be returning home to prepare for a meal and rest. We were just wagering on when you would arrive. And here you are. Old Master, who greeted Su Ning with a jest, especially delighted to see that among the items she brought were 2 flasks of wine. The presence of skilled artisans in various villages had increased. Including those adept at brewing wine, however, due to restrictions on commerce, most simply brewed for personal consumption, occasionally selling a bit to the villagers. Those residing in the city found it exceedingly difficult to procure such delicacies. Even if they were aware of them, while fine wines could indeed be purchased in the city, obtaining wine coupons was a rare privilege. Even venerable gentlemen like them received but a scant few each year. After all, although food supplies were no longer as strained as in the 1960s, they had not yet reached a point of abundance where one could indulge freely. Some matters arose at home, which delayed me for a few days. Su Ning greeted with a smile, knowing that her family's affairs could not remain hidden from the 2 elderly gentlemen. Do not speak of those troublesome individuals. I will have your Uncle Ma discuss matters with you. Inside the house, Ma Qianjin had already heard the commotion and emerged, holding 2 envelopes, one thick and the other thin. Upon spotting Su Ning, he promptly handed them over. These are sent from the military. As Su Ning opened the envelopes, she discovered one contained money and tickets, while the other held a work certificate. A glance revealed it to be from the Southwest Military Region's Provincial Corps, indicating a fortuitous connection between her and the steel factory employment. Child, have you made any enemies with anyone?